Book 3, Chapter 18, Crack. Kingdoms don't die on battlefields. They die in dark, quiet rooms where deals are made between those who should know better. King Edward Alban of Callow, best known for annexing the Kingdom of Lys. Masego's Mage Tower did not even attempt to look like anything else. It was at least 100 feet tall, for one, which was taller than some keeps I'd come across. But that alone could have been the work of masons. The moat surrounding it was a different story, 20 feet wide and circling the building. It held no water, but instead pitch-black darkness. No bottom could be seen, and a few months back I dropped a stone to see if it would do anything. As far as I knew, it was still falling. Apprentice had been particularly cagey about telling me exactly where the hells it led, if anywhere, but that was in part my own fault. I'd flatly forbidden him to proceed with his original notion, which had been to fill a normal moat with giant fire-breathing lizards. Not dragons, he'd been very insistent in telling me. They didn't have wings, and weren't nearly as large. But the idea of those things inevitably getting loose, and either rampaging across Marchford or making a lair in one of the silver mines had led me to put my foot down. He'd been very snippy about it. There was a single stone arch leading across the moat to the dark iron gate in front, wide for 2 people at a time at most, and bare of any railing. There was a reason I picked messengers that weren't faint of heart when trying to get in contact with him. I tread across carefully. The entire surface of the tower was covered in gray mosaics and leering carvings of obsidian, which he'd assured me were there for purely magical purposes. He'd thrown enough magic babble at me to justify that point that I was pretty sure that he just really liked how it looked. Being raised by a devil and a villain had let my friend to have some fairly specific tastes in architecture, sadly, which could be best described as nightmare, trying to seem friendly and failing. The iron gate was covered in runes, and there was no knocker. In the center, an iron-cast wolf's head stood out from the surface and animated when I arrived. There was a devil bound inside, I knew, though Masego had tried to not say as much by referring to it as an entity from a secondary realm of existence. A visitor, the wolf said. Only the worthy may gain entrance here. To prove your wit, answer me this riddle dash. Answer mine first, I replied flatly. Who's going to find out if my punches can dent iron if they don't open right now? The wolf paused. That is now how this usually goes, it complained. I get that a lot, I smiled thinly. Your name is on the allowed list, it said. You may enter. There was a pause, then it added. Uncouth barbarian. In a loud whisper. I flicked its eye out of spite even as a doorway opened on the surface, ignoring its yelp and string of curses. The lowest level of the tower was much like any entrance hall decorated by a priest with too much gold to waste, though there was one major difference. Namely, the winged taper that was fleeing down the stairs with loud shrieks as a dark-skinned woman in robes ran after it. It had been a while since I'd last seen Fadalum Buffino. Once one of Acua's minions, I'd nearly killed her in Lys before Masego intervened and said she was too talented a practitioner to waste. He'd extracted an oath from her to be safe she wouldn't turn in the early days, though she'd since been freed of it. Those kinds of binding magical oaths caused some fairly vicious side effects if allowed to linger for too long. There was a burst of blue light from the Sonic's hands, and shining chains emerged from her sleeve, wrapping around the shrieking taper and forcing its wings and feet to stop moving. She grunted in effort when dragging it back to her. I cleared my throat, and had to admit I found the look of surprise and panic on her face when she realized I was here delightful. Fadala, I said. Keeping busy, I see. The winged taper kept shrieking at the top of its lungs until she kicked it, at which point it moaned plaintively. Lady Squire, she said, panting. Some of the specimens occasionally get rowdy. I snorted. First time I met Masego, I said. He was catching a fire-breathing pig with wings. I squinted at the taper. That doesn't breathe fire, right? He does not, Fadala replied, trying for poise. Which has very interesting implications, considering the amount of sorcery he's been exposed to. Sure it does, I lied. Masego should be expecting me. He set up the scrying room on the second level, the Sonic said. Oh good. Then he'd found a way to get in contact with Black like I'd asked him. Apparently it was possible if we took advantage of the relay system the Empress used to receive my teacher's reports, but he'd told me piggybacking on that without killing some of the mages involved would require some finagling. You have fun with this abomination of nature then, I said cheerfully, passing her by. The taper was licking her feet in what I gauged to be a gesture of appeasement, but she didn't seem moved by the offering. By the time I was nearing the second level, the shrieking had started again. The door to the scrying room was already open, so I wasted no time in going. This wasn't the kind of place where it was healthy to wander, no matter what Apprentice insisted. The man in question was kneeling in front of a wall covered entirely by polished silver, the work so finely done it worked as a mirror. He muttered something under his breath, and the silver shone for a heartbeat before dulling. Figured it out? I asked. Apprentice rose to his feet, brushing off his shoulder. If I shun off enough of the dew into a dispersal ward, the weight shouldn't cascade, he told me. An obvious solution, I said, pretending I knew what any of that meant. He eyed me skeptically but didn't bother to call me out. I can initiate the connection at any time, he said. Before you do that, we need a little chat, I said. I don't want to keep you in the dark, so I'll just state it outright. I might have dabbled a bit in treason. Dabbled, he said, frowning over his glasses. You know, dipped a toe in the treason pool, I said. I wish you would have told me beforehand, he replied. Now I'll need to rework Marchford's ward pattern to be able to face advanced scrying rituals. I cocked my head to the side. That's it. Oh no, treason, he said in a mockingly high-pitched voice. No villain has ever done such a thing before. All my extensive interest in imperial politics is now put in danger. I snorted. What's that voice supposed to even represent? I asked. How little I care about any of this, he replied frankly. I'm sure you'll find some compromise with Uncle Amadeus. And the Empress probably knew you were going to do this before the thought ever crossed your mind. The bespectacled mage pressed his hand against the mirror wall, spoke a word in the arcane tongue, and idly made for the door. Now, if you'll excuse me, he said. I think one of the tapers got loose. Stuff like this is why you don't get to have giant fire-breathing lizards, I called out. You have no standards, Squire, he complained one last time before closing the door behind him. The wall had been pulsing this entire time, but with a silvery ring an image came into focus. Pale green eyes met mine as I leaned against a table. Black's brow rose in surprise. Catherine, he greeted me. Mossigo tapped into the relays? The technicalities went over my head, but yes, I said. Hello, Black. It's been a while. It has, he agreed calmly. I expect you've a reason for this. We'll have to rebuild the entire network now. This will have sent flares for anyone looking. This morning, I said, I founded a chivalric order. The pale man did not seem particularly surprised, though it was always hard to tell with him. I wondered if they'd get in touch with you, he said. I assumed they already would have, if they were ever going to. I blinked. You knew there were knights in hiding? He seemed amused. I am not without eyes, even in the south, he said. Though I can't say this strikes me as a wise decision. Making such a bold move for a few hundred men in cavalry is inviting backlash for limited gain. 2,000, I said quietly. Likely more. He wasn't openly shocked. He had too much control for that. But his face went blank for a heartbeat, and that was the closest thing he'd ever show. I miscalculated, he said, and I could see his mind working furiously behind the calm. No centralized organization, relying on local support. Cells with no contact after the initial founding. Whoever came up with the notion is most likely dead by now. What a waste. Only Black, I thought, would go within moments from realizing he'd been outsmarted to being saddened at the loss of such talent. I thought you'd be angrier, I said. Angry, he mused. You'll have folded them into the 15th, if I'm not mistaken. You've obtained half a legion's worth of the finest heavy cavalry on Calernia for the Empire. Pleased would be closer to the truth, though doing this without malicious sanction will bring trouble. I frowned. She wouldn't have given it, I said. Not without exacting concessions in exchange, he said. Which you'll have to make anyway, unless you intend to wage war on the Empire. His eyes narrowed a fraction as he studied me. If that is your intent, giving me prior warning was a mistake, he said. I don't want to fight you, I confessed. But I don't think you'll like what I'm about to do. You know where I draw the line, he reminded me. I'm not going to oversee the eradication of my own people's culture, Black, I said. Then don't, the dark-haired man frowned. I take no issue with Calawans having a way of life. Only the aspects of it that threaten imperial control. Imperial control is what got us here in the first place, I flatly replied. An independent Calo is not feasible, he said carefully. You know this. I know, I said. But if this is going to work, there's going to be a need for heads on spikes. The rot needs to be cut out, or we'll be here again in 5 years. You've more immediate threats to deal with than the wasteland, he said after a moment. He was not disagreeing with me, and it was enough to have me shiver. He'd told me, once, that after the civil war that saw militia crowned, he'd wanted to get rid of the wasteland's nobility. It was the Empress who'd stopped him. I wouldn't be going that far, but he was not disagreeing with me. I do, I said. But after, he agreed softly. When I return, his image on the wall turned and I heard someone speak to him. Then block it, Black said, before they can dash. The mirror wall dulled, my teacher's profile disappearing without warning and leaving only my face looking back at me. I breathed out slowly. So I wasn't burning this bridge by doing what I intended to. Relief flooded me as I closed my eyes. I stayed there for a moment, and eventually I thought back to an evening long ago, on a balcony where a storm was gathering. I'd asked Black a question back then, and I could still hear his reply like he'd just spoken it. When they get in your way, step on them. Of all the lessons he'd taught me, I thought I had learned that one best. So are you going to tell me why you made sure I wouldn't be at that meeting? Killian asked. We'd come to share a wineskin by the ruins of had once been Marchford Manor, the blackened remains swept away months ago by Pickler's sappers. Rain and wind had scattered the ashes, leaving behind only the remains of the garden and the gaggle of statues that had filled it. The two of us were seated on a scorched stone bench, its once elaborate carvings now hidden by soot. I passed her the wineskin and watched my lover drink from the Vale summer wine. Night had just fallen, the moon slowly climbing to its apex. I hesitated for a moment, then forged on. I've gone against the Empress, I said. The quarter-fay was lovely, in the shade. Her red hair had grown long enough it bordered the limit of what was acceptable by Legion's regulation, framing her pale face and hazelnut eyes like a tongue of flame. Killian set down the wineskin after a moment. The noble Juniper put in a cell, she finally said. He talked you into something. I've been headed there, I think, I said, since the moment I learned there was a coup in lore. There will be consequences to that, the redhead softly said. There would be consequences to doing nothing, I replied. I chose the ones I could live with. She remained silent for a long time. I could feel her, now, in a way that I previously could not. The bundle of power inside of me sang out when it came closer to the smaller sister thing inside her. I no longer needed to hear or see her to know when she was in a room. You've never been very good at compromise, Killian said. I frowned. I've done almost nothing but for the last 2 years, I replied. You compromise, the lovely mage said, when the other is stronger, and you are no longer powerless. I'm not sure what you're saying, I admitted. She smiled gently at me. Why did you not tell me with the others? She asked. I thought I owed it to you for it to be just the two of us, I said. She drank another mouthful of wine, then passed me the skin. Catherine, she said, don't lie to me. I'm not Dash. You didn't want me in that room, Killian said calmly, because if I left you over this, you didn't want it to happen in front of the others. I very nearly denied that, but instead I took the wineskin and drank. The thought might have crossed my mind, I said. I'm not sure whether I should take that as a kindness or an insult, she murmured, looking up. It had been a long time since I'd last felt without so much as a speck of control over a conversation. I hadn't missed the feeling. When we started this, Killian said, I knew I'd always be third in line. Behind Callow, behind to the 15th. On a good day, if duties allowed, I might wiggle up to second. But not often. I felt my stomach knot. Killian, I know we haven't spent a lot of time together lately. I've not been able to dash. She leaned into me and pressed a kiss against my shoulder. I'm not angry about it, Cat, she said. I just told you. I knew that from the start. But you're leaving me behind. That's just a fact. I'm not, I insisted. I have fey blood, she said. But you took 2 people into Arcadia, and I wasn't one of them. Killian, it was dangerous, I said. The kind of things I do in places like that, the kind of risks I take, they're too much for me, she finished after I hesitated. Because I'm weak. You're one of the best mages in the 15th, I said. She chuckled wearily. And what does that matter, when you have the Apprentice at your side? She said. I don't share a bed with Masigo, for one, I sharply replied. Is that what I'm to be remembered as then? Killian said. The girl who warmed your bed on your way to power? That's not what I meant, and you know it, I said. I trust you. Her eyes met mine. Then why wasn't I in that room? I looked away first. Just because I was afraid doesn't mean I don't trust you, I said. I've told you things I've never told anyone before, Killian. And I love you for that, the redhead smiled. Even though it's stupid and dangerous and it might just get me killed. The rush that came with her saying those words had never dimmed, and I gloried in it for a moment. But then the smile went away. But now I think of the conversation you had with them earlier, she said. And I know you made a decision. You needed to convince all of them, and there was a risk I could distract from that effort. So you made the call. She sighed. You know, I think the better part of everyone you love in this world was in that room, she mused. And you manipulated them anyway. I don't believe you had that in you when we first met. You're wrong. I thought. I just never had a reason to use it. I'm glad you do now, she murmured. We'll need it to survive the coming months. But I have to think of myself too. I thought you were happy, I murmured. With us, with Dash. Me. I left unsaid. I am, she said, laying a hand on my cheek. But you're leaving me behind, Cat. And the kind of things I would have to do to catch up would end us anyway. I don't believe that, I said. As long as I don't control my blood, she said. My magic is shackled. Masigo could find a way, I said. He already has, she replied. It's an old ritual. It requires sacrifice, and would make me as a full-fledged fae. Killian, I'd put half of winter on an altar if it helped you, I honestly said. It would require humans as a stabilizing element, she added quietly. My heart skipped a beat. You can't seriously be considering that, I said. It could all be done lawfully, she said. It would be costly to buy the death row prisoners, but demand has lessened and I've the funds for it. It's not about the law, I hissed. It's about decency. They're people, not things. The redhead chuckled softly. You can take the girl out of Callow, she said. But not Callow out of the girl. You're Dunny, I said. As good as Callowan, in most Wastelanders' eyes. They make that distinction, not me, Killian said, tone hardening as she withdrew her hand. I am Presai Catherine. It's not any more a crime for me to love my home than you yours. This isn't about where we're from, I replied aghast. It's about human sacrifice. And how many of us will die so you can make what you want out of Callow, she said tiredly. I don't see much of a difference. At least it's strangers I would be using. There is. I started, but stopped when she lay a hand on my shoulder. I don't want to have this fight, Cat, she said. If I did, I would have brought up the notion when I first learned of it. I'll just say this. If there's anyone who should be able to understand how hateful it is to have a yoke around your neck, it's you. To just be less than you could be. There's lines you can't uncross, I said. And how many of those have you left behind? She replied quietly, rising to her feet. My stomach dropped. That's it, I said. Just like that you're leaving me? Because I won't condone bleeding people like animals. I bit down on. Killian's face was hard to read in the dark, but there was no joy on it. No, she finally said. But I need to think about what compromises I'm willing to make you happy. She passed a hand through her hair. I'll be sleeping in the barracks from now on, Killian said. Take care of yourself, Catherine. It only gets harder from here. I watched her walk away in silence, and kept watching long after she was gone. Eventually I looked up at the moon, and wondered if I was even still capable of crying. Book 3, Chapter 19. Order, Redux. In the aftermath of a rebellion, do not execute merely those who rebelled. Remove those that remained uncommitted as well, for any power not bound to you is a threat. Extract from the personal journals of Dread Emperor Terribilis II. The gate opened into Fairfax Square. A year ago, this plaza had been filled to the brim with people come from all over the north of Callow to see the Empress bestow her rewards upon the victors of the Lease Rebellion. Now, it was night empty, though that had as much to do with the hour of the night as Lore's recent troubles. I'd thought about trying to open the portal directly into the Whitestone, since it was much closer to the palace, but ultimately decided against it. Even after experimenting with the power under Masego's guidance, it was still a roll of the dice, where I'd carve a way out into creation. Better to take the widest place I knew in the capital and limit the risks. As for the time, well, it was much easier for me to open gates when it was dark out. My title in winter likely had something to do with it. Not that even darkness seemed to affect the hard limit I'd found to my power. I could only open a portal once a day before my body began to revolt against the amount of fey power coursing through my veins. Pushing myself to a second opening had hurt enough I'd not tried for a third. Having most liquid in my body freeze might very well have killed me, if not for the healing power I'd stolen from a hero and Apprentice's immediate and panicked help. The coming of dawn seemed to wipe away the slate when it came to face sorcery in my body, for some arcane reason, which was my most promising lead around the limitations so far. But given how dangerous toying with this power had turned out to be, I was much more inclined to let Masigo run the calculations in his tower than try more direct experimental methods. What I'd stolen in winter, I had been forced to admit, was not without limits. No matter, it was still a massive advantage over all my opponents. Zombie the Second's hooves clacked against the stone as I emerged first from Arcadia into the deserted heart of Lore. Legionaries followed in good order, their armor touched with frost even with the furs they wore over it. 3 days, Nox said, striding to my side as his soldiers spread out. 3 days, Catherine. My horse stirred uneasily as the presence of an orc so close, but I stroked his neck until he calmed. Even mounts raised with greenskins never got entirely accustomed to them. There was just something wrong about the way orcs smelled, apparently. Considering that anything that moved qualified as meat for the cook pots, according to the clans, I couldn't really blame them. I don't think all our crossings will be so uneventful, I replied. I don't care if we have to fight a running battle every time, he laughed. It was a month-and-a-half's journey, if we march my people halfway to the grave. The 15th's the fastest army in creation now. Hells, we barely even need a supply train. The fastest inside the Empire, maybe, I said. I wouldn't try to portal anywhere I haven't been before. The Warlock's Get said he'd be able to run the numbers for it, the Orc Legate said. Masigo was raised by a vicious creature of pure evil, and also a devil, I said. His definition of safe is a little skewed. I'm not using his model unless we get really desperate. So in a few months, then, Robber grinned. I'd heard the goblin approach, for once. I was getting used to his skulking. You never know, I sighed. We could get through a single year without drowning in the deep end. Just wouldn't be the 15th if we were fighting battles we're supposed to win, Nock contributed. That was so sadly true, I didn't bother to deny it. Hakram, I asked the special tribune. With the rear guard, he replied. We've had some curious little bastards coming closer. I grimaced. While no winter fae had made contact, my sentries had reported silhouettes in the distance, keeping an eye on us. I doubted any of the big ones would bother to come in person, but until I knew whose underlings those scouts were, I'd have to tread carefully. I might be a duchess, but I was a duchess of winter. As usual, the side I'd ended up on was the one known for vicious infighting. I watched the legionaries move into a defensive formation across Fairfax Square and drummed my fingers against my saddle. Robber, I said, hunt me some rats. I want anyone aligned with the Dark Guild in my city in custody, and soon. The goblin's eyes glinted malevolently in the dark. And if they don't want to come along, he asked. You're operating under my authority, I replied. Use whatever means you deem necessary. The chuckling sound he made was so unpleasant it should have counted as a crime. You'll have them by sunup, boss, he said, saluting so sloppily I barely recognized the gesture. He whistled sharply as he trotted off, his merry pack of killers popping out from the ranks to assemble around him. They looked like ugly green imps, I thought as I watched them, but they acted more like a pack of wolves, clustering around the nastiest among them, eager to sink their teeth into something. General Orem will have the city under martial law, Nock said. That means patrols in the street. Adjutant will be handling the 5th, I grunted. In part because of all the men I had with me, I trusted Hakram the most not to get into a pissing match with another legion, in part because he was the adjutant. The importance of Hakram being the first orc named in centuries had been piled on over by the messes we kept getting ourselves in. But it was no small thing. His kind looked at him with something like a worship, an old dream given new flesh. Orm the Grim was an orc of the lesser steps. By my estimation, being faced with an orc with a name instead of a Calawan girl with the skin tone of the enemy he'd spent half his life fighting would make him more apt to listen. My few past conversations with the man had been stilted, if polite, so there was no relationship to call on from my side. It was coming to regret, these days, that I'd not cultivated closer ties with the generals and marshals that served in Calawan territory. Having a better idea of the kind of people they were would have been useful in planning my actions. The Gallowborn were the last to leave Arcadia, and immediately they closed ranks around me. Tribune Farrier cast wary eyes around us, seeking out danger in the shadows. His inability to follow me in Arcadia had made him even more stubborn about my being accompanied at all times, which I hadn't thought was actually physically possible. Getting him to close the reed guard had been like pulling out nails with my teeth. Hakram took the 10th that I'd put under his direct command years ago, Sergeant Tortoiseman, though she was now a lieutenant, and after offering me a nod from a distance headed west through the streets. The largest barracks in the city were close to the wall there, and that would be where General Orem had his headquarters. Hopefully he'd managed to handle that situation before it became a problem. I was, after all, suddenly dumping almost 2,500 soldiers into a boiling pot that had already tipped over several times. Royal Palace? Nock said. I nodded. Password down to your people, I said. If they see any Presi in this city that are not part of the 5th, they are to put them under arrest. They won't like that, the broad orc said. They weren't meant to. They get one chance to surrender peacefully, I said mildly. If they resist, kill them. The legate grinned. Aye, he graveled. That we will. Nock's Kabili of 2,000 split into 5 groups of 2 cohorts, marching down the major avenues leading up to the Whitestone. The full cohort of Gallowborn remained around me as we took the center of the formation with my legate's own 400 in front of us. It wasn't long before we started getting attention. People peeked at us through shuttered windows, still too afraid to break curfew to come out. It was hard to read the mood of a city in the middle of the night, but fear was what I was getting. With the fake ruling council and the 5th Legion openly at each other's throats, that was more than understandable. We encountered our first patrol a quarter hour in, drawn by ripples we were causing in the city. A pair of lines from the 5th came to see what was happening. They ran into the leftmost wing of our formation, but were sent straight to me for an explanation. The Sonic lieutenant in charge saluted hastily when she realized who she was dealing with. "Ma'am," she greeted me. "Lieutenant Temuka, 5th Legion." "Lieutenant," I replied pleasantly. "You may continue with your duties, though I believe you'll be recalled to the barracks soon. The 15th is taking over." "We, weren't aware you were going to be coming, ma'am," the Sonic said. "Our scouting lines didn't report a force headed for the capital." "They wouldn't have," I simply said. "Before you return to your patrol, I have a few questions for you." "I'm at your disposal," she grimaced. "The usurpers in the royal palace," I said. "How many men do they have at their disposal?" 500, by our latest estimate, the lieutenant said. "They've barricaded Upper Whitestone and forbid access to even legionaries." I raised an eyebrow. "And General Orm has allowed this?" "The general says as long as they're holed up in the palace, we won't have to put down any more riots," she replied frankly. "It's not worth making an issue about." I leaned back on my saddle. "Only 500 knock," I called out. "We go in hard." Loud Orcish laughter was my only response. I glanced down at the uneasy lieutenant. "I'd suggest sending a runner to any patrols in the area," I told her. "Wouldn't want anybody caught in the crossfire." "I'll kick that up the ladder, ma'am," the Sonic said noncommittally. Oh well, it didn't particularly mind an audience, truth be told. It might remind General Orm exactly who he was dealing with when we sat down to have a little chat. "Dismissed, Lieutenant Temuka," I said, spurring Zombie the second ahead. A single line of Gallowborn broke from formation to follow me as I headed for my legate. Even when surrounded by other legionaries, they didn't feel I was quite protected enough, evidently. Nock was in hushed conversation with one of his officers, a tagreb with the marks of a commander on her armor. "Nock," I said, interrupting him. "Scout reports." The orc turned to me after clasping his second-in-command on the shoulder. 3 barricades, he said. About 100 people on each. We're assuming the rest will be inside the palace. I hummed. It would be smarter to wait until we had some flanking positions before making an assault, but I wanted this done with as quickly as possible. These people were too unimportant for me to able to spare much effort on them. I doubted the enemy had anything in their employ that would be able to handle an assault by legionaries. Anyway, "I'll take the central one with the Gallowborn," I said. Staggered hit on the other 2. "You're hogging the good stuff, cat," the orc complained. "Well, this ought to make up for it," I said. "If they don't surrender, Legate, I want you to make a point." "We flagging them as not citizens then?" he pressed eagerly. "By Legion regulations, Imperial citizens, even those in rebellion, could not have their corpses eaten after death, unless there will specifically stated otherwise. Even at the height of the Lease Rebellion, the people who'd taken up arms had qualified as citizens. The Tower, after all, claimed all of Callow as its own. By my authority as the acting head of the ruling council, I strip any hostile forces inside lore of their citizenship," I replied after a moment. That was a way to get my point across, sure enough. Corpses with their faces chewed off and missing limbs would appall most the city, but it would send a message to the High Lords. Fuck with Callow under my watch, and I'll take the gloves off. It was about time they started catching up to that truth. The Tagreb commander paled at my words, but she knew better than to comment. I glanced at Tribune Farrier. "Muster your men, John," I ordered. "We're taking the lead." "Gladly, Countess," he said, a hard look on his face. Farrier had never thought much of praise, and though he'd come to have a rough sort of camaraderie with the men and women of the 15th, his opinion of the Empire at large had taken a sharp nosedive when news of what had happened in lore spread. He'd made it abundantly clear in the past that he followed me, not the Tower, and he'd not changed that stance by an inch in the months since that declaration. Nock's cohort split to allow us passage, and I led my personal retinue forward at a brisk pace. It wasn't long before we entered the pale facades and sprawling gardens of the Whitestone, and from there it was only a matter of time before we ran into the barricade. The ruling council's hirelings had picked a good spot. I'd give them that much. They'd propped up crates and carts between an iron fence surrounding a garden and the high wall of what must have once been a noble's compound. The avenue was narrower than most, and I could see from atop zombie that even at this hour the barricade bristled with pikes and crossbowmen. The latter of those weapons was as clear an indication of the origin of the soldiers as the skin colors I could discern in the dark. Kalawans and most other Calernian nations fielded bows, not crossbows. And certainly not the lever-action crossbows whose designs were the work of the goblins of Feramin's imperial forges. Household troops, then, not mercenary pushovers. I set zombie at a trot, gesturing for the Gallowborn to stay behind as I closed in on the barricade. I could see the enemy soldiers stirring, crossbows being brought to the fore. "Disperse, citizen," a man's voice called out. "By order of the ruling council of Callow, this section of the city is closed off." A Tagreb had risen atop a crate, and he'd been the one to speak. An older man, scarred, and with a curved scimitar at his hip. He looked like he could be Aisha's uncle, though one from the ugly side of the family. "There is no ruling council," I said. "Only two wastelanders who illegally seized power and botched it so badly they have to hide from rioters. General Orem acceded to our demands to stay out of this area," the man replied impatiently. "You will be written up for disobeying orders if you press us any further." I snorted. "Look at the symbol on the shields of the men behind me," I said. "Do they look like they're part of the Fifth?" A golden noose on a field of red was what he'd find. My personal retinue had not existed for long, but there were few people in Callow who wouldn't recognize their heraldry. They'd made something of an impression in Marchford and Lys. "Gallowborn," he said, "the hells are you doing this far north?" "No matter. The ruling council passed a decree forbidding entrance into the city to any legion but the Fifth. Your presence here goes against the Tower's law. Your general should fuck off south to play with the fairies." "If Juniper was in command, we wouldn't be talking," I said. "You'd be eating your third volley. But I'm a soft touch. You get a chance to surrender before I string you up above the city gates." The Tagreb laughed. "And who do you think you are, girl?" Huh. It had been a while since the last time someone hadn't recognized me, or basically fed me a line just asking for a witty retort. If I'd been in a better mood, I might just have toyed with him a bit. I wasn't. I wasn't angry either, just irritated. That I had to lose hours dealing with the greed and stupidity of short-sighted fools when I should have been dealing with the monsters torching my homeland. "Countess Catherine Foundling of Marchford," I said. "The squire." "And I'm the fucking empress," the Tagreb mocked. "I'm just hiding the tits under the dash." I called on my name, forming a spear of shadows, but something bled into it. The power I'd gotten from Winter, the one that had grown tendrils into my soul when I became the Duchess of Moonless Nights. I abandoned that working and turned my will to the enemy commander instead. Shadows coiled around his neck, coming into existence, and there was a sharp sound. His head popped off his body and fell to the ground where it shattered into shards of ice. Well, that was new. Not worth having my heart literally ripped from my chest for. But it would come in useful. "I've got another half-dozen titles," I continued calmly. "I won't bother to list them out. Now that idiocy killed your commander, who's in charge?" "Fire." "You fools," a woman's voice hissed. "Before she kills us all." "The hard way it is then," I sighed. "Gallowborn, forward." I formed a panel of shadow in front of me to catch the crossbow bolts, frowning at how easy it was. It didn't take any less power than it had before, I noted as the steel-tipped projectiles thudded into the makeshift shield. The well was just deeper than it used to be, deeper than it should be in a transitional name like mine. Weaker than the kind of power I'd felt in the Duke of Violent Squalls, but not by that much. And wasn't that a terrifying thought? That kind of a gain never came without a cost, and I wasn't sure what I'd be paying with. If I ended up losing my soul because of Faye shenanigans, I was going to be pissed. I just knew that stealing it back would be horrendously difficult, and I didn't have the time to spare to murder my way back into a semblance of humanity with all the other things going on. The enemy didn't bother shooting at me again after it was made abundantly clear they might as well be aiming at a wall, instead aiming their crossbows at the raised shields of my retinue. I wasn't having any of that. Dismissing the shield, I called on the power a third time. I'd shot bolts of shadow out of my hand before, and even learned how to strengthen or weaken them. This time I poured as much as I could into the working without it blowing up in my face, and loosed the projectile at the foot of the barricade center. The resulting explosion of wood and screams had me blink in surprise. I'd essentially pulverized 3 feet of barricade and assorted people with a gesture, and I wasn't even winded yet. Yeah, definitely sitting down with Masigo to have a talk about this. "Plug the gap," the same woman's voice called out. "Fire," Tribune Farrier's voice calmly ordered. My own people's volley did little more damage than the sporadic fire they'd been subjected to. It was hard to hit a target holed up behind cover, even a panicking one, but it did what it had been meant to, suppress the enemy before the first rank hit them. I spurred Zombie forward into the gap I'd created, where the enemy was trying to form a line, and didn't even bother to call on my name. My warhorse trampled his way through the fledgling formation, and I spilled a man's brains on the ground with a measured stroke of my sword. There must have been 10 soldiers around me, but they were tired and scared and facing a named. Well, all knew how it was going to end. Within heartbeats, the Gallowborn were at my sides, methodically butchering their way through the pre-side troops. Pikes and crossbows were no match for veteran sword and board infantry like my retinue on the best of days, and even less since I'd taken to occasionally drilling them myself. The skirmish was quick and brutally one-sided, the back of the enemy formation beginning to run for it before the front even collapsed. I waited for us to have seized the barricade properly, then picked out Farrier from the crowd. "Tribune," I said, "send a runner to knock. The center is secure. The 15th is to advance on every front and converge on the royal palace. Leave a detachment behind for our wounded." I glanced at the rest of my personal guard. They were not, by the looks of it, particularly thrilled by the victory. There'd been nothing to this fight but whimpers and dead men. Like the seasoned professionals they were, the Gallowborn went around finishing off the enemy wounded as the meat of the cohort resumed formation. "The rest of you with me," I said. "Let's get this over with." I led and they followed. The outer gates to the royal palace were wide open, and its grounds freshly tread. Evidently the runners from our last engagement had made it here ahead of us. The gardens were similarly deserted, but up ahead I could see where the remaining forces of the ruling council were waiting for us. Crossbows were peeking out of windows on both levels of the main hall, and the large gates in front were closed, probably barricaded from behind. I trotted up ahead again, and ignored the hesitant hail from a window to the left. Cloak streaming behind me, I guided Zombie to the bottom of the marble steps and stared at the massive bronze gates. "Break," I said. My name flared even as the metal crumpled like parchment under my eyes, falling apart with a sound like a gong being struck. In the hall behind, 24 soldiers stood shaking and pale. "Surrender," I ordered. "I will not tell you twice." As the Gallowborn silently spread their ranks behind me, soldiers began dropping the swords. In the windows, crossbows dipped as men retreated, and the poor fools in front of me knelt. Farrier came to my side, and I addressed him without looking. "The 2 usurpers will be inside," I said. "Secure them." "By your will, Countess," he murmured. I got off my mount and offered the reins to one of my soldiers, dismissing John's strong suggestion that I take an escort with a sharp gesture. They would be more hindrance than help where I was headed. Ignoring the terrified soldiers as I strode into the palace, I headed straight for the heart of what had once been the seat of power for the Fairfax dynasty and the Albans before them. The room where the ruling council had once held its sessions was deserted, and the door to it locked. Nothing the strength of the named couldn't force open. It was evident by even a short look that the luxurious room hadn't been used in some time. The 2 wastelanders must actually have been arrogant enough to have used the former throne room for their audiences. Idly taking off my helmet and shaking loose the hair under it, I set down the chunk of goblin steel on the table with a loud thunk. My gauntlets soon followed it, thrown carelessly as I headed for the chair at the head of the table. I paused there, my hand on the arm of it. "I've felt you looking since the moment I left Arcadia," I spoke into the gloom. "Come out." The woman slipped out of the deeper shadows in the corner, idly strolling to the seat on the other end and plopping herself down on it. "Evening, Squire," the thief said. "Fancy meeting you here." Book 3, Chapter 20, Skew. An alliance of victors is like a hearth in summer. Julienne Maravins, 10th First Princess of Procure. I'd met a handful of heroes since I'd first become the Squire, and Thief was one of the harder ones to place. She was, quite blatantly, an egotist. Yet she lacked some of the traits that were common with the more arrogant heroes. Both the lone swordsman and the exiled prince, the prince in particular, had been almost unnaturally handsome. The appearance of a named usually changed to reflect how they thought of themselves, after all. Yet Thief was not particularly good-looking, I noted as I studied her. Maybe 2 inches taller than me, she was a skinny woman with short dark hair and blue-gray eyes. The leathers she always wore had been cut for her frame, but weren't particularly tight. Much like me, she'd have little to show for it if they were. Most of all, she lacked the weight to her presence that I'd come to associate with powerful named. William, for all his flaws, had been able to mesmerize a room full of rebels with but a few words. I had a hard time imagining Thief ever doing the same. You sure you should have taken off that helmet? The heroine smiled. You've seen how costly a mistake that can be. I withdrew my hand from the arm of the chair and slowly sat down. The seat wasn't made for someone wearing plate, evidently, and it groaned under the weight of my armor. We going to play the threat game? I asked bluntly. Thief, I could have killed you with a hand tied behind my back last time we met. I've since murdered a demigod for power. We both know how that fight goes. The other woman's eyes turned cold. A fair fight maybe, she said. I'm not in the habit of having those. I snorted. And I am. I replied. Look, I'm as willing as Tangle as the next villain, but if I get an occasion to put a shot someone's back in the dark, I'm sure as hell's taking it. How remarkable, she sneered. Well, I have been spending a lot of time with goblins lately, I said. But I gotta say that Poot Down's a little rich, coming from someone whose entire name is about theft. Thief smirked. Oh, she said. Is someone displeased their treasury's gone? I am, I smiled thinly. I'm about to have to find food and lodgings for at least 100,000 refugees, while also running a military campaign, and I don't have the funds for any of it. The tower will shell out the gold, Thief dismissed. The tower's putting down internal troubles, and I'm about to spit in its eye, I said. It's not going to be giving me a single copper for the foreseeable future. Villains stabbing each other in the back at the first sign of trouble. The heroine grinned unpleasantly. History does tend to repeat itself, doesn't it? I'm not Dash, I began, then stopped. Oh, fuck you. She blinked in surprise. Who do you think you are exactly? I asked. A heroine. Villain, she replied. Someone tried to mind rape a city of 100,000 last year. Thief, and it sure as hells wasn't anyone on my side. I barked. You think being William's minion for a few months gives you a pass to be an asshole forever and still have the moral high ground? Think again. I spoke against that, Thief hissed. Words are wind, I said. You could have taken a stand. You didn't. So much for heroism. I might have made mistakes, she said through gritted teeth. I'll own up to that. But you know what I'm not, at least? A goddamned collaborator. My face blanked. I'd been called a traitor before. By a crowd in Summerhome, when I was fresh into my name, and by the lone swordsman in the months that followed. But it was the first time anyone had actually called me a collaborator to my face. No doubt quite a few people had thought it in the past, but I'd never actually heard it spoken out loud. It stung more than I would have liked, even now. Things with a grain of truth to them usually did. I took the path that damages Callow the least, I said. You took the path that involved selling your soul to the hell gods, she replied flatly. I got a close look at the Hashmalim. And Lise, I said. I think you think your side's any gentler than mine. You've been listening to stories too much. My side hasn't stolen an entire fucking kingdom, she snapped. I shrugged. And what's it done to free it since? I asked. It rebelled, Thief said. And you murdered the people that did. I'm sure they felt very saved. You think putting a crown on Gaston would have helped this country? I said, leaning forward. Gods, Thief. The man fled into exile before the First Legion was in sight of Vale during the conquest. He was a bloody coward, and the first prince owned him down to his toes. So you say? The heroine sneered. So the facts say, I coldly said. You think she poured that much silver into a doomed rebellion so an old rival of the Principate could be restored? She wanted a Western protectorate to push back praise. That's all there was to it. Elizabeth of Marchford would have been queen, Thief said. She would not have settled for that. You think she would have had a choice? I pressed. After praise burned the land on the way out, who would have lent the coin and crops to keep Callow alive through the winter? That would have been the Empire's fault, she hissed. Gods below, am I tired of hearing about fault? I shouted. Fault and blame and good, none of it fixes any of this. If you want a solution, you deal with realities. With what exists, not the pretty little world that should be. Praise would have acted in its interest, and that meant torching the country. Procker would have acted in its interests, which was making us a protectorate. Anyone who plans without acknowledging that isn't planning, they're lying to themselves. That's what I can't stand about the lot of you. Do you think doing the right thing is enough? Fuck you. I've had to bloody my hands to get this far, Thief. I didn't enjoy it, and some of the things I've done will haunt me to my grave. But the only clean victories are the ones in stories. Preach all you want. I have gotten things done. I panted, out of breath, my tone quieted. Which of you pricks on the other side can say the same? I asked. Sometimes you have to take a stand even if you know you can't win, she said. That's pride talking, I replied. That's killing people for your principles, and I can't think of anything more selfish than that. Thief laughed bitterly. You know, There's truth in what you say, she admitted. But none of it would have mattered if you were a heroine. I'd been at this game long enough that the surprise never made it to my face. William was never meant to lead, Thief said. He was terrible at it. But I look at the party we had, and can't help but think there was always supposed to be one. All of us were born in Callow, except for the wandering bard, and I'm not convinced she was supposed to be a part of it. One named for every calamity, if you'd been on the side of good. And we've all seen what you can do with an uphill battle. I know them, the calamities, I said. I know what they can do better than most. It wasn't a fight that could be won. The heavens have a way of evening odds, she said. Prayer is what people rely on when they've run out of plans, I replied. I've no patience for it. In this, at least, I was truly Black's successor. What you've built is collapsing, Thief said. By the end of the year, there will be no Presi governor in Callow, I said. I'm not talking about the governors, she said. I'm talking about the ruling council. It's done, I said tiredly. I tried, it failed. Come sunup, the two of them will be dead, and I'm not surrendering that authority ever again. The heroine frowned. You're naming yourself queen, she said. Vice queen, most likely, I said. A ceremonial title. I can't run the country if I'm waging war abroad, and it's become clear I'm not great at it anyway. I'll name a governor-general to handle everything and keep power in name only. The tower won't accept anyone but a villain at the head of Callow. Thief stared at me for a long time. What do you want, Squire? She said. I thought you'd come here to threaten me or force a fight, but that's obviously not the case. Why are we here? A tenth, I said. The heroine blinked. What? You get to keep a tenth of the treasury, I said. The rest goes back in the vault. Are you trying to bribe me with coin already in my possession? She asked. Bribe? No, I said. I'm hiring the Guild of Thieves. We're not for hire, Thief said. Fine, I'm giving you a gift for anticipated services then, I grunted. Do I need to wink, or are we on the same page? That's not dash. The heroine stopped before finishing her sentence. What do you want to hire us for? The Empress and Black have networks of informants 40 years in the making, backed by the legions of terror, I said. The first prince has 100,000 battle-hardened veterans and the wealthiest nation on Calernian at her feet. If I want to play in the same league, I need talented people, and I need them. Now, your people are criminals, but they're criminals with presence in every Callowan city and a fountain of foreign contacts. Right now, I only have eyes in the legions and the wasteland. I'm blind everywhere else, and it's already cost me. I'm a heroine, Thief reminded me. If William had stuck to killing criminals in the streets of Summerhome, I would have given him a salary and a goddamned badge, I replied frankly. I work with the monsters because they give me the means to do what I need to, not because I have any illusions about what they are. I don't fight heroes out of principle, Thief. I fight them because they keep trying to kill me and make a mess of Callow in the process. And if I don't cooperate, she asked lightly, but her eyes betrayed how serious she was. This is the part where I say if you're not an asset, you're a liability, right? I sighed. I get back the treasury, is what I do, because I need it. And then as long as you stay out of my way, I will politely pretend you don't exist. I smiled thinly. And I think you will, I continued. Stay out of my way. It's not like you want any of my opponents to win instead. I'm the lesser evil. Besides, in case you hadn't noticed, there's wolves at the gates. I don't have the time or energy to spare on pointless pissing matches. The Thief stared at me in silence. I met her eyes without flinching. Assassin tried to recruit me. When I first came into my name, she suddenly said. I'm told he's a regular bundle of laughs, I replied. The conversation couldn't have lasted more than a quarter hour, Thief said. To this day, I shiver when I think of it. That thing was death made flesh. I wasn't sure where she was headed with this, so I kept my peace. And yet, the heroine said, I think you might just be the most dangerous villain I've ever met. You've never met Black, I said. It's not about power, Thief replied. You make it easy to want to follow you. Because you make sense, because you get results. I should try to kill you tonight, because if I don't you might just damage Calernia beyond repair. Will you? I asked. Silence reigned. Baroness Kindle is still alive, Thief said. She was wounded, but took refuge in the cathedral. The priests are hiding her. I nodded slowly, then rose to my feet. I'll need the treasury back in the vault before I leave, I said. Minus our tenth. Thief smiled bitterly, looking up at the ceiling. I made for the door, passing her by. Squire, she said. No, foundling now I suppose. If you ever become what you say you're fighting, then more dangerous people than you will be putting me down, I replied, and walked away. I got the last word, I thought, largely because she had nothing to reply to that. Lady Squire, Orm the Grim greeted me. He'd been sleeping until recently. I'd learned to tell the signs. With orcs, the voices got a little deeper, and they showed their teeth more often. The general was almost as tall as Hakram, who was unusually so for his kind, and his skin was of a yellow-green I'd only ever seen in goblins before. It was uncommon in the lesser steppes, I knew. Almost all my legionaries from there were of a green, so dark it looked like black. Of the man himself, I knew little. When it had become clear he'd remain one of the important people of lore for the foreseeable future, I'd asked my own orcs about him, but gotten only vague outlines. Juniper had told me he'd been chieftain of the Silent Men before Black recruited him halfway through the Civil War, one of larger clans in the lesser steppes. Nock had remembered he'd been known for his warring with the De'Wraith of the Wall, and all Hakram knew was that he'd once wiped out an entire smaller clan in a single night for having stolen some of his cattle. I wasn't surprised, considering the cognomen his legion had earned during the conquest. Exterminatus. The 5th had been under Marshal Grimm's command during his assault on the Wall, a campaign undertaken to make sure none of the De'Wraith would be with the army of Callow at the fields of Stregis. After taking one of the forts, Orm the Grim had put every soldier in it to the sword, as keeping any prisoners would have slowed his march. That had happened a long way from Lore, though. In the capital, his reputation was as a fair but distant commander who would not hesitate to resort to violence if pushed. His open enmity with the late Governor Mazes had won him some esteem, since the 5th's legionaries had made it a point to put the governor's men in their place whenever they could. I'd been raised to the sight of big armored orcs punching the teeth out of city guard who overstepped, and it had gone a long way in teaching me to see greenskins were not the enemy. A long time ago that. My ascension to the ruling council has not granted me any better insight into the man, since he'd withdrawn from any relation to it after ensuring the 5th would not have to obey any orders from its members. General Orm, I replied. The room in the barracks was almost bare, a sure sign the orc didn't use it regularly. In my experience, greenskins like to decorate with trophies from victories anywhere they stayed longer than a few weeks. The 5th's general staff was nowhere in sight. It seemed Orm had grasped that this wouldn't be that kind of meeting. Save for a table with a jug of some dark alcohol, almost empty by now, and 2 cups to accompany it, there was little of note here. I'd not been offered any of the drink, and had not asked. Orcs drank liquor hard enough to leave holes in whatever it touched. Something about their stomachs taking to alcohol differently, Hakram had told me. As it happened, said orc was seated at my side, across from the general. He polished off the rest of his cup and let out a pleased little sigh. Callowan drink just isn't the same, Adjutant said. They make passable wine in the north, the general replied amusedly. But nothing close to. Branahol. My eyes narrowed. I did not recognize the word. It was from an older dialect of Karsam, I thought, but aside from the part meaning fire, I didn't recognize the rest. As for the mention of the north of Callow, I almost grimaced. Wine to the north of Anku was actually a heavily concentrated version of brandy made by farmers and cattle herders out in the field. It was said that in a pinch it could be used instead of lamp oil. Deadhand tells me you're to handle order in the city, Orm suddenly said. Coming from a Presai, the way he'd been called by his nickname instead of his name would have been an insult. From an orc, though, the meaning was different. The clans didn't really have titles aside from chieftain. Even their rare mages did not get much distinction from the mass. Orcs who distinguished themselves in some way earned a nickname, and for someone not sharing a clan to use it was a mark of respect. Evidently, Adjutant had made some inroads here while I'd been busy in the city. I have the usurpers in my custody, I said. I'll be executing them publicly come morning and re-establishing a civilian government afterwards. We're under martial law, Orm graveled. We don't have the soldiers to waste to enforce that, I replied calmly. I need you with General Istrid as soon as possible. She knows the people here, General, Hakram said. If she says the peace will hold, it'll hold. The older orc conceded the point with a grunt. Where is the 15th headed, he asked. I've sent Juniper south, I said. She'll be gathering additional men as she goes. She should be marching to Vale, the orc bluntly stated, to put her soldiers under her mother's command. That won't be happening, I replied frankly. The forces will remain divided for the campaign. Ruling council's dead, Orm said, and it didn't have authority of the legions when it was still breathing. I am the squire, I coldly said. Her dread majesty is preoccupied with Wolof and Black is abroad. My orders are not to be gainsaid. The general's face went stony. Knightsbane's fought 2 wars and 100 skirmishes, he growled. So have I. What do you have under your belt? 3 half-baked battles. The soldiers should go to Vale. I could make this about power, I replied idly. We both know that using a sliver of power I could order you to drown yourself, and you would. But I don't need to. I have information you don't. The chain of command is clear. Do it. The orc was twice my size, scarred, bursting with muscle, and capable of popping a man's neck off his shoulders with his bare hand. And yet he knew better than to try to loom. Orem glanced at Hakram and saw only ice there. Adjutant had picked his side long ago. The general scoffed, but did not push any further. You'll have orders for General Istrid, he said, tacitly offering to carry them. Juniper is already in contact with her by scrying, I said. The Knightsbane will be marching on Holden as soon as your men arrive. The older orc frowned. We're pretty sure the Fae can portal from one stronghold to the other, he said. They can, I confirmed. We'll be splitting their forces with multiple assault, so you don't bear the brunt of it. And you think they'll just let General Juniper leisurely stroll south? He skeptically asked. They've raiding parties out. And the Diabolist has an army out in the field, I said. So far the Summer Court has refrained from hitting Lys. I've sent 2 named down there to remedy to that. Acua Sahelian will have to be dealt with after the Fae are repelled, and I don't want her forces fresh when it happens. Apprentice had been less than pleased at being partnered with Archer, but sending either one on their own would have been a disaster. My detachment will be stabilizing lore, then we'll move on, I continued. To Denier. I mean to free Marshal Ranker's legions if I can. Orem's dark eyes lingered on my skin, the visible reminder that I was at least half de-wraithed by blood. Keegan's not to be trusted, he said. She was never comfortable under the tower. The Fairfaxes allowed her to run things the way she liked without even tribute. I know what she wants, I said. That gives me leverage. And 20,000 men is nothing to sneer at, if they can be pointed in the right direction. Rely on them, and you'll get a knife in the back, he graveled. The correct word is use, not rely, I said. When can I expect you to move out? He mulled over it. 2 days, he said. Supplies are mostly ready, but I want them prepared for a hard march. I nodded. We should be gone by then, I said. Until we are, you can liaise with Adjutant if you need anything. I'll be busy pacifying the capital. He saluted, reluctantly, and I pushed back my chair. Hakram, I prompted. I'll be in touch, General, Adjutant said. We left together. I still had over a bell before dawn, by my reckoning, but I'd need to sleep at some point. And when I woke up, I'd have to make sure the largest city in Callow didn't start rioting the moment my legionaries left. Joy. Book 3, Chapter 21, Example. To conquer until all of creation is desert or province. That is the ideal of praise. Mock their failures if you must, but do not ever forget their victories. King Albert Fairfax of Callow, the thrice invaded. The sword tore through flesh and bone with a meaty sound, sending the guard's head rolling on the ground. A waste. Black would not have pursued him had he fled. Shaking the blood off his blade with a flick of the wrist, the green-eyed knight stepped deeper into the pirate queen's sanctum, feet burdened with grim purpose. Amateurs, Ranger said from his side. They didn't even have a proper watch. They thought they were safe, Black replied. They won't after tonight, Warlock added. If any of them survive, anyway. The chatter was unnecessary, but he'd long become used to Warlock's cheerfully morbid comments enough that it barely registered. Still, he traded a half-amused, half-exasperated glance with Ranger. They met another Corsair on their way to the throne room, but this one did not even get to open her mouth before Weeksa turned her upper body into ash. Dealing with the pirates was child's play after a year of back-alley dogfights with his rivals and the Order of the White Hand, not to mention the civil war that followed. Not a reason to get sloppy, but overestimating an enemy was just as dangerous as overestimating them. By the time they reached the doors to the Pirate Queen's own throne room, the sounds of the mess outside had started to drift up to their ears. Curses and screams of terrors tore through the night's quiet, the same reaction Captain always elicited when she dared to cut loose. Black pushed open the driftwood doors in front of him without breaking stride, ready to finally put an end to the night's slaughter. They sent the Black Knight and his death squad for little Olmi? Guess I should be flattered. The queen laughed as she rose from her throne and unsheathed her cutlass. So which of you feels like dancing with death, children? Ranger sighed and shot the queen in the leg, arrow knocked, and flying faster than you could take a breath. Is it me, or does that never get old? Warlock mused. They always get the funniest look on their faces when we won't play along. The pirate queen dropped to the floor with a hoarse cry of pain, clutching her leg. Black wasted no time closing the distance and kicked her cutlass out of her hands. You are correct, he said. I am the Black Knight. Do you have no honor? She started. No. Black replied, crouching to be of a height with her. Drop the knife, pirate, Ranger called out. Otherwise the next one goes through the eye. There was the clatter of metal on the ground, and the queen let go of the blade she'd pulled from under her tunic, grimacing. Fine, you lot are big and bad, she snarled. You made your point. Why am I still alive? Because you set half of Thalassina on fire a few months back, Black said. You going to parade me around a tear 'cause I've been a bad girl? The pirate asked with an ugly smile. And to think I'd heard you were dropping the old way bullshit. You misunderstand me, the Black Knight replied. It takes talent to execute an operation of that breadth. You should work on your recruitment pitch, love, Queen sneered. I'm feeling a mite uncooperative at the moment. Black's eyes hardened. Your prize ship has been sunk. Most of your lieutenants are dead. You are kneeling on the floor of your very seat of power, he murmured. Bringing you to this took me 4 people and a rowboat, pirate. You asked me what my point was. This is it. Do not make me repeat myself. Fuck it, and fuck you, the pirate queen smiled. I'm not flying an imperial flag, and I'm sure as hell's not going to take orders from the tower. Do your worst, boy. I've laughed in the face of harder men than you. Warlock's eyes became wreathed in fire, and the dark-skinned man stepped forward, but Black held up a hand to stop him. You call yourself the pirate queen, but I've noticed your crew sometimes refer to themselves as corsairs, the Black Knight said. You trying to bore me to death, knight? I'll give you points for originality. Unlike pirates, corsairs are known to sometimes operate under official sanction, Black said. Not as part of a nation's navy, but as auxiliaries of a sort. The pirate queen eyed him dubitatively. If we're not raiding praise, then who? By the end of the week, word will spread to the free cities that the pirate threat has been dealt with, Black smiled coldly. I expect merchant shipping to Thalassina to resume soon after. Well, look at the balls on you, the queen whistled. Won't they just bail again when I start boarding their boats? Not if you confine yourself to a handful of them per month, Black said. A risky business, certainly, but there will be enough who think the payoff worth it. The Dread Empire would, of course, collect a cut in exchange for the right to operate in its waters. So you want my ships on a leash, is that it? The pirate sneered. What if I say no? The green-eyed man laid the flat of his blade on his knees. That is your prerogative. There was a long moment of silence as the queen mulled over the offer. Sighing, she finally spat in the palm of her hand and offered it to the man in front of her. Black spat into his own without batting an eye, ignoring her puerile attempt to crush his fingers when they shook on it. He rose. A woman named Scribe will come tomorrow to work out the details of the arrangement. A pleasant evening to you, then, the knight said as he sheathed his sword. He made for the door, but before he could pass the threshold, the queen called out to him. Knight, she asked. If I'd said no, what would you have done? Used your head a prop when making the same offer to your second-in-command. Black replied, not even bothering to turn as he strode out of the pirate queen's throne room. There was no slow transition between sleep and wakefulness. I was one, then I the other. I rolled out of my sheets still tired and padded across the room to the window. Dawn had come and gone hours ago, by the looks of the sun. Grabbing a blanket from a seat, I wrapped myself in it, but found it did nothing to hinder the cold. It wasn't coming from outside, I supposed. Breathing out quietly, I stared at the gardens sprawling below and considered the named dream I'd just woken up from. It had been a while since I'd last had one of those. I'd known for years that Black had handled the pirates based in the Tideless Isles after the Empress ascended to the throne, but that there'd been a named involved was not common knowledge. Considering that the pirates had first come from a pre-Psi fleet smashed by the thalassocracy one at port, that they'd eventually be forced back into Imperial service was darkly amusing. The history lesson wasn't why I'd gotten the dream, of course. I had decisions ahead of me. Robber, by now, would have prisoners from the dark guilds. If there were any from the thieves, I'd have to release them, but that still left the smugglers and the assassins. Months ago, I'd thought to dismantle the Guild of Assassins. Even before Ratface had laid out the logistical difficulties of that, I'd had a little chat with the Empress on the subject. Pointless, she'd called the entire enterprise. I still disagreed with her. There was a difference between a handful of men and women who killed for coin spread all over Callow and an organized guild of them. The part she might have been correct about was that the amount of time and resources I'd have to sink into this far outweighed the gains to be made, namely, the absence of a goddamned gang of killers for hire in my homeland. The situation had changed since she and I had talked. Back then, all I'd had to worry about was Eris plotting in the south. Now I had other cats to skin than a guild that probably killed fewer people in my territory every year than roadside accidents. My name was urging me to make vassals of them. Pretty bluntly, too. I clenched my fingers and unclenched them. It wasn't a decision I was willing to make before looking one of them in the eyes. I turned away from the window. Breakfast, first, and then a show. Cadenza should have organized everything by now. It's not a pre-Psi invention, you know, Adjutant said. Huh, I said. That's surprising. They're the ones famous for it. The sun had melted any traces of frost our passage had made in Fairfax Place. Not that anyone would be able to see them anyway. The plaza was packed to the brim with the people of lore. Cadenza had to place criers at street corners to arrange as much, since just nailing parchments announcing the mandatory presence would have been largely pointless. The overwhelming majority of people in the capital couldn't read, and it was still one of the most educated places in Calais. Some of the Fairfaxes had encouraged scholarship, though never to the extent of funding academies like they did in some of the Proserpine principalities. I imagine that kind of expense would have been hard to justify when the legions could be marching on Summerhome at any time. It was impossible for a crowd this size, there must have been 20,000 people in the plaza alone, to be silent, but it was quiet. The appearance of my legionaries had been so sudden no one knew quite what to make of it. Mesons brought it with them over the sea, Cadenza told me. It was the punishment for rowdy slaves. The tall orc was standing beside me, so I could see the displeasure on his face as he spoke. Considering orcs had made for very popular slaves in the Meson Empire, I could take a guess as to why. So when Triumphant was using it, it had implications, I murmured. Adjutant refrained from adding, may she never return, though his hand twitched when he suppressed the reflex of bringing his knuckles to his forehead. I'm telling you this because the High Lords will think it's part of the message you're sending, the orc said. I nodded. The both of us watched Nox's men drag the usurpers to the tall wooden crosses Weed had placed in the middle of the plaza. Satong looked numb, but Murad was struggling against the pair of Calawan legionaries forcing him to move. One of them lost patience and cracked a gauntlet hand across his mouth, drawing blood. The two Presi were hoisted up the cross, and then an orc brought out the iron spikes and the hammer. Satong's hoarse scream filled the plaza as the legionary nailed her first wrist down. You are rowdy slaves to me, I muttered. Well, that ought to get their attention. They'll be pushing to censure you through the imperial court, Cadenza said. The court I have to worry about isn't in a tear, I replied. Another gut-wrenching scream echoed as the work on Murad began. Breaking entirely with the tower would have consequences, Adjutant said. Ones we are ill-equipped to handle. I'll be calling myself a vice-queen, no a queen, I said. There's an implication there I still answer to her dread majesty. You're claiming a territory as large as Praise is under your direct command, Cadenza pointed out. You'd be more an ally than a vassal. She'll get tribute and soldiers, I said. She struck the same deal with Daoin. You're not this thick, the orc graveled. Don't pretend. Cala wasn't Daoin, of course. Its fields fed the wasteland, and its population was near the size of Praise. There was a difference in the balance of power. Militia could not allow me to just declare the de facto independence for a territory this large. It would be a major loss of face, influence, and wealth for her. She would likely have to deal with internal rebellions if she was somehow convinced of the notion. I'm done letting High Lords having a say here, Cadenza, I said. Please. Murad screamed, but the legionaries forced his legs together and drove a spike through the flesh and bone. Then find concessions to make, Adjutant replied. We'll have around twice our number in legionaries on the field by the end of this. Fighting them would not end well, and the Empress, well, give the order if you leave her no other choice. I conceded the point with a sullen grunt. Killian hadn't been wrong on one thing. I had tired of compromise. The last spike tore through Satong's motherless ankles, and the legionaries wiped the blood off their armor with calm professionalism before moving away. The two wastelanders hung from their crosses limply. Time for my part, then. The ruling council is officially dissolved. I spoke, weaving a thread of power into my voice so it would carry for blocks. As of this moment, I take command of Calais until martial law is lifted. A governor-general will be appointed shortly to oversee lore. I paused to let that sink in. You may disperse, I finished. I allowed my eyes to scan the crowd. This was, in essence, the pivot of my presence in the capital. If a riot ensued, everything was going to go to shit. I'd need to leave behind a garrison, and it was all down here from there. The scene with the two usurpers had been as much to sate them with blood as to offer a reminder. Rebels died ugly deaths. Silence, the kind you only got in a church, reigned supreme. Then the first man knelt. From there it was like an avalanche. Within heartbeats, there was not a man, woman, or child standing in Fairfax Place. I breathed out slowly, then composed myself. Take me where Robber keeps them. I ordered Hackram, and we left without a word. Going back dockside was oddly nostalgic. I'd earned coin for blood here, back in the day. Would that the trades I made were still so innocent. The warehouse belonged to the Fishermen's Guild, though they were more a loose association than one of the true powers claiming that same name. It smelled of salt and dry fish. The reason why becoming obvious when the two of us entered. Rows of bluegills and wide-mouthed bases were hanging from the ceiling. I vaguely knew the salting was done different in other parts of Callow, but lore was known for its particular take on the process. South Polians insisted their way of doing it was better, but they were just as wrong about that as they were about everything else. That was the lightest thought I allowed myself before painting blankness over my face. Weakness had no place here. There'd been legionaries standing guard around the warehouse, and what looked like at least half Robber's cohort was spread inside. Crossbows out, they kept an eye on the 24 Callowans who'd been dragged out of their beds last night and brought here without an explanation any more elaborate than a kick in the back if they weren't moving fast enough. None of them were tied, I saw, save for a single pair. A man and woman who looked and smelled like tanners, but had an entire tent of goblins keeping an eye on them at all times. Robber strutted up to me, a bit of blood on his lower lip, and massacred yet another salute. "I've got a treat for you, boss," the special tribune announced. "It better not be a corpse," I said. It was always a goddamned corpse with him. He was like the world's most murderous cat, only it was worse because he was supposed to have a conscience. Or whatever the goblin equivalent of that was. Probably more knives. "I would never," the yellow-eyed wretch said, deeply offended. "I'm a tender, gentle soul. I'm just misunderstood. I saw you eat a man's finger once," I said. "Well, he was dead," Robber shrugged. "Wasn't like he was going to be using it." He made sure to pitch his voice high enough to our guests would be able to hear him. I used to wonder whether he did things like for entertainment or for interrogation tactics before I'd realized there was no real difference between the two for him. "So what have you got for me?" I asked. Engaging him would only keep sending this conversation spiraling further into madness and mind games. "Smuggler's Guild," he said. "All except my present. Those 2 tanners with enough steel and poison on them to kill a small village." I raised an eyebrow. "How'd you find them?" I asked. "Ratface had them marked as potential members in his briefings," the goblin said. "We only had to kick the door and run in screaming to check if they actually were." I resisted the urge to rub the bridge of my nose. "Results, Catherine," I reminded myself. "He still got results. Anybody high-ranked?" I said. "Top 2 smugglers in the city," he said cheerfully. "Was going to torture that out of them, but they kept telling me. They seemed to think it would make us release them." "Black tolerated their activities," I said. "They're not used to Legion attention. To my teacher it had been more valuable to keep an eye on what was being brought into Callow illegally than to curtail their activities. Knowing him, he'd probably considered their dodging fees and tariffs like a payment of sorts. Though we're sloppy," Robber grinned viciously. "If that's the best criminals your people have to offer, it's no wonder you turn to praise to get things done. We've a hole in the budget," I warned him. "Don't think I won't sell your hide in Mercantis for a few coppers." "Please," he cackled. "I'm the official footrest of the Queen of Callow. I'm worth at least a couple silvers." I managed not to grimace at that, but it was a close thing. Not the footrest thing. That was an old joke between us. But this queen business. That was a warning from him, that the rank and file of the 15th expected for me to have a crown by the time we'd cleaned up the mess. Balancing the next few months was going to be like walking a tightrope. I allowed him to waddle away like he'd won. Little victories, like that, usually kept him happy for a day or two, and when he was in a good mood he got into much less trouble. "The assassins are watching you," Hackram said quietly. I knew better than to look. "Let's talk to our guests, then," I grunted. I gestured for the goblin cohort to get the prisoners moving, seating them on a row of wooden crated. A few of them recognized me, apparently, because the moment I got closer they spoke up. "Lady Foundling," a man in his 50s called out. "I must really protest. This is entirely unnecessary. We could have met at our offices dash." I glanced at the lieutenant standing behind him. She grinned, then smashed the copper bottom of her crossbow into the back of his head. "Let's make one thing perfectly clear," I said. "This is not a courtesy visit. If you want to walk out of this room alive, I would discard the notion that you are in any way protected by the deal you made with Black." I turned cold eyes on the crowd, saw a few shiver. "I am not him," I said. "I have different expectations of you." Sharp laughter came from further down the line. It was a woman, in her 20s with a missing eye. Looked like she'd been in a few scraps. Posturing, she said, "You don't have the balls to go against the Carrion Lord. We all know who you answer to." I studied her for a moment. Choke on your tongue. I spoke. Her eye went wide. She tried to breathe, but couldn't, hand desperately clawing at her throat. You could have heard a pin drop in the warehouse by the time she fell blue-faced to the ground. I trust, I said, that there will be no more of that. Several of the smugglers had pissed themselves. I wrinkled my nose in distaste. Robert was right, they'd gotten soft. Under Imperial protection. Calo is at war, I said. You have been called upon to serve. The man from earlier, he must have been the local head, nodded in abject submission. His hands were shaking. Anything you need, Lady Foundling, he babbled. You'll be sending representatives to the 15th, I said. They are to put themselves at Supply Tribune Ratface's disposal and obey his every order. And while you do that, gather rations for an army on the march. You'll be keeping my army supplied through the Wasilidi on its way south. I've no patience for parasites while the country is under siege. That should allow Juniper to maneuver the way she needed to. Marchford just didn't have the supplies for an extended campaign. And with both the war in Wolof and General Istrid gathering legions near Vale, there would be no time to requisition what we needed. I turned to the two assassins, who'd been watching all of this in silence. They were not scared, I saw. They weren't from a breed as easily unnerved as the smugglers. Neither of us has the authority to grant any demands you could make, the man among them said. Not even the head of our guild in lore would. The woman added, then shrugged. Kill us, if you must. It makes no difference. You can carry a message, I said. That will do. And you think the guildmaster will listen? The man said, cocking his head to the side. We have watched your men try to find us, the woman told me. Prune branches if you can. The tree will survive. I'd asked Ratface, a few months ago, to find me the assassins, so I'd be able to wipe them out in one go. The anger that had driven me back then, the righteous indignation at the concept of a band of killers being allowed to run amok Calo without consequence, was not as sharp as it used to be. I had no spite left to spare for mortals, not when I was set against forces who thought of ripping out my heart as a mere warning. I won't kill you, I replied softly. Oh no, I'll drag you back to Marchford, and then I'll let Apprentice rip out the information I need from your minds. The woman's body stiffened ever so slightly. You'll most likely survive that, I casually continued. Though not unscathed. What's left of you? I will trade to the Winter Court for a favor. They do enjoy their little games, the Fae. I felt the room cool around me. I doubt. You. Well, though, I said. Winter tends to play rough. Striking at us would take men you need elsewhere, the woman said. The male assassin's eyes flicked towards her, then he sighed. A message can be carried, he conceded. Tell your guild master that he's on notice, I said coldly. His actions over the next few months are what will determine whether I go through your ranks with fire and sword and all the things that are worse. I've refrained from using. The woman nodded slowly. And the terms? She asked. You take a contract in Calo, it goes by my desk, I said. There's so much as a shoemaker that dies without my approval, and I rip you out root and stem. You don't need to worry about running out of work, though. I smiled thinly. I have a list, I said. It will grow longer before all is said and done. The man considered this for a moment. And should the guild master accede to your request, will you handle the matters directly? I'll be the one handling you, Adjutant said from my side. Won't be hard to find. There's not a lot of works with one of those. He brought up his bone hand, displaying the fingers. It made the assassins visibly uncomfortable, hardened as they were. They were, after all, still Caloan. Necromancy was the enemy's tool, and one of its most unpleasant ones. You're dismissed, I said, gesturing for the goblins to untie the assassins. It wasn't enough to worry about this war. I had to worry about the one after that, and when the High Lords knocked at one gate and Procker snuck through the other, there would be a need for ill-gained goods and dead men. All it cost me to get them was a principle. I was fast running out of those. Book 3, Chapter 22, Govern. We do not forget. Official motto of the House of Iarsmai. I hadn't set foot in a House of Light since becoming the squire, though to be fair my attendance at the daily sermons had always been shaky. This wasn't just any house, though. It was the Alban Cathedral, the beating heart of the faith in Calo. There were hundreds of brothers and sisters here at all times, and preoccupation had done nothing to change it. The priests, after all, had not taken part directly in the fighting for the capital during the conquest. They'd healed any who went through their doors, but none had taken the field. The House of Light did not concern themselves with who ruled the land, only the souls of the people who lived on it. Or so they liked to say. Some priests were more politically inclined than others. A few of the sermons had been very harsh on the subject of evil and its servants, though they'd always refrained from outright preaching rebellion. That was the line Black had drawn when conceding freedom of worship in the conquered kingdom. The main hall was filled with beds when I entered, though thankfully most of them were empty. With the end of the riots, the influx of wounded had ceased as well. I left the Gallowborn outside, and for once Tribune Ferrier did not protest. The idea of being at risk here was as absurd for him as it was to me. White-robed priests stirred when I strode in, with an older woman coming forward. She did not have any marks distinguishing her from the others. The brothers and sisters had no ranks, and seniority did not always mean authority, but the simple fact that she was the one headed for me said it all. She had Dearwraith blood, I noted. Too pale to have both parents from the duchy, though. The sister bowed. Sermons have been suspended for a Sunnight, my lady, she said. It's a good thing I'm not here for one, I replied. Take me to the Baroness. She smiled with feigned confusion and began to answer, but I cut her off with a sharp gesture. I'm Catherine Foundling, I said. I am aware, Lady Squire, she said. Then you should know deceiving an imperial dignitary while the city is under martial law qualifies as treason, I said. Don't make that mistake. It would get ugly for both us, and I'm not here to hurt her. The cathedral offers refuge to all, she insisted. Look outside, sister, I said tiredly. There are no refuges left. Don't make me ask twice. She looked like she'd bitten into a lemon, but didn't protest again. There were catacombs under the cathedral, every child knew, but people not sworn to the House of Light were not allowed to set foot in them. Most of the Fairfax dynasty was buried there, save for the few whose heads were in the Hall of Screams. I hadn't known for sure there were rooms other than the graveyard carved out in the foundations, but it was easy enough to suspect. They had to keep the food somewhere, not to mention the more contagious patients. Baroness Kindle was in one of the rooms that served the latter purpose, if I had to guess. I could feel power coming from the walls that made me uncomfortable, had the beast raising its hackles underneath my skin. The whole cathedral was full of it, but it was particularly pure down here. I wasn't surprised, considering I could be more than 20 feet away from consecrated grounds. The sister knocked at the door and the Baroness herself opened it, her arm in a sling. Lady Catherine, she said, blinking in surprise. I looked at the priestess. You may go, I said, and it wasn't a suggestion. She didn't enjoy that, but I didn't particularly care. I turned to and Kindle, taking in the sight of her. She was still pale, and not in the pretty way she usually was. It was the pale of someone who'd bled too much, not the ivory of good breeding. May I come in? I asked. By all means, she replied, moving out of the way. The room wasn't much to look at. A cot and a small table covered with fresh linens. A water basin in the corner, and an open book on the bed. Something religious, by the looks of it. The Baroness closed the door behind me. I'd invite you to sit down, the Baroness said. But I seem to be short on furniture. I don't intend to stay long, I half smiled. You should sit, though. You still look like you're recovering. The assassin's punctured by lung and cut into my spine, she admitted. Even the touch of the heavens has been slow and working. Gods. I hadn't thought her wounds had been that bad. No wonder people thought she was dead. And I'd probably let the people who'd done it go not a belly go. The taste of self-disgust was thick on my tongue. I was aware of the risks when I accepted your offer. Kindle reassured me, misinterpreting the look on my face. Preci play for keeps. Don't they just? I muttered. So did I these days. I had a fresh batch of corpses in the city to prove it. I'd heard the 15th had arrived, but I hardly believed it. The Baroness, smoothing a silver curl back as she sat on the bed. They'd have had to leave months ago. We went through Arcadia, I said. She stared at me like I'd just grown another head. That's possible, she said. If you're a Duchess of Winter, I replied. She looked genuinely unsure what to say at that. I forgot, now and then, that the kind of eldritch places I went and the many different creatures that tried to kill me in them were just legends to most people. Stories they never expected to see take flesh. I'd lost those kind of certainties. If it could be real, it was, and it was probably after my head for some godforsaken reason. Will you be using that as your title? She finally asked, which she probably felt was relatively safe grounds. I'm leaving that up in the air until I've had a chat with her dread majesty, I said. I don't suppose the priests carried word of what happened today. She shook her head. They say isolation from the worries of creation will allow me to heal quicker, she said. Ruling councils dissolved, I said. I stormed the palace last night and had Murad and Sadong publicly crucified just before noon bell. God save us all, she whispered, closing her eyes. It is ill-bred of me to say as much, but they deserve to die. Not this painfully, but they did. My legionaries will put them out of the misery after sundown. I shrugged. point will have been made by then. That was as much pity as I was willing to expend for those two. I only had so much to spare, and there were many souls more deserving of it. If I may ask, who rules Callow then? Kindle asked, eyes fluttering open. I do, I said. But I'm going off to war for gods know how long. Congratulations, Baroness Kindle. You've just been appointed Governess General of Callow. She eyed me carefully. There is no such thing, she said. And if there was, the Empress would frown upon it. The Empress will have to cope, I said. And I'll have to give her something for it, I'm sure. No doubt she'll have her price ready when we speak. I suppose I should thank you for the privilege, she finally said. Don't thank me, I said. I want you to turn this country into something functional while I go off to kill the people burning it down. I'll leave you my seal. That gives you authority over everyone in Callow who's not in the legions. The city must be in shambles, the Baroness sighed. Heal quickly and kindle, I said. Your home needs you, and so do I. In the end, it took 2 more days before lore was settled. The appointment of the Governess General was met with enthusiasm by the city. She was well known there and better liked, and quiet distaste by the legionaries of the Fifth. None of them had forgotten that she'd once been the Baroness Dormer and one of the foremost nobles of the Lease Rebellion. That she had been made the highest-ranking person in Callow after myself was a bitter pill to swallow. They'd just have to deal with it. I didn't have anyone else remotely as competent and trustworthy at my disposal. That made for one fire mostly put out, so on to the next, the Dia Wraith. I'd used the Fifth's mages to scry Marshal Ranker and inform her I would be headed for Denier immediately, though I couldn't give her a clear date of arrival. It was a good thing I didn't even try an estimate, because this time traveling was difficult. What I took my soldiers through did not look like winter, or summer, for that matter. Unless I was mistaken, we'd marched through the borderlands between both. It had been deserted on winter's side, but on the last few days of the journey, we'd begun so see larger and larger patrols from summer gathering in the distance. It took us a week, in the end, still shorter than it would have taken us through creation, but inexplicably longer than it took us to get to lore from Mockfort. There did not seem to be any rhyme or reason to the time spent in Arcadia, and my control on it was erratic. I'd barely needed to do anything the first way through, but on this one, not getting stuck for months had been a constant struggle. I did not believe our third way through would go uncontested. The gate opened a full day south of Denier, since I'd never been in the city itself. I allowed my legionaries a bell to recover on these less treacherous grounds before beginning the march anew. My 2,500 men came in sight of the city's walls on the evening of the following day, though the Marshal's scouts found us long before that. I didn't bother to meet them in person. Nox served as a go-between while I spoke with Hackram. When it came to Legion gossip, Adjutant was without equals. So, I said as Zombie trotted at his side. 4th Legion. The tall orc shot me an amused look. Cognomen. Blackhands, he said. I already knew that part, I complained. Everybody knows that. They don't usually know where it's from, Hackram graveled. Ranker was the matron of the Hungry Dog tribe, before she took up with Lord Black. She took all goblins of age with her into war and sent the children to 6 other tribes. I whistled, reluctantly impressed. That's a hell of a bet to make, I said. He was still an up-and-comer back then, and the Empress a relative unknown. Still doesn't tell me where that cognomen is from. Hungry Dog tribe had a ritual. When time came to choose their matron, Adjutant said. All the candidates put their hand in a brazier. The one who kept it the longest got to rule. High pain tolerance doesn't mean good leadership, I grunted. It's about who was willing to suffer the most to get it, the orc said. I can respect that. Ranker kept her hand in there for half a day, long after everybody else had abandoned. Her left hand's a blackened ruin, and she's refused any healing ever since. And they named an entire legion after that. I frowned. Officers in the 4th kept the tradition, Hackram said. Even those not goblins. Most of them take healing afterwards, but everybody has to be willing to burn for power. That feels like it should be against regulations, I said, then glanced at him. Is it? The thing with being named was that rules only applied to you if you allowed them to. For example, my relationship with Killian was technically breaking a rule about fraternization. She was under me in the chain of command. I'd learned the most important of the regs, but some of the smaller ones I'd, only skimmed. In my defense, there were a lot. It's skirting the line about voluntary injuries, the orc replied. That can qualify as desertion, if you're not careful. But the Marshal's been with the Carrion Lord since the beginning. Those that were get to run their legion however they want. A woman used to getting her own way, then, and one of the 3 highest-ranked military officers in the Empire to boot. I narrowed my eyes. thinking back to an old name dream of mine. She'd been with Grim One-Eye and Istrid during the Civil War. That had been, 30 years ago? And she'd already been a matron candidate before that. I wasn't clear how old you had to be for that, but at least 10 years old felt like a safe bet. Considering it was rare for a goblin to make it past 35, that Rancor was at least 40 was notable. How old is she? I asked. Near 60, Hakram said. And no, nobody knows how she made it that old. Most common guess is that Lord Black had rituals done to extend her lifespan. He doesn't like using blood magic. I frowned, as there was no real question about what kind of a ritual could be used for such a purpose. He would have needed a very good reason. She's the most powerful goblin in the Empire, bar none, Adjutant said. And she's a vocal advocate for the tribes being involved with the legions. Pickler says a lot of the matrons were in favor of going isolationist after the Civil War. I raised an eyebrow. They made a lot of gains when militia won the throne, I pointed out. Breeding restrictions were lifted, and they pretty much run the Imperial forges. That part hadn't been taught in the histories back at the orphanage, but it had been in the pile of books Black had dropped into my lap when I first became the squire. It'd taken me a few years to understand that those were meant in part to be a primer to Imperial politics. By learning how all the major players had gotten where they were, I could get a read on what they wanted. Before the Civil War, the High Lords of Feramen had owned all the forges in the city, though they'd used goblins as labor. Militia had given ownership to the tribes and only allowed High Lady Banu to take a cut from the proceeds. A significant one, but it had been a sizable blow to her power base. I'd not been surprised to learn that she was part of the True Bloods. They've always had a bend that way, Hakram shrugged. And no one gets involved with the tower for long without getting burned. I can understand wanting to take their win and go home. I hummed. So she's a key player then, I said. If she goes, the matrons she'd keeping in check get bolder. She's not someone you can bully, Cat, he warned. She's run Denier for 20 years, and the fourth is rabidly loyal. Get on her bad side, and even our goblins will get restless. She's to the tribes what One-Eye is to the clans. The looming figure of an era, he meant. Even Juniper got starstruck when she spoke about Marshal Graham, and she was not a girl who impressed easy. I allowed the conversation to ebb as I considered what was ahead of us. Duchess Keegan, who'd raised her army of 20,000, was only half the problem I had to deal with. I knew what the Dear wanted, and our shared enemy was common ground enough. I was more or less confident I could point her in the right direction. The question was whether I could make Marshal Rancor buy into the notion. Marshals weren't just the imperial officers with the authority to command several legions. They had a broader responsibility put on them. One-Eye was charged with securing the border with the Principate, Marshal Nim with keeping peace in the wasteland. Rancor was meant to keep the Duchy of Daoin in check, positioned near the best crossing of the Silver Lakes tributary to slow the Dear down if they rebelled. I had, theoretically, the authority to give her orders. But her responsibility to keep an eye on Daoin came straight from the tower, and that meant gave Rancor a lot of leeway. Militia's orders came before anyone else's, no matter the circumstances. I remained silent all the way to the city, but no solution presented itself. Denier was a sleepy little city, about the size of Summerhome, but nowhere as heavily fortified. It had rarely ever seen fighting. Whenever the Empire had bypassed Summerhome and crossed the Weert, they tended to go straight from Lore. The city had been stormed during the conquest, but it had surrendered after a token resistance. It was in no way capable of resisting the likes of what precise sappers could unleash. Its only real military importance came from the fact that it stood near the easiest crossing into Daoin. Higher up the river, the harsh currents made navigation tricky and the making of a pontoon bridge nigh impossible. The waters west of the city were almost lazy in comparison and full of large mud banks. There was no bridge into the duchy, of course. That no such thing would be built without the sanction of the Dukes and Duchess of Daoin had been one of the conditions written into the treaty that saw Daoin folded into Callow after the First Crusade. No Fairfax had ever dared to go back on that word, even when the Northerners flouted the authority of the throne. The greatest general in Callowan history, Elizabeth Albin, had famously attempted to invade the then kingdom of Daoin. By the Queen of Blades had already proven her ability by occupying 3 principalities of what was not yet the Principate, crushing a Lycian rebellion and turning back a Presi invasion. The expectation had been that, within a few months, the Dear would be made subjects of Callow. Instead, she'd had to slog through the countryside for 2 long years, losing thousands to ambushes and night attacks while her supply trains disappeared. Historians usually noted that given another year, She might have won anyway by forcing a decisive battle at the capital of Daoin, but the invasion had collapsed when the Prisai had crossed the border again under Dread Empress Regalia. After the Wastelanders were defeated and the Empress killed as her flying fortress crashed into Lore, the Queen of Blades had begun planning a second invasion. So the Watch had murdered her in her bed, in her own seat of power. No ruler of Callow had ever forgotten that pointed warning. Had half the population of Daoin not been wiped out by Dread Empress Triumphant when she took the continent, the duchy might very well be a sovereign nation to this day. A combination of worries about Prisai resurgence even after Triumphant died and Eleanor Fairfax's deft diplomacy, helped along by her famous friendship with the Queen of Daoin, had seen the kingdom made a duchy. Though one so removed from the authority of the throne, it was effectively a vassal state instead of truly a part of Callow. That state of affairs had been maintained after the conquest, with regular tributes and fixed wartime obligations being signed over to the Tower by treaty. My short-lived ruling council had changed nothing in that regard. Duchess Keegan's envoy had flatly refused any notion that they were subject to its authority, and I'd recognized that as a fight I couldn't win. And wasn't even sure I wanted to be honest. Daoin had always gotten on just fine on its own. Don't fix it if it ain't broke. The gates were open for us when my soldiers finally made it to Denier, ranks of legionaries atop the walls watching us. I rode in at a brisk pace, and only reined in my horse when a tagreb with the markings of staff tribune headed in my direction with 2 lines for escort. I quietly ordered the Gallowborn to allow them passage, though Farrier saw to it they immediately surrounded the legionaries of the 4th when they got loose. Lady Squire, the olive-skinned man greeted me, sharply saluting. Staff tribune, I replied. You look like a man carrying a message. Marshal Ranker asked that you attend to her immediately, ma'am, he said. I cocked my head to the side. My men are not yet settled, I said. I would handle this myself, my lady, he said. The marshal would like you to that within a bell. Duchess Keegan will be crossing the river with a party to treat with us. If you're to be part of the conference, you will need to be briefed. I smiled at the tagreb, cursing viciously inside. Well, there went my plan to work on Ranker for a day or two before talking with the Dia Wraith. One of these days, I was going to force fate into a physical manifestation, and then I was going to stab it. Book 3, Chapter 23, Reassessment. From small slights, long prices. Dia Wraith proverb. For all that the marshal's envoy had impressed upon me the urgency of the situation, I found myself waiting. The balustrade overlooked an inside courtyard, and from my perch I watched the soldiers milling below. I'd left a line of the Gallowborn down there along with Robber and a line from his cohort. My personal retinue wouldn't be mingling with the goblins, but the special tribune and his men were not so distant. They were, perhaps, a little, too, friendly. I winced when Robber rolled all over the paving stones, clawing at another goblin's eyes and cackling loudly. Their sharp nails drew blood on each other. But aside from my own visibly horrified Callowans, none of the legionaries seemed anything but amused. The other greenskin was larger, likely from a matron lineage. Then, since those were supposed to be bigger and smarter than other goblins, but my own bastard was younger and more vicious. It ended with him sitting atop his opponent, licking the blood off his fingers to the cheers of all the goblins in the courtyard. The door my back was turned to open silently, but my senses had gotten even sharper since Arcadia. I could feel the air moving, almost, and the soft creep of leather boots headed for me. The only other person in the room came to stand by my side at the balustrade, deftly climbing atop a stone seat so they'd be able to lean their elbows against the edge like I did. I didn't show surprise or even bother to turn around. I already knew who it was, and years of dealing with Robber had taught me the dangers of allowing a goblin to set the beat of a conversation. Tribe, a soft voice asked. Rockbreaker, I replied. Marshal Ranker chuckled, the sound a dry rasp. I can see why a barren old bitch like Weaver would get rid of him, she said. Only then did I glance at the small, wrinkled old woman that was one of the 3 most important commanders in the Legions of Terror. Marshal Ranker's skin looked like leather left out too long in the sun, all cracked and dry and a brown-green that was unpleasant to look at. Her face was a curtain of heavy wrinkles leading to thin brown lips and a pointed chin. Her eyes, though, had me wary, deep-set and dark, with small threads of red in the sclera. This one was ancient, by the standards of her people, and old goblins were either dead or exceedingly dangerous. The infamous blackened hand her legion was named for was curled and unmoving, looking crippled for good, but I knew better than to take anything shown by this woman as face value. Her loss, I said. His record speaks for itself. The goblin clicked her tongue. That boy learned his lessons too well, she said. We tell them they're supposed to be fearless, but that's a lie. They're still supposed to be afraid of us, of the matrons. I didn't know much about the tribes, not that anybody did, but what little I'd learned from Robber and Pickler had not endeared their ruling class to me. It had always been absurd to me to wrest authority out of the hands of the capable because of some arbitrary objection to those capable individuals having bollocks. If there was one aspect of Black's philosophy I had wholeheartedly embraces, it was that power belonged in the hands of the competent. Wasting talent out of petty bias was to lessen all those involved. Fear's never enough, I said. Not on its own. Empires have been built on less. The marshal snorted. Not this one, I said. There was a pause. And yet you crucified them, Ranker said. They crossed me, I replied. Some fear was required. I got a bark of harsh laughter for that. Marshal Ranker, of the Hungry Dog tribe. She finally introduced herself. Catherine Foundling, I said. Duchess of Moonless Nights. I'm aware, the goblin lightly replied. As I'm sure you are that you've had crossbows pointed at you since you first stepped into Denier. I smiled wryly. You're not going to mention the fact that this entire room is rigged with demolition charges? I asked. Smell was a sense as well, and I'd learned to recognize the sharp tang of goblin munitions. Much like you weren't going to mention you sent your adjutant to poke around the city, she replied. He's not a spymaster, I shrugged. Just a friendly orc who likes to share a drink. The dangerous ones always smile, the marshal said. I snorted. I've been advised you're not someone to trifle with, I told her. I considered trapping your little crew in an avenue and setting the whole thing aflame with green, Ranker casually said. Your tiff with the Empress has poor timing, but that would trigger another uprising, and that'd be even more trouble than you. The sheer nonchalance she'd just admitted that with was chilling, but I was no stranger to cold these days. All I'm doing is hacking off the dead wood, I said, and there's a great deal of that. You've been around long enough for dash. Save me the speech, Duchess, the goblin interrupted cuttingly. I'm not one of your lapdogs, and whatever hopes you're peddling I don't care for. I'm a fucking marshal of the Dread Empire, kid. I know where my loyalties lie. If it comes to it, I'll kill you if only to spare Amadeus the pain of doing the deed himself. The way things used to be done in Callow won't work anymore, I said. You have to be aware of that. The marshal hacked out a laugh. And whose fault is that? I read Sacker's report on Summerhome. The lease rebellion is as good as you're doing. You set up that highborn shit in the south who's giving us trouble now, too. And to add insult to fucking injury, you're taking advantage of an invasion to make a power grab, she said. As far as I'm concerned, the only difference between you and those poor bastards you nailed to crosses is that you have a bigger stick and catchier battle cry. I actually have a purpose, unlike those poor bastards, I replied coldly. And I'll see it through no matter how much wailing comes from the gallery. I've been threatened by scarier named than you, Duchess, Ranker said. And I'll say this for the Chancellor. He wasn't dumb enough to do it in my own territory. You've risen quickly, and we all know how that story goes. The fall comes as quickly, and twice as hard. Take care not to drop your carcass on anything I care about. I sighed. Are we just going to stand around trading veiled threats all day? I said. I was under the impression Duchess Keegan was headed our way. There is no us, the marshal said. You're one conversation gone south away from rebellion, and you have some sort of plan for the Deer Wraith. Out with it. If it has to come to steel, let's get it out of the way. You wouldn't leave this room alive if it did, I said flatly. Ranker eyed me with those dark, deep-set eyes. No, she agreed. But neither would you. I'd seen that look in the faces of people before. Williams, when he'd decided to call contrition onto Lise. Aquas, when she'd told me she would collapse the dimension where we're in if I refused to negotiate. Ranker wasn't named. She lacked the feelings of power and weight both, but she did have that kind of resolution to her. She would, if she found my intentions unacceptable, rather bring down this entire place on our heads than allow me to go through with them. I'd never had that goblin razor-sharp fearlessness turned on me before, and it wasn't a pleasant feeling. Could I kill her before she even spoke an order? I had no doubt. I shouldn't, though. There was nothing to gain from it, and it worried me the urge was there. Killian's soft accusation that I hated to compromise came back to my ears, along with the bundle of things I still felt about that conversation I'd set aside rather than deal with. Had I become too used to getting my way? Or maybe it was subtler than that. I'd won often enough that the idea of losing even in a small way had me reaching for violence. Because Ranker would be beating me by coercing me into revealing my hand like this. That was a fact. The surrender of control rankled. I'd stayed in this room even after smelling the munitions because I believed that whatever measures she had taken, they wouldn't be able to kill me. I'd done that even after being told by the person I trusted most in the world that I was dealing with a real threat. Stupid. More than that, I'd been arrogant. Rancor had survived the death of more powerful villains than me. This isn't a mistake I would have made a year ago. I would have liked to blame this on my name, on whatever the Winter King had done to me, but that felt like a cheap excuse. I'd gotten so used to reaping the lives of non-named like wheat, I'd stopped seeing them as truly dangerous. And that was the kind of conceit that got people killed. I wasn't in a small pond anymore. I'd reached the sea, and the things that lurked in it would gobble me up if I didn't start stepping more carefully. I breathed out. Decide on your objective. I told myself, returning to Black's old mantra. Decide what lines you're willing to cross to get to it. If I retreated here, all I lost was pride. Perhaps I could use a little less of that. I want to take Keegan's army through Arcadia, I said, and use it on my enemies. The Fae first, then Diabolist. And why would she agree to that? The Marshal asked. Because I know what she wants, I said, and I can help her get it before it's too late. The wrinkled goblin looked down at the legionaries in the courtyard. We can deal, she finally said. We met the Diarrave at nightfall. Only 10 of them came across the fishing boat, but they did not need to be any more. 9 of those wore the brown-gray cloaks of the Watch, longbows strapped on their backs and longswords at their hips. I'd never fought a full-fledged member of the Order once charged with manning the wall protecting Daoin from orc incursions, but I knew better than to underestimate them. Even the half-baked observer they'd sent to the lone swordsman's side had managed to put an arrow in my back barely an inch away from my spine. I still had the scar, a pink puckered star on the tan skin of my back. The 10th, then, must have been Duchess Keegan Iarsmy. The woman was short, though still taller than me, and learn, with always moving brown eyes and the stride of someone used to others following behind. She wore no highborn clothes, only hardened leather armor with the crest of her house on the chest. The Duchess had foregone a helmet, allowing her long dark curls to stream down her back. She was not ugly, but neither was she pretty. Her features were hawkish and her middle-aged bearing carved of sternness. Our side of the negotiations was less uniform in nature. Marshal Rancor had taken a 10th of hardened Sonic and Tagreb regulars with her, while I'd picked a 10th from the Gallowborn. Calawans, mostly, but also 2 orcs. They were 10 steps behind myself and the sole goblin on the scene, and the looming silhouettes of the Watch stayed at the same distance when the Duchess advanced. She glanced at Rancor with open dislike, then frowned at the sight of me. Evening, I said. I'm Dash. Lady Catherine Foundling. Keegan cut through. We have paintings of you. Marshal, I was not made aware there would be a name tonight. A last-moment adjustment, Rancor replied. But not unfitting. She does have to authority to treat with you. The Duchess turned her eyes to me. Daoin is not subject to the ruling council, she said bluntly. Nor will it ever be. Our tributary arrangements with the Tower need no broker. Not what I'm here for, I said. I hear you have an army assembled on the other side of the river. That is none of your concern, Squire, she said. She glared at both me and creation in general. Ancestors save us from meddlesome children, she muttered in the old tongue. I also speak that, I replied in the same. She offered me a sneer. Poorly, she replied. Ouch, that actually kind of stung. Wasn't my fault, it was a hellishly complicated language. Even Alamany wasn't as bad, and people from other parts of the Principate preferred speaking Lower Misan than learning the language. You're not crossing, Keegan, Rancor informed her. You think a 2nd Legion and whatever the Carrion's Lord Apprentice brought will be enough to stop me, the Duchess coldly replied. No amount of traps will be enough to turn me back. I am due, Marshal. It would be, I shrugged. I've beat worse odds, Watch or no, but I'd rather avoid a fight. Then, get out of our way, the Diarrave hissed. My debt lies not with the Tower. I know, I said. So how many did the chit take? Rancor asked. 12? 15? Surely not 20. You can't have gotten that soft since the conquest. The man who beat us at the wall is a long way from Dinier, Goblin, Keegan said. Do not make me teach the 2 of you what we have learned since those defeats. You won't get there in time, I said, and her eyes went back to me. You know not what you speak of, the Duchess said. I know Acua Sahelian a lot better than you do, I smiled thinly. You'd have to march through the entire span of Callow, and if you force the crossing you'll be doing it with the Empire harassing you the whole time. She knows that. She planned that. By the time you get to Lys, she'll have finished whatever ritual she's cooking up. I wanted answers from you, but I already obtained them, the Marshal said. What we have now is terms. 4. What? Duchess Keegan asked. I rolled my shoulder, delighting in the crack. Allowing you to use my shortcut, I said. Book 3, Interlude, Apprentice. The source of wonder and horror is the same, and the boundary between them thinner than you would think. Dread Empress Sanguinia I. That is a count, I believe, Masigo announced. Father's spectacles were of no use at this range, so he'd had to use his name. An aspect, more specifically, glimpse. Apprentice disliked relying on the power conferred onto him by the gods below, as he'd always considered it something of a crutch that would cripple his ability to improve his casting without such means, but he could not deny the abilities it lent him had their uses. Even from a mile away, behind a set of obscuring wards, he'd been able to gauge the forces animating the Summer Fae. The intensity and breadth of those forces were inferior to those of the dukes and duchesses he'd observed in Skade, but superior to those of a baron. There were outliers, of course. The Lady of Cracking Ice had been by an order of magnitude stronger than the other nobles accompanying her in the initial meeting, even though her title was the lowest. He suspected the rough equivalent of roles that was carved into the consciousness of Fae was the true factor behind the power those entities could muster, but without proper investigation, it was impossible to turn this into a credible thesis. Regardless, this particular Fae seemed to have the power common for one titled count. The power of his name, keeping his eyes from blinking, Masigo studied the fluctuations in the forces. A shame the count was not in range of his spectacles. One of the enchantments on them helped him quantify the energies at play in a way his aspect simply could not. Still, the actual forces did not seem greater by a significant margin than those of the same titled Winter Fae he had studied. The qualitative difference that allegedly allowed Summer to win every time open war was waged between those courts must have come from a different source. Nature of the energy, perhaps? The symbolic properties of fire and ice as per the table of classic elements were cleansing and preservation. Typically, aggressive properties won over defensive ones when diametrically opposed. Could it be that simple? The dark-skinned mage itched for ink and parchment, but it would have to wait. I told you, Archer crowed. We just need to keep shooting stronger ones in the head, and eventually a big one will show up. That is a vast oversimplification of still poorly understood social dynamics. Masigo replied peevishly. You know, really smart people don't actually need to use long words. The ochre-skinned woman grinned. That was such a brutal insult that Apprentice remained too appalled to reply for a solid 30 heartbeats. By that time, Archer had strung that ridiculously large longbow of hers. Even with the power of his aspect having faded away, Masigo could see the sorcery worked into it. The wood, already magical in nature and likely from the waning woods, had been further strengthened, and so had the string. It was, in his estimation, physically impossible for anyone but a name to successfully draw that bow. Even then, what the woman was preparing to do seemed rather dubious. He's a mile away, Apprentice said. There is a breeze. Longbow range is, at best, 400 yards. Useless against armored targets past 200. The distance you are aiming at is over 4 times that. That's very impressive, Archer grinned. Learned all those pretty numbers from a book, did you? Masigo had, in fact, learned those numbers from a book on military tactics he'd borrowed from Hackram. He coughed to hide the blush that touched his cheeks at being caught out. For a mortal, those numbers matter a lot. The woman said, eyes hooded with pleasure. For a named, they matter a little. For me, though. Her grin turned sharp. If I can see it, I can kill it. Vision-driven aspect? Given her name, it was only logical. Masego's train of thought was interrupted by the sight of Archer on the move, and for an instant that was all that filled his mind. He'd fought at this woman's side before, but he had never witnessed her in action with a bow, only seen the arrows she shot. Archer moved so swiftly he saw only a blur, string taut, and then loose as the first arrow flew. Another 2 followed before a heartbeat had passed. Merciless gods. His eyes followed the last arrow, studying the properties as it flew. They were silent, and so clearly enchanted. No, he realized, not enchanted. Made of material with natural sorcery. Inherent properties. He understood with a sharp intake of breath. Silence, and some kind of amplification. Sharpness or penetration, he could not tell. It did not matter. Most defensive wards relied on the assumption that any projectiles targeting them would be either entirely mundane or have an active sorcerous component to them, more commonly called an enchantment. The arrows Archer had used would sail right through those, qualifying as neither by the strictures of sorcery. Mage killers. That was what those projectiles were. As a child, he'd often lingered around Father and Uncle Amadeus whenever they used Imperial business as an excuse to have drinks and bicker, and one of his favorite games had been Could You Beat? He'd demanded a plan for the two of them to vanquish everyone from the Dead King to a company of legendary heroes, and always been given an answer. Until he'd asked them for the plan to fight Ranger. The two of them had traded looks, and then his uncle had smiled over his cup. Don't, he'd replied. Watching that woman's foremost apprentice at work, he was beginning to grasp why. The Count didn't realize he was being targeted until the first arrow took him in the chest. Fire flared as he fell, but the second arrow nailed his shoulder to the ground anyway. The third went through his left knee, immobilizing him for good. Do your stuff, Archer said, waving her hand like she'd not shot a godling thrice in broad daylight. Masigo gathered enough concentration to activate the dispersed components he'd left around the area where they killed the last two patrols. The Count rose into the air, shackles of chirping light forming around his limbs. That should keep him prisoner for the duration they needed, and so the first step of their plan was complete. Apprentice dispersed the obscuration ward around them, since neither of them were using their names anymore, and began the walk to their prisoner. It had been over a month since Catherine had sent them south to bait the Summer Court into attacking the Diabolist. Masigo had been assured that the notion made strategic sense, not that he particularly cared. Only now did he realize that Catherine had used his eagerness to secure some high-quality face specimens to rope him into doing actual work. Truly, she was becoming more ruthless every month. That was how he'd been talked into going south, anyhow, but he'd wondered why Archer had acquiesced and asked her as much. She'd been sent as a Fey expert on loan from Refuge, not a soldier to be used in the Squire's wars. Just staying with the army would have been boring, she'd replied. Hakram's not even around to spar with anymore. Adjutant had informed him over one of their nightly games of Shatranj that those spars mostly consisted of Archer beating him black and blue until she felt like having a drink, which thankfully was frequent. He believed the orc. The foreign-looking woman had brought more drink than rations in her haversack on their trek south, and insisted they stop at villages to replenish her stock. That seems like a thin motivation, he'd said. The idea of screwing over Sahelian does give me the good kind of shivers, the woman had admitted. And well, he'd thought. He could understand the unspoken reason as well. As a boy, he'd sometimes wondered why his father did not lead the Calamities. He was the most powerful among them. After all, capable of wiping a city off the face of creation in a single night. He'd always liked Uncle Amadeus, but did not usually enter the equation when it came to villains. The strongest held command. That was the natural order. Now, though, he'd learned better. Masigo could probably kill Catherine, if he truly put his mind to it. 2 days of preparation required at least, but it was doable even with the power she'd gained in Arcadia. He didn't want to, though, and not just because taking up her burdens would be atrociously inconvenient to his research. She had a way about her that it was hard to explain. Sometimes he thought of it as akin to the way smaller celestial orbs circled around larger ones, but that ignored some fundamental aspects of it. It was warm and nice and almost addictive, being part of the family around Catherine Foundling. That heady sense of belonging. The way that when she talked you believed there was nothing you couldn't do. Apprentice did not enjoy adventures, as a rule, but he believed his life would be lesser if he'd not followed Squire on them. And so he did not ask any further questions of Archer, because neither of them would be comfortable with where that conversation would take them. Some things were best left unsaid, and in the end he was not inclined to bear much of himself to this stranger. For all that it was nigh impossible to get the woman to shut up, Masigo still knew next to nothing about her or what she was capable of. This was not, he thought, a coincidence. They hurried on the way to the Count. His scrying ritual, adapted to notice the outskirts of the presence of Fae instead of looking at them directly and facing the full backlash, had told him there were no patrols closer than half a day's march. Still, their actions today were as good as lighting a beacon for anyone looking for them. They needed to be gone before anyone came looking, if this was to work, which he wasn't sure it would. Neither of them, as it turned out, were particularly good at planning. Apprentice usually let Catherine and Hakram handle this sort of menial work, and Archer had admitted that her plans usually didn't go much further than fight the enemy until it died. He'd agreed to sharing a drink with the woman only once on their way south, when they'd come up with their plan to push Summer to attack the Diabolist. They'd tried to guess why Lys had not been attacked yet, when the two cities to its flanks had already been taken by Summer. Masigo had eventually mentioned the ancient but powerful wards protecting the city, and the other named had agreed that those would give Fae pause. They were, after all, exceptionally sensitive to boundaries. They needed, therefore, to make it easier for Summer to attack the city. Sadly, neither of them knew anything about military tactics. Apprentice had, however, made a comprehensive map of the wards and the walls of Lys before the battle of the same name. Leaking that information should help, they'd agreed. So he'd written it down on a parchment, they'd located a small Fey patrol and handed it to them. Or tried to, at least. The Fey captain had ordered them to immediately kneel and swear allegiance to the Queen of Summer or be destroyed. Archer had offered them a drink instead, and they'd rather taken offense to that. A quarter hour later, they had 5 Fey corpses she'd had to kill with a broken bottle, and they weren't anywhere closer to their objective. They'd tried again, attracting another small patrol, and just leaving the scroll with the information on the ground while hiding. The Fey had torched it and ordered a search of the region. 5 other corpses later, they'd agreed that diplomacy did not seem to be working. Alternatives were needed. Wondering what Father and Papa would do in a similar situation, Masigo had arrived to the conclusion that capturing a Fey and rewriting their mind so the information was inside it before releasing them to the court was the most expedient solution. Archer's suggestion that they just carve all the details on the corpses of the Fey was clearly flawed, since there was no guaranteed they wouldn't just torch the corpses on sight like that had the scroll. They'd ambushed a 3rd patrol, keeping the captain alive, and Apprentice had taken out his tools to tinker with the forces that passed for the creature's soul. Frustratingly, there hadn't been enough room. As entities who did not learn, per se, there was no space inside the mind of the Fey for much aside what was already there. Carving out some unnecessary things like the ability to see or the knowledge of how to use sorcery had resulted in unmoving bodies with blank eyes. Worse, apparently removing the ability to move stopped them breathing as well. That was just poor design, he'd complained. Archer had suggested they abduct several captains and spread the information across them, but that would both take long and risk more inaccuracies the more operations he had to do. We need a bigger fish, then, Archer had suggested. We're in a landlocked region of Callow, Apprentice had reasonably pointed out. She'd called him a condescending pedant, he'd called her rampantly ignorant, and they'd eventually agreed that a more powerful Fey was needed. Simply flaring their names wouldn't work, since for all they knew it might draw an entire army. Archer had then introduced the notion of ambushing a patrol and then remaining close by, then killing the Fey who came to investigate until one holding a sufficient high title showed up. He hadn't liked the plan, but been unable to come up with a better one. A se'night later, here they were looming over an imprisoned count. The Fey glared at them, only barely conscious. "How dare you dash," he started, but then his mouth closed. Masigo tied off the spell structure and left it active to keep the creature silent. He was in no mood for a rant, not when he had to do such a delicate operation. Reaching into the pocket dimension he'd created after the rebellion, Apprentice took out the leather pack holding his tools in place and casually created a pane of force to hold it. Humming lightly, he took out what looked like a knife, so thin it could not possibly cut anything. He looked at the Fey and patted the man's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry," he said. "I'll cut out the part that dictates pain very early. It shouldn't hurt at all after that. It's much less creepy when they don't scream," Archer noted approvingly. Masigo got work. Well, it had worked. More or less. The two of them were hiding in a bush under an obscuration ward, watching the host of summer spread to surround Lys. The Diabolist had seen them coming, which had interesting implications. Either Sahelian was using the same indirect scrying he was, but more accurately, or she'd found another way entirely. Most likely the second. Wolof had many secrets in its vaults. Regardless, they knew the Diabolist had been aware of the Fey headed her way because the army she'd had on the field had retreated behind the walls and was now manning them, as well as a truly impressive amount of devils, Apprentice noted. She must have used a lesser breach to gather so much on a short notice. Her skill with sorcery continued to impress. The two named watched the host of summer spread across the plain, for it was a sight to see. 10,000 Fey, he'd estimated. Entire regiments of ivory-armored fairies stood ramrod straight, spears held high, and a river of banners and pennons fluttering in the wind amongst them. Archers armed with longbows of pure white wood stood behind them, feathers not of any creature known to creation fletching their arrows. Not a single one of them could be called anything but young and beautiful, the ardor of war wafting off them like a fume. Fey bearing trumpets of gold and rubies stood in every regiment, ready to let out the clarion call of conquest that lay in the heart of every summer Fey. 1,000 knights in silvery plate sat astride winged horses, long lances and shields of exquisite make in their hands. They were forming in a loose triangle behind the infantry, their mounts stirring eagerly. The nobles stood out starkly from the rest, colorful figures made of fire, steel, and silk that warped the air with heat wherever they stood. No two sets of plate they wore were the same. Every one a masterpiece that would have made a mortal craftsman weep to look at. The defenders were no less dreamlike to witness. Precise soldiers wearing the distinctive colors of the family they were sworn to on their tabards manned the few bastions on the wall, their chainmail black and dark as a crow's feathers, as was the custom in the wasteland. Their armaments were sharp goblin steel, the finest blades of Calernia put in the hands of men and women trained from birth to use them in the service of their lord. Between them stood rows upon rows of Wallenfaum, devils, tall and with the dark leathery skin of bats. They wore plate marked with the brand of Wolof, red and black, a curving golden lion inside the splash of color. These bore spears and axes of cast iron, the metal known to be the ugly death of Fey. Spread amongst all of these were small clusters of Tagreb and Sonic in tailored robes, panes of lights inscribed with runes flickering around them. War mages, the finest the wasteland had to offer. This was not an army that would go gently, not even against the strength of summer. It was a host ripped straight from the old days of blood and darkness, when all of Calernia had feared the sound of praise at war. It was an ancient dream, this one, but Masego's fathers had taught him better than to love it. I forgot to ask before we left, but do we actually want summer to win? Archer asked, chewing on dried meat. Masego blinked, shaken out of his thoughts. While he'd been spellbound, his companion seemed less than impressed. You weren't paying attention during the briefing, he said. Nah, she admitted easily. I figured you would. Apprentice cursed. I thought. You would, he admitted. It's their fault for making it boring, really, Archer said. They kept talking about logistics and supply trains. Masego agreed bitterly. I don't want to know anything about those, Hakram. I mean, just guessing here, the dark-eyed woman said. Foundling wouldn't want all the people inside butchered, right? I think not, Apprentice said. She gets irritated about people killing Calawans unless it's her doing it. So we don't want summer to win, Archer pointed out triumphantly. They do tend to burn stuff a lot. And people, I don't think they understand the difference very well. Everybody burns people. It's a common execution method across Calernia, Masego replied absent-mindedly, trying to remember anything about the briefing aside from Adjutant's voice droning and Catherine drinking too much. I think we may want them both to lose. Is that something that happens? She asked, sounding puzzled. He glanced at her. Have you won every fight you were in? He asked skeptically. Well, no, Archer said. I spar against the Lady Ranger. Never landed a blow on her unless she allowed me. Apprentice drew on his extensive military experience, which consisted of 3 battles where he'd largely spent his time setting people on fire or exploding them when Catherine asked. I think it's like Shatranj, he mused. You know, towards the end of the game, when most pieces have been taken, we want them both to lose pieces. Archer glanced at the city and grimaced. I think we may have given Summer a bit too much of an advantage, she said. Masego followed her eyes and paled. One of the Fae, on a winged horse, had ridden up to the city walls. The volley of arrows shot at her burst into flame and scattered into ashes long before they got close. And it only got worse from there. A torrent of heat formed in front of her and impacted the walls, beginning to melt the stone. Well, that was one way to beat the wards. They could not be held back by the boundary if there was no boundary. This is bad, Archer decided. The Diabolist, though, did not flinch. A heartbeat later, Apprentice's ward shivered as a large-scale ritual triggered. The waves of sorcery coming from Lys were almost enough to scatter it, though when he had a glimpse at the city he saw this was but a sliver of what had been at play. Slowly, Lys and the ground under it began to rip their ways out of the soil. And only this much wasted power, he thought. At least a mile around the city should have been turned into a wasteland for something this large. The Diabolists seemed to have managed to keep it all within a hair's breadth of Keter's due, which meant this working might have had the single most efficient ritual array in Precise history. He was itching to have a look at it, even as Lys rose into the air and kept rising, tons of soil falling out from under it. He could almost see the array itself, what had gone into activating it. This was no mere blood sacrifice. She'd used Fae to fuel it, and, just for a moment, the apprentice touched something greater than himself. A larger truth still beyond his understanding, a mystery in the almost religious sense of the term, and though he could not grasp it, just witnessing part was almost enough to. And then the moment was gone. He was shivering and more excited than he had been in years. He'd nearly transitioned into another name, just by looking at this. He was close. In the distance, the host of summer lit up 1,000 bright colors as their wings formed. The soldiers and devils on the walls prepared to meet the assault. We have, technically, accomplished the task we were sent south for, Masigo said. Archer looked at the army of summer taking flight. Retreat, she finally asked. Streaks of sorcery filled the sky with sounds like thunder, as devils spread their wings and the battle began in earnest. For now, Apprentice said. We'll be back. Deadhand, I do not fear wicked men, who know only cruelty and pain. The fear they inflict leashes them as well. But a decent man? Oh, there is no limit to the devilry a decent man will fall to, if he believes it necessary. King Edward III of Callow. Catherine, after some gentle prodding, had finally gone to bed. She still had quarters that were nominally hers in the royal palace, and not even the rebels had been arrogant enough to lay a hand on those. The dark-haired woman he called both friend and leader was too tired to even notice the Gallowborn discreetly following her at a distance. 3 of them ordered to guard her door through the rest of the night. Hackram did not believe that there were many entities within the bounds of Callow that could kill Squire in combat, but daggers in the nights were a different matter. They still got the occasional assassin paid for by wasteland gold, though considering the amount they'd killed over the last year, praise had to be running out. There were only so many times Adjutant could have the heads of those enterprising fellows put on pikes before the pool of volunteers got truly shallow. Tribune Farrier lingered close, wiping blood off his sword hand with a cloth as Catherine's retinue herded the prisoners away, none too gently. The Presai household troops were still too shocked to protest the treatment. Lord Adjutant, the pale-skinned man finally saluted, thumping his fist against his breastplate. The tall orc replied with the same gesture. He rather liked John Farrier, and believed the feeling was nearly mutual. The man was less than fond of greenskins in general. His grandfather had gotten his head caved in by an orc during the conquest, and Calawans kept grudges, but their shared loyalties had done much to bring them closer. Another few months to work on him, Hackram thought, and they might even get to a place where they shared drinks. Adjutant would keep at it. The 2 of them were arguably the members of the 15th who saw the most of Catherine. It was worth putting in an effort for them to get along. Hackram's purpose had been to keep everything running smoothly long before it became his role. You look like you want to say something, Tribune, Hackram graveled. That or he was in pain. Humans had such delicate faces, it made their expressions harder to read. Neither orcs nor goblins were so complicated. That the wheat-eaters rarely meant to use their teeth to convey what they were actually conveying only made it more confusing. She pulled ahead of the cohort twice, tonight, the dark-haired human said, and refused to take an escort when she went deeper into the palace. Worry. This he could deal with. That was no slight to your abilities, Tribune, he said. She's impatient with this entire situation, and when she was headed for her meeting, guards would have been of no help. If anything, she might have needed to protect them. The pale man's eyes narrowed. The thief, he guessed. You haven't had to clean up a corpse, Hackram said, which means she will be cooperating with us. She ain't the nice heroine type, Farrier said. She won't be above sliding a knife in the Countess back down the line. The orc rumbled his approval. Awareness of threats was a good trait for the head of a personal guard to have. Catherine has chosen well in catapulting Farrier up the ranks instead of drawing someone from the officer pool. But then she'd always had a way for gathering talent to her banner, hadn't she? It will be seen to, Adjutant said. The Callowan nodded sharply. The Countess didn't give me any orders for the prisoners, he added after a moment. A concession, this. Tribune Farrier only answered to the squire, theoretically speaking. That he was requesting instructions, even in such a sideways manner, was an offered hand, though not an unexpected one. As far as the Empire was concerned, whenever Adjutant spoke, it was Catherine Foundling's voice articulating the words. Even nobles courted his attention, nowadays, and wasn't that just the most hilarious thing he'd heard all year? Some brute like him from the northern steppes, wielding enough influence to give pause to highborn. Most days Hackram would have preferred to wash his hands of that entirely, but having that kind of clout made it easier to fulfill his duties. Staff Tribune Bishara lent us one of her men, he said. He'll be going through the prisoners to see which can be ransomed back to the wasteland. The rest will be handing to the Governess General for judgment. The Tribune's eyes widened. It's true then, he said. Baroness Kendall is still alive. We've had word of it, Adjutant grunted. We still need to confirm, but it seems likely. Thank the gods, Farrier said. If anyone can put some order in lore, it's her. He bit his lip the moment the words left his mouth. Not that I mean to impugn the Countess' abilities, he hurriedly added. She doesn't enjoy being behind a desk, Hakram said. It's not a crime to notice it. It would have been hard for the both of them not to, given how often she used personally drilling the Gallowborn as an excuse to foist off paperwork on him. It wasn't that she was incapable of ruling, Adjutant knew. She had, after all, managed to set Callow on the path to recovery after less than a year in charge, even with the ruling council slowing the process. In large part, that had been through allowing her newly appointed Callowan governors the leeway to do as they saw fit. But knowing when to give over power was also part of ruling. But she hadn't taken to it the way she had to battlefield command. That much was glaringly obvious. The squire shone brightest with a sword in hand, like the warlords of old. There was a reason orcs called her that, and it wasn't just respect. A damned shame it was not possible for her to transition into that name. It would suit her better than that of Black Knight in many ways. But even after centuries, to be the warlord was, deep down, to be an orc. The orc. There was no changing that bedrock foundation. We'll keep them in the city jails, then, Farrier said. It would save the Baroness some trouble to execute them now, but I suppose a public trial will help strengthen her grip on the city. Hakram nodded and allowed the man to leave, trading salutes. He waited until the tribune had left before clearing his throat. Tortoise, he said. The orc lieutenant emerged from the shadows where she'd been leaning against the wall, hand resting idly on the pommel of her sword. Deadhand, she replied, inclining her head. Catherine had granted him a 10th under Tortoise as his personal command during the lease campaign, and he'd later expanded their numbers to a full line after having Tortoise promoted from sergeant to lieutenant. He'd needed the manpower, even if his original task of finding the leaks in the 15th had largely been handed off to Ratface and Aisha since. The lieutenant was an old friend from Rat Company, and one he'd shared a bedroll with in the past. There'd been nothing more to that than flesh and comradeship, and neither of them had been interested in anything more serious. Her being under his command had effectively closed off that avenue for good sense. Squire had already amusedly called him a harlot for a month last time she'd seen a woman come out of his tent, and if she ever did that around robber odds where he'd have to deal with a song about it. The goblin had proved he could compose truly filthy rhymes when he'd penned that tune about Knock and the 15th oxen, so Hakram was eager to avoid the pitfall if he could. He'd made a point of being even more discreet since becoming the adjutant. Take word to Knock, he said. I'll need legionaries tomorrow to serve as public criers. Calawans, if possible. No more than a company. She nodded. And send someone to speak to Farrier, he added after a moment. We've got 2 high-profile prisoners, and I want them held separately from both each other and the rest of the soldiers. There might be mages among them, and there were discreet ways to scry. Better to keep the High Lords in the dark about what was happening in lore as long as possible, or they'd start to wonder how the 15th had made it so quickly to the old capital. It was only a short set of conclusions from there to figuring out they'd used Arcadia, and that trump card was best kept under wraps while they still could. The moment they realized that the 15th could march straight into the wasteland without ever needing to cross at the Blessed Isles, they'd start taking desperate measures. Too many of them had openly aligned with the Diabolist for them not to fear brutal retribution now. Catherine had something of a reputation in that regard. Should I have a study prepared for you? Tortoise asked. Hakram shook his head. His bare-boned fingers tightened. I still need to have one last conversation tonight, he said. Hakram had visited lore more than he'd ever thought he would since the Lease Rebellion, but the former capital of Callow was still foreign city to him. Unlike Robber, who would start feeling at home the moment he'd stabbed someone in an alley anywhere in Calernia, he'd never become comfortable here. Marchford was starting to feel like home, though not as much as the 15th, but the history here would never allow the orc to feel as anything but a stranger. How many hundreds of thousands of his kind had died, trying to take these streets for the tower. Lore had been the beating heart of the Presai occupation since the conquest, but for all that it still felt Callowan to the core in a way few other cities he'd visited did. It was unlike Summerhome, where Callowan strode through the streets eating sonic grilled meats, and Presai bartered in the markets with pale-skinned merchants, or even Marchford, where young widows now traded heated glances with good-looking legionaries, while goblins cheated at dice games with old men in older taverns. Even Lys, in the depths of the south, had felt different. There was a difference there the way there was a difference between Tagreb and Sonic, cousins, but not ones who always got along well. Hakram had come to learn that Callow was no more a monolith than Callowan's often assumed praise was. The northern baronies to the east of Daoin were little involved with the rest of the realm, busy with their cattle herding and weaving, and the wide central plains surrounding Vale saw themselves as a breed apart from both the Lycian to the south and the larger cities bordering the Silver Lake. There were divisions, but shallower ones than in the wasteland. They were more like the clans, only willing to squabble amongst themselves so long as there was no other enemy to fight. The legions of terror had forged unity between these old tribes, one failed invasion at a time, he thought. Breathing the foul city air, Hakram dismissed the thoughts and slowed his steps until he stood in the center of an intersection. He reached for his name, the feeling like putting on his armor and letting the weight of it settle on his shoulders. Find, he whispered inside his mind, and the wheel spun. He picked the avenue his name nudged him towards and trod down until the next intersection, where he invoked his aspect again. It was slow going, and twice he had to readjust the course. His target was moving, and had noticed it was being pursued. His ears caught the sound of footsteps on rooftops, too large to be those of goblins. It took half a bell for him to end up in the part of the city Catherine called Dockside, though no sign marked it as such. The orc was panting lightly when he found the alehouse he suspected was the hiding hole, cold sweat going down his back. The more he called on the aspect, the more tiring using it became. But he was well rested and barely needed to sleep these days. He could take it. The establishment was shuttered, but there were lights peeking through. The footsteps quickened behind him, and Adjutant turned to meet his greeters. Two men, Calawans. The older one took out a knife, a slender little thing that almost made him want to laugh. "Alehouse is closed," the younger one said. "Not to me," Hakram graveled. "Shouldn't have come alone," the older one said. "If you were going to mouth off." He moved. Adjutant did not bother to take his axe in hand. He waited, then caught the wrist holding the knife and bent his legs. His muscles shifted as he swung the man around, using him to clobber the other Calawan. The two of them landed in a pile of limbs and curses. "I'd be within my rights to kill them," Hakram called out to the knight. Squire agreed to a truce. Thief replied, strolling out of the alley. "Then discipline your people," Adjutant grunted. "If they'd killed a legionary, a great deal of blood would have followed. I refrained from drowning your goblins in the lake when they poked around," the short-haired heroine said. "That's already showing a great deal of restraint." The orc glanced contemptuously at the two thieves, who were hastily rising to their feet. "Don't try to rob Legion personnel again," he told them. "You'll live longer." The thief glanced at her men. "Scuttle off, boys," she ordered. "And remember, not all orcs are this calm after steel comes out." Hakram did not bother to watch them flee into the night, his attention all on the thief. "Let's talk," he said, and it wasn't a suggestion. "For a bunch of villains, the lot of you sure do. Chatter. A lot," the woman sighed. She signaled from him to follow her anyway, her knuckles against the door resounding in a pattern so swift he almost missed it. The door opened, and they were ushered in. The place was a pisshole, as the exterior had indicated. After his years at the War College, Hakram was no stranger to those, though, and at least out here his nose didn't have to deal with clouds of poppy smoke hanging in the air. The dozen men and women inside, scattered throughout the tables, watched him in silence as he followed Thief to a dimly lit alcove in the corner. She already had a pitcher of ale on the table, and she stole a tankard from another table on the way to the table to fill it. The tall orc sat, the wooden chair creaking under the weight of him, and after taking a sip made an effort not to grimace. The ale might as well have a rat still floating in it. She couldn't possibly be drinking the same stuff, could she? "Deadhand," Thief enunciated. "Now there's a fancy title. Catchy too. Priest do have a way with that." "You were there when I earned it," Hakram said. The heroine laughed, pushing back her bangs. "Is that what this is about?" she asked. "Are you holding a grudge, Adjutant?" Her grin was almost mocking. "Can't have that," she said. "We're on the same side now. Gotta get along." Hakram set aside the tankard patiently. "Catherine likes to think of the best of people," he said. "That they see reason. That they will hold to their promises." "Naive, for a villain," Thief said. "It has paid off more often than not," Adjutant said. "Put trust in people, and they feel the need to live up to it. I'm deeply honored Her Gracious Majesty Foundling has seen fit to make me a minion. Of course," Thief smiled. "All hail the Queen." "Of course," Hakram continued calmly. "Sometimes people think to take advantage of that, to use their second chance against her. It's almost like the fish she's selling smells slightly off," the thief mocked. Adjutant's dead hand snaked across the table, lightning quick, and seized the woman by the throat. He knocked the table away, rising, slamming her against the wall hard enough the wood shattered like clay. He heard a chorus of knives being taken out in the room to their side, and slightly raised his voice as he continued choking the heroine. A single one of you moves, and I'll snap her neck, he mildly informed them. None of them did. When people make that mistake, thief, and aim a knife at her back, they find me waiting, he continued, still in that mild tone. Now, what I'm doing tonight will make you hate me. That's fine. As long as you also remember the fear in your guts right now. Listen to that fear when you start thinking about turning on her. Because I'll be watching, and unlike Catherine, I don't believe in second chances, much less third ones. He released Thief, letting her drop to the floor, and gasped for breath. Enjoy your evening, he said politely. I look forward to working with you. He walked away, and not a soul dared stop him. Book 3, Villainous Interlude, Exeunt. If creation is not mine, what need is there to be a creation at all? Dread Empress triumphant, first and only of her name. They think they have us cornered, Facilai said. There was laughter in that tone, the intonation he used in Tethwa implying mocking irony. He'd inflected the word for think with the same sound as the one for fool. Winds were whipping at the city wildly as it rose into the sky. The power Acua had called ripping lease from solid ground and casting it up. The aftermath of the ritual she'd called on still burned in her bones, pulsing in time with her heartbeat. It was the largest working she'd ever undertaken, dwarfing even the 2 lesser breaches she'd made in her lifetime, and it had been exhilarating. The traces of that monstrous sorcery would permeate the region for decades to come, long after every trace of the Fae currently trampling it were gone. Standing atop the highest bastion of the city gates, the Diabolist and her mortals second in command were watching the army of summer splay below. A host of legend, she conceded as she studied the glittering ranks. But she had one as well, and it would not come out the lesser of this strife. There were 2 princes and a princess among the ranks of the enemy, the strongest hand the summer court could play without sending its own queen into battle. One of those stood head and shoulders above the others. The same princess who'd forced Diabolist to trigger her ritual early when she'd begun melting the ramparts with brute force. Given the cascading nature of the wards woven into the walls, if she'd been left at it much longer, the entire outer rampart would have crumbled along with most of the dark-skinned aristocrats' army. No matter. Acua had planned to use the ritual as soon as the enemy made their move anyway, though she'd expected an assault of thousands and not a single Fae. The highest caste of the fair folk was nothing to sneer at, she acknowledged. Among all the entities she could call on, nothing but a handful of obscenely ancient devils could match their power. She had 3 of these summoned, as it happened, a perfectly symmetrical match. The gods below sometimes saw fit to hand gifts to their most faithful, and who else, but she could still claim that title. The harvest has been plentiful, Diabolist said. Let us reap the benefits in full. The ritual array for turning Lys into a flying fortress city was not the one she'd been building for all these months, of course. A ritual so straightforward would not have required Acua to sink all the resources at her disposal into the city. No, all she'd done was activate a secondary array, one she'd originally designed as a security measure in case the legions of terror came calling too early. It was the reason she'd allowed all those refugees from the south behind her walls, even if like rodents they ate up her granaries. They could serve as acceptable fuel in a pinch. Ultimately, that had proved unnecessary. She'd managed to acquire a Duchess of Summer with her traps before needing to retreat, and the Fae Noble had been more than enough for the purpose. Diabolist preferred this outcome, as it happened. Keeping the city full of refugees should stay Foundling's hand when the hour of reckoning came. And if didn't, well, there were always uses for such large quantities of lifeblood. The High Lords of Praise knew how to turn massacre into power better than anyone else, living or dead. What had finally driven the Fae to attack, she wondered. Was it taking a Duchess? The reaction seemed too delayed for that, weeks passing before the attack came. Until recently, they'd been content to fight her in the plains of the south, rightfully wary of the wards protecting her stronghold. Acua's instincts were that Foundling had a hand in this, but the latest news had her in lore crucifying fools. The Diabolist had had to resist the urge to roll her eyes when she'd heard resistance had been attempted after Squire had entered the city. As if the likes of Satong Motherless and Murad Kalbid had it in them to thwart the likes of Catherine Foundling. Acua's enemy had flaws, but she was a power worthy of the name she had claimed and growing more precise by the year. A pair of cast-offs from the wasteland were nothing more than dust in the face of that. More interesting was the way Squire had been able to travel so quickly. Given Foundling's recent journey in the realm of the Fae, Acua was inclined to believe she was carving paths through Arcadia to move faster than creation permitted. A fascinating notion that, one that while not unknown, The Calamities had done the same on occasion, and there were records of heroes doing so as well, had never been used on this scale before. It was one thing for a handful of named to hurry through the outskirts of Arcadia, quite another for an army to march through the territory of the courts. Whatever had happened in winter after Squire wandered inside its boundaries, she'd gained great power there. Measures would have to be taken so she couldn't pull the same trick on the Diabolist, but that was a notion for later. Today, after all, Acua Sahelian was going to war. The phrase, even as an idle thought, set her blood aflame. It felt right. It felt like she was finally touching upon what she had always been meant to be, unsheathing a blade for the first time after years of forging it. Lys reached the height it was meant to and then ceased ascending, stabilizing in its flight. Beneath her the wings of the Fae coming for her head lit up the field, and the winged cavalry began its charge upwards. Clarions sounded, piercing the afternoon air like blades. The call of summer. From the walls of Lys, 100 hide drums began to beat. Doom, 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 they announced. Praises at war. Tremble, any who stand in its way. Lord Facili, she said, take command of the army. I will be joining the fray. May you blot out their horizon forever, my lady. The Sonic replied, bowing. There was fervor in his eyes. He too understood what this battle stood for. In this twilight of the Age of Wonders, the last true sons and daughters of praise had taken up arms. Oh, you poor fools of summer. Twilight is the coming of night, and night has ever been our time. We will own the dark and shape the day that comes after it. Adjusting her long crimson, Acua breathed in the wind and reached for her name. It was pulsing inside her still, like the blood in her veins, as much a birthright as the rest. Call, she whispered inside her mind, and as her aspect rose to the surface her mind unfolded across miles. A small sliver of it inside every devil she had brought into creation, an iron shard inside their very being that shackled them to her will. This was more than the mere bindings her ancestors had managed. It was ownership in truth, the kind of tyranny that had once been the sole province of those who climbed the tower. Fly, she ordered, and every one of them heard the words. Scatter all that opposes me. A full 1,000. Wallenfaum spread their leather wings instantly. Her harvest had been bountiful indeed. Once she'd thought she would have only 400 to call on, but the revolving wards designed by her father had allowed her to capture so many Fae she'd managed over twice that. The devils took flight eagerly, screaming promises of death in the dark tongue. Diabolist could have called on a flying chariot to carry her to war, but it would have only slowed her down. Rising smoothly over the edge of the rampart, she strode onto the afternoon sky. Beneath her feet glass-like panels of force appeared, and she strolled towards the wave of enemies filling the air. Only one other person did the same. The man who taught her this spell, her father. The first wave of Fae rising through the air reached him before they did her, but she was not worried, and for good reason. Without Papa so much as raising a hand, all the enemies that came close to him started, bubbling up under their skin, before simply exploding in bursts of flame. Smiling at the sight, Diabolist glanced at the insolent things headed for her. A swarm of ivory and steel, flying pennants of red and gold. Doom, 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 the drums sounded. A promise, an oath. Justice, the Fae clamored. Death, Diabolist replied, and granted it to them. High arcana runes light up around her, coming easier than they ever have before, and the air in front of the enemy formed into a ball that condensed for 3 heartbeats before detonating with a sound like thunder. 100 Fae were swatted down like flies, their bright wings winking out, and twice as many were tossed aside by the impact. Raw power pumped through her veins, her very name feeding on the sight of her supremacy. The tide of Fae swallowed her up as the enemy host headed for the walls, while in the distance the winged cavalry charged straight into her swarm of devils. The melee that ensued was brutal, cast iron and furious eldritch hands smashing into the silvery arms of the Summer Court's peerless knights. Diabolist paid it no further mind, as waves of Fae were falling upon her. 7 lanterns, lit and smothered, she incanted. I have spilled blood and broken bone, known the desert sun, and offered pure incense. High arcana wove itself into her words, every syllable shaping the runes according to her will, as if she were painting with sorcery. Howl, hunger, hollow. Threefold is my will, obey wins. When it came to wind sorcery, not even the finest of the Sonic could match the Tagreb. A current of bone-dry wind formed at her back, sweeping around her and gathering all the Fae that had been approaching her with it. Laughing, She quickened the sweep and broadened it until the dozen soldiers she'd first caught became hundreds. The current of air, full of flesh and steel, formed into a ball above her head when her hands rose. Her fingers formed a fist, and with a sick crunch, metal and bodies alike shattered. Her veins burning at the power she still held on to, Diabolist flicked down her hand and flung the ball into the enemy ranks. It carved a line through them, though killed precious few. It seems mere soldiers are no match for the likes of you. A voice spoke from ahead. A pale woman with golden hair, her scale armor a different shade of green in every scale, stared at her calmly. Sword in hand, she saluted gallantly. I am the Countess of First Bloom, she introduced herself. Diabolist closed her eyes. She could feel the Fae landing on the walls, fighting her soldiers and drying in droves as wards and goblin steel carved through them. Her mages snuffed out Fae lives with streaks of lightning and darkness, sending rituals old as Wolof into the throngs of assailants. Streams of lesser devils poured out of summoning circles, a storm of shrieks and claws that died as quick as they came into existence, but left behind bleeding limbs and tired hands. Deaths, so many deaths, of both mortals and Fae, every one of them permeating creation with strands of power. In the name of my queen, I consign you to death by the flames of summer, the Countess announced, irritated by the lack of response. Diabolist smiled. I will teach you, she said, what fire truly is. Claim. She spoke silently. Her third aspect, and the one worthiest of a ruler. In a heartbeat, all those strands of power shivered and fell under her authority. The aristocrat gathered them to her, siphoning them into the spell she'd begun crafting even as she spoke. Burn, misbegotten creature. The Countess of First Bloom cried out. Heat turned to fire, a torrent of bright golden flames pouring out towards the Diabolist. She was a mighty thing, this Countess, but not mightier than 1,000 deaths made sorcery. Acua's silhouette was wreathed in power for a heartbeat, and then for 100 feet, in every direction the sky turned into a nightmare of dark flame. Not quite hellfire, but centuries of mages in Wolof had managed to craft the closest thing to it a mortal could manage. 100 grasping hands and hungry maws of flame devoured the noble Fae and any foolish soldier who'd come too close to the struggle. The golden flames that had arrogantly attempted to take her life were buried and smothered, the hellish scene lasting for 30 heartbeats before disappearing in a curtain of wisps. There was nothing left of the Countess, not even blackened bones. The Diabolist stood alone in the sky, the Fae soldiers parting around her like a receding tide. She had not taken a second step since first casting. Doom, 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 the drums sounded. The walls were holding, by a thread. Her soldiers died like dogs under Fae spears and swords, but wherever Summer gained a foothold, sorcery scoured the walls clean. The casualties were brutal, but what did she care when her dead men rose within moments to hold their blades again? Her 1,000 devils had lost the clash against the winged knights, but taken a toll. Half her Wallenfalm were gone, but so was a third of Summer's most dangerous soldiers. Papa, bored with simply allowing Fae to die on his defenses, had gone to toy with them. Now they were fighting an enormous snake of green lightning, dispersing it with their lances only to find it forming again behind them and having left a few smoking corpses in its wake. It was only when a duke went to duel him that her father retreated to the walls, activating a set of wards to force him back before joining the defense. The 3 greatest of her devils were there as well, Diabolist saw. They towered above the rest, but there was a reason they were not with the lesser devils she had meant them to command. The same princess who'd almost collapsed her walls had landed atop the rampart, and after burning clean any Presi who came close to her had begun to fight all 3 at the same time. She was, the Diabolist realized with dismay, winning. Of her 3 great devils, the one she could see most clearly was a massive creature of rippling ebony muscle, 2 large sets of horns growing atop his hairless head. Jinj Kabawa, he was called. The Lord of Despair, a devil from the 27th Hell said to have once held back the invading army of Oxum for a day on his own, in the days before the Mizan. Acua watched the Fae princess rip out one of his horns, shove it into his throat, and follow through with a burst of flame that burst straight through his chest and out his back. She would have to go and handle that situation. Still, that left the 2 princes unaccounted for, which was even more worrying. Where were they? A praiseworthy resistance, for mortals, a man said contemptuously, tone belying his words. 2 Fae stood in the sky across her, neither of them using their wings. Without even needing to exert their power, the air around them warped form the heat, idle mirages flickering at the corner of her vision. The one who'd spoken was dark-skinned like a Sonic, though his pure white hair lent him an unsightly appearance. He was, otherwise, beautiful, and his armor of burnt stone was touched with red veins that made it look like burning coal. Against his shoulder a spear of pure crystal rested. The other one was pale and dark-haired, his perfectly cropped beard looking sharp enough to cut flesh. He wore no armor, only long robes of woven sunlight and flame. His fingers delicately clasped around a sword of pure gold, runes inscribed on the flat of the blade, ever moving. She knew better than to look in any of their eyes. Doom, 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 the drums went. I am the Prince of Deep Drought, the pale one said with a beautiful smile. Would you be the Lady Diabolist? A presumptuous question to ask, when half your party has not introduced themselves, Acua replied. The dark-skinned one sneered. I am the Prince of Burning Embers, mortal, he said. Kneel. The weight of the order struck her like a blow, but Diabolist was indifferent. The soul he was trying to command was far, far away. She would not need it for some time yet. I am Acua Sahelian, she replied. You may yet survive, if you swear yourself to me. The Prince of Deep Drought looked sympathetic. My lady, though my brother spoke uncouthly, the sentiment was correct, he said. This battle is lost. Sulia will destroy your devils. Your army will fail, and you cannot hope to triumph against two princes of summer. Surrender to us, and make obeisance to our queen. You can find fulfillment in her service. I cannot win, can I? The Diabolist asked. That is the truth, the Prince of Deep Drought agreed. Acua smiled. I have two truths for you in return, she said. I am a villain, and this is the first part of my plan. Out of instinct, the two of them began moving. Too late. Bind, Acua said, calling on her final aspect. It was meant to force devils to her will, this power of hers, but Fae were not of creation either. This and the sheer power of the entities before her limited what she could accomplish, but in the end this lay at the heart of her name. To be the Diabolist was to hold power over creatures foreign to the world. The Prince of Burning Embers jerked. Then the spear he held spun smoothly and went for his brother's throat. The other prince's eyes widened, and he called on fire. His assailant evaded the flames without missing a beat, as Acua willed him to do. The fight that followed was swift and merciless. She'd picked the least powerful of the two to bind, but he was clearly more used to combat. The other was a superb swordsman, but relied more on sorcery, and Diabolist's puppet simply did not allow him to use it. Twice she let the Prince of Burning Embers take hits on purpose, in places that would endanger his life, but not his ability to continue using his spear. It would make him easier to finish off afterwards. In the end, she did not manage to kill the Prince of Deep Drought, though the spear tore through his stomach. Feeling her control slip, Diabolist raised an eyebrow. Kill yourself, she ordered. Eyes raging, the Prince of Burning Embers ran his own spear through his heart even as his brother tried to stop him. Runes lit up around Acua as she began using the massive power coming from the death of a Prince of Summer to empower another spell, casually eyeing her remaining opponent. Shall we revisit the issue of victory, Prince? She asked. Let's, a woman's voice said, and the panels of force that served as Diabolist's shield shattered like glass. Pain tore through Acua's side as fire claimed her flank, hastily put out by a barked incantation that froze the entire section solid. Gods, how could she not have felt the princess coming towards her? The woman's hair was fire red, her skin pale, and her eyes a terrible thing to behold. Like the heat of the sun made flesh, just being looked upon by them was exhausting. I told you two not to get arrogant, Princess Sulia of High Noon said. Mortals are trickier than winter. This campaign has proved as much. Diabolist steadied her breathing and healed the burned flesh on her side. The flames had gone straight through the armor she wore beneath her cloak, ignoring 7 layers of enchantments, 5 of which were meant specifically to ward off Fae. She seized him, Sulia. How could even a name dash? The other Fae began, but the princess cut him off. We have no stories here, she said, except the ones they make. It is madness, rampant madness. Order must be restored. To ashes, if needs must. Oh, I quite agree, Diabolist said. You have no place here, and you've delayed my plans long enough. The Princess of High Noon eyed her, perfect face disdainful. I've no time to waste bantering with cattle. You'll simply have to dash. The Fae royalty went still. Acua glanced at the other one. The prince was akin to a statue as well. Retreat. Sulia called suddenly. and the word echoed across the entire battlefield. To Arcadia, the dark-skinned aristocrat raised an eyebrow. But we were only beginning to get acquainted, she said. The princess of high noon bared her teeth. We will return, Diabolist, she said. We will finish this fight, once summer is no longer being invaded. You and your compatriot laid a cunning trap. I will grant you this much. Not even a flicker of surprise touched Akua's face. A portal opened and the two Fae vanished in the blink of an eye, taking the corpse of the prince before she could do anything. All across the battle gates into Arcadia opened, the host of summer disappearing through them without warning or explanation. Within 20 heartbeats, there was no one left in sight but her own army. There was a long moment of silence, then a cheer that shook the heavens. The Diabolist remained where she stood, before finally surrendering to a discreet bit of genuine laughter. Oh, Squire, she said almost fondly. You truly are the gift that keeps on giving. Doom, doom, doom went the drums. Book 3, Villainous Interlude, Decorum. Morality is a force, not a law. Deviating from it has costs and benefits both. A ruler should weigh those when making a decision, and ignore the delusion of any position being inherently superior. Dread Emperor Benevolent. 2 years at most. That was how long Amadeus had to live. Maybe only a year, if he blundered badly enough. He'd walked away from his meeting with the tyrant of Helike knowing this, and was still exploring the implications. When no pattern of 3 had formed with the White Knight after their confrontation in Delos, Black had found several implications. The first was that the scope of that hero's story was narrower than he'd thought. It extended only to the civil war in the Free Cities, and as an outsider to that narrative, Amadeus did not have the weight required to qualify as a rival. That possibility had been a factor in why he'd cautiously called a retreat, even though the Calamities had, arguably, been winning. If they were mere side characters in that conflict, the most likely pattern for them was to be victorious early, then brutally crushed after the heroes improved their power. A whetting stone for the blades of the gods above, essentially. By removing himself early, he would not have allowed the pattern to truly form. And yet, the premise was flawed. The White Knight, Scribe had informed him, was not of the Free Cities. He was Assuran, somewhat surprising given his dark skin. A little digging had allowed his spy mistress to find out the man's mother had been a sonic exile, eventually executed because of one of the labyrinthine laws that governed the citizenship tiers of the thalassocracy. The White Knight's reason to be involved, then, was not right of birth. The 2 sisters that were part of his heroic band were themselves from the Free Cities, but neither the House of Light the Ashen Priestess had served in nor the hidden covenant of wizards her sister had studied under had been harmed by either Presci forces or those of the tyrant. Personal connection wasn't the reason either then. Amadeus had made sure that both those places of origin would remain untouched for the duration of the war. Heroes with butchered families, adopted or otherwise, became infinitely more dangerous. The only motive that fit was ethical opposition, but if that was the case, Amadeus should have ended up the rival to the other knight. He represented a larger and more active power than the tyrant of Helike, arguably with a deeper historical connection with evil. Unless, of course, some deeper unknown connection existed between the White Knight and the tyrant. That theory had been buried during his conference with the vicious child from Helike. The other villain was not bound by a pattern of any sort. Amadeus did not consider his own intellect to be superior in the larger scheme of things. He'd been at the side of Weexa for decades and early understood that Warlock was perhaps the most brilliant mind to grace praise in 10 generations, however narrow his interests. Only Alea stood in the same league, a mastermind who'd been able to fill the function of 2 named for over 40 years with sheer cunning and ruthlessness, while facing men and women who were bloody ambitions made flesh. He was not the strongest, either. In matters of brute force, Sabah could snap him in half in the span of a single breath. When it came to martial, Might High stood unequaled under the sky. Black wasn't even the best at killing. Assassin's body count dwarfed his, for both named and mortals, and had been collected without ever taking a single wound. As for Scribe, the way she'd effectively become the bureaucracy and spy network of an entire kingdom without ever having a permanent office was far beyond his capacity. Amadeus' only noteworthy talent, in his opinion, was clarity of sight. The ability to look at a situation, if not without biases, then with fewer of them than anyone else doing the same. That same clarity was how he'd understood why he was not currently in a pattern of 3. The White Knight was, in fact, supposed to face a Black Knight as a rival. That individual was simply not him. Midnight Bell was nearing, the villain thought as he glanced up at the starry sky. Weekso was already asleep inside the gaudy tent he'd taken out of his pocket dimension along with most of their supplies. There would be no waking him until dawn. Sabah was napping at his side, buried in blankets up to her neck like some sort of gargantuan cocoon. Sitting on a log, Amadeus stirred the fire ahead of him with the long stick he'd carved out earlier and shaped a plan. Planning with 2 years in mind, he now had to destroy or neuter every major threat to the Empire before Catherine became the Black Knight. He would make a second series of schemes in the days to come with the notion of him surviving only a year in mind. But first he needed to establish what the optimal results could be. He'd once thought he had a decade left in him still and planned to have his apprentice ready to replace him in half that, but the timetable would have to be adjusted. There were 4 fronts he would have to settle: Callow, Praise, the Free Cities, and Procure. In the back of his mind, gears of iron turned as his eyes remained on the dancing flames. Callow and Praise, as it currently stood, were intertwined issues. The former kingdom was, last he'd heard, under attack by several forces. The courts of Arcadia, the rebel forces of the Diabolist, and a potential Diawraith uprising. Alea already had plans in the works for the Diabolist, but that was no longer enough. She had to be dead within the next 6 months, with minimal casualties. This much he could rely on Catherine to accomplish, and solidify her grip on Callow in the process. The courts had been an unexpected set of pieces in this game. Amadeus had 3 standing operational plans for the legions to turn back a Fey incursion depending on where they crossed, but none were designed to handle a full-fledged invasion. Winter had been temporarily handled by his apprentice, but that was mitigating the symptoms instead of the root cause. It was necessary to find out what had driven both courts to leave Arcadia and permanently destroy that incitement. For now, Amadeus lacked the information needed to make a decision. Scribe would need a few months still to find out what he wanted, so he'd have to trust Catherine to hold them at bay until then. She should be able to, and that caliber of opponent would quicken her growth. Dealing with creatures whose power was massively larger than her own would prepare her for the fights with heroes she would be facing as the Black Knight. The nature of Fae being so closely associated with patterns would also sharpen her eye in this regard, enough she would not be caught on the wrong side of a narrative easily. The dark-haired man had originally meant to train that aspect of her against the High Lords through the controlled battleground of rule over Callow, but in this case the substitute was superior to the original. The Diawraith were a thornier issue, especially since he still did not know what had driven them to act. Alea and he had originally allowed the Duchy of Deowen to remain untouched after the conquest because it served as an ideal border state against the Golden Bloom, both because of the Diawraith's rabid hatred for the elves and their limited avenues for growth. While powerful, by themselves they would never be powerful enough to be a true threat to the Empire, and their culture essentially ensured they would never seek foreign allies. Now, though, it had been proved they could be made to move. Unless the motive for their deployment was unique and incapable of being reproduced, the odds of which were low, then it was possible for Deowen to be leveraged into action again. That made them a liability, the kind that could not be allowed to exist with a crusade on the horizon. By the end of the current unrest, Deowen would have to be either bound to Catherine definitively in her capacity as ruler of Callow or broken beyond capacity to act. If it was the second case, the best time to act would be after they'd fought battles in the south. Wiping out the Watch in their own territory would be extremely costly. Destroying the army and culling the population of breeding age by 4/10 should be enough. Amadeus disliked leaving a wounded enemy still breathing, but logistics dictated exterminating the entire duchy would require too many resources and take too long. He'd send word to Grimm and Rancor to assess the situation and act accordingly, if he was unable to return in time to pass judgment. That left the more complicated issue of the relationship between Callow and Praise, or more accurately, the Dread Empress and the Squire. Catherine was about to seize direct power over her homeland, which was one of the outcomes he'd considered most probable. The moment the ruling council had been formed, there were only 2 ways it could go forward. Either Squire would terrify the Presci establishment into submission, or she would wipe it out entirely and become de facto queen. Neither result displeased him, as the ruling council had always been meant to be a crutch that would allow his apprentice to learn to rule. Given how long Amadeus had left to live, such a slow-paced process was no longer feasible. Catherine discarding the crutch by herself accelerated the process by a few months. Alea would be furious at the loss of control, he knew, But she would be aware that Catherine ruling Callow with the backing of the population was an unmitigated victory for the Empire. Squire breaking away entirely from praise was, after all, impossible. That was the truth under the surface current, and why he'd never once felt threatened by his apprentice gathering an independent power base. Catherine was, after all, a villain. The Principate would not consider Callow ruled by Villainous Queen any more acceptable than it being an imperial possession. Strife between Praise and her kingdom reborn would only weaken her in the face of Proceran advances. As long as Catherine Foundling held power in Callow, she needed the Empire to survive. Amadeus had taken more stringent measures as well, of course. Though Callowan soldiers had been part of the 15th since its foundation, he'd made sure to give her mostly criminals in the initial batch. That meant that all her closest collaborators were Presi, her general, and all the senior staff were from the wasteland. Though being in close proximity to a charismatic named for several years ensured their strongest loyalty would be to her, their ties to the Empire made them into counterweights against thoughts of breaking away entirely. Much like him, personal loyalty mattered a great deal to his apprentice. As long as declaring independence antagonized all the people closest to her, Catherine would seek a middle ground instead. Since a boundary had been set in that direction, the other boundary had to be established on the precise side. Alea should already be working on a way to bind Squire to her, and would be well aware that coercion would result in permanent enmity. He did not have to bother himself with this part of the equation. Instead, what he would have to turn his eyes to was the stability of the wasteland. Alea's magnificent decades-long plan had finally come to fruition and destroyed the Truebloods in full. 3 legions would scour Wolof clean as soon as a winner emerged from the succession struggle there, removing a nest of unrest and praise for at least 20 years. It would not be enough. Every former Trueblood not currently aligned with these so-called moderates would have to be killed and their entire family line ripped out root and stem. Amadeus was not above borrowing the strength of Callow to accomplish this, if other legions balked at the slaughter. The clans were loyal and need not be touched, but he would need to have a frank conversation with the foremost matrons and explain to them that if they made a single questionable move, Weexa would bring down the Grey Aries on their heads. Rancor would back him in this, he knew. She'd long run out of patience with the more isolationist of the matrons. All of this would secure their back within a year, if handled properly, which left exterior threats. The Principate was the foremost among those. Cordelia Hazenbach had roped in both Levant and Ashur, which have her utmost naval supremacy and a quiet southern border. When Proctor came knocking, it would be with everything but the northern garrisons. At least 50,000 professional soldiers, easily twice than in levies, and that was without counting any armies sent to reinforce by the Dominion. If most of the legions were at the Red Flower Valles, it was possible to resist that strength as long as there was no unrest inside Imperial territories. That was not enough, he decided. If Proctor retreated with enough of its force intact, the problem was only delayed by half a decade at most. The Principate had to be decisively beaten, its alliances sundered, and the first prince killed. She was, frankly speaking, too dangerous to leave alive. That meant campaigning inside Proceran borders in an offensive war, which would most likely lead to defeat given the current balance of forces. It was time to start using harsh measures, then. Using the calamities to destroy the capital of the Principate, for a start, should incapacitate its ruling infrastructure. Using a surprise strike to torch and poison the central principalities, the main farmlands of Proctor, would lead to widespread starvation come winter. As for the thalassocracy, if they could not be reasoned with, Assassin would need to eliminate their entire 2 highest citizenship tiers. That would create chaos that could buy the Empire 2 years at least, and if Proctor could be dealt with during that time, the chances of Ashur resuming the war alone were low. The Dominion of Levant was too far and too decentralized to cripple in one stroke, but their ties to the Alliance were also the weakest. They would not remain committed if victory did not look feasible. There were even harsher moves that could be made. Of course, the Tower was still in contact with the ancient abomination that ruled the kingdom of the dead. But putting that devil back in that bottle after it was uncorked would be impossible, and in the long term more dangerous to imperial interests than the current Proctor. Amadeus had spent over 50 years carefully making sure not to burn too many bridges, to avoid the very kind of crusade the first prince was assembling, but the hour of reckoning had come. The Principate needed to be so badly damaged it would not recover for a generation. If possible, while leaving most of Levant's strength intact, the Dominion would not be able to resist the bait of a weakened South if its armies were still strong. Most importantly, Cordelia Hazenbach had to die. Even if another war of succession did not erupt, whoever replaced her would be part of one of the regional power blocks Alea had made emerge. They would have powerful internal enemies to deal with, and given the nature of the highest assembly, that meant a principate divided in fact, if not in name. All of this, though, would come next year. There was a more immediate problem at hand: the free cities. The balance of power could not be allowed to swing in the favor of good down here. At the very least, neutrality had to be forced, with the tyrant remaining in a strong position. The threat of Helike armed to the teeth at her back would force Hazenbach to keep troops in the south to dissuade an attack. Neutrality would be better than an outright victory for the tyrant. Amadeus thought. If the tyrant won, Procker had an excuse to wage war in the region and secure it before turning to praise. If the balance was restored, they had a knife at their back and no diplomatically acceptable excuse to remove it. If Procker started intervening in the affairs of foreign nations, its allies would protest. Hazenbach could not afford to lose them if she wanted a crusade in more than name. And the moment the tyrant is no longer a threat, the entire free cities will start viewing the troops she sent as an invasion force. The desired outcome, then, was a truce in the free cities with a guarantee they would not participate in the larger conflict. How could Amadeus accomplish this? Currently, Atalanta was under occupation and Delos out of the war. The removal of the more combative elements of the Secretariat by Assassin had seen to that. The strife he'd begun in Penthes was keeping them busy, though they'd still managed to repulse an attack from the ramshackle army of Bellerophon. The slave armies of Stygia, headed by their magisters, had joined Helike on the march to the last remaining active opposition in the war, Nice, which was filled with mercenaries, Prosser and Fantassins, and its own decently skilled forces. Taking named out of the story, after marked but not severe casualties, Nice should fall to enemy forces. With a band of heroes backing the city, though, the situation was different. It became the last stronghold, besieged by the hordes of evil. Defeat was virtually assured as long as this remained the narrative, and Amadeus did not currently have enough authority with Stygia and Helike to properly influence their decision-making. They would have to be bypassed entirely, then. The linchpin of this entire situation, as far as he could tell, was the White Knight. He was the name keeping the band together. Without him, they would either disperse or lose the coherency needed to be a true threat. If the White Knight was dead, Amadeus believed he could turn the victory of the evil-aligned cities into a bloody draw that would weaken both sides enough they could be forced to negotiate a truce. The tyrant would be trouble. He'd already begun disrupting Warlock's scrying, which had cut off the dark-haired man's conversation with his apprentice, but he was also fickle. As long as he was presented with a more enticing game than his current one, he could be brought to the table. All Amadeus had to worry about was surviving the boy's inevitable attempts to kill him during the battle for Nice. Contingencies were already being put in place. The key to this entire situation, then, was eliminating the White Knight. The villain poked at the flames again. It could be done, with the right preparations. The lack of pattern would not hinder this. "You look like you're up to no good," Sabah said sleepily. Amadeus smiled. It was an old joke, now more comfortable than funny. "Did I wake you?" he asked. "I apologize. I sleep lighter than when we were started out," she said. "We're getting old, Amadeus." The Black Knight chuckled, sliding down the log to sit next to her. "You've still got a few decades in you," he said. "Enough you'll see both your children get gray hair." "Emna's raised them well," she said wistfully. "I think of them more often than I used to, out on adventures like this." Both times she'd given birth, she'd left his side for a year afterwards to mother the children. But inevitably Sabah had left Ater to join him. He'd spent most of his time in Callow, the last 20 years. Her husband had done most of the rearing, repeatedly refusing promotions in the imperial bureaucracy to have enough time for it. Black rather liked the man, though how his old friend had come to fall in love with that diminutive, mild-mannered specimen had long been a subject of wonder. "I think," he said, "that our time is drawing to an end." The large Tagreb turned amused eyes to him. "You're not usually this maudlin," she said. "We've handled worse than the tyrant. He's like a crippled take on air, only with a sense of humor. He really was a pompous ass, wasn't he?" Black smiled. "Catherine's rival is worse," Sabah grunted. "I'm looking forward to the kid hacking her in a few pieces. It will be a learning experience for her," Amadeus murmured. "Killing the heir was a turning point for me." "You were softer before," Sabah agreed softly. "We all were. I still remember what it felt like back then, looking at his corpse. Like there was a storm ahead." She frowned. Feels the same now, she admitted. Like we're reaching a pivot. I'm going to die soon. He almost told her. But he couldn't, because if he did she would fight it. Even harder than Warlock would, because Warlock understood that some things were worth dying for. Captain didn't. She had no great cause, no febrile drive to understand the nature of creation. Sabah only wanted them to live as long and happily as they could, and if she had to cave in other people's heads for that, so be it. He'd always loved that about her, the purity of the sentiment. He'd never met another named like her, so unconcerned with their own power. In that sense, she was the strangest among them. Do you ever regret it? He asked suddenly. Coming with Weeksa and I, the morning after we first met you. She looked at him, bemused. We've been at this over 40 years, Sabah, he said. We've killed so many people I can't remember all the faces. We won, when it mattered, but there were dark days too. Those just don't make it into the legends. The massive Tagreb patted his shoulder gently. You're an idiot, she told him, not unkindly. You two are family. You might as well ask me if I regret breathing. Besides, if I hadn't come along, you twerps would have mouthed yourself off into an early grave. She paused. And you and Hai would still be pretending you still didn't desperately want a bone, she added. Sabah, he protested. Oh, she's just teaching me swordsmanship, she mocked in a high-pitched voice. Like that didn't turn into an excuse for you two to get sweaty and handsy before the first lesson was over. I learned a lot from her, Black said. I know, she said. Tents don't block out noise very well. As one of the foremost tacticians of the age, Amadeus recognized that this was not a battle he could win. Retreat was required. Besides, at least he'd never used an entire roasted pig as a courting gift, unlike some other people that would go nameless. I need you to do something for me, he said. She raised a thick eyebrow. Eudokia tells me Proker is still sending grain and silver to Nicaea by land convoys, he said. The tyrant, for reasons only known to him, was allowing them to pass untouched. We need to turn the screws on the city before it turns into a battle, he said. The emptier their coffers and granaries, the better. It would be easier to force them to negotiate if they were all but destitute. Been a while since I hunted on my own, Captain said, staring into the flame. Might do me some good. The beast gets willful when I keep it on the leash for too long. He nodded silently and left it at that. Eventually she drifted back into sleep, the two of them nestled close to the fire. 2 years, he murmured. It will be enough. I'll make it enough. The gods could help anyone who got in his way, if they so wished. It would make no difference. Book 3, Heroic Interlude, Injunction. 49. If any wizard over the age of 50 suddenly becomes evasive when asked about your parents, you may safely assume yourself to be either royalty or related to your archenemy in some way. 200 Heroic Axioms, author unknown. The interesting thing about morality, Hanno had found, was that it evolved across the years. Living through shards of 100 heroes and heroines' lives had made it impossible to deny as much, though he disliked the thought that concepts like good and evil could be mutable. The book of all things, after all, did not change, neither should ethics. Yet, a few thousand years ago, most of Calernia had once practiced slavery. The ancestors of nations that now found the very notion repugnant had then been unable to function without it. Procerans, in days before there was a Procer, had raided each other for plunder and workers. The Titanomancy had built its wonders as much by the legendary craftsmanship of the Gigantes as on the backs of 100,000 Arlazite slaves. Even Ashur, his homeland, had once kept a citizenship tier beneath them all where forced laborers and servants were inducted into. But over the years, that ugly reality had been outgrown, recognized as unworthy of all those who would call themselves the children of the heavens. And so slavery went from commodity to sin, and creation was made a little brighter. There were, of course, holdouts. The Drow of the Everdark still sent raiding parties to the surface to grab the unwary and spirit them below. The kingdom of the dead still farmed men like crops, growing them and reaping them in an even darker kind of sin to swell the ranks of its armies. In Mercantis, people were sold like cattle to all those who had the coin and the inclination. The city of bought and sold concerned solely by the luster of gold. But the city famous for it, the one that had perfected the art of chaining other centuries before the Mesans first glimpsed the shores of Calernia, had always been Stygia. Its slave phalanxes, the spears of Stygia, were famous on the continent for unflinching obedience and having had fears scoured out of them by the concoctions and sorceries of the magisters. The entire city was a den of iniquity every passing day in a way that made the worst excesses of Helike pale. The White Knight watched the tall banner floating above the camp, gold and gray set with two pure white cranes. Redress and Retribution, they were called, the patron spirits of Stygia, lesser gods that had settled in the heart of the city when it was first built. He knew this for a fact, for he'd watched one of them millennia ago, centuries ago. Golden beak dipped in blood, eyes older than her entire bloodline, red with hatred that was utterly inhuman. It would not matter. She was the sword of the free. She would wrest her people from chains and lead them to found a city in the east, a land where no would ever rule over them again. She rose, wounded but unbowed, and fought again. Henno blinked, chasing away the memories not his own. Over 2 months since he'd fought the Black Knight, and still sometimes the other lives trickled through into him. He'd come very close to dying that day. That had consequences. Money for thinking, the champion said. Copper for your thoughts, Hedge corrected in a low voice. Copper is money, the Levantine replied condescendingly. Which wrong again? Do you no get tired of it? Let's move, Hanno said, interrupting before the bickering could start in earnest. Follow the plan. He saw the hedge wizard open her mouth from the corner of her eye, but her sister thumped her with her staff. Priestess was, he had to admit, the most reliable of his companions in temperament. Though considering her competition was a drunken, disappearing bard, her actively argumentative sister and brawler who kept trophies of her kills, that might not be saying much. Still, he knew from the Chamber of Borrowed Lives that no named who lived longer than a few years managed to avoid growing some quirks. The power conferred onto them by the gods shaped them as much as they shaped it. Regardless, he got along with her the best. More than once they'd found themselves sharing a comfortable quiet in the back, while the rest of their band bickered aimlessly. The 4 heroes crept across the grassy field, Hedge's spell keeping them hidden from the moonlight even as they neared the outskirts of the Stygian camp. A palisade of wooden stakes had been raised and spear slaves patrolled behind them. He could hear them pass by when he pressed his ear against the wood. Priestess, he said. The dark-haired woman nodded. The tip of her staff traced a circle on the surface of the palisade, and a heartbeat later the wood crumbled into ash. They passed through, one after another. Henno glanced at Champion and Hedge through the slit of his barbuda. Half an hour, he reminded them. That's all we'll need. Retreat afterwards. We'll make River of Blood, Champion said enthusiastically from under her badger-shaped helm. Eat hearts of enemies. That's cannibalism, Hedge said. Not so, the Levantine said. Says in book. Allowed if they wicked. The Book of All Things does not excuse eating people, the wizard firmly stated. Maybe in lame Free City's version, Champion replied skeptically. They both turned to the Ashen Priestess, the only individual among them with an actual religious education. The heroine stared back with hickory-colored eyes. I'm not humoring this with an actual response, she informed them flatly. Get moving before I decide to make the 2 of you incontinent. Mighty priest, witch, true monster, the champion said admiringly before fleeing. Hedge met her sister's eyes for a moment longer before making a tactical withdrawal, paling a bit. Can you? Henno asked, morbidly curious. He had a trick to discern lies. It was common for those sworn to the choir of judgment, but using it drew on his name, and he still had a fight ahead of him. I fed Alcmene an herbal concoction when were we 12 to make her believe I could, Priestess admitted, the sly shadow of a smile on her lips. Henno would have snorted if the situation was any less serious. They fell into step together naturally, his longer stride shortening to accommodate her own. There'd been no need to rely on his few memories of fighting Stygia in the past to deduce where the Magisters would be camped. While the entire rim of a fortified camp was rough burlap tents, the center was absurdly luxurious and bustling with servants during the day. Without Hedge to guide them around the wards and keep them out of sight, the 2 of them had to be careful. The White Knight could feel sorcery if he attuned himself, and Ash could outright see it, but neither of them were trained in picking up on the subtler effects, much less bypass them. They sidestepped an alarm ward early on, but found to their displeasure that deeper in there was another ward that circled entirely around the circumference of the camp. The priestess could dismantle it, of course, but that would be giving away their presence. They hid in the shadows for a while instead, waiting for their distraction to arrive, and were eventually rewarded by a spray of fireworks that set fire to a dozen tents in the distance, followed by a booming voice challenging the entire camp to single combat. Slave soldiers immediately began to mobilize, and only then did the 2 heroes cross the alarm ward. Stealth was no longer the game, now. Swiftness was the line of life and death. The first Magister they found was obviously drunk, a gray-haired woman leaning against a post, and breathing like someone trying not to throw up. Lean face, eyes dulled by liquor, and long dark robes whose sleeves tangled with the many rings on her fingers. All magisters were mages, and only gained the title by showing power and ruthlessness. Neither of those things mattered when the mage could not see you coming. The White Knight's sword took her in the throat without warning, hacking straight through. A cry of surprise came from ahead. The corpse dropped, and the battle began. Green sorcery lashed out in a stream at him, but Hanno ducked to the side and broke into a run. A spear of Stygia burst out of a tent to the side, but in a flash turned into a pile of ashes. The magisters were aware they were under attack now. Within moments, at least a dozen more mages stormed out of the large silken pavilion in the center of the camp, the rings on their hands glinting as they immediately began spellcasting. The wandering bard had told him there were 15 in total, sent by Stygia to lead its army against Nice. Decapitating the head of the snake was why he'd taken come with his companions tonight. A slave army without masters was as good as paralyzed, and might actually retreat back to Stygia. The more casters joined the fray, the closer to him the spells came. They stood in a tight cluster, and for all that they were wretched souls one and all, he almost admired the skill being shown. Spells led into each other, hurting him into harsher attacks like a horse being led to water. The light flooded his veins, sharpening his reflexes far beyond limits as he began to weave and duck through the volleys directed at him, not even a full step ahead. Another slave tried to spear him through the side, only to be caught by the edge of a black orb that saw the man's skin contract and tear under the sudden pressure. The magisters did not care who else died in their attempt to put him down. He'd expected nothing less from slavers. Right, the White Knight said. Light wove itself into a horse in the blink of an eye, and even as Hanno deftly leapt onto its back, he felt a lance of light form in his hand. Aspect, one of the magisters noted, tone calm. Suppression, another ordered. 14 jets of black light bloomed, emanating from outstretched hands, and combined their streams at him. Hanno struck at the malevolent power with his lance, but after a few heartbeats his weapon broke into shards, and the power of the magisters tore through his mount as well. The White Knight grit his teeth to ignore the pain of the feedback from having an aspect overpowered. He fell kneeling to the ground, unsheathing his sword again. Full attack, before he uses a second, a woman's voice stated. Before the White Knight could react, 3 stakes of obsidian nailed both his feet to the ground, going through his armor like it was butter. The 12 remaining magisters finished their incantations a moment later, fire reeking of sulfur blooming in their hands. We are magisters of Stygia, boy. The woman who'd just spoken, a cold smile on her face. Even heroes kneel before us. The 12 spheres of hellfire hit him in the chest almost simultaneously. Hanno unhesitatingly flared the light under his skin where the impact was happening. Though that was enough to spare his flesh, their spells melted straight through his plate and threw him into a tent like a rag doll. If he'd not used his name, there would be a smoking hole where his ribcage currently stood. With a grunt, he rose to his feet and tried to get the silk panels off his head before he could get hit again. No doubt the slaver mages were feeling rather smug at the moment, certain of their superiority. They'd been batting him around since the beginning, after all. That was their mistake. They'd used their strength on the one who, of the 2 present, could take a beating, all the while ignoring the other. Though their horses and chariots are like a river unto creation, though their spears be forest and their sword be mountains, the gods pass judgment unto them. Do not dread, for I bear the word of the heavens, and that word is, begone. The ashen priestess voice rang loud and clear like a trumpet across the chaotic camp. Finally rid of the silk, Hanno was just in time to see the circle of blinding light form around the standing magisters. Panic flickered across their faces for a single moment, and then the miracle wiped away the world. Even his name wasn't enough to keep the ringing out of his ears or prevent the blindness that burned his retinas. 10 heartbeats later, when the terrible whiteness finally left his eyes, all the White Knight saw where the magisters had once stood was a faint shimmer of light. Of the men and women, there was not a trace. Ash was panting, leaning on her staff. This was one of the more strenuous miracles she could call on, and one that took long to prepare. Against the likes of the Calamities, attempting to use it would be a death sentence. But these had been a different breed they were facing. Men and women ready to lean into their arrogance. And for all that the miracle took long to bring forth, there was no denying the effectiveness of the harsh judgment of the heavens meted out. The White Knight limped to his friend and allowed her to lean on his shoulder. They needed to get moving soon, but they had a few moments still. There was a flicker of movement behind them, and Hanno's fingers tightened around the grip of his sword, but it was only a bird. A pigeon, to be exact, and it landed on his shoulder. Well, the distraction worked, Hedge said, her voice unnaturally coming out of the bird's mouth. Maybe a little too well. A sound like a dozen cauldrons rolling down a street resounded behind them, which from experience he knew meant the champion was running. The Levantine came into sight not long afterwards. Her breastplate splattered in so much blood, she might as well have dipped it in a barrel of the stuff. The White Knight frowned when he saw no one was in pursuit. Even with the Magisters dead, the slave soldiers should be continuing the fight. Why was no one following? Funny cripple here, the champion announced delightedly. Giving speech. We beat him like renting mule, yes? The tyrant, the White Knight said. Why was he? Oh, the hero closed his eyes. He's taking over the Stygian army, Hanno said. Can he even do that? The pigeon complained, too close to his ear for comfort. Masterless slaves and a ruler name? It's basically handed to him, the wandering bard announced cheerfully. All their eyes flicked to their wayward fifth member, who was leaning against a wooden pole with a flask in hand. Said hand, apparently sweaty, slipped and she nearly hit the side of her head against her support before gamely trying to pretend she'd always meant to do that. Hedge snorted, which was impressive considering she was a bird at the moment. Where were you, Aud? Ash asked. Seeing a guy about a thing, the bard replied vaguely. You are the world's most terrible riddler, the pigeon stated. There's no mystery, only non-answers and a blatant drinking problem. The point of this was to remove Stygia from the equation, the White Knight said, ignoring the byplay. We've failed, but you successfully hit another point by accident, so it's all good really, the bard told them with a smile. Hanno frowned. And what would that point be? Taking a tool out of the other monster's toolbox, Aud said, toasting her flask. That said, my lovelies, now might be a great time to leg it. You're about to have a very motivated army looking for you. The hero glanced at Priestess, who shrugged in resigned agreement. Retreat, then, the White Knight said, feeling somewhat robbed of a victory. Even as they began their flight, Hanno saw the bard slipping an arm around Champion's armored shoulders and leaning close. Do you happen to like monster stories, Rafaela? She asked. Speak me more. The Levantine grinned. Book 3, Chapter 24, Vanguard. My dear Chancellor, I didn't murder my entire family and use their blood to turn myself into an undead abomination to be told I couldn't do things. Dread Emperor Revenant. We'd wasted another Sennight at Denier, to my displeasure, in part haggling terms with Duchess Keegan, who must clearly have been a fishwife in a past life, and in part because we were waiting on the 12th Legion to finish its march towards us. Those 4,000 men were still led by General Afalabi, who I'd met once before when the lone swordsman was making trouble in the city the 12th garrisoned. I'd been unimpressed by his inability to handle the mounting tensions in Summerhome. He'd been unimpressed by the fact I'd launched an ambush on a hero in his own backyard without warning him. Neither of us were particularly pleased to see the other, but if I had to traipse through Arcadia, I'd rather do it with 30,000 men than 26,000. Besides, I rarely had to deal with him directly. He was under Marshal Ranker's command, and his legionaries stuck to their own camp. It took us another 3 days to ferry the Diarraith army across the river with fishing boats and barges, the mounting delays driving me up the wall. The longer we tarried here, the longer Diabolist had to set up her endgame. I was anybody's guess how long we'd be in Arcadia, and more importantly, where the gate out would be. After all, I didn't control that part. Masigo had given me a very complicated explanation on the subject involving alignments, symmetry, and what had struck me as a bit of religion no matter how much mathematics he brought into the mix. My own understanding was a bit simpler. My will was a needle. By opening a gate, I was punching through the fabric that was between worlds into Arcadia, but where the needle had to punch through to get me out of Arcadia was determined by where I'd come from and where I wanted to go. No doubt there were sundry metaphysical implications to all of this, but if I wanted to be babbled incomprehensively at, I could just buy people drinks. Hells, considering I'd basically taken control of the treasury for Callow, I could actually afford that these days. Progress. Our supply situation had been another headache, and I'd never missed Ratface more than when Ranker sent a copy of our stores for the campaign to my desk. The Marshal and General Afalabi had essentially emptied Denier and Summerhome's granaries to ensure they could operate alone for a few months, but there was a major difference between driving those supply carts down Callowan roads and through the wilderness of Arcadia. Getting the matter sorted took another 2 days. Then another 2 when Duchess Keegan insisted on bringing his own carts across the river instead of relying on Legion ones. My officers learned to enjoy their wine cold because the temperature in the room when I heard about that descended sharply. There'd been talk from the Wraith of keeping a different supply train instead of keeping all the rations together. But after I glared the meeting table frozen, they'd magnanimously declined to further pursue the matter. And now here we were, over a fortnight after when I'd wanted us to leave, assembling the Allied armies in the darkness before dawn. The largest gate I could open was an equilateral triangle 70 feet at the base, so there was no possibility of going through in ranks. It would have to be a marching column, which had prompted another round of what I refused to even call bickering. I knew bickering. It was the true tongue of all my closest friends. There was fondness in bickering, a give and take. This was just an ugly brew of distrust and spite spilling over what should have been an exceedingly straightforward manner. Marshal Ranker had wanted her 2 legions to go through first, and General Afalabi had backed the notion. Duchess Keegan had suggested her own infantry be the first to cross, heavily implying the goblin couldn't be trusted not to set up an ambush for her army on the other side. Ranker had then wondered out loud if there'd been enough left of the body of Keegan's younger brother to identify him after Graham One-Eye killed him at the wall during the conquest. Before that could get any uglier, I'd slammed my fist on the table. It had promptly broken, because these days I was pretty sure I could punch through iron if I put my mind to it. That wasn't worrying in the slightest. Anyhow, that had gotten their attention. I told them that it was my fucking gate, so my people were going through first, led by myself, after which Ranker's fourth would follow. The Wraith would go through next, and General Afalabi's legion would be in charge of the rearguard and covering our supply train. Tactically speaking, this entire disposition was shit and nobody liked the compromise, but apparently breaking furniture made people less prone to arguing with you on minor details. Robber had since informed me that rumors went around the camps about my temper nowadays, but I doubted even Black would have been able to handle this level of feudal squabbling with a smile. As for Juniper, well, she'd have sent them to cool their heels by digging holes and filling them at least twice by now. Gods, I missed the 15th. The wretches gave me lip, sure, but at least they did whatever I asked them to without arguing for a quarter bell first. Still, here we finally were. The blood in my veins cooled and power wafted off my armor like smoke even as the gate shuddered open before me. I found myself panting when my mind finally returned to itself, leaning against the neck of my horse. I waited 10 breaths for the tiredness to leave me before looking at the Gallowborn around me. Forward, I ordered. We went through. Moving into Arcadia was a hard feeling to describe. It wasn't a pressure, not exactly. It was like being stripped away of a second skin you didn't know you had, leaving you feeling oddly naked even when wearing full plate like I was. I'd ridden ahead of my retinue, so I had a moment to get my bearings before they caught up to me, breathing in the scene. It was night here too, but nothing alike. The fields south of Denier were cabbage and radish, mostly, while here it was long grass as far as the eye could see. A lazy breeze had the fields shivering while in the sky above us a full moon hung. I would have known we were in summer even if I were blind, just from the irrational hatred I could feel welling up inside of me. The power I'd gained in Skade did not like being here at all, and the hatred sharpened when I glanced up at the moon. Really? I thought. The moon? My title was Duchess of Moonless Nights, so I saw the logic in it, but come on. I've fought some pretty absurd things since I became a villain, but I draw the line at the goddamned moon. I spurred Zombie the second ahead as the Gallowborn came through behind me, immediately spreading out in formation and following behind me. In the distance, a few miles ahead, I could see tall and pale towers reaching for the sky. I frowned as I looked. The power I felt from that place was a mere shard of what Skade had felt like, so this was unlikely to be the seat of the summer court. But it was likely there'd be Fae there, and the faint presence of the exit gate I could feel in the distance was beyond it. Far. Behind it. Shit. I'd had strong suspicions I'd have to fight my way through the third Arcadia voyage, but an expedition into the heart of summer was beyond my worst expectations. Fighting the summer court in their own territory was not a recipe for success. But what choice do I have? We'd have to move quickly before summer could muster its entire army and strike at us. Force marched directly to our way out, ignoring the Fae as much as possible. Getting drawn into a campaign out here would be consigning the 30,000 soldiers I'd managed to assemble to the grave. It wasn't long before the entirety of the Gallowborn were behind me, and the moment the first of Nox's legionaries set foot into Arcadia, I began moving forward. I wished Hakram was at my side. but I'd had to leave him back in creation to make sure no idiocy would unfold between the allies while my back was turned. The great tragedy of Adjutant was that I could only have one of him. "Ma'am, are you certain we shouldn't wait for reinforcements?" Tribune Farrier asked quietly from my side. "I need to be sure there's no army waiting to ambush us," I replied. "If we have to give battle when most our forces are stuck on the other side of that portal, I have no words for how fucked we are." The dark-haired man nodded obediently, though he did not seem convinced. Since I was astride a horse, I was the only one whose head was above the grass, and I allowed myself to luxuriate in the feeling of being the tallest person around for once as we moved towards the towers. My retinue moved warily in a square formation I was near the middle of, the greenery making the lines wobbly. This was not land made for marching. I could see no trace of any roads, and to my mixed relief and dismay, no road conveniently appeared after I had that thought. When nearing a mile away from the gate, I clicked my tongue against the roof of my mouth. No sign of anyone, but the grasslands made it hard to gauge that accurately. There could be 10,000 Fae crouched down somewhere, and none of us would notice until we stumbled over them. My instincts screamed trap, though in all fairness they almost always did. That healthy level of paranoia had kept me alive through a few years of being mortal enemies with Aqueous Ahelion, though, so I wasn't inclined to dismiss it out of hand. "It's quiet," one of the soldiers behind me said. "If any of you finishes that thought, I'm feeding them to knock," I said sharply. I reined in zombie, and the entire formation slowed as I leant down to hide my profile, waiting for the hammer to fall. "Nothing, huh? Nice try," but I wasn't falling for that again. I waited for another 30 heartbeats, and sweet vindication came in the form of a volley of arrows taking flight from our left. A trickle of power touched my eyes, and my sight sharpened, gauging the number of shafts. 100, maybe? Not many more than that. The Gallowborn reacted professionally, falling in the testudo formation mere moments before the projectiles finished their arc. If they'd been mere arrows, that would have mostly nixed any notion of inflicted casualties. Unfortunately, on the way down, trails of fire bloomed behind the arrows, and they hit the shields with streams of flame. I had no room to maneuver, stuck inside the formation as I was, and I wasn't going to risk an arrow catch while fighting bloody Fae. I threw myself off zombie the second moments before a pair of arrows hit his neck and flank, detonating with bursts of red and yellow flame. My mount died instantly, and I swore filthily in Tagreb. Those utter bastards. Did these pricks even understand how much a good warhorse cost? Some of us actually had to pay for things, not just play pretend with a fucking illusory economy. They'd damaged him enough I probably wouldn't even be able to raise him from the dead. I still needed mostly intact muscle to make a corpse move, necromancy or not. Only a handful of my retinue died to the first volley, though I saw that the arrows punched through steel shields and detonated afterwards to burn even when they couldn't kill. Rising to my feet, I unsheathed my sword and ripped my heater shield from Zombie's falling corpse. A second volley was in the sky before we'd recovered from the surprise of the first, and I winced in anticipation. I could see what they'd meant to do. First wave damaged the shields, second hit the unprotected soldiers. This was going to hurt. I hid my surprise when I saw the arrows fall in a half circle around us instead, though I grasped what they were actually doing the moment I saw the tall grass going up in flames. Sorcery drove the flames to complete the encirclement rather than burn aimlessly faster than I could say. I really hate fighting mages. So they wanted us to stay pinned up and die. Gallowborn, I called out. Shield wall and follow me. I strode to the wall of flames ahead, shield up, and let the frozen river of power that was my third aspect come to the fore. I wasn't using it. I'd not yet grasped it well enough for that, but just using the power was enough for my purposes. The fire stood 3 feet taller than me, but that hardly mattered. With a hiss, I unleashed ice onto the flames, smothering them and carving a path 10 men deep. Lion devours gazelle, a man's voice calmly stated ahead. I charged through the shield wall behind me and saw silhouettes emerge from the grass even as a third volley flew at us. This one did not arc in the sky. It was shot straight forward, and though the impact was not as strong, the bursting flames shot holes straight through my ranks. Pale blades like ivory were unsheathed in perfect silence as 4 dozen Fae formed into 2 lines in front of me. The Fae were tall and lovely, dark-haired, and wearing a tabard marked with an oak over their silvery chainmail. Charge, I barked. The longer before we closed in melee, the more they'd thin us out with arrows. The Gallowborn were but a step behind me as I ran. the sensation of over 100 steel boots thumping the ground in unison sending a shiver down my spine. I felt hot breath against my neck, the beast licking its chops hungrily. It was eager for blood, after the frustrations of the last month. Truth be told, so was I. The man ahead of me struck lightning quick, fearless, but he was no duke of violent squalls. Not even a Deadwood soldier. I stepped around the blow and flicked my wrist, tearing through his neck between the helm and the mail. The face of the woman behind him was splashed with crimson, but she did not flinch. She went for my neck without missing a beat. The flat of my blade touched hers, redirecting the blow, and my shield hit her in the stomach. She coughed blood, and before she could react, the pommel of my sword hit her in the eye. I felt the skull cave under it, but my boot stomped down on her throat and crushed it to be sure. In front of me, I saw nothing but grass. I turned and saw the same all along the line. My retinue's charge had been met for a moment. Then the Fae had disengaged without even attempting a proper melee, melting into the greenery. Oh, shit, I realized. The fourth volley killed at least 20 of the Gallowborn. They'd fallen out of formation when trying to force the Fae into close-range fighting. Ahead of us, 4 dozen Fae formed into 2 ranks, pale swords in hand. We'd been at this for perhaps a quarter hour, and already almost a third of my retinue was dead or wounded. Shield wall, I ordered. Lion devours gazelle, the unseen commander had called it. Piece by piece they eat us. The Fae had perfectly grasped the weakness of my force, compared to his. We had few crossbows, a mere 3 lines, and no good line of sight to use it. Range was theirs, and the moment my crossbowmen revealed themselves, they'd be eating a volley. Trying to get up close would just result in the same thing every time. A quick and fruitless melee followed by the summer Fae disengaging just before the archers fired, bleeding us one skirmish at a time, taking us on a merry chase until all that's left is a trail of corpses. By the size of the last volley and the number of swordsmen who'd faced us, I guess they weren't more than 100. We'd had double their numbers and hardened veterans when the steel came out, led by a named. Another quarter hour of this, and our numbers would be even. Another quarter hour after that, and they'd outnumber us. There was nothing I could do about it save attempting to charge them by myself, and they'd just spread out to shoot at me from every direction while a handful of swordsmen kept me pinned. They beat us, I said, the words leaving a sour taste in my mouth. Farrier was to my side, cheek burned red, and an arrow wound on his shoulder, and I saw surprise flicker on his face. Countess, he said, we can still dash. The longer we're at this, the more soldiers we lose. I cut through. Call the retreat. I hadn't noticed in the heat of the fight, but they'd been drawing us further out, towards the towers in the distance. 100 is about the size for a heavy patrol. I'm not liking the odds there isn't an army waiting for us there, even if it's not a large one. If we went any further, and they had reinforcements coming, we were as good as dead. They'd fire at us while we retreated, and we'd take losses from that. But if I got stubborn here, I was risking a wipeout. I'd lost fights before, been outmaneuvered by Juniper, been beaten by Black's superior skills, or crushed by Captain's overwhelming might. But never before had I been so harshly outclassed when it came to tactics, and I did not like the feeling one bit. So this was summer. The season of war, I'd heard it called. I'd seen nothing like the people I was facing now in winter, and the thought had me uneasy. These weren't warriors, they were soldiers, and soldiers fine enough to be the match of the legions. We can't linger in summer, I thought. We'll lose the entire army if we misstep even once. Farrier had barked hard enough that my men were already retreating in a semblance of good order, and I saw some of them were picking up the corpses of their comrades. Leave the bodies behind, I ordered, tone bitter. Countess, you can't possibly mean that, a lieutenant said, tone aghast. We can't afford to be slowed down, I said. I watched the silhouette of the Fae in the distance, their swordsmen already dispersing into the tall grass, getting ready for another volley already. We'll be back for them, I said, clenching my fist. There wasn't much I could do right now, but there was one thing left. I reached for the power of winter inside me, grasped as much as I could, and poured it into my sword until the metal frosted. I kept taking more and more, until I felt my blood go from cold to freezing. Any further than that, and it would turn to thick red slurry inside my veins. Gritting my teeth, I swung the blade ahead of me. I sprouted into wall 10 feet high along the arc of the swing, even as exhaustion flooded me. I'd used too much tonight already, and now my armor felt like an anvil on my back. Hurry, I said, raising my voice. It won't slow them down for long. By the time the Fae ceased pursuit, there were barely 100 members of the Gallowborn left. There would be a reckoning for this. Book 3, Chapter 25, Intent. Trust the heavens, but tie your horse. Calawan proverb. It was passed on when the last soldier crossed the gate. As soon as Robert stepped foot in Arcadia, I had him prepare his cohort for scouting, but held off on sending him until Marshal Ranker's legion was through. A few quiet sentences with her, and moments later 1,000 goblins melted into the countryside, with warnings about Fey patrols and the kind of tactics they'd deployed so far. I had a pavilion mounted for me half a mile away from the gate, surrounded by Nox 2000, and settled on a folding chair while my few mages tended to the injuries of the surviving members of my retinue. I could have gone to sleep, but I still was too angry to rest and unwilling to miss anything. Instead, I sat chewing on my mistake with a wineskin in hand as the reports began filtering in. There was not a soul within a mile of the gate, the scouts said. Neither was there any sign of the bodies I'd left behind, and even the places I'd skirmished at were now pristine, no sign of fire or fighting. Half a bell later, one of Ranker's officers reported her line had found a road to the west that looked like it was leading to the towers in the distance. When the sun finally rose over the horizon, it found me still in the pavilion. There'd been one last development. Not too long ago, Robert's cohort had caught a Fey close to the road, when confirming it led to the towers. Said towers, the report also elaborated, were actually a fortress, one whose walls were now manned. They knew we were coming. I sent word to the Marshal and the Duchess to join me the moment the hamstrung ferry was brought into camp, Hakram hovering behind me. He felt guilty about not having been with me when I'd run into trouble, as if I hadn't been the one to order him to say in creation to supervise. Would have made no difference if you were there, I said. You don't know that, he graveled. This wasn't about power, Hakram, I said. I alone would have been able to cut down a third of them, if they'd fought the way I wanted them to. The Galaborn would have wiped them out if it had been a melee. They've killed harder things than lesser Fey. We fought them badly. I fought them badly, and I lost. You did as well as you could, he said. They're not invincible, I told him, irritated at the attempt at comfort. They picked their ground, their time, and the lay of the engagement. We just need to start thinking of them as a proper army instead of just a troop of fairies, because they're sure as hells fighting like one. Well said, Duchess Keegan stated, her approval a tad condescending. The ruler of the Diaraith was not growing on me, it had to be said. I wanted to like her, I really did, but she was like the human version of a stone in your boot. Ranker brushed past her rudely, to the highborn's irritation, and I was careful not to show amusement. I'd gotten this far by pretending to be above the bickering. Taking sides would be surrendering what little advantage I had. Your boy caught one of them, then, the Marshal said, gingerly climbing atop a folding chair and helping herself to my wine. She sniffed at the nozzle, hairless brow rising. Vale summer wine. Fancy. She drank anyway, not that it would do much for her. Goblins were better at processing liquor and poison than either orcs or humans. Robbers good at finding things, I said, letting my voice carry enough that said Special Tribune would hear it from behind the pavilion flap where he was currently lurking. Stabbing them too. My murderous minion contributed with a grin as two other legionaries from his cohort dragged a Fey heavily bruised and missing an arm. Male this one, more lightly armored than the ones I'd run into, but his leather armor bore the same symbol I'd seen on the tabard of the patrol, a green oak. His remaining hand and feet were bound tightly, leaving him unable to do anything but kneel at an uncomfortable angle. I won't need you for the interrogation, I told Robber. The goblin pouted, which on his face looked positively horrifying, like a fish trying the same, but with needle-like teeth peeking through. Can I watch at least? He wheedled. Scram, I said, and he read the mood correctly. He swaggered away without pushing it, arms around the shoulders of his two cohorts, and I refrained from sighing at the sight. There were witnesses. The Fey was gagged, so I rose to my feet to force down the cloth. Whose lands are we in? I asked. The soldier spat on my boot. Not the answer I was looking for, I said. Call back the boy, Ranker shrugged. And send for knives. Torture will take time, the Duchess frowned. Better to move delayed than move blind, the Marshal said. Hakram cleared his throat, drawing their attention. I glanced at him. You forget you have a named leading you, the orc said. Oh, well, I'd never used it on Fey before, but considering how they were bound to stories, it might actually work better than on mortals. Answer my questions. I spoke. He twitched, fighting against the order, but eventually stilled. Whose lands are we in? I repeated. The Count of Olden Oak, the Fey said. How many soldiers do you have? Duchess Keegan asked. The Fey smiled sardonically and said nothing. Ah, the wording. I asked him the question as Ranker sent the tan woman a mocking look. 2,000, he said through gritted teeth. Any other nobles here? I asked. The Baron of Dawning Day. I frowned. That was 2 titled Fae, which struck me as too many for the middle of nowhere. Weren't most of the nobles out with the army of summer? Ask him where in Arcadia we are, Ranker said, thoughts going along the same line. The border marches, the Fae replied when I did. The 2 older women exchanged looks. If we march a Sunnight to the north, what will we find? I asked. That was, after all, about where I felt I'd be able to make a gate out. Let it not be the city of summer, let it not be the lands of the princess of high noon. I needed to start being more careful about what I wished for, I decided. I glanced at the other commanders of the army, silently asking if they had any other questions. Neither did. I shot Hakram a look, and without any need for words he stepped forward and casually snapped the prisoner's neck. Be a dear and drag that outside, would you? I said. He snorted in amusement, but obeyed. So we need to march deeper into summer, Ranker said, sharp eyes on me. And quickly, I grunted. They'll consider this an invasion. There's a good chance they'll recall their armies from creation to drive us out. Then the fortress had to be taken, Duchess Keegan said. We can't leave 2,000 soldiers at our back, not with the amount of supplies we carry. Agreed, I said. Reports said it was a castle, curtain walls at least 40 feet high. Legion standard. The last 2 words were spoken looking at the marshal, who nodded pensively. Mages around the siege weapons, to ward from their magics, she added. Securing replacements out here would be difficult. We've no notion of how long it would take to break down Fey walls with mortal trebuchets, Duchess Keegan said disapprovingly. I understand time is an issue, Duchess, I said impatiently, but I'm the only one here who's tangled with them. We rush those walls, and we'll lose thousands, likely to no gain. If you use legionaries, yes, she said. The watch will take the walls and open the gates. Be ready to invest the fortress and deal with the nobles. I raised an eyebrow. You didn't bring any ladders, I pointed out, or any siege fixtures at all, for that matter. She smiled thinly. There will be no need for them, she said. I glanced at Ranker, who chuckled. At worst there's fewer d'Array in existence, she said, tone making it clear she believed this to be no great loss. I eventually nodded. If nothing else, I get to have a look at why so much fuss was always made about the watch. We marched, then, I said. Nox 2000 took point. There's screens of goblins to the side in case any surprises had been laid out for us, but our advance went unchallenged until we came in sight of the fortress. It was an impressive piece of work, compared to a mortal castle, but compared to the likes of Skade, it was rather mundane. Pale walls encircled 4 towers, whose only hint of sorcery was the way they were intertwined in a way that evoked roots. Glittering soldiers in the same silvery chainmail and tabard as the patrol stood atop the rampart, armed with bows and swords. There weren't 2,000 up there, by my estimation, maybe half that, which meant they'd kept reserves. The large oaken gate opened when Nox legionaries ceased marching well out of bow range, a single mounted man riding out even as I frowned. Behind me the allied army spread, the d'Arraith host right behind while the 2 legions took the wings. I didn't even need to focus to feel the power wafting from the rider, or notice it wasn't in the league of the winter counts I'd encountered. The Baron the prisoner had mentioned? Hakram at my side. We watched the Fey Caracol atop his white steed and raise his lance in a mocking salute. You have entered the lands of summer eternal. Invaders, he called out. Only death awaits you here. I heard someone striding towards me, Nox legionaries parting for them. I wouldn't be taking the Gallowborn with me today, not after the losses they'd incurred. Farrier had protested, but his own shoulder was only held together by mage healing, and if it got broken again within a fortnight, he'd be crippled for life. A champion, Duchess Keegan said, occupying the side of me adjutant didn't. How quaint. I'd read enough about d'Arraith to know what they thought about this kind of posturing in matters of war. I didn't answer, waiting for the armies to reach their assigned positions as the Fey continued yelling. Are all of you cowards? The rider called out. Will not a single of you meet this Baron of Dawning Day on the field to redeem your honor? He's in crossbow range, adjutant said. Shall we give him a princely answer? I chewed over that. I don't trust our shots to put him down, I finally said. I have the finest bowman in Calernia under my command, the Duchess said. Better to kill him now, so he's not on the walls to make trouble for your people, I said. Hakram, can you do it? The orc looked at the Baron for a long moment. Shouldn't be too much trouble, he said. Then shut the bastard up, I ordered. He laughed, clapping my shoulder before striding away. I felt the Duchess gaze on me. A princely answer, she repeated. Is it true, then? You had the exiled prince shot instead of dueling him. If I personally killed everyone in my way, I'd never have time for anything else, I lightly replied. She let out a sound that could be construed as amused. Perhaps there is some of the blood in you, she conceded. That would have been slightly more touching if she hadn't just spent the better part of a month being a pain in my arse. If she wanted to rope me in using my Deoraith heritage, she was barking up the wrong tree, regardless. I knew nothing about my parents, and to be frank, I wasn't particularly curious. Whoever they'd been, they had nothing to do with the person I was now. Still, the woman did have 20,000 soldiers under her command, and they wouldn't be going anywhere after the scuffle against Acua was over. Needlessly antagonizing her would be foolish. All I've ever known of Deohan was through books, I said. Oh, and one of your relatives that put an arrow in me that one time. You spared her, the Duchess said. That did not go unnoticed. Truth be told, that had more to do with Black's orders than any notion of mine, but I saw no need to tell her that. That aside, wonder of wonders, for once my reputation for leaving a trail of corpses in my wake was coming in useful. People were starting to assume that whenever I didn't kill someone, I did it on purpose. She's a talented archer, I said. An inch to the side and it would have cleaved my spine. It'd be a shame to waste that kind of talent. High praise, Keegan said. Perhaps she will live up to it today. I raised an eyebrow. She's here. She finished her oaths last year, the Duchess said. The entire watch was mobilized to put down the madwoman in the south. An unexpected turn of events, that Deohan would share an enemy with you, but not entirely unwelcome. Well now, that was positively friendly. I'd have to be a special kind of idiot for that sudden thawing of tone not to worry me. Especially since it was happening the first time we were having a conversation out of martial rank or earshot, surrounded only by soldiers known to be loyal to me. The picture that was painting was very, very dangerous. I clenched my fingers and unclenched them. I could try to probe her intentions and beat around the bush, but that kind of game wasn't my specialty. I could cope with it in small doses, but I wasn't betting on getting the upper hand against a woman who'd ruled a duchy for several decades. Fuck it. It was sad to admit, but I had more burnt city incidents than diplomatic victories under my belt. You're talking a lot more sweetly than usual today, I bluntly said. There will be an after the war, Duchess Keegan said. It is not too early to begin considering it. In my experience, people who talk that vague are tiptoeing about treason, I noted. Her face showed no reaction. Why was everyone trying to negotiate with me so good at keeping their thoughts hidden? Your actions of late might be considered that, the Duchess said. Dissolving the ruling council. Naming a former rebel governess-general of Callow. Replacing every Preside governor with a Callowan, save for one. Denier, that. The man under Ranker's thumb had never given me an excuse, so I'd had to settle for waiting out his term. I could see what she was hinting at, and I needed to shut down that avenue right now if I didn't want a third goddamn civil war in a row to erupt the moment Diabolus' head ended up on a pike. Callow will stay under the tower, I frankly replied. That isn't up for debate. The nature of that relationship, however, will be renegotiated. I have backing in this. The older woman's eyes narrowed to slits. Does the Carrion Lord mean to depose the Empress? She asked, finally discarding the pretenses. No, I replied, about as sure of this as I could be with someone like my teacher. Interesting days ahead, the Duchess finally said. Proctor is coming, I said. Not this year, I don't think, but within the decade. Offers were made. During the rebellion, Keegan acknowledged. I'd always suspected, to be honest, but it was still an upset to have that suspicion confirmed. While I'd been fighting a war with swords against the lone swordsman, there'd been another war entirely going on behind the scenes. I was only now beginning to grasp the form of it, and what I learned was chilling. Let me guess, I said. Independence and an alliance. As well as a princess for my grandson, when they come of age, she replied. But you didn't bite, I said. Grudges incurred after the Third Crusade have yet to be settled, the Duchess said, tone harsh. I frowned. The Deoraith held on to slights like a drowning man to driftwood, but that still felt like too weak a reason. It wasn't like praise hadn't taken regular runs at the wall for over 1,000 years. Hell's dread Empress Triumphant had infamously crucified a king of Deohan for not bowing low enough. And I probed. She hesitated, then continued. The watch has guarded the wall for a long time, Duchess Foundling, but that is not what it is. Meant for, she replied. The border being quiet allows us to tend to an older duty. There was fervor in her voice by the time she finished speaking. The Deoraith hate the elves. That was no great mystery. Perhaps not common knowledge, but any book about Deohan's history made a point of mentioning it. The Dear had once lived in what was now the Golden Bloom before being driven out of it. Warlock had once theorized in front of me that the watch was meant to imitate the strange abilities elves gained as they grew old, gaining through sorcery what the others were born to. Was that what she meant? That without the orcs raiding West Daoin could turn its attention to the elves? A conversation to finish at another time, Keegan said. The duel you ordered is coming. The entire conversation hadn't taken long, but in that span Hakram had made his way through Nox's legionaries. My adjutant had always been tall even for an orc, and I was almost certain he'd grown taller since coming into his name. Not as broad-shouldered as Nox or stout as Juniper, but he carried himself with a presence nowadays that had an almost physical weight to it. He'd grown into his power, and it showed. Hakram no longer used the sword and shield that had been his lot as a legionary. First he'd traded the sword for an axe, then the shield for another axe in the wake of our fights with the Fae. He'd told me that if we were going to keep fighting creatures that could cut through steel like parchment, he'd rather carry a second blade than dead weight. The weapon the orc took in hand as he strode onto the field was more a long and large hatchet than a battle axe in a conventional sense. Goblin steel forged into a haft and head, he still twirled like it weighed nothing. The Baron of Dawning Day ceased his strutting atop a horse when a challenger appeared, reining in his horse and guiding it to face adjutant. The legionaries in the first ranks began stomping their feet, and it spread like fire among the 15th, goblins and orcs and men of every stripe. The ground shook under 2,000 steel-shod boots, and to that harsh meter voices rose to match. Dead the hand and dead the man. Sharp the blade and sharp the fong. For no matter how tall they stand, when iron rests we see them hang. Hakram's stride went unbroken as he called out to the Fae, his words drowned out by the voices and beat as to the sides of the host the other legions of terror joined their boots to the song. 10,000 souls stomping as my legionaries sang their eerie anthem. The Baron of Dawning Day's lance descended, and without any further taunts he charged. Lord or priest or knight in pale. On Burning Hill or Dawning Vale. The scale settles it all the same. Red and broken lies the name. Adjutant did not move, calmly awaiting the charge. My heartbeat quickened at the sight, but I trusted in him. Given his size and strength, the natural comparison among the calamities for my right hand was Captain. I'd fought them both, though, and knew that was a mistake. Sabah was strength and swiftness unrelenting, more hurricane than woman when moved to violence. Hakram fought like black, even more than I did, patient and measured and ruthlessly brutal in motion. The lance shone brightly under the sun, but still the orc did not move. Only when the mass of muscle and steel was 10 strides away from him did his hand whip out. The axe spun, blade sinking through steel plate between the eyes of the Baron's charger. Dead the hand and dead the man. Sharp the blade and sharp the fong. For no matter how tall they stand, when iron rests we see them hang. The white horse died and momentum carried it in a messy slide across the grass as the Baron deftly leapt off it and landed like a cat on the ground. Adjutant moved 3 steps to the side, taking his second axe in hand as the dead horse tumbled just past him. Casting his lance aside, the Baron of Dawning Day unsheathed a sword bright as the morning he was titled after. The orc awaited him patiently, unmoved by the sight. In the blink of an eye the Fae was on him, sword leaving trails of light behind every swing as he furiously tried to take his opponent's life. Calmly giving ground, Hakram avoided a cleave turned into a thrust a little too shallowly. The green skin of his cheek parted under Fae steel, leaving a blackened mark like it had been burnt. The Baron avoided the haft of the axe with mocking ease, but it was a distraction. Adjutant's fist caught him in the chin. Bone broke, for an orc strike was no small thing, and this orc had strength beyond mortal bounds. Spitting teeth, the Fae snarled furiously and harsh light bloomed in front of him. I sucked in a breath. Even from where I stood I could feel the heat of it, and so close it would have been impossible for Hakram to dodge it. Queen or king or heaven's get. Never unpaid goes their debt. Learn bitter with the last breath. The left hand gives only death. When the light died out, Adjutant's smoking frame towered 3 feet back from where he'd been. He was steaming like cooked meat, but unharmed. I could still feel the wisps of his name on him, the remnants of the aspect he'd called on, stand. He'd withstood the strike of a demon using it, once. Fae sorcery was lesser in comparison. I saw his axe had been turned to blackened scraps by the Baron's power, though, and felt a sharp surge of fear. The sound of his laughter dispersed it. He'd been driven back to the horse's side by the impact, and deftly he claimed back the axe he'd left in the mount's head. He didn't close the distance again, though, which I found strange. Though visibly shaken by the way his sorcery had failed to quell his opponent, the Baron immediately returned on the offensive. Light flared around the blade, and only then did I understand Adjutant's intent. The orc's legs lowered, the muscles of his arm flexed, and his skeletal hand dug into the horse's flesh. With a loud grunt, he seized the entire corpse like a mace and smashed it into the charging Fae. The Baron hastily tried to cut through the flesh, but only succeeded in parting the belly. The mass still plowed him downwards like a fragile doll. The carcass bubbled and burst in a shower of gore as the Fae emerged, panting, but there was no recovering from his misstep. The crescent blade of the axe caught him in the neck, cleaving to the spine. The orc booted his stomach to wrench the steel out, leaving him twitching in the gore, then calmly cleaved straight into his skull. Dead the hand and dead the man. Sharp the blade and sharp the fong. For no matter how tall they stand, when iron rests we see them hang. Dead. And now, just now, when the sight of it was still fresh in the eyes of the Fae above, that was the moment to strike. Even as thousands of feet thundered in approval and Hakram's blood-red axe rose to the sky, I drew Duchess Keegan's attention. Now, I said, send them in now. The older woman nodded slowly, still troubled by what she'd just seen, and drew a red scarf from a pouch on her side before holding it up. Without a sound, 2,000 men and women of the watch broke into a perfect run. Like the song had said, there were scales to settle. And like the song had said, summer would lie red and broken for it. Book 3, Chapter 26, Advance. You'd be surprised at the breadth of things that can be powered by the souls of the innocent. Fortresses, swords, my favorite chandelier. Dread Empress Malevolent too. Calling how they moved to formation would have been inaccurate. A tide, maybe, or wisp of fog. The gray-brown cloaks fluttered behind them as the watch charged towards the fortress, the Fae only recovering from the sight of my right hand slaughtering their champion when the Diawraith were mere feet away from the base of the rampart. A volley of flame-touched arrows bloomed, but it was like trying to catch smoke in your hand. The flames touched only the ground, and the watch began its ascent. Duchess Keegan had said that they wouldn't need ladders, and now I saw why. Every soldier took out a pair of steel stakes, and I watched as the first to move forward leapt up before ramming his first stake into the stone. Using it as support, he threw himself up and bit into stone with his other stake. A flick of the wrist got the first stake out of the stone, and then he hoisted himself up again. 20 feet up the wall, in the blink of an eye. Merciless gods. I thought, I might have been able to do that, but one of my soldiers? Suddenly Daoin's dream of taking the fight to the elves seemed more than an elaborate ritual suicide. The Fae did not lose their composure, continuing to pour down arrows. At my side, Duchess Keegan raised her hand again, a black scarf in hand. The 3,000 remaining soldiers of the watch, longbows already strung, released a volley of their own. The arc was perfect, almost pleasurable to watch. Though the projectiles were mere steel, they scythed through the summer fairies who'd been careless enough to leave the protection of the crenels. A burning log was tossed over the rampart, but the Diawraith did not miss a beat. Those allowed room by the angle pressed themselves against the stone and let it pass them by, and a woman whose chest would have been caved in instead leapt atop the log, using it to leap again upwards and resume climbing with her stakes. And grim when I beat them, I thought, when they were defending their own damned wall. I'd always thought that in a few years after she was seasoned, Juniper would be the best tactician on Calernia, bar none, but what I saw was forcing me to reconsider. It was one thing to beat devils, another to crush. This, less than 80 heartbeats after they'd begun moving, just after another volley shot by the watch who'd stayed behind forced the Fae to take cover, the first Diawraith landed on top of the wall. The fighting then was not so one-sided. Keegan's monsters were quicker and stronger than humans had any right to be, but so were the Fae. Longsword met longsword as a dozen footholds formed on the rampart, but the watch had not been deployed to take the wall. As soon as the last Diawraith made it up, the clusters moved again and disappeared into the fortress. Headed for the gate, no doubt. My turn. Nock's men made way for me as I marched to the front of the 2,000 legionaries of the 15th, eyes on the still-closed gates. Adjutant joined me moments later, armor blackened by the sorcery of the Baron he'd put down. They're impressive, the orc graveled. Maybe the finest soldiers on Calernia, pound for pound. I hummed, not disagreeing. Now that the initial shock at their performance had waned, though, I felt that I was missing something. Only a quarter of Duchess Keegan's army was made up by the watch. Why, if they were so effective? If she had 20,000 of them, the wall would never have fallen during the conquest. Were there requirements to being able to become part of the watch? It couldn't be that they were all mages. Diawraith weren't known to birth a lot of those, and no one had 5,000 mages to field safe for praise, who'd bred those numbers up over millennia, and perhaps Procker, by sheer dint of its population's size. Resource investment, I murmured. Hakram raised a brow. Legion officers and mages take half a decade to train properly, I said. The Empire can bear that because it's rich and its population large. Daoin is a duchy, not a kingdom. They might not have the means to support too many of those. That kind of power can't come without a material cost. Presi were wealthy beyond comprehension and cheated with blood sacrifices besides. Otherwise, raising even a single flying fortress would beggar the tower for half a decade. Diawraith didn't have that shortcut available, though. Them grabbing people to sacrifice, even if they kept it strictly in-house, would have been noticed eventually. Every time one of them dies, a small fortune goes up in smoke. Hakram grasped, brow creasing. They do have the population to field a larger army than 20,000. A choice was made. Quality over quantity, I said. They began treading that path long before the reforms took praise down the same road. Duchess Keegan's hand, then, was not as strong as she had been pretending. How many years would it take to replace any casualty incurred by the watch? She might be able to afford that in times of peace, but if she ever warred against the Empire, her treasury would be bleeding out from a dozen different unavoidable expenses. If I could realize this at a glance, I had a hard time believing that militia and Black could not. Was that why they'd never acted like they considered Daoin a real threat? Something to keep in mind when I next spoke with the Duchess. It was not long after we finished speaking that the gates began moving, a dozen silhouettes on each side pushing the massive copper things open. In front of them, the rest of the watch had clustered together in a tight formation, and the moment the way was clear, they began a smooth and almost leisurely retreat. I unsheathed my sword, raising the blade. 15th, I screamed. Advance. The nut had been cracked open. Now the butcher's work could begin. The ranks behind were 400 broad, following behind just short of a run as Hakram and I took point. The retreating Diawraith split around us, a few of them ceasing their retreat just long enough to shoot arrows at Faye trying to close the gates before we arrived. 50 feet. I gauged. The soldiers of Summer behind the gate hurriedly send a volley at the 15th, the same kind of chest-height shots that had torn through the Gallowborn. This wasn't my retinue, though. It was a full Jesha of 2,000, half the forces making up a regular Legion of Terror. These men had been trained to deal with mages, and without missing a beat, the mage lines within the 15th returned fire. A wave of fireballs flew, tailored for size instead of strength or speed. The spells taught in the War College were not the most powerful or the most effective. They were the most flexible. The formula easy to adjust for the situation. Every mage cast, and when the large balls of flame met the arrows, a curtain of flame flickered across the grounds. Not a single projectile made it through. Heat licking at my face, I strode through the already fading fire. 20 feet. Been a while since we were in a scrap side by side, I said. Lease, I think, Hakram mused. Learned a few things since then. So have I said. Try to keep up. There were maybe 10 feet between me and the Fae when I dashed forward, sinking into my name. I'd always found clarity in doing that, in allowing the world to slow as my perception deepened and my blade followed, but it was different now. The air no longer felt just crisp, it was cold. Like a windless winter night, everything tinged with frost. An arrow flew towards my throat, but my sword came up without missing a beat, slapping it to the side as I pivoted on myself and fell on the first rank of the Fae. At my side, a roar sounded and blood sprayed high as Adjutant began to paint in red. We hit their line like a trebuchet stone, plowing straight through. There was no room for elaborate tactics. Here, no lion devours gazelle. If they didn't hold the gate, they were done for. They had to stand and fight. It would be a red gutter before long, and the gutter was where I shone. One of the Fae threw tongues of flame at me, and I didn't even bother to dodge them. They hit my armor head-on with only hissing steam to show for it, the ice-cold steel unmarred. My shield hit the opponent in the stomach, smashing him back, and I gutted him with a clean sword stroke. Adjutant stood at my side, sweeping the enemy aside with wild laughter as we drive deeper and deeper. There was a deafening sound behind us as Nox heavies impacted the Fae line, orcs and humans in a tightly locked shield wall beginning their push. This was not the kind of battle the Summer Fae were meant for, I thought. Not these, anyway. Mere swords and bows were no match for the implacable advancing steel wall of the Legions of Terror. The path Hakram and I were carving through the enemy filled with soldiers, a wedge in the enemy formation that split them. Already they were wavering. The watch had killed hundreds on their way through, and what stood behind us now was not the full strength of the enemy. There still had to be some left on the walls. Spargear, an officer's voice called out. Small clay balls with lit fuses sailed above the ranks, falling in the throng of Fey. The sharpers exploded a moment later, shredding flesh and bone. With a resounding cry, the shield wall pushed forward, and the army of Summer folded under the pressure. Fire, the same voice called out. For dozen balls of flame flew above the Fey ranks. They wouldn't hit anyone, but they weren't meant to. One by one they detonated, the pressure flattening the fairies under them even if they didn't kill anyone. The Fey lines wavered, and again the cry sounded, the shield wall pushing forward. I'd been killing my way through anything foolish enough to stand in my way, the tip of the spear, and finally I saw only one woman in front of me. Behind her was an empty courtyard, leading deeper into the fortress. There was fear in her two large eyes. Her sword parried my blow, but her grips was weak. With a grunt I pushed down, flexing my muscles as she joined a second hand to her first and desperately tried to hold me back. Too weak. I broke through her guard, carving her from shoulder to rib across the body. After so many strikes against armor, even the goblin steel of my sword was starting to dull, but with enough power behind the blow that mattered little. I stepped onto the courtyard lightly, the sound of fangs tearing through flesh heralding Adjutant, following me as he tossed a corpse with a ripped throat to the side. Heavies filled the corridor wide open, splitting the Fey in two, and it was the beginning of the end for them. They began to break. We can leave them to knock, I said. We have a count to settle matters with. The orc nodded, licking reddened chops. The inside of the castle was still made of the same white stone, but in the shady corners I saw roots peeking through. Count of Oldenoak, huh? Might be more to the title than just heraldry. A set of stairs led to the upper keep, and without wasting any more time, I began the way up. We passed through an empty banquet hall without slowing, my gaze lingering at the larger and larger amount of roots I saw growing through the stone from every corner. Was this entire fortress a tree, the oak the Fey noble was named for? I knew fuck all about what oaks actually looked like, having been raised in a city, so I could be looking at one for all I knew. There was another set of stairs in the back of the hall, and we headed there, the both of us feeling the pressure coming from higher in that direction. We ended up in a corridor covered with living mosaics of leaves that shifted with every glance, but didn't stick around to look at them. Through an arc we could see a third and final set of stairs, leading to what I would have called a basilica if the colored glass of its windows didn't display the glory of summer victorious. The way up was long and sharply sloped, the stairs broad and too large to be covered in one stride. The sun shone down, but it was not illuminating stone. We were surrounded by the brown bark of an immense oak, growing in the center of the towers we'd glimpsed from the outside. The large structure ahead had copper's doors like the outer fortress, though these were wide open. The atmosphere was eerily green-tinged. 20 denarii, he's waiting for us inside on some kind of oaken throne, I said. I'm not taking that, Hakram snorted. 20 denarii, we get a monologue about the might of summer before the fight. We kept moving even as we talked, but the moment we rose onto the first step, the strange buzz of Fey wings sounded in the utter silence. From the heights of the giant tree, 10 Fey descended on translucent wings, landing halfway up the steps with unnatural grace. Each of them held a leaf-shaped shield and a long lance of wood. I raised an eyebrow. So if he'd been called the Count of Plentiful Cows, would you be fighting with udders and hooves? I called out. The words echoed across the distance, my mockery repeating twice more before fading. Though crowd, Adjutant deadpanned. The 10 Fey spread in a line without replying, wings flickering out of existence, and the spears rose. Since the grim-faced pricks weren't willing to save us the climb before we fought it out, we began the way up. I caught Hakram studying them carefully as we rose, then punched his shoulder to draw his attention, eyebrow raised. Go to the Count, he graveled. I'll handle them. You've used one aspect already, I frowned. And your other one's not much use in a fight. The tall orc bared his fangs. I feel close, he said. To the third. And now I understood why he'd suggested it. Iron sharpens iron, Presi were fond of saying. They meant it as a justification for their obsession with scheming against one another, but I'd found the saying had some truth in it. For both villains and heroes, conflict drove advancement. No, perhaps that wasn't exact. Weighty actions allowed you to sharpen your name, and conflict had a way of birthing those. Whether it was arguing with an enemy or beating them down, a named could temper themselves. It wasn't that Hakram thought he'd stomp over all these Fey. They were obviously meant to be an elite guard of some kind, no matter how ridiculous their equipment. But he believed that a dangerous enough fight might allow him to reach his third aspect. I don't like risking you, I said, more honestly than I'd meant it to. Duel's one thing. This is just taking a risk to hurry something you'll get eventually. He half smiled, which given the size of his teeth still made him look more horrifying than sentimental. You can't be the only one taking risks, he chided. And we'll need all we can bring to bear, soon. If not for this war, then for the next. I was still less than fond of this idea. It wasn't just that finding a replacement for Adjutant would be impossible, though there was no denying that was a fact. Even if Apprentice fused Ratface and Aisha into a single abomination of nature, the combined talents wouldn't be able to handle a tenth of the work he did. Hakram was my friend. Gods, probably the person I was closest to in all of creation. My first instinct was to kill anything that might threaten him and put the head on a spike to ward off anybody else who might want to try. I knew that look in his eyes, though. It was the same one he got before disappearing for a few bells, and a problem mysteriously solved itself. There would be no talking him out of this no matter how much I glared. Wade in their blood, Hakram, I finally said, raising a gauntlet fist. Luck in battle, Catherine, he replied, hitting his fist with mine. We were only 2 steps away from the Fae, and they'd yet to move. I suppose they thought it made them look imposing. The way is barred, a Fae said. So was the front gate, I replied. I dashed forward, sending a sliver of power into my legs. Bypassing a step entirely, I landed in front of the rightmost Fae, whose spear immediately whistled towards my throat. From the corner of my eye I saw movement. Ridiculous as they looked, they were quicker than the soldiers from earlier and better coordinated. If it had come to a scrap, that would have mattered, but unfortunately for them, fleeing was another game entirely. I formed a circular panel of shadow in the way of the one trying to flank me and ducked under the spear of the other, never breaking stride. Wouldn't have worked if I was any taller, but for once being so offensively short was an advantage. The shadow pane shattered a heartbeat later, but I was already on the step behind them. I glanced back and saw that none of them was deigning to pursue. Hakram ripped the shield out of the hands of one and smacked another face with it, but he was surrounded within moments, and the situation looked sharply to his disadvantage. My fingers tightened until the gauntlet creaked, but I forced myself to look away and continued my way up. He wouldn't have told me he could handle it if he couldn't. I forced myself to clear my mind the way I'd been taught, even as I headed up to the structure that was the crowning glory of the fortress, the very heart of the Count's domain. From the sides of the stairway, there were no rails here either, though unlike with the tower, I was willing to cut some slack since at least they could fly back up if they fell. I could see routes leading up to the inside of the building. Well, that was promising. I'd seen my fair share of fucking horrors in winter. I supposed I was due exposure to the other side of the coin. The copper gates were open, like I'd seen earlier, but as I made it to the top, I finally got a glance inside. For the first time since breaching the fortress, what I saw gave me pause. It wasn't the tall silhouette of the Count that gave me pause. His back turned to me as he gazed out the green and red glass in front of him. It was the sight of the inside of the basilica, though the living wood that made hundreds of stacks filled with books and baubles was a stunning sight. No, it was the 100 corpses of the Gallowborn that hung from the branches covering the ceiling. I let out a long, quiet breath. Fury was not unknown to me. I'd felt both boiling anger and frozen, bitter hatred since I'd become the squire. But the sight of men and women who'd died for me trussed up like trophies in someone's sanctum killed the emotions in me. I'd seen the Carrion Lord once. The monster the tale spoke of, instead of the sardonic teacher I'd come to love. Seen the humanity in him smothered like a candle, leaving behind only a thing capable of anything if it furthered its objectives. If someone was looking at my face right now, I thought they might just see the same thing. He'd told me once that we're the same in some ways. Maybe he was right, because right now I felt capable of being monstrous. My footsteps broke the silence in the room as I walked forward, the heartbeats of the beast echoing in turn. It was there, I knew as well as I knew my own breath. Still as the grave, but looking at the Count with my eyes. It did not delight in the violence to come, for once. It bowed to it. I'd never considered any of this personal. I heard myself say, my tone without a speck of feeling. I am, after all, invading your home. You've not participated in the invasion of Callow, and my only reasons for sieging this keep were of a strategic nature. The Count of Olden Oak turned to face me, tall wooden spear in hand. But this, I murmured, looking at the corpses of people I'd known, trained with, laughed with. This was a choice. Those have consequences. Duchess of Moonless Night, the Fae greeted me calmly. You seem displeased. We passed civil the moment you hung up those corpses, I said. I could torture you for this, I suppose, but that's a cheap sort of satisfaction. Meaningless, really. There's no evening this particular scale. Winter pretending to be righteous, the man mocked. A farce of farces. I revoke your right to exist, I said, tone measured. I will take what I want from you, and then you will end. He opened his mouth to speak again, but I shot forward. The man wore no armor, only green robes, but with Fae that meant nothing. My sword came down, but the shaft of the spear caught it. Whatever sorcery was in the wood made it harder than steel, my blade bouncing off. I was past caring. I smashed my shield into his shoulder, but his hand came up to block it. Green light shone on his palm, and the momentum of the strike vanished. I gave ground, stepping back and slowly circling around him. Swift as a hawk he struck, spear aiming for my eyes, but I hit the tip of his spear with the top of my shield to knock it off course. The spear rose past my head, but instantly a branch grew from it, whistling towards my throat. I blinked in surprise as it pierced straight through, only backing away in time to prevent it from severing my spine. My vocal cords were done for, but I no longer needed to speak an aspect to call on it. Rise, I thought. The wound slowly began to close even as the branch that had grown from the spear withdrew back into it. So this was a count of summer, I thought. I had no makeshift prophecy protecting me from this one, no shield of lies to blunt his power. He would lose regardless. I moved forward again, and the spear whipped out, tearing a hole through my shield. A last-moment adjustment prevented it from piercing through the hand that held it. He made to withdraw the spear, but I focused my will, and the ice welled from the steel and froze it stuck inside. I managed to swing at his face before he forced it out anyway, twisting away from my blow. I cut clean just underneath his eye. Green light came out instead of blood, bark growing to fill the wound. I was not the only one with a healing ability, it seemed. The hole in my shield froze shut with dark ice, and I went back on the offensive. His growing trick was too dangerous to allow him the initiative. The tip of my blade probed his guard as I angled my feet for a thrust, his eyes flickering down to notice it. The beast howled. When he slapped aside the thrust with his spear, I was already moving, twisting the momentum into a pivot that smashed into his spear when he managed to block it again. I tore through no flesh, but the strength behind the strike threw him back a few feet. I was stronger than him, then. My title of Duchess was not entirely meaningless. The spear snaked forward as he moved towards me, casually slapped aside. Even as it passed my flank, I saw the branch grow and head for my kidneys, but I was ready for it this time. I dropped my sword and caught the bursting wood with my hand, forcefully moving it aside. Ice glistened on the lower edge of my shield, sharpening it like a blade, and I rammed that edge into his shoulder. I cut through the robe, and he hissed in pain, then wrenched out the shield while throwing myself to the side before the two branches growing from the first one he'd made could punch through between my ribs. I landed in a roll, without a weapon, and the Count smirked. Green light shone the gaping wound going from his shoulder to his pectorals, bark filling it instantly. I flicked my wrist, and Pickler's contraption triggered, a knife slapping down onto my palm. My senior sapper had made sure that there would always be steel in my hand when I needed it, her sharp little mind ever refining the tool I'd once used when fighting the lone swordsman. You seem to be at a disadvantage, Duchess, the Fae mocked. I had no interest in trading barbs with meat. I charged again, but found the distance between us had been too lengthy. The Count flicked his fingers at me, a dozen strands of green light shooting towards my chest as I advanced. I stepped aside, adjusted my angle, and continued moving forward, but he still had control of the sorcery. The strands struck down at my boot, roots growing from them and nailing me to the floor. My momentum cut short. I had to force myself back in order to avoid tripping. Immediately the Fae struck. Moving to the side, my shield didn't cover with the grace of a cat. My knife wouldn't be able to do much against the spear at this distance. You have made a mistake, I thought with vindictive satisfaction. I adjusted my grip on the knife to be the same I'd use for a sword, and then with a flicker of will from the short blade, a full sword length of dark ice grew. I cut through the spear, and thought it immediately began to grow back. His eyes widened. I tore through my boot out of the roots effortlessly. I'd already proved I beat him in raw strength, arrogant of him to think he could bridge the gap with sorcery. My shield hit his stomach, knocking the breath out of him without his little healing being of any use. My blade carved straight through the wrist that held the spear, and though it grew back in bark, that didn't bring back the weapon to his hand. Sorcery attempted to do so, but when it began rising from the ground, I exerted my will again and froze it stuck. I cut his throat, without missing a beat. Green light filled the wound, but I was already striking again. I sliced through his eyes and he screamed, but a heavy groan sounded out behind me. I risked a glance and saw that 100 spears of wood were descending from the branches covering the ceiling. In that heartbeat, the world slowed. I could move out of the way, give ground again, and avoid the danger. But I didn't want to. I wanted to crush him under my boot, and the bone-deep hatred I'd felt when first entering summer well up in response. I didn't set it aside, this time. I took it, owned it, carved it into a weapon. It was mine, and it would answer to my will like any other aspect. Fall, I said. The world went dark. A boundless night sky spread above us, without a single speck of light to break the black. There was a cold here that was old and merciless, and the branches that would have pierced me slowed and turned gray. The sap inside them froze and they died. The Count of Olden Oak's bark-crafted eyes stared blindly into the dark as he panicked. I could feel a flame inside him, feel it dimming with every passing heartbeat. Frost spread across his body slowly, and I could feel him on the brink of death. I smiled and the night went away, wrenching me back into the sunlit basilica. He was barely conscious now. So little of him left a child could have beaten him to death. His power would grow back, though, given enough time. Oh, you don't get to die yet, I said. I still have a use for you. What little was left of his mind smelled of fear, and it was not unwarranted. Book 3, Chapter 27, Expedition. No matter how hallowed the crown, it fits only one head. Proserin's saying. There were no maps. That was the great dangers of Arcadia, I was learning. Well, that and the fact that it was a shifting hellscape filled with quarrelsome demigods. I'd not realized until now how much planning a march depended on the maps provided to 15th by the tower. We had no idea what was ahead of us now, and any reports brought back by scouts might have become inaccurate by the time we reached the place they'd been. I knew where we needed to go, could feel it in the back of my head like an unmoving iron spike. But that knowledge came without a precise idea of the distance I needed to march. Based on the last 2 times I'd traveled to Arcadia, I was guessing about 6 days, but that was a guess. We could be here for a fortnight if I was misjudging the situation. We'd set out with rations for 3 weeks, expecting to resupply when we met up with the 15th back in creation, and we had since expanded our granaries. The regulations for the Legions of Terror forbade looting, but I was named. I could overrule those whenever I wished. They were mostly meant to avoid antagonizing local populations when the Empire took territory, anyway, so I was breaking the letter more than the spirit. And hells, since for once in my life I wasn't fighting in my own homeland, I'd ordered Robert to loot this fucking fortress to the bedrock. Taking anything heavy would only slow us down, but there was plenty of jewelry, gold, and silver lying around. It would have been better to have Ratface along for that. The Tagreb was capable of squeezing silver of stone, given a bell, but he was more useful to me at Juniper's side, preparing the second phase of our campaign against summer. Night fell all too quickly as the armies camped around the fortress, torches and bonfires lighting up the dark. I'd claimed the Basilica where I'd beaten the Count as my command center, and it was where I'd be holding my meeting with the senior staff of the combined armies. Passing the banquet hall I'd glimpsed on my way up earlier in the day, I raised an amused eyebrow at the sight of 2 goblins with knives prying out the gilding from the corner of the high table before shoving the gold in a bag. Enterprising lot, robbers cohort. I decided not to ask how they'd gotten so good at ripping off precious metals from objects, since I'd really prefer not to know. The summer court was torching Southern Callow. It was suddenly fitting that their own treasures would pay for the rebuilding of it. The Diaraith were too proud to ask for a cut, and Rancor was from the generation that had drafted the regulations I was breaking, so amusingly enough, it was all going in my war chest. The entire fortress had been ours a half-bell after I'd smacked down the Count. Noxmen sweeping in, and the other 2 legions taking the walls on the sides when the Faether pulled back to deal with my men. 10 corpses and a bloodied but satisfied adjutant had been waiting for me when I first left the Basilica. He'd gotten his aspect, he'd said, but he'd rather keep what it was exactly under wraps for now. The Fae personal guard looked like they'd been hacked to death with his axe, not some power, so I was rather interested in what had allowed him to bridge the gap. It could wait, though. If there was one thing I'd learned about aspects in the years since I first became the squire, it was that they were trump cards best kept quiet until they could shine. The knowledge that I had struggled, back in the day, had allowed the lone swordsman to plan around it. Best to leave Hakram's new weapon unknown until it could be slapped down on the table at our enemy's detriment. The officers were already waiting for me when I passed the still open copper doors, settled around a large circular table clearly stolen from another part of the castle. It still had dried blood on it. Not that anybody seemed to care. No insulting slogans had been carved on the surface, though, so it probably wasn't a goblin who'd found it. They like to leave a mark, my little monsters. This particular meeting had required broader attendance than the usual triumvirate of Rancor, Keegan, and I. A hooded figure from the watch stood silently behind the seated Duchess. At the marshal's side, an old acquaintance was frowning, General Afalabi. He seemed displeased that Nock was in attendance, representing my Jesha from the 15th. I could see his point. As a mere legate, the large orc was by far the lowest-ranked person here, but he could put his objections in a pipe and smoke them, for all I cared. Speaking of, I took out the dragonbone pipe Masigo had once gifted me and ripped a small pouch of Waycleaf. I'd earned it after today. I struck a match on my Akaton and inhaled in puffs until fire caught, tossing aside the blacked pine wood. In my absence, Adjutant had been more or less in charge. Though his official rank in the legions was technically below that of a tribune, by virtue of being named in my right hand, there was no one here who could gainsay him about much of anything. Done stripping the place clean? Rancor said as I claimed the seat across from her. I inhaled with a sigh of pleasure, then blew the smoke idly. Jealousy is unseemly in a woman of your rank, I replied with a smug smile. Hakram cleared his throat. You all know why you're here. The orc graveled. Casualty reports first. 29 dead, Keegan said calmly. The wounded will be back on their feet by morning. Merciless gods, and they'd been the ones to scale the walls. Everyone and their sister had a bloody arcane weapon these days. It was a good thing I'd reinstated a knightly order, because otherwise I was going to be the only one on the field without some awe-striking shock troops to deploy. 200 and change dead, Nock volunteered. Mages are handling our wounded. Maybe another 50 will need to stick with the supplies for the rest of the march. Less than 100 for the 4th and the 12th together, Rancor said. The 15th took the brunt of the assault for us. 2,000 Fae in a heavily fortified position, and we'd wiped them out with fewer than 500 casualties in the span of a day. I could get used to being the one with the numerical advantage, if things went that smoothly every time. From my interrogation of the Count of Olden Oak, I learned that these were summer regulars, I said. A border garrison to check winter aggression. Half their number was stripped when the Princess of High Noon invaded creation. If this is the quality of soldiery we'll be facing, perhaps this entire matter has been overly planned, Duchess Keegan noted. Marshal Rancor hacked out a laugh. This was a siege, you twit, she said. Not what those boys are meant for. On a plane with equal numbers, and some nobles to back them, there'll be trouble. The hooded man behind the Duchess stirred at the insult, but Keegan settled him with a glance. I watched the interplay without a word, pulling at my pipe. The Waycleaf was blunting the sharper edges of my mood, perhaps for the best. I agree with the Marshal's assessment, Hakram said. They showed their mettle when they tangled with the Gallowborn. If they catch any of our infantry without crossbows or mages, it will go very differently. Which leads us to the crux of this matter, Afalabi said. Where are we headed, Lady Squire? Surely you made inquiries with your prisoner. The Count of Olden Oak was currently a guest of the 15th, tied up under 17 layers of wards and a rotating watch of mages. I'd been forced to leave so many to the task that to take care of my wounded, I'd had to send for mages from the 4th. We're headed for the lands of the Princess Sulia, as some of you are already aware, I said. When politely asked, our friend revealed that it'll be mostly a straight march to there. Only 2 obstacles in the way, a river and the keep of the Count of Golden Harvest. We're in luck for the second one. The Count is currently in creation, along with most his troops. Is there a bridge or a ford? Rancor asked, leaning forward. There's supposed to be a bridge, if we keep down the road that led us here, I said. I wouldn't count on it still being standing, though. They had time to send messengers before we took the fortress. As long as the bare bones of S structure remain, my sappers can take care of it, the Marshal dismissed. We'll be relying on you, then, I acknowledged, spewing out a stream of smoke. Even if the river was swimmable, we have too many supply carts for that to be valid way across. We should begin marching before dawn, Duchess Keegan said. We've already wasted a day on this castle. The longer we tarry, the higher the chances the armies in Callow are recalled. None of us was eager at the idea of fighting the higher ranks of the summer court on their own ground. In creation their power was limited, but out here, there were some entities numbers meant nothing again, and the Princess of High Noon struck me as one. Forced march, Nock grunted in agreement. We're in their lands now. Our way to get out of this with most our feathers is to be gone by the time they'd done mobilizing. We'll exhaust our soldiers if we follow your plan. General Afalabi drawled in disdain. And risk ambush if we move hurriedly. Legionaries dead on their feet will be ill-equipped to handle Fey harassment. The orc is right, Duchess Keegan retorted flatly. Better we lost a few hundreds to ambushes than 30,000 to a hopeless pitched battle. Knock, I said, and though my tone was calm it sounded out like a clap. The orc's name is Legate Knock of the 15th Legion. The Deorath met my eyes, displeased, but I matched her stare. We both knew I was in the right in this. Eventually she nodded, lips thinned. Legate Knock is correct, she conceded. I smiled mirthlessly, blowing out smoke. If she wanted to keep on good terms with me, Keegan would need to watch her fucking mouth around my people. Whatever the pace, we need eyes ahead, Ranker spoke into the silence. The 4th and the 12th have scouting contingents. Your detached cohort under the Special Tribune can join them. I have another task for them that'll take them away from the army. I refused. Consider them unavailable for the foreseeable future. What are they doing? Afalabi asked. I raised an eyebrow at him. The matter is sealed, General, I replied. I will unveil it when I deem it necessary. This isn't the time to play mysterious, the man said through gritted teeth. We're in hostile territory with no path of retreat. Recklessness will get us killed. Your last gamble torched a third of Summerhome, Squire. We cannot afford a repeat performance. From the corner of my eye I saw Nock's fist clench, and he half rose from his seat, but Hakram sent him a quelling look. I drummed my fingers against the table lightly, taking the pipe out of my mouth. You're leading to something, I said. Spit it out. Marshal Ranker has the rank and the experience to make the proper decisions, the Sonic said. Command of the expedition should be formally ceded to her. I glanced at the goblin in question. She didn't seem surprised, but neither did she seem appreciative. Not her idea? Hard to tell. No army of Daoin will ever take orders from Presai. Duchess Keegan replied coldly. Marshal Ranker? I prompted, tone light. You've yet to make a major mistake, the goblin said. Doesn't mean you won't. There were subtleties to that reply. She wasn't disagreeing with Afalabi, but she was distancing herself from the push somewhat. Either she was leaving herself room to throw him under the carriage after using him as a catspaw, or she truly had nothing to do with this. You fucking wastelander prick, Nock growled. Do you really think you dash? Nock. I interrupted without looking at him. Sit down. He did. He'd heard me use this voice before. I've perhaps been too lenient, I said. I do have less experience than most the commanders at this table, hence why I've been taking advice. But allow me to make something perfectly clear, General. The temperature in the room descended sharply, and for once it was on purpose. I met the Sonic's eyes, and to his honor he did not flinch. I am in command, I said, cocking my head to the side. Here, in Callow, wherever we meet for the rest of your natural life. I'm not going to threaten you over this, or seek revenge for the slight. To be frank, you're just not important enough for me to spend that much time on you. The man blanched in anger. I set my pipe on the able and slid it towards him. I could speak to you, I noted. But I don't really need to, do I? Whine all you like. We both know the chain of command here. So what you're going to do instead is head downstairs to the kitchens to clean my pipe. When you're done, you may come back and sit at the table. I tapped my fingers against the table impatiently. Now, I ordered. Choking on his rage, the man snatched the pipe off the table and strode away. That was the last sliver of attention I gave him. As Marshal Ranker said, we should send scouts to have a look down the road as soon as possible, I said, continuing as if nothing had happened. Duchess Keegan, given the speed the watch has shown, I would trouble you to send a detachment of it ahead to check on the state of the bridge. I've 100 used to going into the steps to map orc movements, the Deorath replied, tacitly agreeing. It wasn't that she was cowed, because she wasn't. Neither was Ranker, for that matter. They'd both dealt with scarier villains than me, though I was playing catch-up in that regard. But I just made it clear that, if pushed, I was willing to push back. I might still be too young for them to see me as an equal, but I was, at least, not someone to be fucked with lightly. It would be enough for now. I glanced at Hakram, and he began speaking again. Now, he began, for the forces will dedicate to guarding the supply train. We were back on the road by dawn the following morning. The first day was uneventful, but that very night we first saw the signs of trouble to come. None of the armies involved had set up a fortified camp before dark, given the pace we were putting the soldiers through. It would only slow us down, and given that the Deorath did not practice the same doctrine, the meat of our army would be unprotected besides. Double watch and a ring of fires had been deemed barely sufficient, but if we'd not posted goblins out, we would have still missed the Fae studying us in the dark. Only a handful and far out of the light cast by the fires, but to goblins the dark made no difference. No attack followed, but from then on it was clear there was an enemy force watching us. That we could only guess at the size and position of it was dangerous, given how good at ambushes summer had already shown itself to be. The lack of attack, though, led me to a theory. Arcadia ran on stories, didn't it? More than that, on story. Logic. Time and distance were dictated as a consequence, unless a bigwig like the King of Winter decided otherwise. If I was right, then it would all play out when we got to Princess Sulia's lands. Won the last day, at the last moment. I spent most of the second day's march trying out the notion, thinking of how it could be turned to my advantage. No sign of the Fae in daylight, though the watch detachment Keegan had promised came back with news. They'd found the bridge. As expected, it had been scuttled ahead of us. Ranker spent an hour asking the cloaked soldiers for details before declaring she could have a bridge able to support 2 carts at a time up in a bell and a half. I'd eat into the day's march, but swimming was apparently not an option. The current was harsh and the river broad. When we camped out for the night, I sent for a 10th of mages. Half of what the 15th had left, the rest had all gone with Robber. More than once during the night, I wished I had Masigo or even Killian along, instead of these ones. The difference in skill showed badly. I emerged only around morning bell, exhausted, and found I wasn't the only one in that state. The Fae had hit us during the night, in a manner of speaking. A handful of soldiers had appeared at the edge of the camp and shot fire arrows at the tents of the 4th, retreating before a response could be mustered. The damage was minimal, so Ranker had originally thought this to be the work of a few reckless Fae scouts. But when the attack repeated at the edge of the 12th's camp, the Marshal and the Duchess understood exactly what was happening. Both goblins and Diaraith were familiar with the kind of tactics a smaller mobile force could use against a larger invading one. Every hour or so Fae popped out of the woodworks and shot their arrows, not to kill or even burn supplies, but to keep our soldiers awake. They were eroding strength through exhaustion, and not even the watch was able to catch up to them on their home grounds. They succeeded in their ploy, to my irritation, and there was little I could do about it. We allowed the soldiers to rest for a few hours during the afternoon when we finally reached the bridge and Ranker put her sappers to work. So far we'd been left untouched during daylight, but I was of the opinion they were trying to make us drop our guards during the day in anticipation of a strike. The other 2 agreed. Attacks intensified during the 3rd night, to my mounting frustration. We'd camped on the other side of the river in case they torched the bridge Ranker had built during the night. It was wooden, and it proved a far-sighted precaution. It went up in flames mere hours after nightfall, cutting off our best path of retreat. Putting together our scout reports, we'd come to the conclusion that there were only about 300 Fae currently harassing us. A flea on the lion's back, but the lion was having a hard time getting a good night's rest. This time, they went for out sentinels shortly before dawn, and we had to rouse the infantry to force them to retreat. It was on the 4th day they attacked, though not exactly in the manner we'd predicted. A full 2,000 Fae led by a noble tore into our scouts ahead of the column. I hesitated to sally out myself, since I wasn't sure if it was a distraction, while another force ready to attack the glaring weak point that was our supply train. I sent Adjutant instead, but by the time he arrived the Fae had disappeared and left only charred corpses behind. They hit our scouts twice more that day, and though I was furious I eventually pulled them back closer to our armies. The 12th had already lost 200 scouts to the mess, and the 4th half that. Almost as much as the total casualties we'd incurred taking the fortress, without a single scalp to show for it. Ranker wasn't a marshal for nothing, though. That night she cooked up a few surprises for the enemy. Half past midnight bell the sound of buried demolition charges resounded, catching the enemy sneaking around our back by surprise. The sappers waiting on the Fae quickly found themselves outmatched, but they'd not been meant to win that fight. The watch sallied out in full to hit the Fae, carving out a few hundred corpses before they managed to flee. There was a sense of relief in the camps after that when the Fae didn't dare to continue the harassment that rose my wariness. Rankers too, as it happened. They struck again at dawn, while the soldiers were still half asleep, but at the Marshal's suggestion we'd filled the supply wagon with soldiers, and when the 500 Fae recklessly going for the carts arrived they were greeted by a steady crossbow volley. This time we managed to take prisoners, and the interrogations that followed were illuminating. We'd crossed the domains of 2 nobles already in our march, both of them gone to war with the host of summer. Warned ahead of our arrival by the messengers of the Count of Olden Oak, the skeleton garrisons left behind had followed at a distance while sending runners ahead for reinforcements. The garrisons of all the surrounding domains had gathered under the Lady of the Verdant Orchard, for 1,000 in full, and taken to delaying and harassing us until a larger army could be assembled to wipe us out. Word had been sent to the Heart of Summer, Ain, and to the Queen herself. What would come of it our prisoners had no idea, but I didn't want to stick around to find out. If the Queen of Summer took the field, we were fucked beyond Lower Meason's ability to express. With a better idea of what was on the other side, the decision was made to pick up the pace. As the prisoners had said, the fortress of the Count of Golden Harvest was empty of all life. It broke my heart to leave the place unlooted, but I didn't have the men or time to spare for it. It was a calculated risk to keep marching past nightfall on the 5th night, and it paid off. The Fey Raiders stripped another 100 men off our skin, but we managed to reach the edge of Princess Solia's domain. We fortified the camps for that last night, and heavy but rotating watches allowed the soldiers to rest up before the last day, and the battle I could feel in my bones was coming. Following that iron spike in the back of my head, I led the host to a wide grass plain by mid-morning. This, I knew instinctively, was where I could open the gate out. I took my time surveying the grounds. To the north the road continued across the plain, but our surroundings were not so uncluttered. To the west hills rose, low and round in the beginning, but growing too steep to march through the deeper they went. To the east a sunny forest sprawled out for miles, the trees thick enough one could easily hide an army in there. It felt like a trap, though one whose jaws had yet to close. Last time we'd needed 6 hours, a bell and a half, to get the army through the gate, which meant we had to hold this plain for at least 6 hours in the face of whatever came knocking. Ranker and Duchess Keegan came to join me as our armies spread across the span of grass, the three of us silent for a while before I spoke up. Defensive positions, I said. When summer comes knocking, I want them to be warmly received. Good grounds for a battle, Ranker murmured. If all you've promised comes to pass. Let's hope it does, I replied. You'll be a very far-sighted corpse by sundown if it doesn't. The soul-saving grace of this affair, Keegan said. I couldn't help but snort, but the amusement left me quickly. This was it. The day that decided whether I'd wrecked my chances at quelling the mess in Callow or not. Let's find out which of our traps has the sharpest teeth, Princess of High Noon. 2 hours later, I opened the gate, and we both rolled the dice. Book 3. Interlude, Commanders. When historians try to pin down Foundling's methods, they point to the Battle of the Camps or the Prince's Graveyard, but those came later, after she'd learned her trade. If you want to understand how she operated, look to the Battle of 4 Armies in 1. From the beginning to the end, she was playing an entirely different game from every other commander on the field. Extract from a commentary on the Uncivil Wars by Juniper of the Red Shields. Knock of the Waxing Moons was having an interesting day. He'd been woken up before dawn when the watch officers had been forced to break up a brawl between legionaries of the 15th and the 12th. The enmity between Afalabi and the boss had trickled down, and no one who'd been through Marchford and Lys was inclined to leave any teeth in a mouth that talked shit about Catherine Foundling. The poor fuckers were lucky they'd not run into the Gallowborn when flapping their mouths. That grim collection of paleskins drew steel over things like that and didn't sheath until the blade was red. The legate had been in a mood when he'd stepped to the scene, but Hakram already had it in hand. The men from the 12th were handed to their officers for discipline, and with Marshal Ranker looking over Afalabi's back, no one was under the illusions they'd get off lightly, while his boys were dragged back into their part of the camp. Fighting among legionaries when in hostile territory drew sharper sanctions than just brawling. It would be a hard flogging for them. When Deadhand had said their punishment would be delayed until the return to creation, they'd smirked. But that had disappeared real quick when Hakram had added that to even it out he'd deliver the flogging himself. Nock fancied that the memory of his old friend stomping a Fey noble by swinging a horse one-handed would scare them into acting like proper fucking legionaries for a few weeks at least. She made another enemy. The legate grunted as he watched the last of them leave. He's Sonic old blood, Deadhand replied. Was never going to be a friend. He's more useful as an example regardless. The good thing about Hakram was that he didn't believe in kissing ass. Never had. If he said the boss' decision to send a goddamn general of praise out of the room to clean her pipe like a misbehaving child had some sense to it, it meant he believed it. He wouldn't have been afraid to disagree openly if he did. Not with only Nock around to hear, anyway. The legate spat to the side. If you say so, he said. The Wallerspawn weren't moved, by my reckoning. The other orc's brow rose. Nock scoffed. She speaks with a lower accent. Hackram, he said. She's as much one of them as I am. She'll still smack you in the mouth if she hears you say that word, he replied. We have larger scores to settle than old grudges like that one. They're our allies, at least for now. Easy for Deadhand to say. His grandfather hadn't died taking a run at the wall. The old scrapper had been too deep in the red rage to retreat when the watch came out in force, and ended up with his head on a spike for it. It might still be there for all he knew. Dear Wraith, then, Nock conceded in a grumble. Keegan's hard iron, I'll give you that, Hackram conceded in Carsom. But she was watching, and she'll remember next time she feels like pushing. Politics, Nock snorted. Glad you're the luckless bastard stuck dealing with those. Not that different from college alliances, when it gets down to it, Deadhand replied, turning to gaze out into the night. Everybody wants something. The legate grunted, conveying his general fucking distaste for wasteland schemery. Grab what sleep you have left, Hackram finally said. Tomorrow's a red day if there ever was one. Nock of the waxing moons grinned, bearing ivory chops to the night. Looking forward to it, he said. They got to the place by mid-morning, and even as the rest of the armies dug in, Nock pawned off his duties to Commander Jwahir to study the grounds at his leisure. The Tagreb woman was a better hand at organizing, anyway. He'd picked her as his second for that very reason when he'd lost his brother so fucking senselessly at Three Hills. The same eerie road they'd used to get here continued to the north, supposedly reaching Ain and the seat of the Summer Court eventually. How long it would take to get there, no one had any idea. Apparently time was subjective in Arcadia, which sounded like the kind of shit the warlocks get babbled about after a few cups. Not close enough for whatever was in there to reinforce the opposition in time, which was the important part anyway. There was no sign of the enemy for now, and they checked. The woods to the east were empty, and thick enough besides you couldn't march in proper ranks through them. The hills to the west couldn't be marched through from the other side, as far as the goblins could tell, but that meant fuck all when the opposition had wings. If Nock was in a betting mood, he'd bet on Summer placing a nasty surprise in there to flank them where the lines were engaged. At least this would be a defensive engagement, the kind of fight most of their hosts were best at. Wallerspawn liked to let the enemy come to them, and they were heavy on bowmen besides, while Marshal Ranker's gang of cutthroats had the sharpest sappers in all the legions. As for General Afalabi's 12th, their cognomen was Holdfast. They'd stopped a Calawan force twice their size from making it to the siege of Summerhome during the conquest by digging in and letting them die on their palisades. After losing a full Kabili at the onset of the Lease Rebellion and needing the 15th to bail them out of the mess in Summerhome, those boys and girls would be eager to wipe off the black marks from their record. They'd fight with fire in their bellies no matter what came calling. The absence of reliable information about what that would be had been a stone in the large orc's boot for this entire expedition. Apparently there was going to be some kind of princess, but what the hells did that mean? The legate was more interested in numbers, and those were still anyone's guess. The almost 30,000 assembled here were nothing to fuck with lightly, and Nock would bet on them to handle up to 25,000 Summer Screamers no matter what nobles backed them. 30,000 would be dicey though. More than that, and it was going to get bloody, and not in the way the legate enjoyed. The 15th had been outnumbered before, at Three Hills, and outclassed at Marchford. But never both. Even the boss would have a hard time pulling a win from that mess if it came down to it. Speaking of, pretending he couldn't see Jwahir looking for him with her report face, Nock legged it as discreetly as an orc his size could. Catherine was sitting on one of the decadent cushioned chairs they'd looted back at the fortress, lounging like a lazy cat with that dragonbone pipe of hers. Nock occasionally wondered if she knew what even just this much dragonbone was worth. You could buy a mansion in one of the better parts of a tear for the gold it would earn at an auction. She blew out a stream of smoke as he rested his elbows on the back of her chair, the wooden frame groaning in protest. Nock, she greeted him. She spoke his name the way it would be spoken in Carsom. It was always eerie when she used the tongue of his people. She had a flawless Heartlands accent without having ever stepped a foot there. Name fuckery struck him as the guilty party there. The legate could the side of her face well from this close. Sharp and high cheekbones that had gotten even sharper since she'd gone into Arcadia to exact her share of hide from winter. Tin skin had gotten ever darker with all the marching in the sun they'd been doing of late. Whether she was pretty by human standards, he had no idea. She certainly had her fair share of people panting after her, though she'd ever only given Killian the doe eyes. Nock knew better than to ask how that had turned out. It hadn't escaped anyone's attention that the two of them had been keeping separate beds for months, and that they rarely spoke directly to one another anymore. Cat, he growled back. Shouldn't you be preparing your men? The tone was casual, but he knew to take it seriously anyway. The boss was nowhere as much of a hard-ass as Juniper, but she liked to run a tidy crew. Even those who'd been with her since Rat Company were expected to pull their weight. Jwahir has it in hand, he said. I'll look it over later. There a reason you haven't made the portal? I expect that they'll appear not long after I do, she replied, amused for some reason beyond him. Better we dig in first. Gonna be a rough one, this, Nock grunted. Might take us more than a bell and a half to retreat if we're under fire the whole time. And the last ones to leave will be given a bitch of a fight. He'd been standing close to her long enough to start feeling the cold now. Whatever she'd done in winter, it had changed her. Worse temper, though she'd never exactly been a delicate flower, and nowadays wherever she stood was always a mite frosty. Nock didn't mind. It reminded him of home, of the steps in spring just after the snows melted. From his height, he could see the corner of her mouth twitch. The blade smile. Someone always ended up bleeding out on the ground before too long, whenever she made it. Princess Sulia will be in command, on the other side, Kat said. She was described to me once as having a beautifully simplistic view of things. Don't need to get fancy when you can torch everything all the time, Knox said, admiration and disgruntlement warring for his tone. Dealing with someone like that is a lot like dealing with a hero, the boss mused. She'll enter the field thinking she knows the story ahead of her, because that's all she's ever known. I'm guessing that's not a nice story for us, Knox said. It's a story about invaders taking a beating as they try to retreat, she said. Most likely capped with a last stand at the gate to cover the last of us fleeing. We taking the rear guard then? The legate asked. Would be a fight to remember, that was for sure. He wasn't fond of the notion of sacrificing his Jesha to cover other legions and wallers. Dear Wraith, better he used that even in his mind. He wouldn't put it above her to be able to smell shit like this. But if that was what was needed to win the war, he'd grind his fangs and take the reaming. Oh gods no, Catherine laughed quietly. Summer's going into this with the perception that our strategy is all about limiting losses. I didn't come here to flee limping, Nock. I've come for blood. Nock felt his shoulders loosen and chuckled. Not because of the words, though they'd been reassuring enough, but because of the tone. Quiet. Catherine Foundling was always at her most dangerous when she got quiet. Time to make that known across two worlds, he figured. The girl was right, Duchess Keegan said. Adair shifted on his feet, watching the same sight she was. Countess Foundling had opened her gate but a half hour ago, not long after the goblin had finished her preparations, and already the host of summer was arriving. They were coming from the north down the road, as had been anticipated, but Keegan doubted that was the only direction they would strike from. This Princess Sulia had proved competent enough to annex most of southern Callow. She'd have more subtlety to her intent than a mere battering ram. About the timing only. She was wrong about the numbers, Adair said softly. My men say over 50,000. The ruler of Daoin closed her eyes, allowing herself the weakness only because no one but her old friend was close enough to see it. More than 50,000. They could barely afford to fight half that. Summer must have mobilized its full might to crush us, she finally said. There cannot be anything but sentinels left in creation. The 15th and the Knightsbane's command were on the move due south when we crossed the gate, Adair noted. She might have meant for all of us to serve as bait while they take back Dormer and Holden. Neither force is large enough to hold the cities if Summer attacks afterwards, Keegan said, frowning. She is young, Adair shrugged, and yet to be defeated. That breeds arrogance. She is not a fool, the Duchess murmured. Let us be careful to avoid the mistake of taking her for one. It would be a costly misstep to make. And oh, what delicate dance it had been to deal with that terrifying child. Where the Carrion Lord had dug up this monster, she did not know. For surely the stories about her being an Lorien orphan were a smokescreen for the truth. Obscure Imperial wards did not go on to win the kind of battles Catherine Foundling had, not after 2 years. Twice heroes had died at the girl's hand, devils and demons scattered by mortal men under her command, a resurrection forcefully snatched out of the hands of a descending Hashmalam. These were the signs of a legend in the making. If the Black Knight had ever been linked to one of the people, Keegan would have believed Foundling to be a child of his own blood raised in obscurity to avoid the knives of the High Lords. As this was not the case, she must have been found young and trained away from prying eyes to be unleashed as a weapon to suppress future Callowan rebellions. The villain's foresight never ceased to chill her blood, schemes decades in the making coming to fruit at precisely the right time. Still, it seemed his weapon had gone slightly astray. She was on her way to becoming a power in her own right. and that meant she could be negotiated with. Keegan had early understood the same truth that Rancor, that rotten old bitch, clearly did. To prevent Foundling from realizing the strength of her position, the stick had to be used with only a rare carrot dangled. It was a careful balance to strike, given what they were dealing with. The Duchess of Deoen still felt her blood run cold when she remembered that slip of a girl glancing at a general of praise, casually mentioning she could speak to him if she wished. The implied threat had been lost on no one at that table. Cross me, and I will take away your free will. Easy as snapping my fingers. Gods, barely 18, and she could already use her name to impose her will on others. Not even the Carrion Lord had been this precocious, and Keegan knew the terror of the man better than most. Her own aunt had been left an arrow-filled corpse in her own fortress when the Duny was still but a squire, swatted down like a fly in inside of the most heavily defended fortresses on Calernia. Praise was not to be trifled with, not without very good reason. The gruesome mantle of the Calamities was being passed to fresh named, and though yet young these monsters would grow as dangerous as the old ones. A dare stirred again, and it claimed Keegan's attention. She followed his eyes and saw the host of the Fae spreading across the plain, facing the fortifications. Around 60,000 she counted, revising upwards the earlier assessment. There were knights on winged horses that the Duchess anticipated to be trouble even if they could not use sorcery, which seemed unlikely. The hills, Adair murmured. There was, Keegan saw, a single person there. In a hooded cloak, leaning back against the slope as they sharpened a sword with a whetstone. At this distance, not even the watch could get much more from eyesight. Whoever they were, they did not seem inclined to move from the height. A chronicler? Keegan wondered. It seemed odd for a scholar to be armed, or be here at all. She was debating sending scouts to make inquiries when movement emerged at the head of the army of summer. Two silhouettes, both mounted. One pale and dark-haired with a perfect beard, wearing robes of woven flame and sunlight. A sword rested at his hip, no other weapon visible. The other was taller, and there was no doubt about her identity. The Princess of High Noon was as the tales told, hair like fire and terrible to behold. Swirls of heat marred the air wherever she moved. The Princess Sulia was bearing a banner of truce and rode halfway between the two awaiting armies before slamming the wooden shaft into the ground. Foundling's right hand found them not long after, the imposingly tall orc with the necromantic abomination at his wrist. He nodded politely, and etiquette dictated Keegan return the same. She did so grudgingly. Lady Foundling invites you to join the party that will meet with Summer, he said. Then I will do so, Keegan replied flatly. This is more than we bargained for. It always is, the adjutant smiled, sinisterly baring teeth. You've seen the person in the hills? We have, Keegan replied. She instructs there to be left alone, the orc said. Why? Keegan frowned. The exact words were, if that's who I think it is, we. Really, don't want to get in her way. Quaint. The Duchess sneered, not allowing the uneasiness she felt to show. An ally of Foundlings? No, it couldn't be. All the names that followed her were accounted for. And if it was a winter fae, the army of summer would have moved to attack them. It could not be the wild hunt, since this was not the seasons for it. Only in spring and autumn did these entities come into being. Too many factors were unknown to her on this battlefield, and Keegan did not like it in the slightest. She joined the rest of the diplomats. Regardless, the Countess herself and Rancor were all of it. Since the other side had not cluttered the grounds, there was no need for them to do so. The goblin's face was a mask, but the girl herself seemed remarkably at ease. Like they weren't walking to treat with demigods in the fullness of their power. Monster, Keegan thought. Only a monster would be half-smiling as they approached the Fae. Princess Sulia, I presume? Foundling said. Duchess of Moonless Nights, the creature replied. It hurt to look at her for too long, Keegan found. Like staring into the sun. Word. Does. Spread fast. Foundling drawled, tone amused. Who's the man with the sharp beard? I am the Prince of Deep Drought, the Fae said, and though his face was beautiful, the hatred turned it ugly. We finally meet, Pawn of Winter. The girl clucked her tongue. I'm at least a rook, really, she said. There's no need to be insulting. Was she really unaware that every time she spoke the Fae shivered with the urge to kill her? Keegan wondered with dismay. Why had she even come to treat if she was only going to taunt them? You wanted to talk, Rancor interrupted. It was adding insult to injury for Keegan to ever have to feel thankful towards the likes of that withered old prune. Surrender, Princess Sulia ordered, and there was a weight to the tone that almost made Keegan want to kneel. All of you may still swear yourselves to Summer. Only the broken thing wearing Winter's seal needs to die today. It's always refreshing to meet someone who's worse at diplomacy than I am, Foundling noted, seemingly impressed. The Duchess of Deowen gritted her teeth. Was the girl still pretending she'd not carefully used Keegan's enmity with rancor to get her way more often than not, baiting them to argument only to come in as a mediator at the last moment? Not even the Carrion Lord was this smug a manipulator. The knight had the decency not to pretend he was doing anything but taking what he wanted from you. The Princess of High Noon ignored the named, instead turning her eyes to the soul goblin. You need not die pointlessly, mortal, she said. The laws of summer will shield you after you swear allegiance. The goblin's burned hand clutched tight until her sharp nails drew blood on her own palm. She met the Fae's eyes with a grin full of fine fangs. I am a marshal of the legions of terror, you pretentious tart, she said. I live by only one law. One sin, one grace. You want my surrender? Come and take it. The Fae's eyes turned to Keegan, and she'd steeled herself. She felt what rancor must have. The crushing weight on her shoulders that wasn't even an exertion of power. The Princess of High Noon did this just by sparing a mortal a sliver of her attention. I am a Duchess of Deowen, Keegan replied coldly. I answer to neither God nor men, much less the likes of you. Quarter will not be offered twice, the Prince of Deep Drought said, tone sad. It is not yet too late. Speaking of that, Foundling said, popping her neck with a gruesome cracking sound. If you want to avoid me beating you like a rented mule, it's not too late to make peace. I'll need hostages and reparations, of course, but you can still get away with losing only a hand. We are going to die, Keegan realized with crystal clear clarity. We are going to die because whatever the Carrion Lord did to teach this child broke her mind. Did you think we wouldn't notice the Prince of Nightfall's stench wafting from the woods? The Prince of Deep Drought mocked. He only had time to bring a third of winter with him. You are outnumbered still. The Duchess glanced east, where there was still no sign of anything in the woods. Had the Fae been tricked, or had the scouts? There was a game at play here, and she knew neither the rules nor the players. I'm trying to be merciful here, Foundling said, and the lie was so insultingly blatant Keegan almost cringed. Are you really going to spit on my goodwill? The Princess of High Noon did, and the ground where she'd spat caught fire. Oh well, I tried, Foundling grinned, and it was an unpleasant thing to watch. See you soon. The Fae held to the terms of the truce, the enemy army not beginning to move before the three of them had returned to the fold. A part of rancor was sharply curious about whether they were respecting truce terms as they were held in Calernia, or whether the concept of truce as known to Calernia had initially come from Arcadia, which was widely held to have existed before creation itself. A matter for another time. She'd slipped the question in her correspondence with Tychelash. The staggeringly ancient incubus might have an inkling. The Marshal had planned the defenses of the Allied armies without the knowledge of there being reinforcements from winter inbound, if there truly were reinforcements inbound. She'd had eyes on Foundling's little raider ever since he'd first come to Denier, and though her scouts had lost track of him after the fortress, her people had noticed the large amount of mages who'd disappeared with him. Was that the squire's plan? Using the Count of Olden Oak and some unknown ritual to pretend winter had sent troops, faking the presence of some powerful winter fae. Weeks's son took orders from her, so he might have coughed out a few secrets before she set out on her journey north. That would be deep cunning and deep planning, however, and she'd not struck rancor as that kind of villain so far. If false, it was the kind of bluff that could easily be called. It might gain them some time, but not much and not enough to affect the outcome. The evacuation had already begun, with the supply and loot carts leaving first. The former matrons saw the logic in it. They'd have to be taken across eventually, and this kept as much military strength on the field as possible for as long as possible. The Diaraith regulars were slated to go through next, with the rest of the order to be determined as the battle unfolded. Rancor had been watching the squire's movements carefully since it had come out. She had some scheme in play, but gotten little information for it. After the gate out was opened, Foundling had some of her few remaining mages scry across, and established contact for a few moments before breaking off. Her own mages had been listening in, and no words or images had gone through. Rancor, she has the bearing of one of high rank in the Stone Tongue and one meant to stand above others mercilessly in Matron Tongue, had been through more red days than any other goblin alive. She'd been warring in the Ares when the Calamities were still in their cradles. She'd killed her way through the Civil War and the Conquest, and a dozen minor actions besides. For the first time in many years, though, she felt like she was walking in deepest dark. The squire was mad, this was obvious. All named were. The successful ones merely managed to make that madness methodical the way Amadeus and the Empress had. And even with those two, one could glimpse the cliff edge and the sharp drop that followed. Sadly, that meant Rancor genuinely could not tell whether Foundling has been taunting the Fey royalty because she was confident in victory or because she was too far gone to be able to conceptualize her own defeat. Even if this Prince of Deep Draft and Gobbler take them all, weren't these titles even more pretentious than the ones Wastelanders jerked each other off with? Was correct, and there were Winter Fey in the woods. Unless there were a great many more hiding than the 20,000 implied, this was still not a winning hand for the Allied armies. The only visible unknown factor was that madwoman in the hills, and Rancor had needed no instructions from the squire to steer clear of that. Putting aside that nothing good had ever come of an army picking a fight with a single mysterious stranger, Rancor had seen that ugly hooded cloak before. There were some kinds of crazy not even goblins were willing to touch, and that one definitely qualified. The Marshal's general staff gathered around her as the Fey began their march, questions painted on their faces. Abir, her staff tribune, took one look at her and grimaced. He'd known her for a long time, long enough to read the truth off her if she wasn't trying to lie. She still hasn't told us the plan, he said. This is madness, ma'am. How can we be expected to fight when we don't know all the forces at work? It makes sense, in a way, Kachera Tribune Sadler said more cautiously. We do not know how well Fey can scry in their own realm. We cannot leak a plan we are not aware of. Rancor raised her black hand and was granted immediate silence. As I see it, there are two options here, she said. One, Black's name rotted his mind and he went the way of the old tyrant, appointing a raging imbecile as his successor. If that's the case, even if we're not dead today, we'll be in a few years. There's other wars around the corner. Procker, she did not need to say. They all had the rank to be in the know. And two, Saddled asked, eyes blinking sleepily. He was getting old, wasn't he? And to think he was merely 40. Two, the squire is the kind of brilliant that walks hand in hand with crazy and stupid, Rancor said. I'm choosing to put my faith in Black. Make your own choices, but whatever they are, get ready for a hard ride. The Fey mean business. Expect to have two sorcerers on par with the Wizard of the West pounding us. Dangling a bit of hope, appealing on the worship of Amadeus that had become as much a part of the legions as the singing and the drills, and then an immediate threat to prepare for. It should be enough to keep their minds on the battle. Rancor wished she could be so easily distracted, but she was too old to fool herself. She climbed onto the platform she'd had raised to get a decent view of the battle, her bones protesting the indignity before she settled on a cushion. At her sides, messengers, mages able to scry, and signal officers stood ready for orders. Afalabi would have a similar setup on his side of the fortifications, and he was enough of a professional his grudge against Foundling would be put aside for the battle. You poor fool, she thought. You should be more worried about her grudge against you. The girls Calawan, they gnaw on those like bones. She dismissed the thought and turned her eyes to the battle, to summer on the march. Rancor had prepared the plain for a hard battle, and today she would get to see how Fey died. The Allied camp consisted of two ringed wooden palisades, with the gate in the center. There was an avenue with smaller movable barricades going straight through, punctuated with two sets of rough but solid wooden gates. Ahead of the first palisade, she'd had her sappers dig a trench 10 feet deep with spikes at the bottom, which had unfortunately limited how much work she'd been able to order on the plain. There were weight-triggered demolition charges buried according to the third delay pattern she had herself designed during the Civil War, but she didn't expect to see much death from those. The lily field was what would blood them, closer to the trench. An array of pits 3 feet deep with a sharpened stake at the bottom, hidden under branches and dead grass. The prince and princess had retreated into their ranks for the offensive, warier than the marshal would have thought. The chit in the south must have bled them at some point for them to be this careful. Might yet work out to her advantage, Rancor decided. The first line was the same infantry they'd seen earlier in their expedition through summer, and it kept advancing until across 7 points in that line demolition charges blew. The spray of blood and flesh had long ceased being exciting and turned into cold mathematics, coin put into tools that killed men but could have been spent otherwise. The assessments in her unspoken records shifted with every battle. Though the damages had been minimal, the enemy could only guess at the concentration of charges, and it stopped them from advancing. Right out of the farthest bow range they'd shown at the fortress, as she had meant them to. The wings of the 3 first ranks of the Fey lit up, and Rancor glanced away, their trajectory already happening in her mind. The winged cavalry in the back wasn't moving, as she'd guessed it would not. The watch was being kept in reserve to deal with them, but it seemed that her assessment that the knights would only strike after the fight was engaged was correct. Ahead of her, agonized cries sounded, so Rancor deigned return her attention closer to camp. 2 for 2, it seemed. The Princess of High Noon had only figured that there would be demolition charges ahead of the trench, and so sent a first wave to clear them and gain a foothold. Instead, they'd gone straight into the lily field and were bleeding out like stuck pigs, with the sappers on the outer wall tossed sharpers to clear out those who'd landed on solid ground. Now the fight began, as the second wave that had taken flight moments after the first landed in the shreds of meat and bone that were their comrades. The lily patches had been revealed, so they managed an actual landing this time. If Princess Sulia had meant for them to then attack the walls, Rancor would have called her a fool, since they could have directly assaulted the walls. But that wasn't the intent at all, was it? The third wave, right behind the second, was the one to assault. The second was bringing up bows, finally in range to use those devastating fire arrows that had harassed the allied camps on the march here. The legions fired their crossbows straight into the bowmen in good order, while the D-array standing between the first and second wall sent a volley into the sky at the Fae headed for the wall. A costly trade-off, Rancor saw. Legion crossbowmen took their toll, but the enemy fired back and fires bloomed across the palisade, hurriedly put off with sand and dirt. There were damned holes in the outer wall, and when the enemy infantry came marching in, they would have breaches ready for them. As for the bloody, useless D-array, they barely killed 100. Shooting Fae in the sky was like trying to shoot a fish in the ocean. The melee at the outer palisade began in earnest, but Rancor wasn't worried about that. The legionaries would hold steady against numbers that low. The other waves in flight were more worrying, one to back the bowmen and the other the Vanguard. But most worrying of all was the dozen Fae that rode out of the ranks in a scattered line and raised their hands. A rolling wave of flames swept across the plain, and the marshal's dead hand twitched. One after another, her charges blew from the sorceress heat. A field full of potholes but clear of dangers ahead of them. The Fae infantry resumed their advance. The marshal felt a grudging sliver of respect for the princess that was her opponent. She'd been willing to send a few thousand into the grinder just to keep the enemy busy while she prepared a clear way forward for the rest. That was the kind of decisiveness that won battles. Not, however, if she could help it. Rancor gestured for one of her mages to come closer. All mage lines, she said. Wave fireballs to knock the Fae out of the sky before they land on the outer palisade. Steady, constant. The order went across smoothly, and the broad balls of flame that bloomed got the situation under control. Trying to kill summer Fae with fire was like trying to drown a salmon, but the impact was enough to knock them down. Those that tried to fly above instead ate arrows as the D-array finally began pulling their weight. Outer palisade was in hand, for now, but the Fae army was hungrily devouring the distance as it charged forward. That was, Rancor saw, when winter struck. The darker half of the fair folk did not come announced. It moved in silence, a tidal wave of warriors adorned with dead wood and black stone that struck the eastern summer flank like a snake. At their head, a one-eyed man rode a horse of shadows, the spear in his hand glinting of murder. They were impressive to watch, but the marshal did not care how fucking impressive they were. She watched for numbers, and found only the 20,000 the Prince of Deep Drought had sneered at. The same numbers pulled off the flank of summer in good order, slowing the assault some, but not by enough. If these were all the cards Foundling had to play, the battle was a loss slowly crawling to them. The wave of infantry hit the outer palisade, and the legionaries buckled. D-Wraith reinforced them, but there was only so much room, and the Fae kept coming. Rancor could see the rest of the battle play out in her mind. They'd hold, at least until winter began to break. Then the pressure would strengthen, and they'd lose the outer palisade. And then inch by inch they would die, painting the ground of Arcadia red. Summer would lose half its army, she thought, but it would win, and only wisps of the army that had come into Arcadia would escape through the gate. Marshal, her senior mage's voice whispered urgently. She'd not heard him coming to her side, deep in thought as she had been. "I'm listening," she said. "Lady Squire's mages scried across the gate again," he said. Rancor licked her teeth. "Same as last time?" she asked. "Just a contact, then nothing," he agreed, then flinched and turned west. The madwoman was still sitting on her perch, the former matron saw. No, what had drawn her officer's attention was the gate that had just opened in front of the hills. "Kola, what is that?" she said. "A gate, Marshal," the senior mage replied. "I can't see that," the goblin snarled. "Where is it from?" "Creation," he whispered. There was a sound then that Rancor had not heard in 20 years. A horn, but not the large horns the Legion used. The kind of blowing horn that someone could carry in hand. Once, twice, thrice the call went out. All knights charge. It meant that call had not shuddered across a battlefield since the fields of Stretches, and the marshal was not ashamed to admit she felt the age-old shiver when the Knights of Callow charged through the gate, killing lances down as they whistled through the air. The banner she did not recognize, a bell of bronze with a jagged crack through it set on black. 3,000 of the finest cavalry Calernia had ever seen plowed into the western flank of Summer, and Rancor began laughing. "Oh, you conniving bitch," she said breathlessly. "You never intended for us to evacuate, did you?" Eyes bright, one of the only 3 marshals of praise rose to her feet. "Orders," she said, facing her mages. "My dears, do I have orders?" Book 3, Chapter 28, Gambits. I've yet to encounter a situation that couldn't be improved by a copious amount of lies and body doubles. Dread Emperor Traitorous. Well, it had taken 2 years and some change, but I was finally on the right side of a cavalry charge. And all it had cost me to get there was a lot of murdering, and that one spot of high treason. The thoughts were flippant, but the sight before me killed the urge to continue in that vein. 3,000 Knights of Callow were breaking through the western flank of the Fae, taking death with them wherever they went as they carried the banner I'd named on a spur. I'd read about the chivalric orders, the men and women who had once been the pride of the kingdom, and I thought I'd understood the kind of weight they could bring to bear. I'd been very, very wrong about that. 2,000 Fae died in the blink of an eye, pierced by lances and trampled by destriers. It wasn't that the knights were gifted with eldritch power, not like the Watch. They were mortals through and through, though trained in war since they could walk. Neither were they like the paladins of the Order of the White Hand, sworn to fight evil and made able to call on lesser miracles for it. Or so the old book said anyway. The order had been long buried by the time I was born, Black destroying it in an exceedingly thorough manner so that no hero would ever rise from their scattered ranks. No lost daughter of the White Hand would ever claim an old birthright and bring rebellion to Callow. No, they were just Callowants. I watched a gout of flames splash against the breastplate of a long-haired woman and leave it untouched. Just Callowants, but no babes in the woods for it. The Knights of Callow had not been forged by the old wars with the Principate, though enough of those were fought. No, they were the answer of the kingdom to the sorceries of the wasteland. There was a reason a warlock could not simply wave his hand and burn 1,000 of them to ashes. Clad in steel and prayer, the old song went. Hymns from the House of Light were carved into their armaments, mere grooves in steel until sorcery touched them. Then they glimmered, and magic slid like droplets off a duck's back. It was not immunity. They could still be harmed through the protection, often had been, but it was telling that when Black had thought to break them, he had turned to orcs and pikes instead of whatever madness Warlock could have unleashed. In front of Goblin steel, the armaments of the knights were armor like any other. There was a lesson in there. The chivalric orders had been founded to check a threat, and when the nature of that threat changed, they were caught flat-foot and destroyed. Today, though, I'd found them an enemy that could would not change. "Captain Farassa," I said, and the mage at my side stiffened. "Word from the other side?" "She has gone through, ma'am," the one-eyed Tagreb replied. Farassa had been one of the mage officer who tried to scry the summer forces when the 15th had still been in Summerhome. She was one of the lucky ones. She'd excised her eye before the burns from the backlash could spread across half her face. Not all the mages had been so fortunate. She'd hesitated when I told her we would be scrying winter while on the march, but as I'd thought my title shielded the mages from the frozen fury that had poured through the connection. It had done little to soothe the Prince of Nightfall's temper when I'd found him, but the bait of summer crippled I had dangled had been too tempting for him to resist. The lateness of the arrangement had limited what forces he could bring, though, more than I would have wished. Another 10,000 Fae would have made it all much easier. He'd taken another royal with him along for the ride, the Princess of Silent Depths. They'd asked for prizes and to know my plans. Naturally, I'd lied. "Good," I replied quietly, closing my eyes. I'd begun this battle thinking I was aware of every string being pulled. Winter was out for blood and plunder, unquenchable hunger in their bellies. Keegan and Rancor wanted to leave Arcadia as soon as possible, convinced this fight could only be measured in shades of defeat. And Summer? Summer wanted to crush me, to turn the quibbling mortals who dared step foot in their domain to ashes. I'd understood that before the other 2 commanders in my army, because I had an advantage they didn't. I still remembered that hard-bitten hatred I'd felt after crossing the gate, when I gazed upon the moonlit field. It didn't matter whether or not it made tactical sense for the Princess of High Noon to withdraw from creation to assail us. She had to. It was in her nature. I was of winter, and summer could never shy from a challenge as brazen as the one I'd issued. This battle had always been a certainty. It was a matter, then, of stacking the odds in my favor. I needed a story, or at least an engagement that had the shape of one. A larger summer force blundering into a trap had served that purpose, leaving me only with the need to, well, make an actual trap. So I'd spared the Count of Olden Oak, though through his actions he had earned an ugly death at my hands one day. Because a Fae of Count rank could open gates. Not gates like mine, sadly, but their ability to sort of step through the boundary protecting creation could be extended to a group. Like half of Robber's cohort, along with enough mages to keep the Count of Olden Oak suppressed by layered wards. Iron knives had to be taken to him to convince him of making the gate, sadly, since the flame of summer inside him made speaking ineffective. Robber had been able to take care of it. He'd gleefully informed me that the college had an entire week of classes dedicated to the subject, along with the question of how much torture is too much torture. The answer was apparently more complicated than I'd assumed. The goblin's assertion that it was an old cadet favorite along with the class about why vast and terrible powers were not a valid reason to lack a supply train, I chose not to think too much about. When back in creation, his orders were to scry Juniper in a hurry. Depending on where the 15th was relative to where he emerged with the Count, there could be two options. The first was that the Legion would be too far to join up in time for the battle, in which case he was to simply call for the knights to ride in haste ahead of the infantry. The other was to bring all he could across and smash the Fae flank according to the directions I have him. I'd confirmed, before the beginning of the fight, that the second situation had come to unfold. On the other side of the portal that had just opened, the entire 15th was arrayed, and by now they would have begun to cross. So would Apprentice and Archer. The person who'd been on the other side of the scrying I'd arranged the moment I opened the gate was Masigo. Captain Farasa was certain of it. Good. Then I could proceed according to what I'd meant this fight to be instead of a lesser scenario. Wiping out summer in full here would be too much to hope for, I was aware. We were too deep in their territory for that. But if I played my cards right, I might just get what I needed to fight this war on my terms. The thing was, when I'd left Marchford, I'd been thinking of taking a force through Arcadia as a risky gamble that would allow me to steal a march on the Diabolist. After all, everybody knew Fae were stronger in Arcadia, able to use more of their power. The assumption of every commander in this war had been that I would try to fight them in creation, where the grounds were more to my advantage. But were they really? The thought had been in the back of my mind since lore. I could concentrate the legions and the army of Daoin in the south and try to smash the summer court there, but that would be costly. We'd lose thousands in that fight, and thousands more would be too wounded to be of any use when I put down Acqua. If I got Winter involved, that meant letting rapacious Fae loose in Callow under the command of an entity I'd have a hard time handling, much less killing if it came to that. And even if I won, then what? Maybe we chewed half their number before they retreated, having cost us twice that much, and then they would just pop out from somewhere else. The 15th and whoever else I dragged with me were perhaps the most mobile force on Calernia at the moment, but the Fae had the same advantage and they were better at using it. So if I didn't want them to waltz past my army and burn Callow from the Waning Woods to the Silver Lake, I needed to dictate where they had to go. The way Juniper had done to me in our first war games, giving me her flag so she could be certain where I'd be instead of waiting out the days to a draw. The first place and moment I knew they'd be for sure? Here. Today. I had to bleed them hard here, because Arcadia was the only place where I could make their numbers meaningless. As long as I had the story on my side today, I could butcher them in droves in a way I simply couldn't in creation without losing thousands myself. I couldn't end them here, that was true. There would be a second battle, and to be able to dictate when and where that one happened, I was going to have to get a little reckless. This was the only chance I'd get, which meant we were returning to the old standard of all or nothing. I'd never lost that bet before, and I didn't intend on starting today. Most everything had been going the way I wanted it to, which was why I'd been less than surprised when Ranger had shown up. There was no doubt it was her. I knew that cloak for my name, Dreams. I'd swiftly given orders to not provoke her in the slightest. As I understood it, she refrained from killing Presai for sport more out of courtesy for Black than any real fondness, and that might go out the window the moment someone irritated her. I'd thought she might be here for the Prince of Nightfall, to collect a second eye for her jewelry. but she'd not stirred when he'd come out. And she'd made no move against Princess Sulia, which had been my other guess. That was not good. Were it someone else, I would have presumed she was waiting for the Fae to tire themselves out against each other before sweeping in, but that went against my understanding of Ranger. If she was here for a fight, she'd wanted whoever she was fighting at their peak. The longer she refrained from getting involved, the more nervous I got. But what the hells could I do about it? I was pretty sure I could take Archer, if I needed to, but the other named had been pretty frank about the kind of margin her teacher outclassed her by. That had pretty blatant implications about how that fight would go if I picked it, which I really didn't want to. I opened my eyes and watched the battle. I still had cards to play, more than the opposition probably thought, but if I wanted to make this a win, I'd have picked the right moment. To the east, summer and winter clashed. The center of winter's line was made up of a chunk of 5,000 of my old buddies, the Deadwood soldiers, and they were chewing up the summer regulars real bad. The flanks, though, were made up of the same rabble that had assaulted Marchford, and they were taking a bloody beating. The tricks that had worked on my legionaries left other Fae indifferent, and unlike the summer Fae, those twits didn't fight in a proper battle line. Warriors against soldiers. I thought. My allies had to take out their heavies early when the left flank wavered. 1,000 riders of the host on their murderous unicorns charging out of the woods to slam into the enemy and take off the pressure. The winged knights of summer took flight, though, and with matching numbers on both sides, there was only one way that Scarp would go. The battle in the sky above them wasn't going beautifully either. Princess Sulia and her easily offended Patsy had lit up their wings and flown above to scrap with the Prince of Nightfall and the Princess of Silent Depths, and watching that go down made me want to wince. The Winter Prince opened with filling the sky with a howling blizzard, which the Princess of High Noon promptly screamed out of existence. Just screamed. Not even fire or anything. That must have been embarrassing. Watching the summer royalty fight was giving me a notion of what it must have been like watching Apprentice, and I go all out. Sulia kept the winter royals busy up close and personal, while the Prince of Deep Drought lashed out with sorcery. The Princess of Silent Depths slowed them down some when she called on some kind of power whose weight could be felt even from where I stood, bringing down crushing pressure that dented the ground under them, pulping Fae from both sides in the process, and nearly knocked the summer pair out of the sky. Didn't last long, though, and Princess Sulia retaliated by hacking her arm off and smashing the Prince of Nightfall's nose with it. I would have admired her style if I wasn't next in line on her kill list. It was unfolding like a lesson on why Winter got whipped whenever it came to a battle, and though they were holding for now, Silent Depths made herself a brand new arm out of ice and promptly tried to strangle the prince on the other side with it. That hourglass was going to run out eventually. Couldn't let that happen, much as I would have liked for the Prince of Nightfall to become an object lesson about why trying to use me was a bad idea. I still had a use for them. The east was going more smoothly. Regulars of the 15th were establishing a beachhead as they continued crossing, though it would take a while before there were enough to be effective. Apprentice had told me months ago he'd be able to turn Fae into portal makers of my own caliber, given a prisoner of sufficient rank, but I couldn't help but notice the portal he'd finagled was noticeably smaller than mine. I suspected there was another lecture about the ins and outs of turning Fae into fodder for runic arrays on the horizon, and I wasn't looking forward to it. As for the Knights of Callow, well, they'd carved their way through what must have been 4,000 Fae before withdrawing in good order. They would have taken more if the Fae in front of them had not taken to the air instead of docilely allowing themselves to be run down. Now the summer soldiers were attempting volleys, but even their tricky little fire arrows weren't swift enough to catch up to good cavalry on the move. The knights rode out of range, losing only score of men to the fire. Heavy plate armor was nothing to sneer at, and without the fire sorcery those arrows were little different from mundane ones. They formed up again and began wheeling around to take the Fae in the back, to my delight. A few thousand summer regulars had hastily formed a line where they'd been charging before, only to find themselves facing nothing. It took the edge off the mass attacking the walls of my camp as well, and on that side Afalabi's legionaries were teaching the Fae how the 12th had earned its name. I might not like the man, but when it came to war he knew his business. I could already see a threat forming, though for now the advantage was ours. The Fae who'd been readying themselves to weather another cavalry charge had nothing but a few hundred legionaries of the 15th in front of them, and if they took it into their head to take that gate, there wasn't much Juniper could do about it from her side. I'd have to give them something else to worry about. "Captain," I said, "get the message across. They're to meet me on the field. They just need to find the loudest screaming." "Ma'am," Farasa saluted. I rolled my shoulders under the plate. Shame I couldn't have prayers carved into it like the knights. But considering I'd kind of sold my soul to the gods below, odds were all I'd get from that was charred skin. Well, maybe not sold. It had been a little too casual for that. Wasn't like I'd had a scribe make the transaction official. Pawn felt more accurate. I sent a runner to knock and watched as all around the central avenue of the camp barricades were set aside. Hakram came to me side not long after, fresh from the fighting on the outer palisades. His axe was slick with red and his pauldron cut straight through. His good mood was evident. "Sortie?" he asked. "About that time," I agreed, tying my hair in a ponytail. I shut the claps of my helmet and slid on my gauntlets, flexing the armored fingers carefully. Good. They might not be much help against a proper fey blade, but they did ensure that whenever I punched something it broke. "Duchess Keegan sends word that she'll have regulars and the watch follow," Adjutant said. "Since those winged knights aren't coming from us." "Numbers?" 9,000 total, the tall orc said. "Marshal Ranker is of the opinion that pulling off more will weaken the walls too much." When it came to sieges, at least, I was inclined to follow the old goblin's lead. She'd been the one to mastermind the taking of Summerhome and Lore during the conquest. "They're pulled as close and thick as we'll get them," I noted. She said the same thing. Adjutant grinned, like the ugly green cat who'd caught the blue jay. "First blooming before we begin our countercharge. You know, I'm sure there's a lot of things Summer is ready for," I mused. "Magic, flying fortresses, named. Goblin engineering, though? I doubt it's one of them." Nox 2000 formed into an avenue-wide battering ram, heavies at the front, and the Diarrhea readied behind them. I took the front, with Hakram at my side and the remains of the Gallowborn clustered around me. Behind us, near the center of the camp, the sound of gears and pulleys releasing filled the air. A dozen ballista bolts tipped with cold iron screamed through air, followed a heartbeat later by trebuchet stones. The Gallowborn opened the gates wide for me, and in front of us I saw scores of Fey bleeding on the ground even as the ranks ahead were punctured with rocks the size of horses. Ranker had been kind enough to soften the opposition for us, and would continue pounding at the flanks as we drove forward. Gods was I glad the Fey disdained machinery. 15th, I called out, unsheathing my sword. "Forward." All the hells broke loose, but for once we were the damned. Closure. The most important part of any summary execution is to remember to have fun and be yourself. Dread Empress Malevolent 2. The last time Alea had come to Wolof was decades ago, when the ashes of the Civil War were still warm. She'd gone to humble a rival and assert control on a stage all the High Lords would be avidly watching, and found victory. She'd not returned until now. The more years passed, the more desperate High Lady Tasia had become. Even when she'd thought she was winning, she had felt the noose beginning to tighten. Now the dread Empress of Praise had returned to the oldest city in the Empire, one that boasted it alone had suffered no foreign occupation since the Mesons. Even the Crusaders under Eleanor Fairfax had shied from those high walls, and the horrors kept leashed behind them. A statement that had resounded lightly, coming from a host that had pulled down the tower itself on the head of the most powerful madwoman to ever rule Praise. Alea did not share Amadeus' contempt for Dread Empress Triumphant, as it happened. Oh, she did not deny his reasons. Triumphant had spent a generation of the Wasteland's youth on foreign fields, forged the Principate through her massacres, and managed to drive toward two empires separated from the Empire by an entire sea. It could not be denied that she had broken Praise so thoroughly that 4 decades had passed before war could be taken to the Crusader kings that had carved realms out of the Wasteland's meat. For all that, Triumphant had understood the nature of the Empire better than any tyrant before or since. Under her rule there had been no betrayals, no scheming chancellor or rebellious high lords. All had been united in terror of the monster of monsters. It was not a sustainable method of rule, of course, as the swift collapse of Triumphant's conquests has proved. Yet there were lessons to be learned from her successes, not to be dismissed for her penultimate failure. For the Empire to function as a single, smoothly running entity, there could be no snake held close. Triumphant had achieved this through overwhelming might. Alea had by censuring the name out of existence. There could be no high lords in a position to pose a threat, either. Instead of crucifying half of them and binding devils to the rest, she had achieved this by slowly and carefully destroying the influence of the court in the ruling structure of the empire. The only conflict among the highborn now was between the moderates and her own followers, warring for her favor and backing. Having achieved both these conditions, what Dread Empress Militia needed was terror. The ability to inflict large-scale destruction at will, to give pause to anyone who would threaten her position. a deterrent beyond argument. She'd once thought Amadeus could be this, but her dear friend was a scalpel, and what she needed was an earthquake. Catherine might become this, given her affinity for destruction, but she was difficult to control and would need years to grow. Alea had sought alternatives and found one that suited, a keystone for the monument she had spent her entire life crafting. It would require sacrifice to be birthed, but if Militia had to bleed, it would be by her own design and no one else's. Quietly amused at the thought, the Empress watched the legionaries pour through the gates of Wolof, taking the city by force. Even with the 3 legions assembled here under Marshal Nim, would have been horrifically difficult. Wolof was the heart of sorcery and praise, its ritual sites millennia old, and its vaults of monsters deep and terrible. But the city had not stood united behind High Lady Tasia. It had been eating itself alive as Tasia's nephew attempted to usurp her seat, all those powerful mages and hardened soldiers slaughtering each other in the streets. Sargon Sahelian had unleashed all the devils held by ancient pacts only to corner dearest Tasia into calling on a demon of madness. Half the city had violently butchered itself merely from suffering its presence, until desperate rituals managed to banish it. And then Marshal Nim's legions had calmly marched through the gate, wading through the sea of corpses. 50,000 dead, by the most conservative estimates. The contracts of at least 100 devils had been twisted beyond control by the demon, and the creatures were still loose in Wolof. Legion mages sweeping through to bind and banish them wherever they could be found. Many would escape into the wasteland, roaming for years before they were finally caught. No matter. It would occupy the days of new High Lord of Wolof long enough. He would not realize his power was being curtailed until it was too late for Wolof's influence to recover in this lifetime. Sargon was still among the living. This much had been confirmed. He was under Legion protection and would remain there until he swore allegiance to Alea. The dread Empress set her mount to a trot, the silent sentinels surrounding her scaring even legionaries enough that they gave the procession a wide berth. The ancient fortress at the heart of the city had been breached this morning, its wards shattered, and the few remaining loyal household troops put to the sword by the newly raised 14th Legion. They'd been in need of tempering. Marshal Nim had told her over a cup of wine. Forcing a dug-in position with heavy mage presence would bloody them enough they would be ready for the inevitable war with Procker. It was not as inevitable as the ogre thought, but that was a hand best kept in the dark until the very last moment. High Lady Tasia had been captured by noon, after much struggle. 2 full cohorts had died in the struggle before mages managed to break her power. She drained the life of hundreds to replenish her vitality when wounded, and almost managed to collapse the fortress on the soldiers of the 14th with some sort of ancient artifact. It was an undeniable confirmation that Alea had been correct to accept her surrender decades ago, no matter how Amadeus had chafed. If she could do this much when spent, how much blood would it have taken to break her in the fullness of her power? Now the proud aristocrat that schemed to destroy Alea for so many years was bound and shackled, unable to call on even a speck of sorcery. The Empress could have ordered her executed, and would, but a conversation was owed before. An old enemy was dear as an old friend, in some ways, and some courtesies were due. Tasia had almost as much of a hand in what the wasteland had been shaped to become as Alea herself, after all. No unnecessary risks were taken. Additional runic shackles of different patterns were added to ensure Tasia would not be able to use a last-moment surprise. Every inch of her body inspected for weapons and artifacts. The room where they would speak would be in the city, not her fortress, and heavily warded against dimensional interference. No hidden space would be emptied to destroy them both. The sentinels spread out around the beautiful stone manse the Empress had chosen for this matter, some following her inside, but remaining at the door of the salon she entered. Tea had already been served when Alea entered. Her own brew, a precautions perhaps unnecessary but taken regardless, though the fragrantly steaming porcelain pot remained full. With her hands bound, Tasia had been unable to pour herself a cup. The High Lady of Wolof was bruised, and not even her poise could hide her exhaustion. But she had not been touched since her capture. Torture of an old enemy was very much gauche, after all, beneath women such as them. Even in this state, Tasia was beautiful. She did not seem a day older than 30, her smooth, dark skin and golden eyes something even a young girl would envy. Your dread majesty. The High Lady of Wolof greeted her. Dearest Tasia. Militia smiled, taking the teapot in hand and pouring 2 cups deftly. She waited for an invitation before seating herself across the elegant table for 2. Hands still shackled, The other Sonic sipped at her cup before chuckling languidly. My favorite, she complimented. You always did play the game beautifully. Iron sharpens iron, Militia replied in a backhanded compliment. Tasia leaned back against the cushioned back of her seat. A minor breach of decorum her old enemy would never have allowed herself if she'd thought she would survive the day. It was the irony of it I could not resist, Tasia said. All that gold you poured into Procure turned to silver and sent to my coffers. You might as well have been funding me yourself. It was a long game, Militia said, and an expensive one. Truly, ruining you cost more than the conquest itself. You knew since the beginning then, the High Lady sighed, almost admiring. Nigh 40 years of preparation for a single blow. I am in awe, Militia. We've not seen the likes of you in centuries. You have never seen the likes of me. Alea thought, and never will. That was your mistake from the beginning, measuring me through names long dead. It would have been tawdry to gloat, and so the thought remained unspoken. I truly do regret that you will not see the coming years, the Empress said, genuinely saddened. That you must leave us at all. A mind like yours, Tasia, the wonders I could have crafted with it. It was always going to be this way, Tasia said gently. You are smothering the soul of praise one exquisite scheme at a time. I honor the method, but despise the intent. Alea conceded the point silently. A waste, but perhaps an inevitable one. Tasia had been one of the few highborn in the wasteland to grasp her intent. It was her tragedy that she'd lacked the ability to do anything about it. Would you like to tell me your plan? Militia offered. The High Lady sipped her tea, considering the matter. Yes, she decided. You must have grasped the shape of it by now. Your daughter to replace me, the Empress said. Yourself holding the strings. She chafed at the notion, Tasia confessed. But as long as I held her father, she would have submitted. He fled the city not long before she betrayed you, I believe, Militia said. He must have been in contact with her for years under my nose, she sighed. Such a talented man. He would have made a fitting consort. Had he any ambition at all? Callow, Militia asked. Cowed through diabolism, Tasia smiled. I'd gathered a great many contracts before my nephew usurped them. As for your Dunny hound, he could be leashed through his attachment to that Calawan girl. With him under our thumb, the rest of the calamities would have fallen in line. It never ceased to amaze Alea how, even after decades of Amadeus crushing them in every conflict, the High Lords never quite managed to understand exactly what they were dealing with. They would all have been dead within the year, even if their fall broke praise for generations. You believed your agents in the Legion would bring enough to your side. Then, Militia said. Ah, Tasia breathed. You found them. I have hooks in the minds of every officer of Legate or above in the wasteland, the Empress said. Your attempts to turn them were doomed from inception. The other woman smiled. A precaution to check me or the Carrion Lord, I wonder, she said. Amadeus was not aware that she'd surpassed the limitations of speaking. That much was true. By feeding her aspect of rule into the act, she could plant commands without ever saying them out loud, something not even Weexa could reproduce. Matty would be furious if he knew, but there were risks Alea was not willing to take, and 12,000 men in praise she did not control directly was one of them. As for Tasia's insinuation, it was only that Amadeus would never turn on her, not even if it killed him. If there was one person she could trust in creation, it was him. Even if in the dark of night the fear came to her, Alea would not be ruled by old wounds, and chose to match faith for faith. I take it you have no true notion of what Acua is doing in Lys, Militia said. I believed it to be wards, to keep the squire at bay, Tasia said. Evidently I was wrong. She must have infiltrated my spies. Mine as well, Militia laughed. Though not as well as she thinks. You've been watching her since the beginning then? The High Lady asked. Oh yes, the Empress murmured. I went to a great deal of trouble to get her the materials she needed without her catching on. The golden-eyed woman hid her surprise, but not quite well enough. Alea pretended not to notice. Tasia was quite weary. Some allowances must be made. You don't intend to destroy her work, she said. No, Militia said, savoring the fragrant tea. She's truly brilliant, your daughter. She would be a match for Warlock, were he 30 years younger. I must compliment you on the education you afforded her. Talent must be fostered. Tasia waved away, managing to inject grace to the gesture even shackled. A weapon, is it? The likes of which have not been seen since the birth of the kingdom of the dead, Militia said. Yet you do not intend to make use it, after taking it from her, the High Lady of Wolof said. I imagine she will unleash it at least once, when dear Catherine comes for her, the Empress replied. It will be demonstration enough. A deterrent, Tasia, It will be the deterrent we have always needed. A weapon even Cordelia Hazenbach fears. A lesser ambition, this, the other woman chided. I would rather rule the empire forever than the continent for a year, darling, Militia replied. A mere difference in intent. They remained silent for a moment after that, the comfortable quiet between two women who had for so long tried to ruin the other. She may yet triumph, Tasia finally said. She has the best of me and of her father as well. If what we are could ever beat you, it will be through her. She will try, Militia said sadly. They always do. Finishing her tea, the High Lady of Wolof met her enemy's eyes. The cup, she said, coated with poison before I was taken here. Sweet sleep, the Empress agreed. What a soft touch you are, Tasia teased. It could have gone either way, couldn't it? Yes, the dread Empress of Praise lied. Liar. The High Lady of Wolof smiled fondly, and her eyes closed. She took no breath after that. Goodbye, Tasia, Alea murmured. I think I will miss you, if only a little. Book 3, Chapter 29, Scale. Ah, mortal wounds. My only weakness. Dread Empress Sanguinia too. This wasn't like fighting devils. Wasn't like fighting mortal soldiers either, because mortal soldiers couldn't somersault and mail and swing swords like they were feathers. We'd bloodied He so far, but that had been through tactics, know what I'd been taught to call qualitative superiority. It was one thing to lead Nox heavies in forcing a gate when we outnumbered the enemy 10-1, another to charge into a sea of summer swords and expect to come out on top. We would have to anyway. If the eastern flank was allowed to collapse, we were all fucked. The knights had bought us a lull, and they were far from done with the day's bloody work, but now the 15th and its allies needed to bring it all home. Summer would have trump cards of its own, of that I had no doubt. I refused to believe all they had in their arsenal was regulars, winged knights, and a handful of nobles. If that were the case, they wouldn't have a history of crushing winter in open battle. My role, then, was to force the hidden blade into the open and promptly break it. There were probably elegant ways to do that, fancy maneuvers and strategies, but Acua hadn't been entirely wrong when she called me a thug. I didn't have the time for elegant, so watering the ground with red until something came to stop would have to do. Fire greeted us when we came out screaming. Ribbons of flame shot out like spears, shivering through the air and burning clean through steel and flesh. The tongue that would have put a hole in my belly I cut without missing a beat, and Hakram contemptuously ignored the fact that his own shoulder was smoldering. We were the only ones so dismissive. Sorcery the Fae had shaped in the span of a breath stopped a shield wall 200 wide and stopped it cold. We couldn't allow them to pull these kinds of surprises often, I thought. We didn't have the numbers to handle those kind of casualties. They could trade 3 Fae for every legionary sallying and still have it be nothing more than a drop in the bucket. I'd enjoyed having the bigger army on my side, at the fortress of Olden Oak, but now I was back in familiar territory, outmanned and in way over my head. I smashed into the summer line like a runaway cart, the slivers of power I'd fed into my legs when I got close seeing me shoot forward quicker than the enemy had anticipated. I hacked my way through some poor fool's hand and threw him at the man behind him, face grim. The hateful thing about the Fae was that their sorcery was not rituals. Every one of them was at least a middling caster, and their tricks were heads and shoulders above those that the legions taught their mages. Cutting my way into the throng had only killed the fire ribbons of the Fae in front of me. The rest could have cared less. We weren't entirely unprepared, though. What few mages had not gone with Robber finished their ritual a few heartbeats later, disrupting the Fae flames and allowing the heavies to finally close the distance. My insistence that Apprentice teach our mage contingents some things to deal with the Fae was paying off, though they were few and no replacement at all for a caster of Masego's caliber. With Adjutant at my side, I set to keeping the fairies busy. Perspective went up in smoke as we waded into the enemy host, replaced by quick flashes of movement and steel. My shield was carved away strike by strike, ice growing to fill the gaps without the need for me to even will it as I traded glancing blows for death strokes. Calm, measured, ever going forward. This was not war, it was just a chore taken care of to the backdrop of screaming. Nox's voice screamed for a wedge to be made, and to my side's legionaries took formation, shields high and swords piercing forward like this was just a drill on the training yard. Getting our foot in the door had been costly. I saw from the corpses and flickers of sorcery that still took lives every few heartbeats, but we had it. At this rate, there would not be much left of Nox Jesha by nightfall, but we had bought something precious with those lives. Room for the watch. The cloaked Diarraith did not deign to use bows, this time. They took to the left of our wedge with knives and long swords, scything through the summer regulars with war cries in the old tongue. The rank and file of Deoin's army poured in behind them, propping up the 15th. They were no legionaries, but they were well-trained soldiers in mail with swords and shield that did not flinch in the face of sorcery. I caught all this in a glance, for it was all I could spare. The trail of dead behind me had apparently marked me as enough of a threat the Fae were getting. Inventive. I ran through a soldier, but her charge's momentum had her collapsing on me. Another 3 Fae piling up on me as a dozen of them rose in the air and began calling on colorful lights. A few crossbow shots from the Gallowborn slowed them down, but I was too busy dealing with the writhing, clawing mass trying to pull down my shield to be thankful. The lights hit the lot of us like a dozen sharpers, tearing through flesh and bone and blowing up straight off my feet. I was thrown against the raised shield of one of my retinue and sharply refused his hand to help me up. My fucking shield was gone, again, and my sword was bent and burned to the point of uselessness. Those pricks. I'd spat in malicious soup already. Where did they think I was going to be getting goblin steel from now on? I sidestepped a spear, chucked the remains of my sword into the man's face, and ripped the weapon out of the Fae's hands. Had no idea how to use one of these, so I snapped it in half and broke a soldier's jaw with the shaft before taking her exposed throat with the point. She had a sword, thank the gods, so I lifted it up her corpse and took it in hand. Too light and long for my tastes, but it would do. Anyways, it wasn't technically corpse robbing if the battle wasn't over, right? Wraith arrows took care of the flying casters before they could have another go at blowing me up. And my breastplate was actually melted, and I simply hadn't noticed. So I gripped the neck of a Fae trying to put a spear in Hakram's back and squeezed until something gave with an ugly crack. He grunted thanks, and I waved them away, barely remembering to drop the corpse in my grip first. The 15th had gained ground since the watch had taken the field, steadily advancing as the cloaked lot essentially took care of the left flank. Watching the fights there was hard on the eyes. The Wraith were as quick as the Fae and twice as ruthless, deaths on both sides happening almost faster than the naked eye could see. Whoever led Summer, now that the Princess of High Noon was busy beating Winter royalty, had to know they were in trouble, I thought. Our sortie had put a knife in their bellies, and between the knights and the watch the Palisades had managed to sort themselves out. Rancor's engines were still pounding wherever the Fae were thickest, and though bloody trails could no longer be seen now that they'd gotten used to it, every shot still left its share of dead. The trade of corpses was in our favor, and if Juniper managed to get enough men on this side of the gate, then we'd have them encircled on 3 sides, and it wouldn't matter. If they were more than us, it was the soldiers at the edge of the circle that fought, not those in the middle. They needed a win on one of the 3 sides, and they needed it quick, because even if they unfucked one of the flanks as long as my sortie went unchecked, there was a chance we'd split the meat of their army in 2. If we did, they were done. So bring out your monsters, I thought. Now is the time. The Fae lines parted, and I finally got to see Summer's answer to the Sword of Waning Day, the Deadwood soldiers that had given me so much trouble on our first encounter. Fae tended to prefer mail, and light one at that, but these were different. Heavy plate of gold from foot to neck, thick, gleaming rubies dotting it in arcane patterns. Golden armet helms atop, with the thin slit for their eyes steaming from whatever was inside. Long heater shields polished like golden mirrors, almost as if someone had tried to make a kite shield for a footman, covered their left flanks. In their right hands halberds of pure ivory were held. Was I supposed to be impressed they used a 2-handed weapon with one hand? I was pretty sure I could do the same. Wherever the tread the greenery smoked and died, which did not bode particularly well. If they were half as good as killing as the Deadwood soldiers, then Nox legionaries were going to rout. I'd taken, named, to handle a few members of the Sword of the Waning Day, and there must have been at least 10,000 of these shiny bastards ahead of me. Well, at least I knew what part of this battlefield the enemy commander was most worried about. I looked at those rubies, and the armors that seemed made of pure gold. Catherine, Hakram graveled. Why are you smiling? Because by the time this is all over, I'll be able to afford rebuilding Marchford, I said. The golden Fae slammed the butts of their halberds against the ground as one, a wave of heat washing over me and everyone else I could see. The warmth didn't leave. Afterwards, it hung in the air. The summer Fae in it quickened, while my legionaries grew sluggish. Oh, that was just bullshit. Warlock could probably do something similar, but there weren't 10,000 of the handsome bastard. Rancor, bless her wretched goblin soul, caught the danger. She had the ballista's fire at the golden Fae, a dozen bolts that should have punctured their ranks. Instead, the cold iron-tipped bolts hung in the air mere feet in front of them and slowly began to turn. That, wasn't a great development. Dodge, I yelled. On the bright side, they'd been aiming for named and not legionaries. Unfortunately, that meant me, and even though I flattened myself against the ground and avoided the worst of it, two of them tore into the same shoulder. Gods, those things were fucking heavy. I bit my lips to avoid screaming and crawled on the ground, trying to get them out as the golden fae began to advance. My fingers were twitching too much, pain continuing to roll through my body in harsh waves. It was the iron, wasn't it? You couldn't steal fae power and not expect to have some fae weaknesses come with it. Adjutant was the one who got them out of me, and I muttered, "Rise," through gritted teeth as my broke shoulders and ribs snapped back in place, and the wounds slowly started to close. The well was beginning to run dry, I could feel. Another damned liability I was going to have to deal with. Hackram's plate was dented in 3 places, but the bolts hadn't broken through. The sight was no comfort. He must have called on his aspect for that, and that was another advantage we'd just lost. "Is it possible to bruise a lung?" I said, spitting a thick gob of blood to the side. "Because I think I bruised a lung." Whatever Hackram would have replied, I didn't get to hear, because I was too busy exploding. Or at least that was what it felt like. At least a few of my ribs were now more powder than bone. An entire pauldron was liquid and burning through my akiton, and to add that special touch, I was now falling. From the sky, where I did not remember going of my own will. I coughed blood again, but managed to shape a pane of shadow and ice under me, landing on it like a rag doll. The strange noise of fae wings in action erupted, and a dark-skinned woman in mail of jade came to face me. Her eyes were golden as the armor of the fae who'd been wrecking my day, golden as the Diabolists. For all that, she was no Sonic. Her power filled the air too thickly I could almost taste it. Duchess, I thought. She had to be. Unlike the summer nobles I'd fought so far, she did not talk in posture. She pointed the tip of her sword at me, and I hastily broke the panel that held me up. The air where I'd been exploded again, not in flames or light, but as if the wind itself had gone mad. Another panel formed under me, and this time I landed on my feet. "Rise," I barked. The ribs began to fix themselves, but it was slow work, and gods, I might not be able to afford slowness. "Whither?" the Duchess said, her voice stunningly musical. 3 panels. I judged in less time than it took for my heart to beat. That was how many supports I'd need to leap my way to her. I moved before the thought was finished, and that was the only reason I survived. The hem of my cloak was caught in the area where her power surged, and the cloth thinned and dried instantly. Considering the amount of water there was in my body, the thought of what would have happened to me if I hadn't moved was chilling. I moved faster than any mortal could have, but in the sky only the fae reigned. When I landed on my second panel, she simply flew higher and pointed her sword at me again. Fuck. This wasn't a rider of the host I was scrapping with. If I kept this up, I was going to get killed. I unmade the panel and dropped down another 15 feet before landing on another. We were staggeringly high. I only now noticed. That first hit had sent me up as if I'd been tossed by a trebuchet. Below us, the Golden Fae had engaged the 15th and the Watch, and the engagement was gruesomely one-sided. I needed to wrap this up quick if I wanted to have an army left by the time I broke my legs landing. "Aren't you supposed to introduce yourself before we tangle?" I called out. If nothing else, her title would give me a better read on what her powers came from. "I am the Duchess of Restless Zephyr," she replied. "You are a corpse." I wasn't particularly fond of being on the wrong side of that line, I decided. The healing power I'd stolen from the lone swordsman was being a real trooper about getting me back into fighting shape, but it only worked so fast. At least I was no longer in any danger of choking on my lungs. I leapt another 2 panels upwards to avoid getting exploded after her announcement, keenly aware that I was burning through power quickly. Even just maintaining a panel was draining, and unless I wanted my blood to turn to ice again, I was going to have to find another solution. "Would you like to make a wager?" I called out. "Come on, you're Fae," I thought. "You lot feed are always up for a bet." "No," she replied, after trying to explode me again. That was starting to get old, I would admit. Play to her nature, Catherine. She wants a kill, not a crippling. She's been throwing around hard hits since we started. "I am going to destroy you in one blow." I lied, sword rising above my head as if I was preparing some trump card I really wished I had right now. The Duchess of Restless Zephyr laughed. She was maybe 30 feet below me, and in the face of the flaring of my name, she smiled mockingly. "You are no true Duchess," she said. "Just a mortal playing the fool. Learn your place." Unlike my parchment-thin deception, The ball of roiling winds that formed above her head was very much a threat. She kept feeding power into it while I tried to look like I knew what I was doing. Which I might. Maybe. It was a gamble with horrendous odds, but still better than jumping around beneath the clouds and hoping she ran out of juice before I did. Studying her face, I gauged when she was about to finish preparations, the sneer and hint of triumph giving it away. If I got hit by that ball, what was left of me was going to rain all over this battlefield in little chunks. I really hoped that would hold out for her as well, because I was about to surrender an advantage that had saved my life at least 3 times in the last year. Her wrist began to move, my fingers tightened around the hilt of the sword I'd stolen. "Take," I said. Her eyes went wide as we both felt the same thing, my name claiming ownership over the winds she'd been gathering. The remains of what I'd stolen from the lone swordsman vanished, and instead a painful surge filled the aspect. I gritted my teeth to avoid screaming. Claiming summer power when I was already bound to the winter court felt like my insides turning out. I struck down with my sword, and the ball of winds followed, smashing into her and detonating. Dry winds howled all around as the arm she brought up to shield herself was ground out of existence. Her tall silhouette, plummeting down like a gold of old, had kicked her back down to creation. My control over the winds was beginning to wane, and I hurriedly forced them down to follow the Duchess. She'd fallen in the back of the lines of golden Fae, the ground heaving at the impact, and that was where the winds unleashed the fullness of their fury. Fae were scattered like insects, the hurricane my opponent had meant to destroy me, with blooming life aflower in every direction. That, I mused, should help my army get their bearings back. Then the winds contracted, crushing whatever they'd drawn in with them, and shot back up towards me as my aspect once again became a shapeless bundle of power needing to be defined. "Shit," I said, for my wit was peerless in any world. I was quick to flee, but not quick enough. The ball had been popped already, but the winds were far from tender. They pulsed and detonated into a circle that had me sailing through the sky for the 2nd time today. And was that the feeling of another rib breaking? No, just fracturing. It had happened to me often enough that I was beginning to be able to tell the difference just from the kind of pain that had me clenching my teeth. I couldn't even tell what direction I was falling in. I shaped a pane of ice in front of me, but I was going so fast I just tore right through it. Another 2 tries only managed to slow me down and cut the side of my neck with shards. The landing was going to be a problem, I mused. And this time I couldn't rely on stolen hero tricks to get me back on my feet afterwards. I was debating creating 3 panes in a row to see if that would do the trick when I felt my fall slow. Yanked out of the air, I started to float down like a feather until I was caught in a strong pair of arms. "We meet again, foundling," Archer grinned. "Are you seriously trying to pretend you were the one to cast the spell?" Masigo asked peevishly. "You're not even a mage." I sighed, leaning back bonelessly in Archer's arms so I could stare at the braided Sonic. "Hello, Apprentice," I said. "Do I need to explain to you how gravity works?" Masigo said. "And what it does to the bones of women in plate falling from the sky?" "I am invincible," I gravely said. "Gravity bends to my will." Naturally, Archer took that as an excuse to drop me. Book 3, Chapter 30, Riot. The classic Calawan blunder. Sending an army into the wasteland you can't handle if it comes marching back as undead. Dread Emperor Sorceress. Magical healing felt slow and inefficient, after having grown to the heroic alternative, but it had to be said that Masigo was exceedingly good at it. It was better not to think about how many people he must have needed to cut open to get there. Hopefully at least the majority of them had been dead at the time, though with Warlock you could never be sure. It was all flying pigs until he got in a mood, then it was corpses all around. Apprentice politely clapped my shoulder to signify he was done, and I rose from my crouch. "You'll need a blacksmith to truly rectify the state of your armor," he said. "But it is no longer liquid, at least." Speaking of liquid, Archer was polishing off the bottom of a copper flask even as we spoke. The 2 of them seemed in a decent mood, though not eager to join the fray. Given that Summer's army could be quite literally world-ending if it got into the swing of things, I didn't blame them. I got the blood and what looked like flakes of skin off the hilt of my sword. Gods, those were probably mine, weren't they? And took a deep breath. "All right," I said. "First we need to pick up Hakram. Before we do, Archer, could you tell me what the hell's your teacher is doing here?" She ignored me, finished guzzling down whatever liquor she was packing, and dropped the flask to the ground. It was a good thing the enemy already knew where we were. Otherwise, no doubt they could find out just by following the trail of those that no doubt followed in her wake. "No idea, foundling," she replied cheerfully. She won't be here for the princes and princesses. She got bored with those a while back. Whatever it is, though, I recommend not being even remotely in the vicinity of her way. That, doesn't tend to go well for people. And gods. And castle that one time. It said a lot about the Lady of the Lake's reputation that I wouldn't be particularly surprised if she destroyed an entire keep because it had made the poor decision of being built somewhere inconvenient to her. Black had told me there were people on Calernia against whom it was useless to think in terms of victory, where one could only attempt to limit the damage and lose the least amount of skin possible. One was the dead king, who he'd charmingly referred to as the original abomination. The other was the ranger, whose utter disregard for odds I'd been raised hearing stories about. Well, I'm not intending to get in a fistfight for her, that's for sure. I grimaced. I've recently run out of borrowed lives. I fear you may run out of ribs as well, if you keep at it, Masigo drily said. Now that was just unwarranted. I hadn't broken any of those in, like, at least 60 heartbeats. I was going to ask about having them reinforced with steel, though, because nowadays they were snapping like twigs. I can't commend your judgment, but your pain tolerance is impressive, Archer added, never one to leave someone unkicked while they were down. I flipped her off. Goat daughter, she replied in Tagraby, ridiculously proud of knowing the word. Masigo, have you been teaching her cusses? I sighed. It was either that or arguing about whether creation is a sphere again, he admitted. I raised an eyebrow at Archer. I'm just saying, do you know anyone who's gone the whole way around? She said. Have you done it yourself? Apprentice twitched, and I decided to change the subject before he went on a rant about had proved creation was round. I knew better than to hope he did not have 3 philosophers and several volumes to reference. We'll table that for later, I ordered. I left Adjutant back in the middle of the melee. Anyone have any suggestions of how to take him out? Our target is east. I ignored Apprentice's peevish murmur about how Hakram, at least, probably hadn't broken any ribs. That was a deeply unfair comparison. The orc had a whole aspect about not breaking. We could kill our way through, Archer suggested. Archer. Violence wasn't her only tool, just the only one she ever bothered to use. I'm open to other suggestions, I prompted. That was when the screaming began. Sword in hand faster than I could blink, I turned to look at the source of it. It was only one voice, though a remarkably loud one. The Duchess of Restless Zephyr was back in the sky, missing an arm and most the half of the body attached to it. One of her wings was pure flame, I saw, which made her flight awkward but admittedly still better than I could manage. I'd really hoped she was dead, I said. She seems peeved, Masigo said, master of observation that he was. You could say we didn't part on great terms, I conceded. The dark-skinned mage's eyes glimmered with name power, peering at the Duchess. She's bleeding out power, he noted. Her very frame is unstable. I expect she will detonate, left alone long enough. Archer whistled merrily, stringing her bow. Never bagged a Duchess before, she said. That'd be kill-stealing and you know it, I said. I did not, however, tell her not to put arrows in the woman until the issue went away. It was one thing to banter with my companions, another to allow a threat of that magnitude to live even a moment longer than she needed to. It swiftly became clear that screaming at the top of her lungs was more than a coping mechanism for the Fae. A pack of 100 winged knights peeled off from the rest, lances high as they formed up around her. It would have been untrue to say I felt the weight of the Duchess' gaze, but I was pretty sure if she was capable of glaring someone aflame, I'd be a bonfire right now. I might run out of arrows, Archer said. The fancy ones, at least. I eyed her quiver, which looked plain but had as much sorcery wafting off of it as all her enchanted ammunition put together. They're in range for you? I asked. Sweet cheeks, she grinned. There's not a damn thing in any world that isn't. It was talk like that that had me believing the ochre-skinned woman wasn't a villain. None of us who'd managed to live this long would so willingly dip down hubris and slip it too much tongue. Archer wasn't all boasting, at least. She knocked her first arrow smoothly and released almost quicker than I could follow. The arrow flew. 100 yards from the Fae, it was buried in a wave of flame, and I thought that the end of that, but moments later a single silhouette fell from its horse. I sharpened my eyes and let out a staggered breath. Right between the eyes, from at least a mile. See? Archer preened. Archer, I tried. I told you, she interrupted. Archer they are. Charging. I barked. Keep shooting. She pouted, but smooth movements followed and arrows took the sky. I looked at Masigo, who seemed more bored than worried. I don't suppose you have something to stop a cavalry charge? I asked. It is unlikely any of my wards would do more than slow them down, he said. In Arcadia, that is. Layering is pointless if they unmake the layers as fast as I craft them. Keep the Duchess busy, then, I ordered. She has this nasty wind trick. Speaking of the devil, the screaming had ceased. She was hurtling through the air, keeping up with the knights, and pointing her sword at us. The rider next to her toppled from an arrow through the neck, Archer chuckling at my side. Masigo, I said urgently. The air exploded, but a transparent box formed around it. The winds howled, barely contained. Interesting, Apprentice praised. Derivative work, of course, but Fae do tend to keep close to their title and court. The box contracted until it broke, and the wind dispersed with a hiss. Gods, I'd missed having a powerful mage around. It made it so much easier not to die. Archer was ignoring us, taking apart the knights one at a time. How many had she slain? Easy as swatting a fly. 20, maybe more. When she ceased moving, though, I cleared my throat. There's still some left, I helpfully pointed out. I'm out of mage killers, she said. The air exploded again. This time Masigo had evolved his defensive measure. A series of transparent walls redirected the fury of the wind, ultimately heading back towards the charging Fae. It dispersed long before reaching any of them, but just what he'd been able to do might be deterrent enough that the Duchess wouldn't try it again. If she'd pulled that when they were closer, they would have lost a few for sure. You don't have any other enchanted ones? I asked. None that are fireproof, she said, calmly unstringing her bow. Given the size of the thing, I would have said something about overcompensating, but now that I'd actually seen her use it, the words stayed stuck in my mouth. Skill was skill, no matter how ridiculous-looking the tool enabling it. Archer unsheathed her long knives, tapping one against her leg impatiently. They could hurry up, at least, she complained. Not like we can charge back at them. Oh my, Masigo murmured. That could. No, first I'd have to overtake the Matrix. Apprentice, I said, a little worried. Everything is going to be fine, he said dreamily, eyes still filled with name power. I had never more wished to have a shield. And so the three of us stood valiantly against the coming charge. Apprentice was muttering to himself, lost in his own world. Archer had taken to cleaning her fingernails with one of her blades, and I was silently wishing I could just duplicate Hakram a few times and not have to rely on these two anymore. More like Valiant adjacent, maybe. I steadied my breath and adjusted my stance as the knights and Duchess angled their descent, the lot of them moving flawlessly together. Whither? The Duchess of Restless Zephyr screamed. Deconstruct, Apprentice replied, fingers dancing across a stream of shining runes. The Fey aristocrat yelped, losing control of her spell. The bone-dry wind slipped her leash, turning on her. Her wing of flame dispersed as her body turned to a husk, skin turning to leather in the span of a heartbeat. She crashed, but I couldn't spare a longer look than that. I was too busy trying not to get skewered. Flattening under the lance wouldn't work. I'd never gotten anywhere by betting against Fey reflexes. Instead, I sunk into my name, let the calm wash over me, and watched the tip of the weapon. The only dangerous part of a lance is the tip, I told myself. Repeating Black's words. I pivoted around it at the last moment, letting the knight pass me by. Immediately, I had to duck under the horse of the man behind him, sword coming up to split its belly open. I emerged drenched in blood and guts to see the third rank was too far ahead to strike me, but the fourth had adjusted its angle and was converging on me. Apprentice came to the rescue, a sphere-like black rip into the fabric of Arcadia, forming amongst the Fae. It didn't seem to do much but draw them closer to it, but it should keep them busy for at least a bit. That left the first rank, which had deftly landed on the ground and was turning back around. I heard screams and laughter to the side, which probably meant Archer wasn't in too much trouble. Even as lances turned to me, I felt an itch between my shoulder blades. I knew better than to ignore the hints of my name, and moved before a thrown javelin could add a steel component to my spine. The thrown weapon sunk into the ground and exploded in flames, the enemy knights riding straight through the screen of fire. This, I decided, was not going to work. Even if the Duchess didn't come back from her mistake, there was only so long I could keep avoiding being run through, especially if I had to dodge javelins at the same time. Relief came in the shape of Archer, who barreled into the flank of the knights charging me. She was riding a horse, because of course she was. 2 arrows were stuck in her mount's neck, and she used them to guide it along with no small amount of spurring. That could work. Maybe. I wasn't above fleeing a losing fight. Masego's black sphere must have petered out, because I heard the whistle of javelins let loose followed by neighs. I was already moving, though, and the thumped into the ground behind me. There were still half a dozen knights after my hide, even though Archer was making a joyous nuisance of herself, and it was those I went for. They were on the ground now, and while the sky belonged to the Fae down here, they were in my wheelhouse. I ran at them, smoothly cutting the distance. They'd learned from the last time, adjusted to my speed, and when I pivoted around the first lance, I found another two aimed at my chest. An exertion of will had a panel of ice forming in the way, breaking instantly, but buying me a precious few heartbeats. I pushed a sliver of power down my legs and leapt at the knight I'd just avoided, colliding with him atop the winged horse. I took a hard knock in the nose, and he tried to slide a knife in my ribs, but I caught his wrist and twisted it to throw him off the horse, which was not best pleased about this turn of events. I tried to slide my feet into the stirrups, but the neighing fucker was bucking me off. And now the other knights were back at me. Great. I had to throw myself off to avoid taking a javelin in the chest. Fine, I growled. The hard way. I rammed my sword through the horse's eye as my free hand whipped up to blast a knight off his horse with a spear of shadow. I kept the power close, forcefully shoving it into the dying mount through my blade. The beast twitched once, twice, and its dark eyes went pure blue. That was new. Up, I ordered, and it rose back to its feet. I leapt on, and this time there was no bucking. I looked for the others and found Archer had already retreated and forced a visibly dismayed Masigo to ride with his arms around her belly. Considering Apprentice hated even regular horses, a winged one had to be a nightmare for him. I set my mount to riding with my mind alone, the knights gathering in a wedge behind me. That was going to be a problem. Retreat, I called out. Archer laughed, but at least she listened. I dug into the muscle memories of the horse I'd raised and put on my finger on the part that concerned flight. The wings extended brusquely, and as I screamed it began batting its wings, and we rose into the air. So did our pursuers. The feeling of the wind whipping at my face was exhilarating, but death followed close. They were already gaining. I sent the horse downwards to avoid a javelin, but when it exploded into flames the fire formed into a hawk and hurtled back towards me. Within moments a menagerie of birds was forcing me into acrobatics that had my heels digging into the flanks of the dead horse. Zombie the Third, I mentally named him, as I tried my best not to fall off. The other two caught up with me, and I gestured towards our forces still fighting on the field, but Apprentice shook his head. The Duchess, he said. My arm whipped out to cut through the shaft of a javelin. I smothered the fire that came out with ice before it could form. Goddamn it. Fine, I yelled. I'll draw them off. I took a sharp right to avoid incineration, flicking my wrist to send a knife into my palm. The knights were on me. This was going to be tricky. They had range, damn them. The knight at the tip of the wedge rammed his lance halfway through into my mount's body, but it was too dead to care at the moment. I leapt off my horse onto the bastard, desperately trying to convince myself this was a good idea. My armored boots hit his chest, and he fell off, but brilliant wings burst into existence. Right, falling wasn't a problem for them. I managed to land on the saddle, but my boots were slick with blood, and it was bucking. Even as I began to slide, I saw the lance going for my knee. Don't die, don't die, don't die. My foot landed on the tip of the lance, and even as it ripped into the saddle, I kicked the Fae's chin. Blood sprayed and teeth with it. I began to fall but managed to sink my knife into the horse's flank, hoisting myself back up. The name reflexes were barely enough to save my life. Sword coming up to slap aside another lance, so it just pierced through my only previous pauldron. Heat at my back, it was time to move. The wave of flame hawks was at my heel. The horse was beginning to go down, so I leapt off again, screaming every Mtethwa curse I knew, and then some. The knight I impacted didn't manage to bring up his lance in time, but he did manage to sock me in the mouth with an armored hand. I tasted blood. My knife found his throat, and I took the trade gladly. Heat again, and so close I left the blade. I bunched up for another jump, but it was too late. I was blown off by a storm of flame, what little skin I had exposed taking the brunt of it, as even my plate warmed. I grit my teeth and formed a pane of ice to land on, licking my busted lip and pointing my sword at the Fae. Taking all comers, I croaked out. You only outnumber what? 50-1. Half the lances flickered with light and turned into swords as they fluidly formed in a circle around me. Bury me in numbers, would they? And this time with blades to take care of me if the lances failed. I panted quietly and planned the timing. My control was still rough. As one, without a word, they charged. There would be no dancing around all those blades, named or not. It was a good thing I didn't intend to. I watched the enemy close in and, at the last moment, broke the pain. I began falling again as the knights closed in on empty space. though disappointingly enough they were too skilled for collisions to ensue. They smoothly slid around each other even as I landed with a thump atop Zombie the Third, almost slipping again before I shoved my boots into the stirrups. I wasted no time in getting the hells out of there. That was as long as I could by the other two. They'd gainfully employed my many near-death experiences, I saw. The Duchess of Restless Zephyr, still unconscious, hung floating in a bubble of blue light. Masigo was dragging behind them with a chain made of the same. I caught up with them before the night caught up with me. Dragging the Fey aristocrat slowed them down. I swear on all the bloody gods, Apprentice, if you had me do that just to get a live Duchess, I'll bury you so deep underground you will never see light again, I yelled. Brow creased in concentration, he waved dismissively. We fled towards the melee, where things were not unfolding as well as I'd hoped. The attack I'd stolen from the Duchess had slowed the Golden Fey down, but they'd formed back up, and even with the watch backing it, the 15th was taking a beating. At a glance, half of Nox's legionaries were already dead. The entire line was buckling, even with the Dia-Wraith regulars propping them up. We managed to get in bow range before the knights were on us, and it was enough to make them break off at least for now. Close, I thought. I caught sight of Hakram swinging his axe towards the center of our line, but he was having trouble with the enemy. They were fast as a named, and though not as strong as the orc, there were a lot of them. I guided my horse down, but Masigo called out for me to wait. I watched my companions pass over the Golden Fey, and their apprentice cut off the chain binding the bubble to him. A moment later the bubble popped out and the Duchess began to fall, dropping in the ranks of the Golden Fey. Nothing happened. I glanced at Apprentice, who was fiddling with runes, and only looked away when I heard the world groan. Bone-dry winds formed around the Duchess' body and blew up violently, turning the Fey by it into empty husks that fell apart like sand. It continued to grow, the winds scattering in every direction and tearing a gaping hole in the Golden Fey formation. Masigo, you beautiful sack of pedantry. That might just even the field out. The dead horse smoothly flew down, and I landed in front of a gaping adjutant as the winds whipped behind me. Get on, I ordered. We're hunting royalty. Book 3, Chapter 31, High Noon. My dear friends, I have a confession to make. Some creative reframing of the truth may have taken place during the planning of this coup. Dread Emperor Traitorous, addressing the Order of the Unholy Obsidian upon successfully usurping the throne from himself. Now, in my experience, planning the ending of a lesser god required 3 necessary steps. The first of them was, naturally, lies. Though this once I had found no make-believe prophecy to ensure this fight did not begin and end with my being incinerated, I had prepared a few nasty surprises. The summer court didn't really bother to talk with mortals except to give them orders, as far as I knew, and that was going to come back to haunt them. The second step was a certain proficiency for violence, which between 4 battle-hardened named we should have covered. There would be no talk of my taking on the Princess of High Noon by myself. That would return us to the whole incineration outcome, which I would confess I was less than fond of. Archer would have less of an impact using long knives instead of a bow, true, but with her and adjutant at my side, we might be able to keep the princess distracted long enough Apprentice could hit her with the good stuff. Well, evil stuff. The labyrinthine mess that was adjusting my terminology now that I was consorting with the damned could wait to be sorted until there was less of a war going on. With a little luck, at some point in the next decade, I'd have a day where no one was actively trying to invade Callow. That was the dream, really. The third step was having a right to that victory. It was different than the false prophecy I'd used to kill the Duke of Violent Squalls. One was, as I like to think of it, plausible deniability. It gave me an excuse to win, if I could manage it. After all, I'd still had to stab the bastard to get his stuff. Having a right was more like fixing the scales, the way fate did for heroes. It was still short of providence, the golden luck that dropped the laurels in the lap of the heavens' favorites, but it was close. When I'd fought Eris and the lone swordsman in Lys, I'd walked over 2 named that were each a match for me on their own on my way to take the sword in the stone and my resurrection with it. The weights of the scale had been in my favor, then. It didn't guarantee victory, but it made it easier for me to win and harder for my opponents. The signet ring had done the same thing for the Duke of Violent Squalls. I'd always had it, which at least in Arcadia had given me claim to the Fae's power before it was physically on my finger. Finding an equivalent for the Princess of High Noon had been the hardest part of this. I couldn't just rely on the fact that she had invaded Callow. I was, however unwillingly, doing the same to Summer. That scratched off the mark on both sides of the slate, I was betting. There were dozens of stories about hard-headed young girls facing down gods for some cause or another, but all of them about heroes. I'd wiggled my way into that sort of role before, but only when standing for a greater cause than myself. I fell short of that here. The keystone would have to be found in the way that even with my named companions I still stood hilariously outclassed. It was an old shape, that, the underdog triumphing over the unbeatable opponent. I'd chewed on that for days, pruning story after story until I returned to one of the oldest ones I knew. From before the House of Light, when Calernians had prayed to the gods above and below, but also made sure to give offerings to the ancient things that strode the world. Dread Emperor Sorceress had once famously called usurpation the essence of sorcery. There was a deeper grain of truth in that, one broader in meaning. Transgression was the essence of what it meant to be named, breaking the rules for your own sake or that of others. And one of the most ancient of those transgressions was the blade meant to break the princess of high noon. The theft of fire. Would it be enough? I could not know. Never did, until the blades were out and chaos reigned. But I'd gotten this far by doubling down whenever the stakes were raised, and I would not flinch today. The four of us had flown east, to where the Fae clashed. Winter was not getting the better of it. The center, where the sword of waning day fought, had managed to gain ground. But the flanks were collapsing. The riders of the host had managed a harsh draw with the winged knights of summer, but come out more bloodied and forced to retreat. To the sides, the summer regulars were driving back the winter Fae one step at a time, defeat already writ large. It would end with the Deadwood soldiers an island in a summer sea, collapsing when the winged knights returned to shatter their lines. While the lesser Fae died in droves, the royalty that led them had fought just the same. There again, winter was losing. The Prince of Nightfall now stood alone against the Princess of High Noon and the Prince of Deep Drought, the princess who'd been with him nowhere in sight. They were on the ground now, the armies giving all three of them a wide berth. I did not like the one-eyed prince. He'd been party to his king's playing of me, and been free with threats besides. Watching him battle two other royals, though, I felt a reluctant sliver of admiration. I'd not been wrong in thinking him made for strife more than any other Fae of winter. The Princess of High Noon was more powerful, blatantly so. She moved like a storm unrelenting, howling winds stirring in the wake of every strike as she crushed everything in her way. The Prince of Deep Drought had been wounded. One of his arms held to his body only be strings of red, but he wove sorcery like an artist. Flame and light and dust, moving with Princess Sulia as if it knew her movements intimately. And facing that fury was a one-eyed man, clad in a long tunic of shade with a slender blade in hand. Trying to strike him was like trying to grasp a shadow, and though he was outmatched in every way, he did not retreat a single step. None of the three paid us any mind when we took the winged horses down, dismounting more swiftly than gracefully. Hakram had been pale as sheet the whole ride, and was now visibly glad of being on solid ground. I glanced at my companions, then cleared my throat. I supposed I would have to say something before leading them into the storm. So we're going to stab a god, I said. I mean, we've done it before. But this one is a few places higher in the pecking order of things not to trifle with. Archer snorted. But we'll win because we stand for something greater than ourselves? I gallantly attempted. We do. Apprentice asked, surprise. What? Violence, Archer suggested. Peace, order, and the imperial way, Hakram offered, the filthy traitor. We lie a lot, Masigo mused. It could be lies. Lies and violence, Archer proudly called out, raising a fist. Apprentice did the same, apparently under the impression this qualified as a battle cry. I refused to grace the mutiny with a response. Just don't get yourselves killed, I sighed. I don't want to have to train up replacements. The Fae royalty took notice when we joined their little tiff, the summer Fae breaking off and angling so we wouldn't be able to flank them. The Winter Prince offered us a mocking salute with his sword. I'm guessing the Princess of Silent Depths is dead, I said, not bothering with greetings. That is mostly accurate, the Prince of Nightfall replied, because why would Fae ever be anything but vague? Can you handle the sorcerer? I asked, eyeing the Prince of Deep Drought. He cannot, the Summer Prince sneered. Yes, the one-eyed Fae replied with a nasty smile. You'll be dancing with Sulia? That's the idea, I agreed. I put together a crew of miscreants and everything. The red-haired princess eyed me like I'd tracked mud onto her priceless carpet, or maybe like I was the mud. They have made an abomination of you, she said. More than mortal, less than Fae. Destroying you will be a mercy. I get that a lot, I replied honestly. At least in Proker, The House of Light had apparently declared me anathema to the heavens. I knew because Black had the report framed and sent to Marchford. It hung on the wall of my bedroom across from the bed. "Shall we begin, Grannian?" The Prince of Nightfall taunted his summer mirror. "I've been meaning to see how many limbs you can lose before dying." The winter phase translucent wings burst into existence, and he shot off into the sky. The Prince of Deep Drought looked at Sulia, and she nodded. He followed, leaving the four of us facing the heaviest hitter the summer court had to offer short of its queen. Why had this seemed like a good idea again? "I played your role. For an evening," I told the princess. "Was a bit of a bore. Had to liven it up myself." "I was not made for intrigue," the Princess of High Noon said. "This, however, I was born for it. From it. This was a blunder, Duchess. You are attempting a story, but that is worthless if you do not have the power to carry it out. You think you're my opponent," I smiled coldly. "An interesting thought. Let's see where it gets you." 3 things happened in the heartbeat that followed. Princess Sulia's wings sprang to life. Adjutant and archer charged forward, and I spoke one word. "Take," I said. 2 columns of fire erupted from my back, not concerned by the plate in the slightest. I screamed hoarsely, but this was a necessary sacrifice. If she went up, we were done. She could just stay up there and bombard us until there was nothing left but ashes, and trying to match her up there with the horses was a good way to get ourselves killed. It felt the winter power in my veins reacting violently, even worse than when I'd stolen sorcery from the Duchess of Restless Zephyr. These were only wings, even if made of sorcery, but the power was so much purer. It felt a dozen times worse. I hastily discarded the power, heralding the first bed of this fight. What happened when I took something was still unclear in a lot of ways. Would she get the wings back even if I released them? I was hoping not, that my aspect severed the connection by appropriating what I took. If that wasn't the case, I was going to have to pull out an upset that I, really, needed to come later. The flames gutted out, and I let out a hiss of triumph when they didn't reappear on the princess' back. This might not be a permanent state of affair, but for now it was putting our foot in the door. Apprentice was incanting, the light of runes glinting off his spectacles. We needed to keep him uninterrupted long enough to make a difference. I'd never fought at Archer's side before, not with her using blades. But Hakram had felt like an additional limb ever since he became the adjutant, and he was used to her from all their sparring. For blades struck as one, and it felt right. Like coming home. The phase sword clattered against mine, beginning to carve through until ice grew to stop it. The princess ducked under the swing of adjutant's axe, pushing me back effortlessly and smashing Archer in the belly with her fist. The other named was thrown off, but she landed on her feet, and she was back into the fray within moments. Heat pulsed off the princess and cold came from me to met it. Her power dwarfed mine, but she would not win this uncontested. The 3 of us pressed the offensive. Without even a word needing to be said, we fell into a rhythm. I forced a parry, setting the Fae up for adjutant's strike as Archer used the opening it made to attempt to draw blood. She was beating us anyway. Flame blew Hakram off his feet, charring his face, and without him to distract Archer was caught by the throat. I desperately wove ice and shadow around the princess' wrist, and the heartbeat it took for her to disperse, it earned my companion just long enough to wriggle out of the grasp. Her breath was labored, but at least her neck hadn't been snapped. "Rampage," Adjutant growled. The orc charged back into the fight, his charred skin healing. Every strike was stronger and faster than the last, until even the Princess of High Noon had to take care. "Flow," Archer managed to croak. It was almost hypnotic to watch her long knives move. There was no single blow, every attack coming from the last in an uninterrupted stream. She moves as she had when firing arrows, but that was comparing a candle to a bonfire. Between the 3 of us, we almost stood a chance. I turned a probe into a lunge that would have taken the princess in the neck, but she contemptuously moved an inch to the side and ignored it. I saw her sword rise to carve through Hakram's wrist and snapped my own, my last knife landing in my palm. I threw it at her head, and the blade spun gracefully before being sliced cleanly through. The axe took her in the chest, breaking colored mail, but no skin. A boot to the stomach pushed the orc back, but he was still growing stronger. It did not slow him for long, and in the moment where the princess stood on only one leg, Archer's longknife struck. The 2 blades came from opposite directions, one for the knee and the other for the neck. Without missing a beat, Princess Sulia jumped and lay herself flat, strikes passing above and beneath her. She twisted sharply, and a boot to the face shattered Archer's chin as she was sent sprawling to the floor. Breath caught in my throat. I adjusted my wrist, and pumped the entire arm full of my name. I hit her at rib height, the strength of the blow sending mail rings flying, and she smashed into the ground hard enough the earth dented. Her eyes turned gold red, the heat grew, and Apprentice finally finished casting. 23 sigils of blue light came into being above the princess with a loud hum, though not loud enough to drown out her pained groan. Heat shimmered around her, and one of the sigils popped. I glanced at Exeunt, panting. The skin that had healed was beginning to flake off, the burns returning if not as grave as before. Whatever power had possessed him was gone, though. Archer was back on her feet, but her lower face was one large and bloody bruise. Another 3 sigils popped. We didn't have much longer left. Oh, Apprentice said, watching the struggling Fae with wide eyes. I was wrong, fundamentally wrong. Shit, that did not look good at all. The bespectacled mage laughed, looking utterly crazed. It cannot be quantified, he muttered. The method was erroneous from the onset. It is all made of the same building blocks, and those blocks are a figment. Mysteries, miracles of smoke and mirrors. The Godhead is not behind boundaries, it is a trick of perspective. Power rippled across his frame, his eyes glinting with a light that had a shiver going up my spine. One of the sigils formed again, though it popped moments later. Apprentice, I said carefully, and he interrupted. No, he laughed. Not that. Not anymore. Hierophant. Usher of mysteries. Vivisector of miracles. Was that what this was? A transition in the making? You are a god, yes? He smiled at the Princess of High Noon, pushing up his glasses. Show me a miracle, then. He waved his arm carelessly, and Archer's jaw set itself back together with a loud crack. Fingers clutching something only he could see, the Hierophant brought his hands down. The sigils glowed so bright I had to shut my eyes in pain, like a star being born. For all that, the words that drifted to my ears were calm. Everything burns, the Princess of High Noon whispered. Arcadia broke. The brightness passed, and I opened my eyes to a world of endless ashes. I'd called on something of the same breed when defeating the Count of Olden Oak, but it had been nothing but a drop to this ocean. Princess Sulia stood with restored wings, hair of flame, and eyes that burned with something more. Above her raised hands hovered the sun. I could feel myself buckle from the pressure alone, my hair smoldering against my sweat-soaked scalp. Masego's spectacles shattered in his eyes, and he screamed. Hakram wavered, then fell to his knees. The burns from earlier were spreading across his face. Archer's hands shook like leaves until she stabbed a long knife into her leg, the pain allowing her to not be swept away by the weight bearing down on all of us. You may feel honored, Princess Sulia said. I have ever only called on this to bring an end to winter. The 4 of you will be the first ashes on this field formed of creation. You're wrong, I croaked. Will you try to take the sun from me, Duchess? She said, amused. You will burn, one way or another. She was right, of course. If I tried using take, I'd die before I finished speaking the word. I was the squire, after all. No role stood behind me in this. But I'd meant it when I told her I wasn't her opponent. Not that. I grinned, all teeth and malice. There's not 4 of us. Behind the Princess of High Noon a woman appeared, short-haired with blue-gray eyes. She wore loose leathers, and her face was red with sweat. Yoink, the thief said, and stole the sun. Book 3, Chapter 32, Close. Oh, on most days we lose. But once in a while, just once, it works. And those moments of perfect clarity where all the world is in the palm of your hand, 100,000 middling minds made into flawless assembly by your will, those are worth all the rest. Dread Empress Regalia too. Well, we weren't all going to die. That was nice. If my mouthing off had been followed by thief failing to steal the sun, I would have been real embarrassed before I got my fool ass killed. Wasn't exactly enthusiastic about a heroine with shaky allegiances getting to shove the, possibly. I wasn't sure exactly how this worked, literal sun in her knapsack, but it did beat dying horribly. So, I was willing to chalk up that one as a win. The skin of Thief's hand was cracking and black by the time the orb of fire disappeared, even though she'd never touched it at all, but away it went. The moment it was gone, Sulia screamed. I imagined it was a lot like losing an aspect, and when Masego had cut out mine the process had been excruciating. She collapsed to her knees and the lights went out. The not world we were in began to collapse, wrinkling on itself, but I was having none of that. Now, if I'd pit my power against the Princess of High Noon, she would have crushed me effortlessly and then maybe allowed me a moment to contemplate the sheer stupidity of my actions before ripping out my spine. This wasn't a fight, though. Power was leaving her like a leaking sieve, and even though I suspected that even whatever was left at the end would be enough for her to beat us again, I wasn't going to give her the opportunity to get her shit together. Fall, I said. It hadn't been dark on the ashy plain, not exactly. It had been not so much darkness as the absence of light. My power filled the endless expanse, propping it up and claiming the framework for itself. I saw my companions shiver in the sudden cold, now nothing more than shaded silhouettes in boundless dark. The night sky above us was without stars, but it didn't feel like anything was missing. A sky from before there were stars. I thought. In here, whatever this place was, my will was the only one that mattered. Masigo spoke a word, but there was only silence here. Silence, cold and weight. I turned my eyes to the Princess of High Noon, saw her frame light up with steam as my aspect slowly smothered the power of summer inside her. She fought it harder than the Count of Oak had, slowing down the process to a crawl. Letting out a long breath, I closed my eyes and sharpened my mind. Black had first taught me the exercise when I'd begun to learn the sword, but I'd only understood its true worth when I came fully into my name. My mind became as a blade, the way I would when I formed a spear of shadows, but I let myself fall deeper into the process. Distractions and stray thought fell away. Doubts were scoured clean until nothing was left but pure, sharp intent. With a clear and resounding snap, the Princess of High Noon froze. I opened my eyes and released the night. After the utter silence that had preceded them, the noises of the battlefield were deafening. A wave of exhaustion nearly toppled me, though it did not scatter my wits enough for it to escape my notice that my blood flow had slowed. A few exertions away from it to start turning into red sludge, if I was lucky. I was out of the game for hours, maybe days. But I'm not done as long as I can speak. Masigo, I rasped. Bind her. Sulia wasn't dead, oh no. When I'd made the decision of fighting here in Arcadia, even with all the odds I'd stacked in my favor, I'd hesitated for one reason. The losses I would incur had to be made worth it by a greater gain. Bleeding Summer alone was not enough to drive me to make a gambit like that, not with what I was putting on the line. There were major liabilities to fighting the Fae in creation, of course, but that in and of itself wasn't a reason to fight them in Arcadia instead. The risks taken by giving battle in Summer were too high to justify the decision with just that. But then I'd stopped thinking of this battle as a battle alone and placed it in the context of a campaign. There would be a final clash between my forces and the Summer Court. That much was certain in my eyes. And given that any advantage of mobility I had through my portals the Fae had as well but better, when I returned to creation there was no real way for me to dictate where that last clash happened. Considering the legions were at their best on prepared grounds, and anything but our best might just come short, that was not a recipe for victory. I'd understood that I needed something to force their hand, and that was why my soldiers and my allies were now dying on this unearthly field. The Princess of High Noon was my leverage, and I'd not understood exactly how strong that leverage would be until only 2 royal Fae had come to stand for Summer. There should have been 3, which likely meant the Diabolist had gotten rid of one for me. I'd give this to Acua Sahelian. She was a horrid, cold-blooded, and treacherous monster, but when she put it all on the line, she could slug it with the best of them. I was still going to stab her repeatedly and burn the corpse twice, of course, but I could respect the strength if not how she got it and how she used it. 2 royals meant there were 2 people left to lead the armies of Summer. If the Prince of Nightfall killed his opponent, and I believed he could, that left the Queen of Summer as the only heavy hitter in her court. She wouldn't be able to let that stand, not with Nightfall and a princess left to back the King of Winter. If the other court turned its eyes on her, and it was in their nature to do so, then she'd lose that fight and badly. With Sulia back at her side, she could. Maybe. Scrap out a draw. She needed the Princess of High Noon back, and needed her badly. So if I dragged Sulia back to creation, bound and gagged, then the Queen of Summer could only come to take her back or face destruction. My bet was she'd come with her entire army, where I wanted and when I wanted. I honestly couldn't think of another way to bring the war to a close in the next 3 months, and some that remained of the time the Winter King had given me. And so here we were. Hierophant, for though the change was young already I could no longer think of him by his old name, did not immediately reply. Over his palm hovered the shards that had once been his spectacles, and though the enchantments on them were gone, there was something a great deal more dangerous to be glimpsed in them now. The last thing they'd witnessed was the summer sun in the fullness of its glory, and that light was still alive in the glass. It might never leave. Masigo left the shards hovering in the air, weaving arcane patterns, and lightly touched his eyes. He could no longer see through them, I realized. He'd glimpsed a miracle, and the miracle had burned away his sight. The dark-skinned mage smiled strangely, and then his fingers dug into his face. With a scream, he ripped out his eyes, blood trickling down his face as the glass shards broke again and again until they were nothing but small gains. Forming into 2 orbs, they set themselves into his eye cavities. There was a shimmer of heat, and the blood turned to red vapor as dull glass eyes replaced the ones in his hand. The whole Hierophant thing was kind of attractive, until you did that, Archer said. Way to ruin it. It was a fair trade, Masigo said, voice pensive. The bloody eyes disappeared without need for even a gesture, whisked out into the pocket dimension where he kept his tools. 7 pillars hold up the sky, he said peacefully. There was a cadence to it, the hint of an incantation. 7 wooden pillars formed around the fallen Princess Sulia, looking distinctly physical. My knowledge of sorcery was limited, but even I knew the most traditional limits of what a mage could do. It was the kind of thing that was useful to know when killing Caster, and since Diabolist was one, I'd made sure to learn at least the broad strokes. It was possible to turn power into material substance, but the draw should have been massive, comparable with teleportation, and the only people who'd ever managed that were the Mesans. Masigo seemed to have done it casually, and did not look winded in the slightest, like he'd just ignored a law. Gods, what had he turned into? For cardinals, 1 meridian, he said. The wheel unbroken, spokes that are not. Thou shalt not leave the circle. For runes appeared around the Fae, linked by a circle of pale light. The ice shattered, but Sulia hung in the air, faintly conscious yet unable to move. I helped up Hakram from where he was still kneeling, eyes closed and breathing irregularly. He leaned heavily on me, which almost saw the both of us toppling to the ground until Archer caught his other side and steadied us. Careful there, big guy, she said. This isn't the place to take a nap, though I salute your attitude. The orc cleared his throat, but did not say anything. He was in even worse state than I was. I looked for Thief, but she was gone again. Not much about the aftermath, that one. The disappearing act wasn't so much mysterious as it was a constant irritant. I'd been known to be, less than polite on occasion, but at least I didn't leave in the middle of things. I felt the gaze on me before the entity it belonged to deigned to land. The Prince of Nightfall ignored us entirely, touching the ground by the Princess of High Noon and studying her with a harsh smile. Oh, Sulia, he murmured. The sheer indignity. You'd have been furious at if it was one of us, but, mortals, no amount of lives will allow you to wipe that shame away. You killed your prince? I asked. He turned to me, single eye shining with amusement. Very much so, he said. If the end ever comes, he will still be flinching when we next meet. We need to break the army, I said. Quickly. My troops are going to begin evacuation as soon as I send the order. There is nowhere she will not follow you, with Sulia in your hands, he said. You lack not for boldness. I wonder if I should be flattered that your domain resembles mine so closely. Ah, I said, nodding as if I had any idea what he was talking about. Your third aspect, Masigo said, long accustomed to my wiles. It is more. The raven-haired man glanced at the braided mage, inclining his head by the barest fraction. You have good eyes, for one of your kind, he said. The Hierophant inclined his head in return, accepting the compliment wordlessly. The Prince of Nightfall breathed in deeply, as if he was savoring the heat, and looked up at the sky. It was still day, I saw. The light still shone. Yet there was no sun. That might be a problem. What exactly had Thief gotten her sticky fingers on? I will lend a vassal to escort you back to your lines. Keeping to the spirit of our bargain, the prince said. Do not forget your end. How the hells I was going to manage to pay the price he demanded for his assistance was a headache for another day, I decided. I looked at the battle lines and saw Summer was wavering. They'd felt the defeats that had happened on a deeper level, and it was costing them something. We've won, I said. The Duke of Green Orchards will call retreat within the hour, the Fae agreed. You killed his sister earlier, and they have no champion left to match me. I looked west, to the hill, and saw the silhouette had yet to move. The Prince of Nightfall followed my gaze, single eye narrowing. If she is not gone by dawn tomorrow, I will have my due, he said. I looked at him, then shrugged. Good luck. Gods know you'll need it. We pursued the enemy when they retreated, but not far and not for long. I wanted Summer thinned of all the meat I could manage before we fought them again. But I was well aware that the moment Princess Sulia had been defeated, an hourglass had been flipped, and we wouldn't survive the last grains running out. Masigo said that, in the worst case, she could turn a journey of several days into one that would take her until nightfall. We should be able to manage that. Juniper only sent 2,000 regulars across before closing the gate, the flanking force they represented taking its toll before the Fey host managed to extricate itself. Mostly green recruits, I noticed. It was so very typical of my general to use a battle in goddamned Arcadia to blood her fresh recruits that I couldn't help but smile. Juniper was Juniper. I was pretty sure if we ever invaded one of the hells she'd just treat is as tempering exercise. The Knights and the Winter Fae did most of the hard work in running down whatever soldiers of summer were cut off from the retreating host, and though it was only a rough estimate, Marshal Ranker sent me an officer with her best red on the casualties. On our side, nearly 6,000. Nox's 2,000 men at the beginning of the campaign had been whittled down to a bare 500. Most of the rest were D'Wraith regulars and fewer legionaries, though the Watch had allegedly lost a tenth of their number. Summer, by Ranker's estimates, had lost around 20,000 of the 60 they'd brought to the plains. Among those, over a third of the 10,000 the Golden Fae who'd very nearly wiped out Nox Jesha had died. They'd suffered more from the 2 blasts that had been extracted from the Duchess of Restless Zephyr than mortal blades, apparently. I wasn't looking forward to another scrap with the Golden Ones, and fully intended on a sit-down with the Hellhound over the subject. This had been a victory, if a bloody one. We'd traded losses at over thrice dead for every one of ours. Winter, though, had not made out so well. 20,000 had been led here by the Prince of Nightfall, but only 9,000 would leave the field. Their cavalry was good as done, while the Winged Knights of Summer still had over half their numbers, and they'd lost one of the 3 royals directly under the king in the battle. I wasn't all that broken up about it, to be honest. A winter that was better off than summer, but still weakened, was very much to my advantage. Our wounded had been sent through first. The slow work accelerated when Masigo crossed into creation with the Princess of High Noon, and then used our other aristocratic prisoner to forge a second gate that our men could use to evacuate. I gave Duchess Keegan leave to use that one to get her people out at her own leisure, getting the legions through the one at behind the palisades. It was quicker this time around, for a variety of reasons. One more gate, lesser numbers, and our officers had managed the logistics of this before. It was past noon when the last few hundred began to file through, and sitting on the bloody grass, I let out a sigh of relief. Masigo was lying down on my left, dull glass eyes thankfully hidden by his closed eyelids. It would be a while before I got used to those. He had to be on this side to close the gate he'd crafted, he'd told me, and I'd decided to remain with him so he wouldn't get distracted. The Queen won't be able to follow us for some time, the mage said. There are difficulties to something that powerful crossing in creation. They weren't meant to. How long is some time? I said. A week, a month, a year? I can't have her stuck here for too long. Not if I'm to win this war decisively. No more than a month, Hierophant said. She would not be able to stay for much longer than that, either. She's too deeply intertwined with Ain. I can work with a month, I grunted. I'll need around that long to have everything in place for our second tilt. It won't be anything like today, Masigo warned. They always get better, the second time around, I agreed softly. The others had already gone across. I told Archer I didn't mind if she wanted to go have a chat with her teacher, but the other woman had shuddered and muttered something about hunting eyes. She did enjoy her dramatics. Ranger, if that was really her, still hadn't moved. Might have been she just came to have a look. Regardless, as long as it wasn't made my problem, I was glad to wash my hands clean of the whole thing. Nothing good came out of meddling in the affairs of calamities, even former ones. I sighed, then hoisted myself back up onto my feet. Gods, I was going to be more bruised than woman tomorrow. I offered Masigo a hand, but saw his fingers were tracing the grass. Casting. No, he was trying to move the green strands. And failing. Oh fuck, I whispered. I looked ahead, to the gates. Maybe a little more than 100 people left between the two of them, but none of them were moving. Frozen like statues. I'd seen something like this before, shortly before getting my heart ripped out. She's here, the Hierophant said, rising unsteadily. The difference in light was so subtle I almost missed it. It was the shadows that gave it away. Even with the sun missing, the light had been cast as if coming from the something that no longer existed. Now, though, the angle was different. It all came from above. Hand shaking, I looked up. There was no sky. Only an ocean of golden flames, as far as the eye could see. Masigo began murmuring softly, and with a sound like a gong, transparent wards formed around the soldiers still leaving. They resumed their movement for a heartbeat, until the ward shattered. You said we should have had until nightfall, I said. Ain is days away, and she wasn't moving. No, not moving. She was casting. Masigo said, regretful. Time has been suspended across all of summer. I cast a panicked look at my soldiers. Shit, at the gates. The queen might be able to cross through those. If she did, we were done. All our armies wiped in moments. I have never done this before, a soft voice said, awed. In front of us stood a young girl. She couldn't have been more than 14. Her skin was tanned, but not like a Tagreb or the people of the free cities. Like a farmer, and her hands held the calluses of one who tilled fields. Her hair was a mass of golden curls, let loose without styling. She wasn't beautiful, the way some fae were. It would have taken her for some farmer's daughter, with those broad shoulders and solid muscles. Her eyes were brown, unremarkable, and when she smiled at us her cheeks dimpled. Is this what he saw in you? The Queen of Summer wondered. You changed the patterns. My mouth was dry. I had the itch to cough, but my body was still and beyond my control. It is not enough, she said after a moment, and the sorrow on her face was heartbreaking. The story will correct itself. All you represent is delay. How tired he must be to embrace this. She sighed, then peered at us. There are 5 of you, she said. I could not even nod. Born under cursed stars, she told us gently. You most of all, Catherine Foundling. The 5 of you would be woe unto all you behold. She had no weapon in her hand, but I had not felt this terrified in a very, very long time. I will spare you this, she said. I'm sorry. It's all I can do for you. Summer is not kind. Hierophant's hand moved, but the queen glanced at him, and it stopped. If you'd had a few years, Masigo, she said. You have not seen enough. Her hand rose, and the sky fell. Now. Come on. Now is when you come. She has to be why you're here. I'd never heard anything more beautiful than the sound of a sword clearing the scabbard. The sky split in half, and Ranger stood between us as if she had always been there. My hands were shaking, and though I abhorred the weakness it stood for, I was so relieved I could move again, I almost didn't care. It was the Chancellor, who named us the Calamities, the hooded woman said, a single sword in hand. The man always had a way with words. You are a calamity to friend and foe alike. Only ever screamed when he died, though. I guess it's hard to be witty when getting drawn and quartered. She hummed. The woe, Ranger said, mulling over the word. Too broad a mantle for you 5 now, but you'll grow into it. I have no quarrel with you, Lady of the Lake, the Queen of Summer said, brow creased slightly. Just the sight of it made me want to comfort her, even remembering she'd just tried to kill us. Run along, kids, Ranger said, face hooded by shadows save for the sharp grin on her face. Once is all you get from me. We could help you, I croaked. The blade did not move, and neither did the hand that held it. And yet for a heartbeat, I felt like my throat had been cut, like blood was gushing out. The intent had been so strong it had almost become a fact. I dislike ignoring my impulses, Ranger said casually. So do not suggest that again. He would be angry if I killed you, but we've been angry before. It passes. My soldiers, I said, knowing I was testing death, but unwilling to leave them behind. The Calamity shrugged carelessly. What are they to me? She couldn't have. No, not even Blackwood. But I looked behind me, and there was no denying the truth. The Diaraith, the legionaries. Nothing left but ashes. She had not protected them. Only the 2 of us. You will not leave, the Queen of Summer said. She spoke the words easily, and still I felt my bones creak under the weight. Ranger unsheathed her second sword, and the pressure vanished. I looked for you. Inane, the Calamity said. It would have been a meaningless fight, the Queen said. The named had already ceased to pay attention to us, I saw. She'd given us our chance, and that was all she felt she owed. So you had me running through a maze instead, Ranger snorted. Cute. No maze here now, though? Too far from your throne. This strife is unnecessary, the Queen insisted, as if she couldn't possibly understand why this matter was still spoken of at all. I don't think we've ever been properly introduced, the Calamity laughed. I am the Ranger. I hunt those worth hunting. Rejoice, for you qualify. We fled, through the ashes of men who'd fought for me not hours ago. The gates closed, and the last of Arcadia I saw was a lone silhouette standing in a storm of flame. We'd won today, I told myself. Even with how it had ended. I should have gotten used to that bitter taste in my mouth by now. Book 3, Villainous Interlude, Cadenza, Taxes, and Triplicate Forms. Dread Emperor Terribilis I, upon being asked what powerful sorceries he would use to humble the High Lords. Warlock had eyes on it from the beginning. Not scrying, for that could be traced, but delayed relays that caught images at regular intervals. Weexa had formed enough alternating way stations that while it was possible to follow the trail back to the beginning, It would take months at a flat minimum. What Amadeus saw was puzzling at the start. Proctor sent decoys caravans, armed to the teeth, but those were seen through easily. He sent Sabah to hit the lone carts using lesser-known paths, and these carried the ingots of silver and gold that were being fed to Nicaea. The two first true caravans were ambushed and seized at the same location, which led him to a possible answer: consecrated grounds. By having blood spilled at the same hands at the same place, ritual weight could be crafted. That might signify his initial notion that this was a trap put in place by the tyrant was correct, because the heroes under the White Knight would not lower themselves to use blood magic in this manner. Not with a man sworn to the choir of judgment at their head. Then the third caravan used a different path, and blood was spilled in a different location. He had, evidently, been incorrect. Reassessment was needed. Scribe had begun placing agents in the ranks of the Helikian army long before the war between League members began, and he turned to her for clarification. He caught my agents, Eudokius said. All of them. Black frowned. Yes, she confirmed. They still serve as soldiers, but any information they try to pass gets replaced by the words to a Helikian drinking song about a shepherdess and her 3 husbands. The tyrant's doing, then. The boy did like to pretend he has a sense of humor. Extraction, he said. Even removing the soul from the bodies doesn't sidestep the issue, she said. Name application, then, possibly an aspect. There were few sorceries in existence that could truly affect a soul in a manner more complex than cutting out parts, and outside the Empire that branch of magic was not often studied. Infiltration of Heliki was a resource sink. Then, though one he might revisit should he need to busy the villain for a span of time. Scribe turned her focus to Nicaea, at his instruction, and continued the other task he had assigned her. The fourth caravan took a different route again, and this contradicted his read of the matter. If the intent is opaque, change the perspective. Amadeus marked the locations on the map and had weeks to study them. If the next one dies here, there's an arcane pattern being formed, Warlock said, tapping a cattle path that would begin to sketch out a circle from a bird's-eye view. It was not the location where the fifth caravan was destroyed. Repetition in the face of failure, Amadeus believed, indicated either incompetence or that what was perceived as success by the beholder was not the objective. The sixth caravan passed through the initial route, and he ordered Captain to let it pass. It was possible that the later caravans had been a smokescreen to draw him away from his first thought, that of consecrated grounds. If that's what they're doing, his mages are botching it, Weexa said. He can still consecrate the grounds to below like that, but if he doesn't maintain a regular pattern, then it'll be so weak it'll be useless. There's a reason the old crowd uses prisoner sacrifices for the effect. It allows you to control the alignments. The drivers have been women more than men, Amadeus said. There's rituals that take gender into consideration, but not this kind, Warlock said. And they're exceedingly imprecise, so there's no way they could take out Sabah. It's too fluid a concept to be used as a solid anchor. That was usually the way, with cultural mores. If the intent is opaque, change the perspective. Neither consecration nor geographic location. Temporal placement? The hours where the caravans had been taken formed no useful arcane pattern, according to Warlock. Using the date by the imperial calendar led to a dead end, but then outside praise it was rarely used. The free cities counted the years from the founding of the League, but that was another dead end. The ancestral calendar of Heliki was similarly useless. Keteran calendar, Warlock finally murmured, peering at a table full of open books with a cup of wine in hand. Amadeus adjusted his thinking, bringing the corresponding numbers to mind. Nothing that seemed relevant to him. Take out the second killing, Weexa said. Then instead of using only the date as is, subtract using the year Sabah was born. The Black Knight closed his eyes, assembled the answers. Spell formula, he said. But this is ridiculously indirect. Warlock ignored him, scribbling ink on parchment and translating numbers to runes, then speculated requirements from there. It's not just that, the Sonic grimaced. It would take thousands to create even a minor effect with so weak a sympathetic link, Amadeus pointed out. The effect itself is how I know we're on the wrong track, Weexa sighed. Look, this is a projection of the illusion that would be formed if this formula was empowered. Warlock tapped the table once, and spell light glowed softly. In front of them, a hand was rotating in the air. Only the middle finger was raised. This is the tyrant's play, then, the green-eyed man murmured. That as good as confirms it. The combination of childish insult and advanced understanding of spellcrafting mechanics was telling. That a secondary pattern inserted into the primary one purely for the sake of the taunt was there at all was somewhat worrying. Amadeus had not been under the impression the tyrant had mages this talented at his disposal, or such understanding himself. Another change of perspective was needed, but before that more information must be obtained. In a calculated risk, he sent Sabah to sack the 7th caravan. A different route, once more. Amadeus drank, watched the flames and thought. Eudokia came with her reports when the moon was high. The magisters were open to negotiations to have their army returned to them, Scribe said. But, the Dunni prompted. Distraction, she said. They've already secured other means to accomplish this. The tyrant. That he'd bothered to involve Stygia at all spoke volumes. They had a role to play in his ultimate intent. He rules Helike, the Black Knight said. Occupies Atalanta. Has a representative from Bellerophon. Struck a pact with Stygia and prepares to siege Nice. Eudokia nodded without a word. She'd understood the order perfectly. The bard, he said. Still gathering, she replied, and disappeared into the night. Amadeus closed his eyes and thought. Eliminating theories one after another would take too long, and the caravans could not simply be allowed to pass. The longer Nice could afford to import supplies from Ashur, the longer the siege stretched out and the longer he would have to remain. He could not afford to stay away from the empire for that long, not with the colorful rumors about what was currently unfolding there. To find the pattern, then, he would need to begin with the individual or individuals that had crafted it. Necessary common factor? Understanding of high arcana. Nothing less could be used for a ritual of this class. Still and silent, Amadeus counted. He had known 17 individuals capable of using high arcana in his life. He brought up every single conversation he'd had with one of them and sought commonalities in perspective. In the back of his mind, the gears ground. Too shallow a pool of information. He repeated the exercise, adding everything he'd ever read from an individual who cleared the condition to the process. 2 days he stayed there, his companions knowing better than to disturb him. It was night again when he opened his eyes. Plainer perception, he told no one at all. The understanding of sorcery of that level led to a different understanding of creation as well, one divorced from the material concerns that shaped his views. To Weeksa, for example, the lay of the land they both looked at was fundamentally different. Looking at the situation through the version of this filter he could construct, he found his answer. Height. No topographical map of the region accurate enough for his purposes could be obtained, which meant direct observation. Warlock handled it, putting together the images obtained through relays. You're right, Weeksa admitted. If you look at the pattern using the height they were killed at instead of the location, I can recognize the shape. How many do they need, he asked. Assuming I'm correct, and the first killing was a decoy. For more, his old friend said. 9 in total, Amadeus said. Thrice 3. A killing stroke. Offensive in nature, at the very least, Warlock said. We stop shy of what they need. The Black Knight smiled, very mildly. No, he said. I think not. They will get exactly what they need. Eudokia found him as he ate for the first time in days, methodically replenishing his strength. An offer was made to the Secretariat, she said. Penthes as well. The pale-skinned man chewed thoughtfully. He aims to be hierarch, then, he said. How the tyrant had managed to exert pressure on Bellerophon enough they would agree to this would have to be found investigated. Such a lever was too useful to be left solely in the boy's hands. Assuming he secures all the votes, Amadeus said. Intent. Broader games, Scribe suggested. His methodology requires constant opposition. That was a possibility, the green-eyed man thought. A straightforward one, however, that did not immediately disqualify it as a possible objective, but it was not a mark in its favor. Worst-case scenario, Eudokia asked, changing the approach. 10th Crusade. Involving the entirety of Hazenbach's coalition, Amadeus replied without missing a beat. Dead king uninvolved. Chain of hunger unable to exert strength. Drow situation unchanged. Kingdom under? Scribe said. In another expansion phase, the Black Knight reminded her. They will profiteer through weapon trade, at most. They'd left behind the question of what the tyrant was after, and were instead studying what effect he could have on the Empire under the worst circumstances possible should he ascend to the position. He would be a destabilizing factor, Scribe said, and there was no greater insult in her eyes than what she had just uttered. One without the ability to grab land or hamper commerce outside of fordable losses, Amadeus said. By nature, even should he manage to align with Procure, he will be damaging to them. Not worth directly opposing in this. The verdict was, not unless other information surfaced that changed the forces in play. I've assembled an initial dossier, Eudokia said. Amadeus raised an eyebrow. Different face, but she has been active in Procure, Scribe said. She's behind Hazenbach, he asked. If the wandering bard had enabled the first prince to rise, the failure in intelligence that had resulted in him being unaware of this was massive. It put everything he knew of the Proceran situation in question. No recorded contact, Eudokia said. But she was in Renia. The Black Knight was too old and far too removed from the boy he'd once been to let the dismay touch his face. The augur, he said. There could be indirect influence. Anything further back. No link to the troubadour or the magnificent minstrel, Scribe said. But getting anything prior to the conquest has been difficult. The records have been tinkered with, she meant. There's no precedent for an uninterrupted stream of consciousness, Amadeus said. Heavier inheritance, Scribe suggested. Name dreams writ large. It was possible. Few things were not, when it came to named. A line of wandering bards going back for centuries, advancing some collective purpose, he said. That is an issue. There must be limits. She has never intervened directly, Eudokia said, and he waved his hand in irritation. They'd both known what. It was a staple of bardic names, being able to influence the story but rarely change it with their own hands. Power only through fronts, never wielded personally. Has she ever been linked to anyone not named? Amadeus said. Reluctantly, Scribe shook her head. Given the incomplete records at their disposal, she was unwilling to commit fully to that theory. When attached to the lone swordsman, she operated within his moral boundaries, Eudokia said. Limits to her actions dictated to the story she was bound to and the nature of its heroes. Another theory to test. It's her blind spots we need to define, he said. The majority of the threat she represents comes from her awareness of our movements. Eudokia nodded. Amadeus frowned. Pick a target, he said. Assassin is at your disposal. I cannot know. Risk margin? She asked. I trust your judgment, he replied. No more need be said. Sabah killed, for more times. But as skilled as the mages of the tyrant were, they were not warlock. A single strand of hair was placed in the center of the runic circle, and the curse meant to kill Captain found another target. Usurpation was, after all, the essence of sorcery. After it was done, Weeksa complemented the ritual. It was, apparently, not derivative of Precise work in the slightest, though it had been designed under the shared Trismegistan theory of magic. Behind the tall walls of Nice, the ashen priestess died screaming. There was no warning and no saving her. The ritual had been performed to kill a named much more physically able. Amadeus approved when he learned of it. Always kill the healer first. Targeting the White Knight might not have succeeded, and of the others the priestess was the most apt to tip the balance in a clash. Before dawn, every practitioner involved on the attempt on Sabah's life was dead. They left behind a note indicating they had taken their own lives out of guilt. Assassin's sense of humor had grown whimsical of late. Your reasoning? Scribe asked after. No hero was involved in the story until the very end, he said. It was a struggle purely between villains. Ah, Eudokia said. She can only see us when we stand opposed to her narrative? Possibly, Amadeus frowned. Otherwise she sacrificed a heroine for no visible gain. If she is bound by the White Knight's morality, she could not do so, Scribe said. Possibly, the green-eyed man repeated. I am unsettled, Eudokia. Her eyes were still as pawns. The word for bard we use comes from Old Mizan, he said. Language has evolved, even in our lifetime. If the line were that ancient, there would be records, Scribe said. Unless, Amadeus agreed softly. Unless something was cleaning up behind them, be it their role or the gods above. Such a direct intervention would allow similar direct meddling from the gods below, of course. Balance in spirit, if not in practice. Yet he could think of only one event in Calernian history that would qualify. The creation of the kingdom of the dead, which preceded written history and praised by centuries, by conservative estimate. If the line of bards was that old, the heavens had been playing a longer game than any of them. The ramifications of that were beyond the scope of his understanding, a feeling he was used to and did not particularly care for. It could be triumphant, Eudokia said. Triumphant cost us so much more than we gained. If she'd been the intervention of the gods below, they had let themselves be robbed by the opposition. Black closed his eyes. If she cannot be killed, she must be trapped, he said. He felt Scribe nod. She sat at his side, close enough to touch, but never quite getting there. You are tired, Eudokia said. Innocuous words, but the deeper meaning was there. I am dying, I think, he murmured. There was a long silence. If Catherine wields the knife, I will destroy her, she said, as if she was speaking of the weather. And if I fail, I will not. Amadeus did not reply. If he'd been the kind of man to pray, he would have prayed then. But he was not. So instead the gears began to turn, and he wondered how many of the people he loved he would have to kill before it was all over. Book 3, Villainous Interlude, Thunder. We have grown to mock tyrants for they are mad, but that is a very dangerous thing. A madman thinks the world other than what it is, and in a mortal, that is a harmless thing. Not so in one who molds creation to their will, as all named do. King Edmund of Callow, the Ink Hand. Anaxares had been named a general, at the tyrant's orders. 67. The diplomat mused. He was now technically committing treason under 67 different articles of Bellerophon law, and starting to wonder if he would reach 100 before he died. His remains would be on trial for at least a decade, and he did not envy the defender against the people who drew the wrong lot and was made to defend his rotting corpse. It seemed to few to have grown from middling 50 counts of treason to over 60 when made to serve in a foreign army. The law codes were in need of revising. It should have landed him roughly in the 80s. The mere fact that no difference was made between officer grades was a glaring oversight, and if allowed a few moments to make a statement before the Cadenza summarily executed him, he would jot down a few notes on the matter. Pay attention, Bellerophon, General Basilia barked. This is important. Cairo's foremost commander was currently attempting to teach him the basics of war, as he would apparently be given command of 5,000 men during the assault on the walls of Nice. When Anaxares had asked the boy why, morbidly curious, he'd been answered only by off-putting giggles. Troubling. I will not. I am a diplomat in the service of the Republic, he said. Anyone but the officers drawn by lot learning military tactics is illegal. The woman glared at him, skeptical. Are you telling me your shithole of a city doesn't have career officers? She asked. War is of the people, served by the people, and ordered only by the people. That would be setting apart individuals from the rest, he said, somewhat offended on behalf of Bellerophon. This learning can and should only be temporary, removed after it had seen lawful use. Gods, no wonder you fucks have never won a war, the general said, aghast. Anaxares narrowed his eyes at the wicked foreign oligarch. It had been determined by the will of the people that enough draws counted as a victory, and therefore proof of the superiority of the Republic in all things. That this was factually incorrect by the standards of wider Calernia was irrelevant to the purposes of this conversation. Who do you even learn from? Basilia asked. Bellerophon has secured the finest military manual in existence to train its officers, he replied. Manners of War. By Tyrant Theodosius, the general asked. I suppose the Ars Tactica by the first Terribilis would be close enough. 100 victorious strategies. Anaxares said. Ah, that made 68. Leaking of military information to the deceived servant of a grasping despot. General Basilia's lips twitched as if she was trying very hard not to weep or laugh. Isabella the Mad's book? She asked, voice rough. She was the only one to ever defeat Theodosius on the field, the diplomat said. That's a very generous assessment of the maddened fields, General Basilia said, and tried to pass her convulsive laughter for a cough. He sighed. Mockery, he thought, was the last refuge of those afraid of the first and mightiest of the free cities. May she reign forever. Well, at least you haven't learned any bad habits, she said. You won't be on the first wave over the walls. Anyway, if you listen to your commanders, you should be fine. I will not, Anaxares said. The woman frowned. I will actively attempt to hinder your victory, should I remain in a position of authority, he informed her serenely. I'll remove you from command, she threatened. Do so, he said. Please. Was there a lawful difference between having temporarily served in a foreign army and remaining in service? Ah, yes, the Third Amendment. Unfortunately, it only applied after death, with the assumption being that any Bellerophon committing such treason would immediately be killed before trial could take place. Another area in need of clarification to be pointed out to the Republic. The tyrant has his reasons, Basilia finally said. He sees further than anyone else. He is drunk with power, Anaxares told her gently, and quite possibly mad. They're all mad, diplomat, the woman said, smiling. That's why they win. Theodosius took on the entire principate at its peak and walked away the winner. That takes something stranger than courage. Oh, we have the finest army on Calernia, don't get me wrong. We can handle thrice our number in what everyone else has to field. But it's with a tyrant on the throne that we shine, and it was the fortune of my life to be born under one. Anaxares was not unaware of the blinders the Republic had set around his eyes, though he'd never seen the need to attempt to take them off. It was his first time, however, seeing the same thing on the face of someone not from Bellerophon. How strange that they too could have faith in something greater. It took the diplomat tipping over a carafe of wine over 3 maps and willfully misremembering the names of his commanders before the Helican gave up and schooling him. Kairos sent for him, but when he entered the tent there was no sign of the tyrant. 7 people stood stiffly under the silk panes, eyeing the embroidery with cold mistrust. And good reason. It was gold thread, a blatant misuse of wealth that should be in the hands of the people. Diplomat Anaxares, a woman said, tonelessly. Caninus. She was not even trying to hide it. The others all had that muted look on their faces that would have betrayed their function as well, had the Bellerophon been traitorous enough to attempt to find such a thing out. Anaxares did not bow, for that was a foreign flourish judiciously disposed of by the Republic. All men were equal, even with those who could kill him with a thought. I have committed treason on 68 counts, he said, and calmly listed them. The longer he spoke, the more the tension left his shoulders. It was not that Anaxares had ever expected to live through any of this, or even dedicated a great deal of thought to the matter. It was, after all, out of his hands. But it was a relief that this strange affair finally be closed. That his fate had been left dangling had been a burr in his boots, an irritant. His existence and the contradiction it represented to the truth of Bellerophon should not have been left so long unanswered. If the Republic is willing to provide ink and parchment, I have comments to submit to the eyes of the people for after my execution, he said. He'd never considered using Helican tools. No proper Bellerophon would have read anything written with them. The 7, Caninus, studied him. Your pending execution has been suspended by vote, a man said. Your services to the people have made you a person of value. The diplomat watched the 7 other people in the tent. They stared back, unblinking. Something rose inside of him as the silence continued. Something he had not felt in a very long time. He'd thought the years had scoured it out of him, but perhaps that had been vanity. It was not hope, of course. He had no use for that. It was anger. Harsh, unforgiving fury. How dare they? How dare they turn on what they should be, on everything they should stand for? No, he hissed. This is unacceptable. This committee has been empowered to record and respond to your words. The woman who'd spoken earlier replied flatly. There is no such thing as person of value, Anaxares snarled. If the people have decreed this, the people are wrong and in need of purging. We are a republic of laws. I have broken these laws. I must be executed according to them. To go against the will of the people is treason, another woman said. Then execute me, by all the gods, he shouted. The people have committed treason against the Republic through this vote. This is how he wins. You fools, by bending what we are. It only needs to happen once, and everything we've built is stained. Eyes hard, he stared them down. We are the Republic of Bellerophon, he said through gritted teeth. We do not compromise. We do not make exceptions. I will slit my own throat before allowing this. Correct, the man said. Correct, another man said, and a woman with him. Treason, the woman from earlier replied. The air in the tent grew thick with sorcery as all 7, Caninus, went still. Something broke with a sickening crunch behind the face of the 3 who'd agreed with him. Anaxares did not look as the bodies dropped. Citizens did not get involved in the debates of the Caninus, or the grisly ends they inevitably came to. You are forbidden to commit suicide by law, the woman said, and to willfully take actions that will result in your death as well. You can't do this, Anaxares said. He was genuinely afraid for the first time since boyhood. This, gods, what was this? It was wrong, all wrong. Something had broken and he needed to mend it. We do nothing, diplomat, a man said. The people have spoken. They left him there, shivering in his own sweat. His hands shook and he had to sit for his legs would not longer bear the weight of him. Nightfall was coming, and with it the assault on Nikah. The armies were gathered, but he cared nothing for it. Yet he would have to lead the soldiers, for if he did not the tyrant might decide to kill him, and he was forbidden by law to chance this. The boy was behind this, one way or another. Kairos was waiting for him on a throne that overlooked the walls, all gray stone with a dozen gargoyles fanning him and feeding him grapes. He had a cup in hand, though not of wine. Juice of some sort. What did you do? Anaxares demanded. What did you do? The tyrant of Helike laughed with his red eye shining and his weak arm clutching at his robes like claws. Oh yes, Kairos Theodosian murmured. You'll do nicely. You've tainted us, the diplomat said. I gave them what they wanted most, deep down, the tyrant said. Under all the laws and the lies. A gargoyle waddled up to him, stone wings folded over its back, and offered a wineskin. The Bellerophon saw it too well. His eyesight should not be this good. All these minute fractures in the bespelled rock should never have been noticeable. That realization brought exhaustion with it, that had him half-toppling on the platform the throne was set on. He took the skin and drank deep, drowning and drowned. Would you like to hear a story, Anaxares? The tyrant asked. It's a thing of beauty, this one. This must be unmade, the diplomat begged. Oh, it's too late for that, Kairos smiled. Much, much too late. This story, my dearest friend, is about 3 people. Anaxares' hands were no longer shaking, his body numb at the horror of what was happening. The first is a monster, Kairos said. She's not like the others' monsters, though. She has no face and as many lives as there are stars, and behind those veils only one single burning desire. It's a thing I can see, you know. What people wish. And when I look at her, what I see is glorious. The wandering bard, Anaxares croaked. Now, this monster, she has plans and plans and plans, the tyrant sighed admiringly. So many irons and so many fires. She doesn't care about any of us when it comes down to it. All she looks at is the line in the sand that's just a bit above the reach of high tide. And we can't have that now, can we? She's not real picky about what she'll use to wipe it away, practical creature that she is. Kairos leaned closer, grinning widely. Let me tell you a secret, my friend, he whispered. She's already won. The opposition was watching the wrong fire the whole time, and the intricacy of the trap is exquisite. She made the kill without them ever seeing her. She's losing, Anaxares said. The Calamities killed one of her heroes with your own sorcery. No, 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 the tyrant said. You're looking at it all wrong. Even if my pretty little mages had been untroubled, the beast would have survived. The healer should have too. Life split in half with her sister. A touching story of sisterly love, if you care for that sort of thing. She didn't because she was a sacrifice. Her weight was stolen, because there was another use for it. With nothing you can only trade for nothing. Then you are a pawn as well, the diplomat said. In the bard's game. Funny thing, control, the boy mused. Everybody thinks they have it. Because they follow fate or fight it. Because they see the lines or make them. No one is in control, Anaxares. Not even the gods. Otherwise, what would be the point of creation? We're not the answer, we're the question. The book even says so. The cripple hacked out a laugh, patting himself. She thinks I made you to kill me, Kairos said. She's wrong, my dearest bosom companion. I'm not some Presai of the old breed. Oh no. I have more unusual ambitions. But here I am, getting ahead of myself. We have a story, yes? The second person is not a person at all. He is a thing. The hate and contempt in the boy's voice had an almost physical weight to it. He thinks he's a person, and that's the most disgusting part, the tyrant smiled. Cogs and wheels, and he started out thinking it was about being right, about being fair, but it hasn't been like that in a long time. He just wants to win, but it's a kind of victory that means nothing at all. That poor, blind pile of cogs. Kairos tittered. He thinks what runs him is reason, but that is a conceit, the tyrant said gleefully. That will sting when the lie is stripped away. He thinks he's above pride, you see, but that's about all that's left of him because he thinks everyone lives by his rules, Anaxares. Even if the ends aren't the same, he thinks the means are. The boy's good hand rose, fingers walking the arm of the throne like some small, nimble creature. The odd-eyed villain snapped his fist shut instead of walking it off. Just like that, he said. Plot and plan and seize a crown at the end, even if this one isn't really a crown. More like an agreement, and you know I have a weakness for those. The old emperors, they got it. That the empire was the tool, not the aim. But in his little head praise is the center of the world, and as long as he thinks like that, Alud is going to whip him again and again, if you'll forgive my language. She's going to kill him, the diplomat said. Of course not, my beauteous blooming flower, the tyrant tooted. Nothing so crass. She's going to hurt him. And when the cold thing turns into a wounded animal, well, that's when he starts making mistakes. And the third person is you, Anaxares said, pulling all the strings. Kairos turned to him then, and the smile on his face was one of pure and childlike joy. The Bellerophon had never seen anything half so terrifying. Gotcha, he said, like a child pulling a prank. The cripple shivered under the setting sun, his face almost feverish. I heard a story about one of the first kings of Helike. Once, he said, his father had gathered a great menagerie of animals. It goes. Peacocks and great lizards, gazelles and aurochs from all over Calernia and beyond. And one lion as well, brought in as a cub. It lived in a cage all its life, fed choice cuts of meat mint behind bars. So the first thing that king did, when he took the throne, was open all the doors. The tyrant hummed. I heard a lot of reasons why he might have done that, the odd-eyed boy said. Revenge on a father who cared more for animals than him. Getting rid of expensive frivolity, and even because he believed caging animals was wrong. I think, though, that I understand him. Just a little. Kairos leaned forward. I think what he wanted was to see if a lion was still a lion, having lived in a cage all its life, he confided. I think he just wanted to see what would happen. What did? Anaxares asked, tone rough. The lion slaughtered them all. The tyrant of Helike grinned, and the red in his eye was an endless sea of blood. Nature tells, my friend. Nature always tells. The boy's grin widened, long and sharp and pearly white. I wonder what your nature is, hierarch. It was a title and a curse, the ruling seat of the League that had only once been filled since the founding. It was all these things, but most of all it was a name. Book 3, Villainous Interlude, Calamity. That's the thing with invincibility. You have it until you don't. Dread Empress Prudence the First, the frequently vanquished. Nice had been built thrice, with 3 different intents. The original settlement had spawned from the federation of a handful of fishing villages banding together to facilitate trade with the Balite colonists settling the shores of Ashur after having absorbed or exterminated the tribes that lived there. The shape of them could still be seen, the 3 largest of those villages having over the centuries grown into the 3 ports of the city. The second time had come after Stygia took half the infant-free cities by military force, back in the ancient days where they were the only Calernians to have a standing army. Nice was occupied for decades, until the Stygian army attempted to force their general onto the throne of Stygia, and the chain of events that would lead to all freeborn Stygians being forbidden to take arms began and heralded the collapse of the fledgling Stygian Empire. The office of Basilius was proclaimed as absolute ruler, tall walls built to shield the people from marauders, and a war fleet built. What was left of that intent was now known as the Old City, the beating heart of power in the maritime city, raised in old stone and winding streets. The third and last time Nicaea was built anew was after the Second Samnite War, when repeated defeats at the hands of the Assuran fleets proved the ruling Basilia's incompetence in matters of war beyond question. So the office of Strategos was born, the admiral who'd managed to bring them back from the brink, give control over all military affairs, and promptly overstepping his given powers by raising a second set of walls to circle the slums that had grown past the old ones, and ordering the construction of the greenstone rampart. A set of greenstone towers jutting out from the sea and protecting the 3 ports, warded intensively and bristling with dwarven engines. There had been foresight in this, in Black's opinion. Though Nice had never won their wars over rule of the Samnite Gulf in the centuries that followed, the greenstone rampart ensured the city itself never fell from the sea. Ashur had to settle for terms instead of subjugation, and Nicean sails continued to be seen in every ports, if never quite as free to trade as they would have liked. The city had been built to resist armies not led by villains, unlike the hardened castles of Callow, and it showed. If Summerhome had been assaulted by a handful of floating towers as Nice was, the royal guards would have been focusing trebuchet fire from the positions behind the walls to bring them down before the outer rampart could be overrun. All that the Niceans managed was sporadic ballista fire that did little more than chip at the foundations. The massive ramps being tugged forward by enslaved citizens of Atalanta and Delos lumbered forward, archers killing the slaves by the score by barely slowing the advance. A mistake, this. They would run out of arrows long before the tyrant ran out of expendables. How it would unfold from there was as good as writ, if the heroes did not get involved. The Stygian phalanxes would climb the ramps and scatter the mercenaries and militia that held the rampart, forcing the Niceans back behind the taller walls of the old city as the Helikean army passed through the gates untouched. From there, it would be butchery. The armies of Helike were better fit for field battles than siege, but their infantry was hardened and well-armed. The famous Helikean horse would not be able to bring their full strength to bear inside cramped streets, would not be able to use their devastating combination of horse archery and spears, but they would run down scattered mercenaries like animals. This was the writ of the battle, as it stood. The only question was of where the heroes would intervene to attempt to turn the tides. The outer walls seemed the most likely stage, for whether it held or broke would decide the battle. Yet the towers were hero bait in its finest incarnation. Amadeus was not unaware of the tactical advantages that having a force in the sky gave against a mundane army, but there was a reason he'd stamped down on any notion of the legions of terror fielding them. There were practical concerns, like the logistics of feeding a host that was leagues above the ground and the requirements to raising such a fortress in the first place. But most of all, it was that flying fortresses tended to crash. It was like hanging a sword with rope above the heads of the men in that fortress and sending a formal invitation to any present hero to cut it. Whatever fleeting advantage was gained by the fielding of the fortress was inevitably overshadowed by the massive costs incurred when it was brought down. Slid past their wards. Weeksa whispered in his ear over the enchanted piece of silver he'd inserted under the skin. Someone tried to improve them recently, but their caster has more breadth than depths. Scrying patterns in place. Locations, Black said. Hedge Wizard is headed for the towers. Warlock replied after a moment. Valiant Champion with the Proceran Fantassins on the wall. Can't find the White Knight or the Bard, though the scrying grows unstable over on 3, 12 to 15 diameter. I'd say our boy Henno got his hands on an amulet to scramble us. Tricks rarely work twice on heroes. It would have been overly optimistic to believe that the enemy would not seek to neuter the tactics they displayed last time, even if this was only a mildly effective parry. As the communication spell that connected Weeksa to Amadeus and Sabah was derivative of scrying, it was likely it would be made ineffective when the Duni engaged the White Knight. Only inexact sorcery prior to the distance being closed could feasibly be deployed. No sign of the Ashen Priestess. Amadeus asked. Not a one, Weeksa confirmed. She might actually be dead, Amadeus. I imagine she will be, the Black Knight replied. Until it is decisive for the heroes that she is not. Too many third aspects remain unknowns for us to assume we've seen the last of her. Once in a while, Warlock said amusedly, we do take creation by surprise. We might have gotten lucky, for all you know, hit some weakness we were unaware of. We do not belong to the side that gets lucky, my friend, Amadeus murmured. The villain closed his eyes, weighing his options. Sabah, keep an eye on the walls, he said. Do not back the tyrant against the champion unless it is a certainty the city will hold. And if he's about to die, the Tagreb replied through the spell. Let him, Black said. Our only concerns are that Nicey falls and the White Knight dies. He is essential to neither. I hear you, she said. The instructions were enough that she would be able to tap into obey, if it proved necessary. Weeksa, he said. The Hedge Wizard again, I'm guessing, he mused. Yes, Amadeus confirmed. And more. Red Sky's protocol. There was a lengthy moment of silence. We haven't gone that far since the conquest, Weeksa said, and his voice was pleased. You're certain? No collateral damage concerns. Reputational damage is irrelevant if the tyrant becomes the hierarch of the free cities, the green-eyed man murmured. All targets of opportunity are fair game. Use what you will, save for what falls under the Dark Day protocol. Ah, you sweet thing, Warlock drawled. I have been meaning to try out a few spells. Power bloomed in the distance. The stars above them began to grow crimson, staining the night, and the Black Knight moved. He had a hero to kill. He'd crafted another decoy, for he had no reason not to. As expected, the Hedge Wizard ignored it. She flew directly for the towers, her great wings flapping on one of the 36 open scrying links he'd crafted. It had taken decades to refine this particular method of farsight, creating runic arrays that would grant him eyes wherever he needed them without actively needing his attention and steering. It was also one of the reasons Weeksa rarely took the field in person. The arrays were exceedingly easy to disrupt, if found. Using distractions to keep the enemy guessing at his true locations while he worked his gift from behind wards was the most effective use of his abilities. Warlock did occasionally miss the vindictive pleasure of incinerating the opposition in person, but he was no longer a young man. Incautious villains did not get to live as long as he had. It will be good night, he smiled, watching the battle unfold. How long had it been since Amadeus had granted him this much leeway on the field? Too long. Oh, his old friends still forbade the use of any sorcery that would grow unchecked if not stopped, and any permanent rifts in creation. But Weeksa was not eager to use the spells that would fall under the Dark Day protocol. Magical plagues had a nasty habit of growing beyond anyone's control, and only a fool would expect to keep a leash on a permanent portal linking to another dimension. The dead king had managed it, some Sonic argued. But even millennia past that man's apotheosis, mages still sifted through the remains of his reign to advance their craft. Warlock was disinclined to renounce his humanity for another form of immortality when villainy alone could yield the same results, properly used. It was a poor man's escape of the final shackles, anyway. For all his power, the dead king remained undead. His nature had grown eminently less changeable, his ability to learn crippled, while humanity was such a miraculous fluctuating thing. Tychelash would not have remained so eternally fascinated by it otherwise. Behind his wards, watching it all, Wixa stroked his beard and found 3 opportunities. The first was the outer walls. Sabah had yet to get involved there, and so he need not be worried about her being caught in the crossfire. Dead under the walls, killed in hatred. And now that the Stygian phalanx was marching up the ramps, more blood would flow. Power was largely irrelevant to what he was setting out to accomplish, for the kind of force that could be gathered by mass sacrifices and theft of godhead was a blunt instrument. It would be used then spent, leaving the practitioner that called on it spent as well. No, what he sought was affinity. Finding similarities on both sides of the boundary before thinning it enough the realities grew muddled and overlapping. It was not a flawless method, of course. There were an infinity of hells and more adjacent dimensions than even he could discover, but he could only use those he knew of. Knowledge, as in all things, was the great limitation. Wixa knew many things, though, secrets old and new ripped from ancient tomes and the minds of lesser gods alike. Imbricate, he murmured. 273rd Hell, the realm of slaughter unending and meaningless. On the weaker side of the scale, weakened devils and imprisoned souls both, but it was so very close. The tyrant was responsible for it, stripping this battle of much meaning save his own whims. The blood across the field and walls shivered, then boiled. Guiding the alignment took all his concentration, balancing the power he was willing to invest through the runic arrays to the depth of imbrication that was useful. Creation and hell snapped into place, and his lips quirked. Men rose around the ramps and on the wall, missing limbs and bleeding, and every one of them dead. The corpses took up their weapons, broken or whole, and those that could not struck with bare hands instead. Driven by endless hatred, the dead turned on everything in sight, including each other. Screams and chaos spread across the battlefield, but Wixa paid no attention. The imbrication would fade away within the hour, and needed no more supervision from his will. Now, where was the little wizard? Inside one of the towers, if the trail of her name could be trusted. Which it could not. Given there were tricks to fake this, and given the nature of her role, she was all but mandated to have them. An interesting thing, this name. The hedge wizard relied on providence more than the average hero, in his eyes. By heavenly mandate, she would always have the exact trick needed to escape the trouble she was in, more irritatingly hard to kill a pest than any save a bardic named. Abandoning subtlety was occasionally needed to deal with the likes of her. The tyrant had lost his finest mages, and so his floating towers were even more unstable than ones the heroes had wrecked at Delos. No doubt the boy expected to detonate them at some point in the battle, and Wixa would grant him his wish this once. Delving past the outer wards was a thing of ease, given that there were Helikian standard, and so a century of learning behind anything come of the wasteland, or even Callow for that matter. Callow and Gifted were largely amateurs born of a particularly shoddy apprenticeship system. But centuries of being assaulted by pre-sign mages had forced them to develop very effective, if simplistic, warding schemes. Actually attacking the core was unnecessary. The conversion array that kept the tower afloat was so flimsy any proper disruption would lead to cascading failures. Wixa's own offensive, meant to manifest limited kinetic force within the range of a mile at a regrettably high conversion rate, shone, and one single rune in the tower's array was damaged. 30 heartbeats later the tower exploded, heated rocks carving a swath of destruction in the outer city. Civilian casualties, he noted, would not be light. Ah well, it wasn't like Amadeus was trying to annex this one. The scrying spell he had pointed at the location blanked until he adjusted the parameters, reforming to deal with the arcane energies still filling the air. The hedge wizard had been inside, he saw, yet remained largely unharmed by the explosion, half phasing into Arcadia by the likes of it. Clever, but given the unstable nature of the tower's array, the energy would have scattered across the spectrum. She would have been affected. The hedge wizard, running across floating tiles, began to head for his decoy. Warlock smiled fondly, trying to trace his location through it. Was she? Ah, youth, he said. He'd cleaned off the rust. It was time, he supposed, to get serious. The young woman was bleeding, bent in a corner and moaning in pain. The White Knight slowed as he came by her and came close. Amadeus raised an eyebrow, but Hanno was not so foolish as that. The sword cleared the scabbard in an instant, cutting through the animated corpse's neck. A twist of will had the other 3 corpses he'd scattered across the rooftops pull the triggers of the crossbows just as the hero's sword began to touch flesh. It was not enough. The sword flashed out and parried the 2 bolts that would have taken him in the back, letting the third pass him by, for it would not have touched him. Mistake. The third bolt hit the goblin fireball he'd put inside the woman, and green flames erupted instantly. The light formed a blinding halo around the White Knight before the fire could touch him. The heavenly power soon devoured, but allowing him to retreat without it touching his flesh. There was only so much of the light the man could call on without hollowing himself out. But Black knew better than to turn a death match with a hero into a matter of endurance. That way lay the wiping of a bloody lip, a trite quote from the Book of All Things, and an improbably second wind when he himself was at the end of his rope. The 3 corpses leapt down the rooftops and ran towards the White Knight, open and clearly visible wounds across their bellies. The kind of villain might put a ball of goblin fire in, if he so wished. Amadeus had not, of course. It would have been a waste of substance he had a limited stock of, as well as the introduction of an uncontrollable factor to a battlefield where precision would be key. But Hanno could not afford the chance, and so he backed away to give himself room. Mistake. Amadeus' shadow snaked across the gloom behind him, puncturing the loose pavestones and detonating the demolition charge under his feet. The explosion would have earned broken bones from less powerful a named, but for a White Knight, the only advantage won was toppling him. Another twist of will, and 3 crossbow bolts whistled at his prone form. He rolled over at the last moment, evading all but one, yet that last bolt struck his arm. Not his sword arm, unfortunately, but he would have to deal with the wound regardless. The 3 corpses retreated out of sight. Hanno ripped the bolt out of his arms and cauterized the wound with light, predictably. Is this all you amount to, Black Knight? He called out. Smoke and mirrors, ambushes, and a handful of tricks. As if engaging a hero on their own terms was anything but sheer stupidity. The provocation was not a very skillful one, a betrayal of the man's youth for all the danger he represented. Amadeus gave him what he wanted. From the ruins of a home across the street, a corpse in armor identical to his plate strode out. Unsheathing a plain steel sword, the undead offered Hanno a mocking blade salute. The hero charged, but he had learned. He flared the light before coming close to the puppet, shrugging off the crossbow fire from the other dead. Mistake. There was no need for him to arrange detonation when the hero's blade was wreathed in light. The sword went clean through the plate, and the goblin fire blew, spreading across the edge. The White Knight hastily dropped it, and there went the shape-shifting weapon that was of clear Gigani's make. The hero's lips turned to a snarl, and he made a blade of light. A liability to exploit it. Killing heroes, in Amadeus' eyes, was much like peeling an onion. Layer by layer it went, until all that remained was the weeping. Gods, she'd forgotten how nightmarish it got when Warlock went off the deep end. The sky had gone red, and the dead were rising. Typical. That strange Levantine girl was having the time of her life with it, though, and so was the tyrant. He'd begun screeching about treachery from his hovering throne, pleased as a cat that got the cream. The boys were underestimating this one, she thought. Amadeus thought he was straight out of the old imperial mold, and so doomed to shoot himself in the foot at his moment of triumph. But he did not smell of that kind of crazy to her. Whatever schemes he had going, and Sabah did not care to parse out the insane maze that would be, she doubted they would involve rising too high. He was the kind of irritating prick that made a virtue of defeat and pissing everybody off, just like the heir had been. And Weeksa, well, he did tend to think that everybody that wasn't a mage was a little slow. Considering he'd been set to starve or freeze to death in the wasteland while on the run as Apprentice, back when he'd met Amadeus, she was a little amused at how he kept turning up his nose at practical skills, like starting a fire without getting a devil involved. The champion kept the wall afloat when the mercenaries began to run by using an aspect, though Sabah was too far to hear what it was. Whatever it had been, though, it had turned Proceran rabbits to lions. They were carving their way straight into the Stygian phalanx. Not that the tyrant seemed to care. When it came to the 2 of them, the Tagreb judged it an even match. The heroine never managed to land a proper hit, but the beams of light the villain used hardly scuffed her plate. Sabah sympathized, having taken a swing at the muscled girl herself in the past. Anything but the Warhammer the Levantine with the Badger helm walked off. It was like hitting a wall. A different story when the beast came out, but there weren't a lot of things in creation that could ignore Sabah when she let that loose. Captain sniffed the air and grimaced at what she got from it. Brimstone, and the red in the sky was getting deeper. Sooner or later something nasty was going to start raining down. Better if she could finish off her heroine before it got to that. She seemed like a good kid, the champion. Heart in the right place, spoiling for a fight the way the young ones often were. Heroes still cutting their teeth tended to think they were invincible before running into their first proper villain. Those that survived that emerged stronger formed the experience, and there lay the problem. Sabah didn't particularly care if someone worshipped the heavens instead of the gods below. Her people's deities were most loved when they were looking somewhere else. Imagine the kind of pricks they'd be if we weren't on their side. Sabah, her mother had been fond of saying. The issue was that when heroes got a little killing under their belt, they tended to go looking for a bigger fight, and right now praise was the biggest fight to be had on the continent. Except for the Kingdom of the Dead, but who'd be dumb enough to try that? I didn't count. She had an odd knack for killing things she shouldn't in the place where she should have goddamned common sense. Still, it was a shame. The champion truly did seem like a good kid. Sabah had killed a lot of good kids over the years. Didn't particularly enjoy it, but if the choice was between the people she loved and some young fools who thought they could fix the world with a spell or a sword, well, that wasn't a choice at all. World didn't really want to be fixed. Wasn't supposed to be. But the broken chariot kept on rolling down the road, so why fuck with what worked? Amadeus had tried it for 40 years, and he'd had good days for a toil, but a lot more bad ones. Weeksa had understood quicker, washed his hands of the whole thing, and instead taken care of his son and his experiments. But Sabah wasn't willing to let Amadeus into the deep end with only Eudokia to prop him up, so captain she had been, was and would be. Sometimes that meant doing things she didn't like, but she doubted anyone in the world enjoyed their work every day. She got her hands bloody, but it could have been worse. The truly dark things Amadeus always did himself. He'd never been one to let others do his dirty work for him, if he could avoid it. Sabah watched the fight on the ramparts turn, biding her time, and she was not made to linger. The tyrant summoned a stream of what looked like specters. He'd regret letting something like those loose with Weeksa on the battlefield, she mused, and while the champion held the mercenaries around her died, until she was forced to retreat. Best keep an eye on that, Captain mused. Wouldn't do to let the girl meddle in Amadeus' fight with her leader. Sabah followed the heroine into the streets, eerily quiet for a woman her size. Dues. Even the kindest hero stands over a spreading graveyard. Theodore Langman, Wizard of the West. Vivian Dartwick had wondered about what made her different from all the other pickpockets and thieves that haunted the nights of Southpool. As far as she could tell, it was that she didn't need to steal. Her father had been a baron under the Count of Southpool, but never a martial man, and so though he had sent troops to join the armies failing to turn back the conquest, he'd never fought in a battle himself. He was a baron no longer, since all noble titles in the county had been abolished after the first imperial governor was appointed. But even after the Preside took their cut, Vivian's family remained wealthier than a talented merchant could hope to become with a lifetime of work. Her mother had passed in a hunting accident when she'd been young, and the strangeness of that had been what set her on her path. Mother had been a devil with a bow and a better rider, so her mount getting scared by a wolf and in breaking her ribs in panic stretched credulity somewhat. She'd only been 7 back then, and father had made sure to keep her in the dark. It had worked for a few years, but not forever. He'd gotten forgetful in his old age, and the bar on his study's door could be forced up if the lock wasn't properly turned. Vivian had only gone in to smoke his pipe since he never let her try it, but when rustling through the drawers to find it, she'd seen her mother's name on parchment. Her father had petitioned Governess Aoife, successor to the original governor, to investigate the circumstances of her mother's death. He'd called them highly suspicious. The letter the governess sent back was dripping with implied threats and made a point of mentioning rebel elements. Treason didn't fetch the same punishment everywhere. In Callow, since the governors were given free rein to run their territory as they wished. She'd heard that in the South, if someone got caught, the entire family was executed. In Southpool, though, it was only the directly implicated that got the noose. The families got away with a harsh fine. She'd remembered, then, that around the time of her mother's death, father had become very frugal for a few months. That painted a picture she did not like. It wasn't that her family was in trouble, not anymore. Her father had sold a smithy they'd once owned, which he said wasn't turning up much a profit under the tower's weapons prohibitions anyway. But when she next had her lessons with her tutor, Vivian made sure to ask the man about laws, about how much the fine for being associated with treasonous elements was. It wasn't a small sum. She could understand why father had cut corners until he could find a buyer for the smith. But it was a very cheap price for her mother's life. There was something wrong about the Prisai killing her mother and making her family pay for it. It was like an itch in the back of her mind she couldn't scratch. It should have been them it cost, not her father. And that was when it began, when she decided to make right. Gold couldn't ever make up for her mother, but she could make them feel it. The number she came up with was a whim. 10 times what they'd find, and once more to make up for the fine itself. It was enough to build 3 manors in the country, she knew, but anything less would have an insult. Vivian knew she wasn't as pretty as some of the other noble girls, not matter how nice her dresses and how many ribbons the maids put in her hair, but she wasn't ugly and boys got dumb when you smiled at them and pretended they were interesting. It wasn't hard to find one of the Imperial Orphanage boys near Kingspot Alley that ditched their lessons to mess around in the streets and knew how to pick a pocket. Talking the boy into teaching her was a lot harder, and she had to go through the kitchen for honey bread when the cooks were asleep before he agreed. Vivian found she had a knack for it. She'd always been good with her hands, even if her handwriting was wobbly, and if she apologized when running into people, all they saw was a little girl who felt real sorry. Yes, sir. Getting her tutor to pretend she was still at her lessons was harder, but he'd been sleeping with one of the maids and father would have thrown him out if he knew. As long as she kept pace with her learning, the man would keep his mouth shut. He'd have a hard time being hired by other nobles if he had a bad reputation. Within 2 months, she was better than the orphan who'd taught her, and after stealing a sharp little kitchen knife, she began trying her hand at cutting purses. She'd need help, though, if she was to steal bigger things than a drunk trader's ale money. People defined targets for her. The elder men were useless. People said they'd had a hand in the old riots that made the governess back down, but ever since they'd been terrified of her. The guilds were weak and poor, and they answered to people in lore, and everyone knew those were Prisai lapdogs. The guilds that were out in the open, anyway. The Guild of Assassins had people in Southpool, and they took contracts if you put the word in the right place, but Vivian wasn't out to kill anyone. What would be the point? Governess Aoife would just be replaced by some other wastelander, and they might be worse. Coin would hurt her. So Vivian hung out in one of those seedy taverns where there were rumors the people of the Guild of Thieves came to drink. No one said anything to her, even when she cut purses, and she was about to go spare when a grinning old man from the north told her to sit down at his table. Ain't no one that's going to apprentice you, girl, he said. No matter how much stolen copper you flash. I'm good, Vivian complained. Passable, he said, the Harrow accent thick. But you look like a little noble, and no one wants that kind of attention. That night, sneaking back in her room, Vivian stood in front of her mirror with the kitchen knife and hacked through her hair. It stung and tore, but she went through with it to the end. She went back to the Kingspot orphans and found the idiot boy flirting with some tanner's daughter. He looked nervous when she walked up to them, but she ignored him. She traded one of her cheaper dresses for the girl's spare clothes and returned to the tavern. Took a knife to it, did you? The grinning old man asked. I'll take a knife to you too, if you don't help me, she threatened. That was how she apprenticed to Sidehands, which he insisted he was his name. He was an old crook and he'd claim 9/10 of whatever she stole as long as he taught her. But he let her buy tools and taught her how to use them. More importantly, he introduced her to the wrong sort of people. Fences, handlers who had servants from important places on the take, and a few roughs who'd make a ruckus if you needed someone distracted. Ain't a lot of rules in the guild, Sidehands said. We're not a rule-abiding kind, and even the king's only the king as long as he keeps his crown out of other people's hands. But there are, Vivian said. Rules. We don't kill, the old man said. That's the one that matters. And we steal from the right people. 'Cause we're thieves, not murderers, she said, duly impressed. 'Cause if we start putting knives in people, the Guild of Assassins is going to start floating us by the docks one by one, Sidehands replied, amused. We take from merchants, we take from traders, we can take from ye old nobles. But we don't fuck with the Prisai. Otherwise they send for the mages, and there ain't no cover of night that'll get rid of a scrying spell. The Hedge Guild has mages that could do that, Vivian said. Now there's a bunch of real thieves, Sidehands chuckled. You should see their rates. Don't think about it, girl. All the mages with real talent were pressed into the legions, and what's left is crawling with eyes of the Empire. You ask them to block a scrying spell, and the city guard will knock at your door before the hour's done. He grimaced, then patted her shoulder. Besides, there's worse out there, he said. The guild took a deal when the Carrion Lord came riding in. He ain't the kind of man you want to cross. Vivian smiled and agreed, and because everyone trusted a smiling little girl, Sidehands thought she'd stick to the rules. As if. 2 years she was apprenticed, and her nights were spent picking locks and working windows. She enjoyed it, the double life. When Jenny Gartrand was a real bitch about her hair, it looked fine. The maids cut it so it was evened out. The night after she stole her pony and her collection of hunting bows and pawned them for a neat profit even after her teacher took his part. Father eventually noticed how much time she spent in the city, but bless his soul, he assumed she had a boy there. He awkwardly tried to tell her this wasn't the old Callow anymore, and it was fine if she wanted to marry a tradesman for love, but she had to be careful about pregnancies, and it was both mortifying and the most loving thing she'd ever heard. She did find a few corners with boys she liked, but they sure as hells weren't tradesmen, and there were no wedding bells around the corner. She was 15 when Sidehands told her she was as good as he could make her, and offered her a seat on the guild. You'll be the only highborn on there, but they'll come around, the old man said. Hard for any of us to get a legitimate foot in the door to those parties, and that'll whet their appetite. Don't let them rob you on their cut, Vivs. They'll need you more than the other way around. She twitched when he called her that, as she always did. The only part about this she'd regret was that she'd never get a guild name. She declined, politely, and talked about how her father was getting old and he'd need help running the family properties soon. She made vague assurances she'd be up for jobs now and then, and never followed through on it. The Guild of Thieves had rules, and she'd already gotten what she needed from them. Vivian spent what she'd earned with thrifty hands on getting a few servant tongues to loosen, and she began to get her dues. There was no Legion garrison in Southpool. It wasn't large or important enough a city for that, but the roads west went through it, and there were a bunch of legions holed up at the Red Flower Vallis. Her first time out on her own, she waited until the wagons with the pay stayed for the night and broke into the governess palace. She'd have to be careful, she knew. Sidehand's warnings about mages still rang in her ears. But she needed to know if she could do it. And gods, could she? It was easier than it should have been. Her steps more silent, her hands quicker, and her ears sharper. She got into the sealed courtyard where the wagons had been left and slid down a pillar from above while the guards talked, hiding under the wagon until they moved on. There were a few left even after the patrol had gone away, but she timed it well and stayed in the shadows. She left with a single silver ingot that night, shoved under her leathers. It was only when word spread that the wagons had been broken in that she realized that she'd done something she shouldn't have been able to. The city was gossiping about the dozen legionaries who'd gotten hanged for putting their hands to the silver. They were the only ones who'd been allowed behind the wards that protected the courtyard, so it must have been one of them who'd stolen an ingot when the wagons were checked later that night. Vivian's blood went cold when she realized how close she'd been to being caught. She hadn't thought that the Presai would be that cautious inside the palace. More importantly, she hadn't triggered the wards. Vivian Dartwick knew she was good, but she wasn't literally magic. Except that she was, now. She could hide in broad daylight where there wasn't a single shadow, and when she did there was a word almost on the tip of her tongue. When she cut a purse, she could feel the urge to put it away somewhere that didn't quite exist, even if she didn't know how. Yet, she was named, she came to understand, and when she did she knew exactly who she was. She was the thief. The gods above had looked upon her work and found it worthy of blessing. That knowledge burned within her, the sheer certainty of it. She went back to the palace, and this time it was not a single ingot she took. Governess Ife's entire jewelry box disappeared, and though she had it appraised through a series of intermediaries, she never pawned it. Too obvious, it would get back to her. It was when she debated on where to stash it that she grasped her first aspect. Hold. The box went into a place that wasn't, and she returned to work. The governess had one of the few elder men who still tried to oppose her disappeared by the assassins, and since he had no heir his wealth was now imperial property. She stole the entire thing, including the cart, just to make a point. One of the Presai lickspittles that made up Ife's inner circle had delicacies imported from the wasteland through the Silver Lake at great expense, and Thief popped caramelized dates into her mouth when strolling rooftops for a month. The Presai made a ruckus about it, tried to have the captain's ship confiscated, so she went back and stole every single thing in his rooms. The governess put 2,000 Aurelii out on contract to Guild of Assassins for the head of the person who'd robbed her, so Vivian stole the prize money and out of professional courtesy dropped half at a contact point for the same guild. A very polite note of thanks was nailed to one of the rooftops she liked to pass through, though it did mention if a greater bounty was put out they would still take the contract. Over 4 months Thief made away with thrice the fine for her mother's murder, and planned on making it to 4 when she got her hands on the payment the governess intended to float the guild of smugglers for some illegally forged swords of dwarven make. Shame it wasn't goblin steel. The sum would have been at least double, but she supposed even Presai didn't want to come to the attention of the tower. She'd heard about the Carrion Lord hanging half the staff of an imperial governor down south for selling weapon-making licenses without permission. Sidehands had been right about that, at least. The warehouse by the docks was without guards, which was the first sign something had gone wrong. Aoife wouldn't use city guard for this, but she'd imported some killers that didn't ask questions from the OL desert back home. Vivian found the first corpse shoved behind a pile of crates, and frowned at the sight. Messy work. The Sonic must have been stabbed at least a dozen times, even if that first throat wound should have killed him outright. That was the sign of a nervous hand, so that meant not the assassins and not one of the other Presai making a play. They tended to have a better quality of murderers on the payroll. 3 quick leaps had her using the alley walls to get on the roof, which sadly did not have a trapdoor leading down. The governess wasn't an idiot, just a morally bankrupt murderer sanctioned by an entire nation of morally bankrupt murderers. She shimmied down the side and pried open the planks she'd broken when she'd learned this would be the warehouse, landing on a high beam. And there was the company. There were 14 of them, Calawants. Not from Southpool, by the accents. Somewhere down south. They dragged the rest of the guard corpses inside, 5 piled on near the oil lamp because evidently she was dealing with raging imbeciles. They were also arguing by the 3 thick trunks where the gold of the governess was awaiting her tender touch. I'm not dragging these fucking things unless we're sure the gold is actually inside, Philip, one of the men said. What else would be? That very Philip replied. Bloody tulips. We could sell those, another one contributed. I hear them Presai nobles go crazy over the fancy flowers. I wish I could sell. You. Jake, the first man complained. But hells, how much could a dumb fucker like you even be worth? Well, that would have been entertaining if the idiots weren't fucking up a perfectly good theft. If she got close enough, she could just hold the coffers. But she'd have to break out of her stealth aspect to do that, and the prize was in the lamplight. At least one of these men was going to keep his eye on the gold. A distraction, then. Vivian stalked across the angled beam and leapt to a flat one crossing the length of the warehouse, quiet as a cat. Now how to go about this? Dropping something heavy in the front wouldn't do it. They might panic and try to run with the coffers. Although, it might just be enough to have them bolt. If the corpse outside was any indication, they were fairly nervous about the affair. The lamplight flickered, and Vivian looked down. The men had gone quiet. She went very, very still. Thief was looking down on 14 corpses. She could see, from how the corpses were positioned, exactly how it had happened. Someone had come close to the first, to slit his throat. Then they'd grabbed the hand of the dying man and put it in the hand of the second, moving from man to man and making a daisy chain of the falling corpses. 14 pairs of dead eyes looked down on cut throats, each hand pointing at next man. The beam behind her creaked and she turned in her crouch, dagger in hand. There was a silhouette in the dark she could almost make out the features of. It was a man. She blinked. It was a woman. It was neither, and she couldn't remember a single thing about either of the people she'd glimpsed. Not their hair, not the shape of their face, not even the color of their skin. Vivian Dartwick. A voice that was a dozen whispering voices said. Thief. Hide. Thief thought. She could still feel the thing's eyes on her. She leapt down, and she should have been invisible. But when she headed for the window she was preparing to jump through, there was a silhouette leaning against the wall to the side. You will survive the night, the monster said. The shock was enough for her aspect to ebb out. She said and bit her tongue. It waited for her in silence. It felt amused. Assassin, she got out. You have not followed the rules, Vivian Dartwick, it said. An agreement was made. I'm not a member of the Guild of Thieves, she said. You are a citizen of the Empire, it said. You are named. And we all know what you do to heroes, she bit out, because she was going to die anyway, wasn't she? Is that why you're here? To nip me in the bud. Are you? The thing asked. She shivered. A heroine, it finished. It had not come to kill her, she realized. This was an offer. Become a lapdog for the Empress, or else. I will not lick the boot on my throat, she hissed. Then you will live under it, the monster said. There are rules. There are consequences. And only one warning. She blinked and it was gone. She didn't come back home, that night, or the 3 nights that followed. When she did, she saw her father had a healing gash on his throat. His manservant's hand had shaken while shaving him, he said after he finished fussing over her. Vivian knew better than that. Thief fled the city and did not steal from Prisai again, not even after her father was buried. Are you? That was the thing had asked. The words were echoing in her ears when she heard of the lone swordsman and his call for other heroes to join rebellion. She went, against her better judgment. They echoed again in lore. That night the devil came calling under moonlight. She was not so certain of the answer as she'd once been. Book 3, Villainous Interlude, Calamity 2. Who should really be afraid? Between the dragon and the peasant with a sword. Dread Emperor Reprobate the First. The hedge wizard was attempting and offensive. Wixa was more irritated than worried, but these things had a way of growing out of control if allowed to go unchecked. The girl had used an aspect relating to conversion to survive the trap laying behind his decoy, an expected outcome, though the specifics of her counter had come as something of a surprise. It had been a mistake on his part to strengthen the detonation in hopes of an early crippling. She'd made the power her own and promptly shoved it through an exotic spell formula. Prosperand arrived, by the looks of it. Interesting that. Practitioners of the Principate had been heavily influenced by the Gigantes traditions that still lived strong in the Titanomachy, though they still subscribed to the much-maligned Pelagian theory of magic. When it came to broader sorcery, they were far behind praise, but there were few their match when it came to enchantments. The sleeping spell Wixa had used to keep the hunter under control last year, for example, had been a modified take on an old Prosperand enchantment. Removing the requirement of true love's kiss had been a stark improvement, even if it weakened the overall strength. That the roots of the wizard's formula were in enchanting had been obvious. The only way she could have successfully used an amount of power that large and unstable was by forcing a strict condition on it. 2/3 of it had gone to waste regardless, but the remainder had covered 7 miles in search of the assigned criterion. She'd found 5 instances, because Wixa wasn't a fool and he'd laid false trails. Running after the relays of false positives would keep her occupied for the moment, until a proper response could be mustered. This was, in the end, the limitation of the branch of sorcery the Sonic had chosen to master. It lacked the immediacy of more direct magic. Wards and boundaries required outside factors to be accelerated in forming or a great deal of preparation. The raging dead on the walls had returned to the grave, by now, and it would be a quarter bell yet before the red skies were ready for actual use. Watching the scrying screens in front of him, Warlock tracked the silhouette galloping across the plains towards his second relay. She'd chose the shape of a horse, this time. Shape-shifting had always an interesting branch of magic, in his eyes, but ultimately a dead end. It was fixed to the limits allowed by creational laws, and even high arcana could at most allow slight deviation from this. No shapeshifter could take the shape of a dragon, for one, or even most creatures with sorcerous nature. The physical and metaphysical composition was too different, and something could not be made of nothing, particularly if that something had markers fundamentally different from anything else in creation. Warlock put the thought aside. He would return to those experiments soon enough, after this little dust-off was settled. His son had sent him promising results before Wixa had to leave for the free cities, showing that tapirs, unlike pigs, would gain wings, but not the ability to breathe fire if infused with enough sorcery. That meant there was a qualitative difference between what lay at the heart of a dragon and, yes, distraction. Warlock tapped into one of his inert arrays with a thought, arranging the runes through the medium of high arcana. He'd have to use his own will for this, which was unfortunate. Wixa was aware that few aside from the oldest Sonic bloodlines and the purest of the Tagreb had as much power to call on, but it was still a limiting factor. No mage had endless power, and burning out when calling on the kind of sorcery he did would have dire consequences. A circle of runes formed in the air above the shape-shifted wizard and locked with a hum. 100 times the gravity should be enough to turn her to a smears, he estimated. The array triggered without missing a beat, but the hedge wizard's form shimmered. Instead of being plastered all over the grass, she reappeared 3 feet to the left of his spell, human again. Warlock raised an eyebrow. That had looked like teleportation, but it was mathematically impossible. Adjusting the nature of the scrying array, he dismissed the gravity circle and studied the sorceress trail. Displacement. She'd let the power push her through the half-existing space between dimensions. There must have bleed, or she would have reappeared directly outside his spell instead of drifting to the side. Drumming his fingers thoughtfully, Wixa tapped into another inert array. A different approach, then. Direct applications had proved ineffective, but perhaps indirect would see better results. A bag of tricks as eclectic as hers would not come without drawbacks, which made it an obvious avenue of approach. Forging 4 runes of containment on cardinal points, Warlock crafted an inwards zone of disruption. Within the boundaries, all power would be randomly amplified and diminished. His lips half-quirked when he saw the tiles she used to walk across the sky rip straight through her sleeves in their uncontrolled expansion, exploding in a shower of shards when they forcefully surpassed their capacity. The hedge wizard used the blood from the cuts in her hands to trace a line across her face, and to his displeasure this sealed all power on her. She ran out of the boundaries dictated by the zone, unharmed save for a few cuts. Warlock dismissed the spells, glancing at the 7 inert arrays that remained around him. He could, of his own capacity, use perhaps another 4 workings of this caliber without being at risk of burning out. The girl was proving to be troublesome. The Wizard of the West had wielded 10 times her raw power, but he'd been brittle, breakable, when outplayed. This one was weaker but fluid, and Weexa wondered if that was what she'd always been meant to be. The White Knight had been gifted an aspect that made him extremely versatile, a way to compensate for Amadeus' massive advantage in experience and skill. The champion was apt to weather great violence, and had previously been paired with a powerful healer that dabbled in offensive miracles. The fighting elements of this heroic band, by the look of it, had been crafted specifically to kill the remaining calamities. It wouldn't be the first time the heavens attempted such a trick, but it was the first instance in decades where the band managed to come together before core members were eliminated. A greater degree of caution on his part was advisable. Warlock began to insert his will into an array, but ceased when he felt his relays being tapped into. The girl had found one of them, and instead of following to the next in the line, was mapping out the inner workings. He saw her lips move on his scrying screen, reading the word learn. Weeks's face creased in wariness. It was one thing for a transitional name like Squire or Apprentice to have that aspect, quite another to see it in a full-fledged name. Ranger was living proof of how dangerous it could be, given enough time to accumulate weight. The hedge wizard smiled in triumph, then created another relay to add to his own system. Using that, she immediately followed the current down to his current location. Her face appeared on the scrying screen ahead of him, looking back. Found you, the heroine said, eyes hard. She'd used her second aspect, Warlock mused. He could return the courtesy. Link, he replied. Laws were nothing more than boundaries, and it had been his life's work to learn the manipulation of those, even the law of sympathy. This was his most abstract aspect, but perhaps the most dangerous. It allowed him to create sympathetic links between entities that, by right, should have none. In this case, one of the remaining floating towers and the relays the hedge wizard had just taken over. Idly tapping a rune, Warlock used his access to trigger the collapse of the tower, and the power raged through the connection. The impact was brutal. Her right shoulder, the entire arm, and part of her rib cage simply evaporated. The heroine threw up blood, and Warlock began crafting an array to finish her off, but she managed to whisper one word. Repurpose, she said. The same conversion aspect as before, he deduced. The leftover wisps of the tower's power, and it had collapsed on the city as well, though not exploded, came together like blue smoke and reformed the mass she had just lost. The result was more magic than flesh, he noted, but it would allow her operate well enough. Not a single-use aspect, then. Neither was imbricate, which made them an even match in this regard. Weexa leaned forward, breaking the scrying connection and ignoring the battle. She had earned his full attention. Ride would have been a lethally dangerous aspect in the hands of another hero. It lent a sharp increase in speed, armament that ignored enemy armor, and protection that nothing short of concentrated spellfire would be able to dent. It was wasted on the White Knight. The man had spent too long learning the skills of others and neglected his own abilities, turning an aspect that should have been a near unavoidable killing stroke into a weak gambit unlikely to ever draw blood on another named. Shadows hooked through the window and dug into the walls, dragging him through the space and tossing him straight through the door in the back of the house. Brushing off wooden shards, he landed one street across, and through the opening watched the White Knight pulverize the entire wall in a blinding flash of light, the aspect dimming after it had struck a target. Hanno landed in a crouch as Black sent out his shadow tendrils, green eyes seeking structural weak points. 2 sharpers detonated a heartbeat later, and the roof collapsed on the hero's head as the villain made for the rooftops. Better to change his angle of attack before re-engaging. He'd already baited out one aspect without using any of his own, though admittedly 2 of his 3 were less direct than those of his predecessors. Lead strengthened whoever he led on the field, but had no real use in a duel such as this. And while Conquer was currently sharpening his physical strength and reflexes, it would do little else in this kind of situation. The aspect was better fit for war than skirmished between named, a reflection of his departure from the traditional role of the Black Knights of old. As for Destroy, it was best employed as a tool for denial of enemy abilities. Anything it could accomplish on a purely physical level could be accomplished by more mundane means he had available. And should he ever attempt to use it in direct opposition to a hero's aspect, the difference in power would see him promptly crushed. Or worse, corner his opponent badly enough they would have to learn new abilities on the spot that he had no solid measure against. It was a balancing act, this, where he must carefully lead the enemy in a position where they could be killed without ever overpowering them by too much. The most effective moment for the kill was usually when the hero had pulled out their trump card, or just after they had, and even then there were risks. Should he ever fail to manage a killing stroke then, the situation could be reversed in a heartbeat. Now, with Riot taken out of the equation, the second stage of this fight should be approaching. The moment the White Knight was put in a dire situation, he would tap into the aspect that lent him the different skill sets he'd used to recover from his incoming defeat in their last duel. But this was not a state of affairs that should be approached lightly. For one, Henno would become exceedingly difficult to contain the moment he began using these other skills. The loss of his enchanted weapon should hinder him, the very reason Amadeus had arranged its destruction, but it would have been foolish to assume the man could not produce similar results using the light. It was, after all, the very stuff of the heavens, shaped by will. Maintaining it had to be tiring, however, and this had been a side benefit to be achieved by getting rid of the artifact. Amadeus knew better than to attempt to win through heroic exhaustion, but slowing down the enemy was very much possible. And if the White Knight attempted to compensate for that by using his name, well, he would be effectively hollowing out his own power and heading directly for a collapse down the line. That would be another opportunity for a kill, in Black's experience, if he was quick enough. The dark-skinned hero emerged from the rubble without wounds, dark eyes searching for the opposition. Amadeus exerted his will, and one of his 2 remaining corpses moved behind the shutters of an empty house, drawing enemy attention. He struck in just that moment, staggering 4 blades at calculated intervals. The first, held by a tendril, was parried when the White Knight immediately turned to face him. The second would have struck at the weak point of the greaves, but was avoided by a shift of footing, and the sword he swung himself was caught in hand. Mistake. His shield struck the hero in the chest, taking advantage of the weakened stance to throw him off his feet, and the 4th blade plunged down from above and went straight through the plate. Goblin steel scraped against the collarbone instead of carving it. He'd been imprecise, and so lost an opportunity for a deeper wound. Unfortunate. Amadeus gave ground immediately, and the shadow-held blades retreated with him. Just in time to avoid the burst of light the hero detonated in his wound to seal it. A costly way of healing, this. The touch of the heavens on mortal flesh was never light, or without consequence. Amadeus could see the function it was meant for, though. If the White Knight was truly meant to face Catherine after she'd succeeded him, then he gave the man 6 in 10 odds of winning a duel against her. His apprentice still had the nasty habit of overcommitting at close range once she'd drawn blood, and a semi-offensive form of healing like this would be damaging to her. Combined with her lack of experience with different kinds of named, the White Knight's aspects would gain him a decisive advantage in a clash. As usual, the heavens stacked the fight before the fight ever happened. Best he never let it come to that, for everyone's sake. Catherine was too important to die at the hands of some hunting dog of the Seraphim. Thousands will die tonight, because you keep me from checking the tyrant, the White Knight said, circling around him. Heroes did have a fascination with talking, didn't they? Black reached for the bundle of power he'd left in the second corpse that remained, watching through its eyes. 60 to 8 heartbeats before it arrived, depending on the struggling. Running out the hourglass by talking was acceptable. I have no personal enmity with anyone here, Amadeus said calmly. And this war is not of my making. Yet you participate in it, the White Knight pressed. You have responsibility for this. Guilt. I've been afflicted by many things, in my old age, Black said. Guilt is not one of them. And you believe this makes you better? Henno said. Oh, I am very much a monster, Amadeus conceded, reluctantly amused. But then so are the things you serve and yourself as well. A mere different shade of barbarity hardly puts you in a position to lecture, White. The hero would have replied, but Black's undead cleared the corner and the man went still. The corpse held a struggling woman in its arms, knife at her throat. "Surrender or she dies," Amadeus said. The man went directly for him, without hesitation. The choir of judgment did not suffer lack of decisiveness in its servants. A twist of will saw the woman released, and she fled straight to hero, and now that had him hesitate. A different matter, a hostage and an innocent in need of protection. The White Knight was not the first hero sworn to judgment he had fought. Their kind was taught to think of people in particular categories, and during that heartbeat the hero had to readjust his assessment of her. In that very moment Black struck, blades in motion. One tendril was sent directly towards the woman's back, slowly enough Hanno could parry it if he moved there. "Recall," the hero said. He blurred in motion, shaft of light lashing straight through the shadow, holding the sword as he protected the civilian. Spear-wielding skill set, possibly a lancer. High mobility, expect piercing strikes. No wound, but Amadeus' base objective had been achieved regardless. Now the more difficult work could begin. In silence, the Green-Eye Man advanced. It was getting warm out, and not just because Sabah was swinging 100 pounds of solid steel at the kid. Warlock's ritual with the sky was getting stronger, getting closer to what he'd pulled at the Fields of Stretches. It was only a matter of time until the Rain of Fire began, and anybody's guess if he would limit it to just that. Captain wasn't eager to start dancing around tower-sized burning rocks falling from above, but she was no stranger to it either. The valiant champion was way ahead the curve even for a hero her age, and she'd learned from their fight at Delos, but she wasn't used to fighting an opponent like Sabah, and it was costing her. That shift in her footing, right there? It was meant to deal with something Captain's size, yes, but something on 4 legs. A monster, not a person. The hammer plowed into her shield and tossed her into the wall, though the thing didn't break. She'd learned the trick for putting name power into weapons since they'd last fought, though she used it to strengthen the steel instead of add sharpness to a blade the way most named did. Given another few years, this one would have been a right terror. She hit like God's damn trebuchet, and her defense got stronger with every scrap. Sabah had fought quite a few heroes meant to stand and deliver over the years, but this one was head and shoulder above the rest of the crowd. She could take punishment like a holy shield and still swing like a blood sword. At least she didn't go berserk like the latter. Even with the beast out, Sabah had found him hard to put down when he started spasming and his body unhinged. Those people from around Hedges were weird fucks, even for Calawans. Still, tonight was tonight and not in a few years. The kid was still out of her league for now, and down an aspect as well. Sabah hadn't had to use one of hers yet, though since this was their second scrap, she'd probably have to at some point. The more you fought heroes, the more of a pain they became, as a rule. Putting some length to her stride, Captain moved to strike while the iron was hot. The first hit the champion ducked under, and it put a hole in the wall, but the second nailed her to the floor through the shoulder. Didn't break bone, though. Fucking name strengthening. Sabah kicked her in the stomach, but she brought up her shield in time, and it just blew her back a few feet. Good fight, the champion praised, grinning through her badger helm. Getting blood flow. You've got the most potential to grow out of your band, Captain replied honestly. I'm glad we're fighting now and not after you when adventuring a few years. Life is adventure. The girl philosophized in broken trader talk. Kill many things back home. Much slaughter of other claimants. Well, they did say the named of the Dominion were closest to the old breed of heroes. The ones who'd gone traipsing like well-armed vagrants around Calernia, killing dragons and looting every tomb in sight. Before the House of Light had gone and civilized them. Like that entire religion wasn't about licking the feet of the angels telling you what to do. Sabah had never understood why anyone would pay a tithe to be given sermons, but people out of the wasteland did tend to get strange ideas in their heads. Captain usually left the statecraft to militia and Amadeus, but she did know that when it came to commerce, middlemen always screwed the buyers. Why most of Calernia wouldn't think to apply something that's simple to the gods they kept to, she had no notion. I don't suppose you could just go back to Levant? Sabah asked. Leave the Empire alone. I'm fairly sure Black would not pursue if you just stuck to your borders. The champion refused. Much boring. No good fight there. Procker all peace talking now. You legend, biggest girl. Many songs for slaying of you, and drinks without pay. Not talk about the power of friendship or justice to be served, which she had to admit was rather refreshing. There were only so many times you could get those speeches before they kind of melded together. About half of them quoted the Book of All Things, too, and Sabah hadn't read that, so she never got the references. She sighed. I apologize then, she said. Because I don't think this ends well for you. You much kicking of my arse, the heroine ruefully admitted. But I valiant champion, not nobles Arlazite. I stand and exult. Second aspect of the night. They were doing brisk business. Sabah watched the ripple go through creation and frowned. Domain, huh? Champion types did tend to have those. Amadeus had been caught in the unconquered champion's pocket dimension a few years back, and Sabah had not taken it well. Weexa hadn't been able to locate him at first, so they'd had to face the possibility he was dead. She'd lost control of the beast when she'd been told the news, and woken up to a butcher's yard of half-eaten corpses. She still had dreams about that, sometimes. She'd not been that out of control since she'd been a young girl. If Warlock hadn't started carving into the soul of the hero's childhood friend to find a hint about what the nature of the dimension was, the others might have thought him dead too, and that would have gotten bad. If Ranger had come down from refuge to avenge him, she didn't think Vale would have survived it, or anyone trying to get her to stop, for that matter. The girl's domain was just an arena, Sabah saw. Old sunny stone with empty stands stretched in a long oval, but maybe not so empty as they seemed at first. If she sharpened her ears, she could almost hear cheering and applause. The two of them were standing in sand, and the valiant champion raised her axe. Her movements were more fluid than before. She was probably stronger inside here, a sharp increase of everything as long as the domain held. Fit with the word, anyway. That poor kid. She'd picked her grounds, yes, but she'd also taken captain somewhere she didn't have to worry about the consequences of going all out. It was one thing to lean into the beast when there was a risk she'd end up eating a portion of Nicey. Another when it was just the two of them. Sabah rolled her shoulder and dropped the hammer. Unleash, she said, and the world went red. Book 3, Villainous Interlude, Calamity 3. The truth of monsters is that, in the end, they die. If they didn't, we would have to call them gods. Eudokia the oft-abducted Basilia of Nicey. The beast moved, but Sabah was within it. It was not control, for control was an illusion, but it was enough. She could yet think, even with blood and heat pumping in her veins. The valiant champion screamed a war cry and swung her axe. But what did the beast care for this? The enemy's steel dug into her flesh, blood and fur spraying, but with a roar she bit down on the hero. The shield gave under her fangs, even with the strength of a name behind it, and she crunched into the plate before throwing the champion to the side. The beast had wanted to swallow the girl whole, but Sabah knew this would have been a mistake. Covered in blood and spit, the heroine rose to her feet. She began to speak, but the beast huffed out a laugh and struck again. The wound the axe had carved was already healed, the intertwined madness and power within her growing with every moment. The heroine raised the broken remnant of her shield, but a shoulder bump was enough to send her crashing into the walls of the arena. Stone broke, bone broke, and the scream whetted the beast's appetite. The champion was better at fighting beasts than men, but Sabah was not like anything the girl had ever thought before. Of all the calamities, only she had embraced the old truth. If you were strong enough, even fate broke under your teeth. Fountains of sand exploded behind her as she charged, and the heroine hastily leapt onto the stands. The cheering sounded, oh, and the clapping as well. The beast roared, and it drowned out all the worlds. Claws scrabbling against the stone rails, Sabah gave when the enemy tried to use to high grounds to strike at her head. Tail twisting behind her, the beast paced the sands of the arena and waited for the champion to come down. The girl was catching her breath, though, wasn't moving. The beast crouched, then leapt onto the stands. Benches and flickering silhouettes shattered as she rolled onto the stone, rising back to her feet. The sun came down harshly, blinding her, but Sabah sniffed the air and felt the wounded enemy coming closer. Petty arena tricks. Clawed paw rising, the beast struck down into the stands. The arena shook. Again and again she did, until the entire wing collapsed beneath her in a shower of stone and dust and sand. The glare of the sun was gone, now, and she saw the champion hopping from ruin to ruin. Shaking herself clear of the dust, Sabah forced her will onto the beast. Claws closed around stones as she rose onto her back legs, tossing chunks of rocks the size of houses at the heroine. She dodged the first, swatted aside the second, but was buried under the third. The beast licked its chops in satisfaction and leapt onto the stone, shattering it and the stands beneath it. There was a tunnel underneath, and the champion flopped down onto the ground. Rally! The heroine gasped. She shone like the sun, and all the flickering silhouettes flocked to her, filling her until her strength swelled. Her armor was smoking, her axe shaking with barely held power. Sabah recognized the aspect from earlier, but the beast cared little for the detail. Her paw whipped out from the outside, tearing through the outer wall of the tunnel and sending the champion flying again. She landed on her feet at the very top of the stands, where the domain ended, and charged back down. The beast sniffed the air. Blood, blood, and ruin. The heroine's strength waned, and her little world with it. Sabah leapt down onto the sands and let her tail sweep a trail behind her, turning to watch the enemy. The champion did not flinch and followed her without hesitation. The beast wanted to be a thing of teeth and claw, but Sabah thought otherwise. Her long legs swatted at the sands, sending up a cloud, and in that blinding curtain she struck. The heroine stood fast, both hands on the handle of her axe, for her shield was long gone. The shining blade cut through the beast's leg, but Sabah did not pause. She rolled over the heroine, and the wild joy of hearing bones creak and plate give filled her senses. It was a wonder that even after calling on an aspect, the champion was strong enough to throw her off. The beast hit the wall and howled as her leg grew back, bone and flesh sprouting from the cut. The heroine's breastplate was dented, and her lips dripping with blood. It was enough to make the beast hungry. Sabah stalked forward and waited for the heroine to charge. The sweep was not meant to hit her, just force her into the right place. Claws closed around the struggling heroine, and the beast swung her down at the stands. Again and again and again, until there were a dozen gaping holes in the stone, and only then did she toss the girl up in the air. The champion rose higher and higher in the sky, until she touched a ceiling that wasn't, and cracks snaked across the firmament like it was a pane of glass. The arena shattered, and the smells of smoke and death wafted to the beast's nose. They were in the city again, where they'd first crossed. The beast roared and went for the kill. Sabah watched. It had been a very long time since Wixa had found an opponent this troublesome. He'd grown arrogant in his old age, it seemed. Come to believe that a mere few layers of deception would be enough to keep a hound of the heavens off his back. This entire battle was something a tactical mistake, in his eyes. This was far from the first time the Calamities split to deal with a heroic band, but the circumstances were not in their favor. Amadeus was adamant the White Knight had to die, however, and in this Warlock was not inclined to disagree. Not as long as Masigo was attached to that Calawan slip of a girl. Promising as the young villains assembled around Catherine Foundling were, they were not ready to deal with this caliber of heroic opposition. Better to crush the wizard to dust here, so she would never be a threat to his son. Crushing a rune-covered stone in his palm, Warlock murmured an incantation and watched a bubble form around the hedge wizard. A derivative of the effect demons of time could have. This, at least in theory. Actual observation of such a specimen would have been too dangerous even for him, as the fourth hell was nothing to trifle with. The heroine was stuck, at least for now. He immediately gave ground while weaving high arcana, the 7 spears of red flame that formed sinking into the bubble. It was a crawl, from his perspective, but it would not be from hers. The wizard moved, inch by inch, and the bubble popped. She had, it seemed, seized the guiding flows and broken them. Unfortunately for her, that did nothing about the spears. She twisted around most, but one hit her in the shoulder and in another in the leg. That should have crippled her, but the illusion she'd replaced herself with broke instead. The heroine stood a foot to the side, panting. Wixa frowned and pinned her into what he'd come to call a quicksand ward. It didn't prevent anything, not exactly. It simply made any exertion of power or movement much harder than it should be. Against a practitioner of limited power like her, forcing a burnout was a perfectly viable strategy. "You killed my sister, you monstrous old fuck," the wizard gasped. "You're not walking away from this." Buying time to cast with distracting words. He'd pulled the same trick many, many times. "I'm rather surprised it stuck," Wixa noted. "I suppose once in a while luck smiles on the opposition." Her spell flared into existence. The Lysan Chisel, by the looks of it. One of the better Calawan works, an old favorite of the wizards of the West. It had been crafted specially to cut apart the stabilizing elements of wards, but to accomplish this it did require a certain of raw arcane power. She'd chosen poorly, given the ward around her. Her spell collapsed the ward, and a heartbeat later her wrist bones both snapped. She screamed, but did not stop casting. Heroes had an irritating tolerance for pain. A mundane mage would have lost the thread of whatever they were casting when inflicted with such a distraction. High arcana runes bloomed in front of the both of them. "She was better than any of you," Hedge hissed. "She was good." "She was good," Wixa corrected, "and evidently not quite better enough to avoid the tyrant's ritual." Her eyes went wide. Ah, she hadn't known that bit, had she? There was more than 1 in 10 at work in this band of heroes. That light delay in working her will give him the initiative. The red flares formed around the heroine's head, the intensity of the glow they produced varying wildly. She finished her spell a moment later, and the moment the power took shape, all 3 flares exploded into a cage of red. The green smoke she'd crafted went through the bars, but she was forced to dismiss it and create a cone of force around herself to avoid being incinerated. Weeks' spell would have fed on both of her castings, which should earn him just long enough to craft something more powerful while she got rid of it. Duels between gifted were very much a game of shatranj, in his experience. Reacting to the immediate movements of the pieces without glimpsing the long-term intent was a good way to end up dead. "You're not invincible," the heroine barked. "I just need to find the right trick." The red cage transmuted into red smoke a moment later, but he placed the last rune and 4 bands of transparent force formed around the wrists and ankles. They tightened without any need for prompting, crushing bone. Amusingly enough, what part of her wrist that was not powdered was now almost reset formed the initial snapping. Warlock could have gone for a more lethal working, but he was wary of committing to such before she'd used her last aspect. Each of them had called on 2, and the odds were that the loser of his duel would be the first to give in and call on the third. His own loss, he knew, was unlikely at this stage, but very much a possibility. He'd already begun to prepare an exit strategy in case it came to that. The hedge wizard wrapped strings of sorcery around her limbs to keep them working, so naturally Weexa inserted a little gift into the spell and turned them into angry snakes. He felt sorcery take hold of his own limbs and almost smiled. Ah, a transfer. Classic Stygian work. He did not bother to craft an answer. The 3rd layer of the wards on his person prevented the spell from ever going through. "Have you ever considered," Warlock said, "that there is no right trick? That for all the gifts the heavens have dropped onto your lap, you could die here tonight?" The blue pane of light hit her head-on, sending her stumbling to the ground, but her limbs shape-shifted into some sort of lycanthropic derivative by the looks of the hair. Interesting, considering under most recorded instances lycanthropy was a curse and not a natural state of being. "They don't really encourage you to think about consequences, do they?" Weexa continued blithely. "Your masters, that is. Perhaps you dash." He paused, then chuckled. "Oh, you crafty child," he said. "You almost had me there. Almost." Hellfire was a drain, usually, but with the red skies so close to the boundary, it was barely an effort to form them. The smell of brimstone filled the air, and the crimson flares devoured the spell she'd formed while he talked. Not one he'd ever seen before. This, though the shape had similarities to Keteran formulas. Cascading of some sort? That would have been very dangerous if it hadn't the wards on his body. Instead, the hellfire engulfed the girl, and she dropped to the ground. Another 3 heartbeats before she died of it, and he prepared to counter whatever trick she'd used to get away from certain death. That was not, as it turned out, what he should have prepared for. A beam of light hit the downed heroine, and it took Weexa a heartbeat to parse out the sequence. This particular spell was, in theory, an offensive one, but it had a central sequence in the formula modeled after a miracle, which meant the hellfire gutted out and the tyrant grinned, lounging on his floating throne above them. "I have come to betray you," the cripple cheerfully said. "Alas, I am surprised," Warlock replied sardonically and snapped his wrist. The throne exploded and the boy went flying. That, he reflected, had been worth the 7 hours of preparation. The hedge wizard was back on her feet. If they thought 2 of them would give them an advantage, they were sorely mistaken. They'd only given him more to work with. There was a soft sound at his back, and the villain turned. An empty bottle of wine had been dropped on the ground. The wandering bard, if he had to venture a guess. The heroine cursed and shot him a glare. "I'll be back," she said, and wings sprouted from her back. She shouldn't have taken the time to talk, he mused. He finished the spell before she'd risen more than a foot into the air, and the sliver of darkness touched her back. Every wound he'd inflicted with his sorcery tonight reopened, and she dropped screaming. The tyrant was back on his feet and trying something. Dangerous for his age, this one. Another runic stone broke under his grip, and the bubble formed before both it and the villain disappeared. He should be stuck in Arcadia for at least a few moments. Things had grown out of control here. If both enemy factions were on the move, and even the bard had played a hand, and wasn't it fascinating she would have had the chance to do that even with Assassin after her? Then the others were in danger. Time to wrap this up. Reiterate. The hedge wizard croaked out. Ah, there was the third. Light collected around her body, a different take on the spell from earlier that had reformed her missing body parts. Warlock brought down his hand, and the Hellfire spear drove through her skull. Consequences, he reminded the dead heroine, and made sure there would not be enough left for a resurrection. Amadeus was faintly amused at the notion of anyone trying to kill him with a bow when he was a known acquaintance of Ranger. The volley of light arrows trailed behind him as he ran across the rooftops, splitting tiles and thatching both. An archery-based name, this one. Warlock had been the one to kill the last archer, but the Green-Eyed had tactics to deal with the likes of this. The shadow tendril tossed a bright stick in the White Knight's face, himself avoiding blinding by pushing a sliver of name power into his eyes to blind them preventively. A heartbeat later, he'd gained his sight back, and 3 swords whistled towards the sides of the hero. Change. Still blind, Hanno batted away the blades with his bare hands and tugged at the length of one. Amadeus immediately cut it, forming a branch from another tendril to catch the falling blade before retracting all of them. Hand-to-hand fighter, if he was not mistaken. The Levantines were known for those. Black attacked again, eyes sharp. The enemy was shifting between skill sets more slowly, now that he'd gone beyond 20. 30 in a night might be his limit, though that was not an assumption to be relied on. The blow dented his shield, and did not even require the light to do so. Dangerous. Amadeus tossed the now mostly useless tool in his opponent's face and placed his blows. Blade to the ankle, avoided. Blade to armpit, parried barehanded. The crossbow bolt formed the last tendril hit the back of the knee, but failed to penetrate. The villain clicked his tongue disapprovingly. That had been almost point-blank, meaning name power had been at work. He ducked under an open palm that would have collapsed his throat, pivoted around the hero, and rammed his blade under his arm. The White Knight danced away, but his bare hand was cut by one of the blades coming around. The second should have punched through the back of the knee, name or not, but the hero deftly stepped atop the blade and flipped away before Black could cut the connection and make him fall. Breathing hard, the White Knight raised both hands above his head, and a great sword of light coalesced. Change. Not a known quantity, this skill set. There were greatsword wielders among the Lycanese to the north of Procur, but the Principate was ever thin on named. A probe, then. It was worth sacrificing his last corpse for what would be learned. The undead charged out of a ruined house from behind the White Knight and was cut down without a second thought. From too far, Amadeus noted. The greatsword had lengthened, not something he would be unable to deal with. The Black Knight advanced cautiously, shadows stirring behind him, and the greatsword rose again. The light flared, and for a heartbeat the shadows he manipulated were lit out of existence. Amadeus did not miss a beat, for he'd been waiting on such a trick since the beginning of this duel. The few heroes he fought more than once all tried it, thinking him crippled without his additional limbs. The moment where White was occupied amplifying the light, he accelerated and closed the distance. The greatsword came down, longer than before, and when he sidestepped the cut it twisted and turned to a lateral blow. He leapt, and his armored boot landed on the White Knight's faceplate. The roiling light had the goblin steel smoking, but he used the man's head as a stepping stone and leapt again. By then the shadows had returned to him. The blade drove itself into the White Knight's back, piercing a lung before the light burst out and scrapped it. Unfortunate, though inevitable. He only had so many blades hidden in his shadow, and 2/3 were already gone. There was limited space inside, unfortunately, so decisions had to be made about what occupied it, and there were tools more versatile than swords at his disposal. The White Knight's stance adjusted as Amadeus landed fluidly on the ground. Change. 7 heartbeats for the full shift, this time. The hero was overusing his aspect. A single long sword of light, this time, held in one hand. The villain raised an eyebrow, recognizing the stance from the very recent past. The lone swordsman had used it in Weeks's illusory reproductions of the tussle in Summerhome. That had interesting implications. The White Knight was using the skills of Named, then, as he had suspected. William of Greenbury had been largely self-taught, meaning there was no teacher, mundane or otherwise, to draw these skills from. It was quite possible Hanno was limited to heroes as well, dead ones in particular. That this could be done at all set an interesting precedent, one he would have to ask Warlock to look into. Black let out a long breath. He was beginning to tire as well, though he'd conserved his strength as much as was physically possible. He was no stranger to working through tiredness, and how he would not to compensate for it. The White Knight strode forward at a swift pace and swung. Amadeus stepped out of the blow, circling cautiously. The lone swordsman had been heavily dependent on his blade, as he recalled, which was a limitation the one made of light would only work partially around. Was it worth trading a minor wound for a more severe one? No, that was hurried thinking. The moment he began to bleed, the tide began to turn. He feinted to the side and was immediately parried, or would have been if he hadn't dropped the sword. He twisted to catch it with his other hand and reversed the momentum, but he'd made a mistake. He'd taught Catherine too much. There were similarities in their ways of fighting, and the lone swordsman had dueled her several times before dying. The boot caught him on the shoulder, and he only barely managed to land in a roll, backing away hurriedly as the other man advanced. He had wondered if the White Knight would rely on the skill set of a relatively green hero. Henno was not without cleverness, and unlike his first aspect, this one he had fully mastered. Still, this was an avenue to exploit as well as a weakness. Bringing back to mind the few sparring sessions he'd had with his apprentice before she left to quell the Lease rebellion, Amadeus adjusted his angle. For a moment Amadeus considered collapsing the house, but this was mere petulance. With another name shielding him, it was a guarantee the White Knight would survive. There was a loud crack from the rooftop. The bard, he saw, had a bag on her knees. There were walnuts inside, and she was breaking them open before popping them into her mouth. "That's going to cost me, you know," the name said casually. "It was supposed to be hedge, but your warlock is a fucking terror. Let me tell you. Makes the old country proud." Nothing good could come of listening to Bardic named, but he did not have the power left to shut down his senses. "Would you like me to tell you how your friend is going to die?" the bard asked. "Bluff," he said. "Champion does not have the skill or story to handle Captain." "She's not fighting Captain," the bard said. "She's fighting a monster. SWHY I picked Champion. The domain, big guy. She was bound to let out the beast in that." The White Knight was finally far enough that his amulet ceased taking effect. "Warlock," the green-eyed man said. "The bard is here. I am incapacitated. Sabah under threat." "Amadeus," his oldest friend's voice replied. "She's—" Black closed his eyes, and that was the only moment of weakness he allowed himself. The grief, the fury, it all went into the box, and he closed it shut. All that remained was the cold clarity that was his only remaining safeguard. Green eyes opened, turning to the bard. She broke another walnut, chewing it loudly. "You still don't get the story that made it happen," she said. "The caravans," he said, but did not elaborate. There was something here he was missing. Pieces to the puzzle. "You don't speak Levantine," the bard said. "Or you'd know their word for maiden doesn't have a gender. Meaning's closer to virgin. Lack of sexual congress alone became the qualifier, if that was true. Every caravan had a single individual leading it. He remembered, men and women of different age and origins. Amadeus did not speak any of three major Levantine dialects, or even the Balite trader tongue they'd been influenced by. There had been no need, and so many other things he had to learn. Monster took the maidens, and repeatedly. "So that's one," the wandering bard said. "Now, I needed a monster killer, and she's the closest thing we have left to one of those. That's two. He might as well have wielded the blade himself, he thought. He'd killed her one order at a time. Third, I needed the monster to be the one attacking." The bard continued nonchalantly. "That was the easy one. Love, Amadeus. Love always fucks you over. All I had to do was suggest Champion join White after the wall fell, and your dear friend stepped in." It wouldn't be enough, Amadeus thought. They'd only fought once before, and not on that story. There lacked weight. The old thing wearing a girl's face smiled, nut cracking in her hand. "You could say it was a team effort, pulling it off," she said. "Our little secret, right?" He did not reply. Engaging her any further could only be to his detriment. Warlock would be coming in all haste. "I'd say sorry, but you brought this down on yourself," the bard said. "I could probably destroy you in full, big guy, but that would take time and effort. So I'm going to give you advice instead." The wandering bard leapt down from the rooftop, half falling. She came close, kneeling at his side. "Go home," she said. "Murder your little friend in the tower, and reign until someone puts a knife in your back. You're not as good at this game as you thought you were." Hatred, Amadeus thought, was pointless. A bias that brought no benefit. And yet, "But you won't, will you?" the other named sighed. "You don't negotiate." She rose back to her feet, brushing away walnut shards. "I doubt we'll meet again," she said. "And fucking Cairo slipped one by me, so I'll have my hands full." The wandering bard looked down at him, shoving her hands in her pockets. "This one feels like a sin, doesn't it?" she mused. "Remember that when the gears start turning." Book 3, Chapter 33, Promises. No matter how good the horse, it can only bear one saddle. Calawan proverb. Our march through summer had taken a month, from the perspective of creation. Longer than I would have liked, but still miraculous compared to how long it would have taken me to come down from Dinier the old-fashioned way. Juniper agreed. Hugging, she sneered. You've gotten soft, foundling. It was awkward embracing an orc with a solid 2 feet on me and broad as a barn, but I put the effort in. For all that the hellhound mocked me, her grip was tight as well. We'd not gone this long without seeing each other since the 15th was founded. You haven't, I said. Gods, what do you eat? It's like they carved you out of slab of muscle. She tried not to look pleased at that, but I'd been dealing with wilier operators of late. My general was a refreshingly open book. Ratface had apparently gone mad with power since I'd suborned the Smugglers Guild to him. But since he'd abused his power to find me a fresh crate of Vale summer wine, I was going to let that one go. Pouring myself a full cup of the pale wine, I allowed myself a little sigh of pleasure after sipping the alcohol. The stuff I dragged with me through Arcadia just wasn't the same, mostly cheap red vintages from the south. The two of us claimed the folding chairs in her own tent, not having bothered to gather people in the larger command pavilion. We'd have a proper briefing with the others at some point, but I wanted to talk with her before Marshal Ranker and the Dearaith were dragged into the conversation. You'll have news for me, I said. She grunted in assent, sniffing at her goblet full of Eric before downing it. A sure sign this was to be informal. Juniper never touched anything stronger than watered wine in the usual officer meetings. Holden is back into the Imperial fold, she announced. General Istrid and her legions annihilated the Fey garrison and are now fortifying the grounds. It was one of Juniper's little quirks that she only ever referred to her mother by her rank, even in private. As for what she'd told me, I was pleased. I needed to herd the summer court through known grounds, and allowing them 2 footholds into Callow would have muddied the waters. Now they'd have to come through Dormer, which made it a great deal easier to plan for them. It was shame 3 legions and some of the finest battle commanders in the field had to be left where I couldn't use them, but anything less, and I was fairly sure the summer court would try to force passage. After our last scrap, they'd be wary of picking a fight with the Legions of Terror on a chosen field, though. They might win, but their losses would leave them too weak to be able to handle the army I'd assembled. Some days it gave me pause, that I'd become someone who could use 12,000 veterans of the conquest as a mere deterrent. I come a long way from pit fights and waiting tables. Losses? I asked. Light, the orc noted. It was only the bare bones of a garrison. You kicked the hornet's nest when you invaded summer. Oh. I pissed them off way beyond that, I grunted. I've got a princess of summer in chains, Juniper. They'll be out for blood. Keeping that prisoner secure is a logistical nightmare. I'll have you know, the hellhound growled. Killian and half our mages had to be set aside permanently, so we'd never lack practitioners for the rotations. It'll be worth it, I said. Largest bargaining chip I could get my hands on short of taking the seat of the summer court itself. You assume the Fae can be bargained with, the hellhound said. They always cut deals, it's in their nature, I said. And if for once I can avoid having to pay the price by scraping myself raw, I'll have no complaints. Devils and fairies always get more than they give, the orc warned. Then it's a good thing I stole a lot of their shit, I replied bluntly. I don't mind overpaying as long as I get what I want. I'm not going to get stuck in games with them, Juniper. I'll get exactly what I need, not try for an inch more. Only way I can get away without getting fucked too hard. We'll get nothing if we're not winning, she said. Don't lose sight of that. That was the Presci way, wasn't it? No, maybe not Presci. The way of the legions, Black's way. Compromise could be reached, but only from a position of strength. On their own terms. Our way, I must confess. Killian hadn't been wrong when she'd said I had no taste to compromise when I could get things how I wanted them instead. Masego's getting ready for the queen, I noted. Or as much as he can, with an entity like her. The Hierophant now, I hear, Juniper said. Fancy name. Never heard of it before. There was hint of doubt there. Older names, those better known, tended to be more powerful than relative outliers like my friends. They'd accumulated more weight over the centuries, greater legends to draw from. He'll pull through, I said. Always does. But I'll admit, for this kind of work, I almost wish Diabolist was on our side. There's a lot of bad to be said about the old school, but they have a peerless record when it comes to things like this. She might pull it off, the Hellhound said. But whatever she gained from that victory, she'd use to screw us the moment the battle was over. I know, I sighed. The competence doesn't come without the rabid crazy. And speaking of dear old Acua, where the hells is she? We have no idea, Juniper grunted. Scrying doesn't work, and the last time we had eyes on her was when she took lease above the clouds. She could be anywhere by now. I frowned. She can't stay up there forever, I said. She's got over 100,000 mouths to feed, and if she starts dragging civilians to altars, she'll have riots on her hands. I wasn't sure what a riot would look like a dozen leagues above solid ground, but I guess it wouldn't be pretty. Akua's mind was like a sack of angry, treacherous badgers, but she wasn't stupid. She had pretty thick blinders on, sure, but I'd never seen one of her schemes collapse on its own. She wouldn't be nearly as dangerous if they did. Ratface says she can manage 2 months at most, the Hellhound said. I guess based on what she reported to your ruling council when she was governess, with the assumption she was lying through her teeth on the numbers. I'd trust the Tagreb's judgment in this. He was a middling tactician at best, but when it came to supplies and logistics, there was no better man in the 15th. I'd been lucky to get my hands on him back at the college, and even Juniper occasionally offered praise of his abilities. Never where he could hear, and always tempered with generous criticism about his more underhanded dealings. But that my general said anything at all was telling. So now we have to guess at the where she'll be coming down, I said. We don't know enough about what she's after to be remotely accurate. The Hellhound grunted. Will she be after supplies? If so, Vale will likely be the target. Is she aiming to cripple the legions in Callow, to carve a realm from the ruins of the south? If so, she must turn her eyes to Holden. Or she could be after sorcery, I said. Legion mages don't have the learning to even try to unpack that, Juniper said. You'll need the Hierophant to write a report about possible targets. Then I'd need Hakram to go through it and cut out all the unnecessary parts Masigo would have added, I noted silently. Odds were Hierophant would write me a damned volume with an annex twice as thick. The Sonic was ridiculously wordy when given ink and parchment. I drank deep from my cup, mood soured. So we have a month before the Queen of Summer can enter creation, if Masigo is to be believed, I said. Then another month before Akua drops down from the sky to fuck everything up, as is her sacred and solemn duty. Busy year, Juniper snorted. At least Procker hasn't invaded, I said, trying for a bright side. And no one's unleashed a demon in a year. High Lady Tasia did, in Wolof, the orc reminded me. I can't believe I have to lower my standards lower than they already are, I complained. Well, nobody's opened a permanent portal into the hells. There. I refused to go any lower. Give it time. Juniper grinned, ivory fangs flaring. She'd meant it as a jest, but there was too much truth to it for me to laugh. It would be 2 days before the armies marched south, beginning the trek to Dormer. We were still waiting on supplies, and we had a horde of wounded to deal with. I could have begun to put a dent into the pile of urgent scrolls that no doubt awaited me, but for tonight I decided I'd done enough. My body could go on, but I was exhausted in a deeper way. There were only so many twists and turns I could take before it was too much. I slogged my way back to my tent, painfully aware that no one would be awaiting me inside. I'd passed by Ratface's quarters beforehand and ignored his many requests for me to look at the books in favor of bullying him to hand me another bottle. Juniper and I had polished off the last one after she'd finished her Eric, talking for a few hours until it got dark. It still amazed me that the two of us had gone from being at each other's throats to people who could actually enjoy the other's company, no matter how much she insisted otherwise. It was a rare thing for me to seek 2 bottles in a day, but I had a feeling I'd need another drink if I was going to sleep at all tonight. I could still smell the incinerated corpses of the soldiers I'd failed in Arcadia, the hundreds that had died at the whim of 2 vicious creatures beyond my understanding. There were Galaborn around my tent, and I spent a few moments chatting with them before going inside. They'd gotten off light from the last battle in Arcadia, and Tribune Farrier was already recruiting to fill the ranks left empty by the dead. I hoped the volunteers would understand what they were in for. I'd gotten half my retinue killed because I'd been sloppy and arrogant, and while I didn't intend to ever make that mistake again, there were harder fights ahead. I wish Black was there so he could tell me about his own guard. He'd had his for decades. He must have known ways to keep them safe without making them irrelevant. Or maybe he didn't. My teacher might not share my qualms about people being killed in his name, not even people he knew. I'd gotten harsher in the last few years, but I was still a long way from being iron as cold as the Black Knight. There was no candle lit in my tent, but to a name that made no difference. That was why I saw the silhouette sitting on the edge of my cot, and though for a hopeful moment I thought it was Killian, the notion disappeared when the details sunk in. It was a woman. Sonic, dark eyes, and while shy of pretty, not exactly ugly. I'd seen her before, known her under the name of Lady Naibu. Lady Deputy. In Tethwa. My hand left the grip of my sword, and I inclined my head respectfully. Your most dreadful majesty, I said. This was Empress Militia's own puppet, The soulless flesh simulacrum, she could use to be two places at once. I've already told you there is no need for such formality. The Empress dismissed, using someone else's hands. I glanced at the flaps of the tent, but the Gallowborn had yet to move. You may consider this a private audience, Catherine, Malicious smiled. Fuck. My tent was in the middle of an army over 30,000 strong. The boundaries of the 15th's fortified camp were set with wards Masigo had designed personally. I had thousands of sharp-eyed goblins running around. And yet there she was, on my own goddamned bed. This could have been an assassin, and no one would ever have known. I wasn't ashamed to say that it was almost enough to scare me. This reminder about how far the Empress' reach went. I set the bottle on the table and ripped out the cork. A glass as well, if you please, the Empress said. It has been ages since I've tried anything from Vale. And she knew my favorite wine. I wasn't even surprised, to be honest. Black had already told me he'd had a file about me before I ever became the squire. And it was pretty much a given the Empress would have one twice as thick somewhere in the tower. I poured her a goblet as well and handed it to her. Thank you, she said. I hear you finally met Ranger. I blinked. This is turning out a lot more civil of a conversation than I expected, I frankly said. The meat puppet chuckled. It would not do forget that was what I was looking at, to be taken in by the charm and the pleasantries. I was dealing with a woman who'd hollowed out a body of its immortal soul for the sake of convenient conversation. Did you expect me to come storming in, demanding justifications? She said. The Empire is a balancing act, Catherine. I do not introduce weight without careful consideration. There was silence after that, until I realized she was still expecting to answer her first sentence. Gods, I was exhausted, and near enough to tipsy. She came real close to killing me, I said, just for suggesting I could help her in a fight, if I'm not mistaken. She's not much like the stories. I am not particularly fond of her myself, the Empress said, and not only because she attempted to talk Amadeus into running me through and seizing the throne after the conquest. I grimaced. I'd gotten hints from Scribe there'd been undercurrents of that in the past, but never heard it so bluntly stated before, or been sure the Empress knew of it. She's a monster, I said, bad as the Diabolist, in her own way. I don't get why Black likes her so much. Love, the Empress said. It is love, my dear. She's an extraordinary creature, I'll grant that. Her little philosophy is what drew him in, and eventually what parted them. I raised an eyebrow. That the puppet managed to see that in the still dark tent was another detail I filed away for the future. Be all you can be, Militia murmured. Do anything you want. If someone stands in your way, end them. If you cannot, respect that rule until you can end them. That's just anarchy, I said. I won't lie and say I don't break laws when it's useful, but I still recognize there's a need for them. It is easy to believe your whims are the only law of creation when you grow powerful enough, the Empress replied. She will kill herself sooner or later, crossing something she could not afford to cross. She got into a death match with the Summer Queen, I said. I doubt that'll do the trick, but she won't walk it off easy. I was getting tired of standing up with a goblet in hand, so I downed the wine and grabbed a chair. I set it to face the Empress, sagging against the wooden frame. High always did overestimate herself, Militia shrugged. A matter of little import, in the end. She's remained in her little hovel in the woods for decades and shows no sign of greater ambitions. I could have told her otherwise. That Archer believed her teacher was the best thing to come along since the gods had whelped creation, that I'd lost 300 soldiers because Ranger couldn't be fucked to do anything about them. But those words I kept for people I trusted. I respected the Empress, what she'd accomplished and the people she'd crushed to get where she was, but I didn't trust her in the slightest. So instead I leaned over to grab the bottle and filled my goblet. Fishing out a satchel of Wakeleaf from my pocket, I grabbed my pipe as well and looked at Militia. Do you mind? I asked. By all means, she said. A filthy habit, but one I tolerated in Weeksa for over 40 years. Good enough. I struck the match and lit the dragonbone pipe, taking a deep breath. Time to get to the meat of this conversation, I believed. I created a chivalric order, I said, and blew out a stream of smoke. I am aware, the puppet replied. The obtainment of cavalry, I do not begrudge you. We've never managed to secure more horses than needed to replenish the ranks of the 13th Legion without risking rebellion. But this is more than cavalry. It is a Calawan institution. You tried to kill it, I said bluntly. The both of you. It failed, so I'm making use of it instead. Militia raised an eyebrow. Another decade, and it would have disappeared painlessly, she said. It takes coin to train armed men, Catherine. Their means had to be running low, especially given the numbers you managed to gather. That was true enough, and the reason the knights had approached me in the first place. A little more honesty, then. I drank from my cup and chose my words carefully. I won't allow them to disappear, I said. They're a keystone of what Calo should be. There lies the issue, my dear, the Empress said. The abolition of the imperial governorships, I can stomach. You will have to be publicly given sanction for it and pay for the gain of authority, but as a tool they have effectively run their course. The forging anew of a Caloan state, however, is a different matter. In large part, your people have defined themselves as nation by their resistance to outside invaders, some of which currently occupy the country. I pulled at the pipe, inhaled the bitter smoke, and let it out. I've never called for rebellion against praise, I finally said. That is irrelevant and untrue besides, she replied flatly. You've preached the destruction of the aristocracy of the wasteland, which cannot feasibly be achieved without warfare. That is rebellion, no matter your semantics. Even if you personally never raise your banner, Catherine, you will not live forever. Your successors will inherit a well-armed and centralized ethnically Caloan state, trained at the expense of Presi gold and the methods of the legions. It is a certainty they will seek independence, by force of arms, if need be. I grimaced. She wasn't wrong, not entirely. 50 years from now, if I got myself killed, I could easily see the next Governor-General call on mostly Caloan legions to give praise the boot. And it was not the outcome I wanted, seductive as the idea of a resurgent kingdom was sometimes. Even if they managed to win, which I knew better to assume, half the country would be ruined for a generation. And should they succeed, it would just be going back to the old cycle of invasion and death, the plague on my birthplace I'd taken it upon myself to end. I tried the ruling council, I said. It failed. Militia. Badly. You botched the ruling council, she corrected. It could have been in the palm of your hand, but you disdain the methods to see this through, all the while chipping at Presi authority by hanging one governor after another. It was a functional method of rule, Squire. You dislike wasteland influence, but you seem to forget that we 1. The conquest. I've already compromised a great deal, almost more than is reasonable. You also engineered the destruction of an entire culture, I bit back. You won, yeah? But I'm not in this seat across from you because of my sunny personality. I'm here because you want Calo to be brought into the fold without having to put down another dozen rebellion and assorted heroes. You had to know there would be cost to that. Then present me with alternatives, Malicious said. I could attempt to craft one myself, in truth, but that would be a mistake. If you want to hold the power and authority you do, both granted to you by the tower, then prove you deserve them. You are not a partner. If I have to salvage your every blunder, you are a burden. That was harsh, but I recognized it for what it was. An invitation. An opportunity to actually become a player in imperial politics. That wasn't the kind of offer that came twice in a lifetime. I set aside the half-empty cup and breathed out the wake-leaf smoke. Name me Vice Queen of Calo, I said. An empty title, she replied. Your Governess General will be doing the governing while you lead your legion. I won't keep it long, I said. A few years at most. And you'll have set the precedent that the tower appoints them. She did not reply but studied me instead, which I took as prompting to continue. They have to be Caloan. That's what I ask, I said. You still get to pick someone that won't hinder Presi interests. And the knights? She said. Folded into the legions, I said. Militia, you and Black have occupied this country, but you haven't really made use of it. You got taxes out of the governorships, but what else? If all you want is to shake a land until gold comes out, there's easier targets. You can still get your cut from the viceroy, but there's so much more that could be had. How many Calawans are really in the legions, aside from the 15th? There should be a portion in every one, even those in the wasteland. Calo has population on par with praise, and if you don't need to use your armies to keep it in check, that population goes to fill your armies. You could get cavalry that doesn't need to eat its full weight and meet every month. Hells, you could start fielding priests with the legions if you name someone who has pull with the House of Light. But to get all that, you need someone Calawans will actually listen to. And you can accomplish all this, the Empress said, without breaking from the tower? Yes, I said hoarsely. No matter who gets in my way, whether they be gods or kings or all the armies in creation. On the second evening I'd ever spent with Black, I'd remembered a sermon from the House of Light. One about the really dangerous devils. How they gave you exactly what you wanted and let you find your own way to the hells with it. I took her hand anyway, Gods forgive me. Book 3, Chapter 34, Talks. Tonight we must speak of Calo, that stubborn graveyard of empires. Princes and princesses of Procure, we must now admit this truth. We have lost an entire kingdom to peasants and bandits. Beginning of First Princess Eloise of Equitan's speech to the highest assembly on the subject of withdrawal from occupied Callow. Hail! 3,000 swords rose in salute, bare steel shining under the sun. I'd read about this, in what few records of the knightly orders still remained. A Steel Avenue, they called it. An old tradition born under Elizabeth Albin when the Queen of Blades had annexed almost a fourth of what was now Procer in a series of lightning-quick campaigns. It had only ever been used to honor ruling kings and queens of Callow, and now I was being greeted with one. The bluntness of that defiance was almost refreshing, since they had no idea I'd just been granted vice-queenship of the Callow. I'd talked a good game to the Empress, but I wasn't unaware that by founding the Order of Broken Bells I'd saddled a hungry tiger. Now I had to ride it, or be dragged down and devoured. I wondered if rulers ever truly managed to be in control. Sometimes. Militia and blacks certainly gave off the impression they were, but how much of that was a front? The more authority I gained, the less I felt like I held the reins. Brandon Talbot looked better than he had last time I'd seen him, a filthy prisoner in the underground jails of Marchford. His dark beard was cropped closely, his hair combed with care, and he now stood with his back straight. Proudly. I had no trouble believing a woman like the Countess Marchford had thought he would make a worthy successor to her title. His plate was of Callowan make, of lesser steel than what the imperial forges could make, but covered in hymns of the House of Light. Old, it was easy to tell, but recently polished and very well maintained. There was no telling it had been used in battle a mere few days ago, much less against the likes of the Summer Court. I strode down the Steel Avenue, and he fell in at my side. "I hear congratulations are in order," I said. The man inclined his head. "I will only remain as Grand Master of the Order for a few years, Your Grace," he replied, "until a younger candidate can be raised to take the title." He'd been elected by acclaim, as I understood it, in large part because he'd been the one mad enough to walk into Marchford unarmed back when Juniper was running it. That kind of risk-taking always earned some respect from soldiers, in my experience, especially with the kind of stakes he'd been playing for. Another hail sounded when we passed the end of the twin rows, headed for open pavilion that was the command tent for the Order of Broken Bells. A pair of tall banners trailed the wind to the sides, showing a pair of cracked bronze bells set on black. "We would have flown your banner as well, Your Grace, but your quartermaster informed us you have none," he said. I kinda wished I'd been there for that conversation. Ratface of all people trying to explain to a highborn that I might have a domain, but I'd not actually bothered to get any of the symbols a proper noble considered their due. "Never got around to it," I said, entering the pavilion. Robber had put a goat skull on a pike and tried to pass it for my heraldry, but Hackram had him assigned to latrine duty for a week in reprisal. Adjutant. He'd taken to my petty kind of justice like a wolf to a limping lamb. "House Talbot has been dissolved, but it would be an honor for you to claim our sigil," the man suggested. An arched silver bridge set on blue, if I remembered correctly. There was worse heraldry to be had. The rulers of Hedges had sheep as theirs, which boggled my mind, but it wasn't mine. "That won't be necessary," I said politely. "No wine at the table in here." Right. Callawans didn't usually start drinking until the evening, and it wasn't even noon yet. Even if the knights had been dispersed in the countryside for over 2 decades, I couldn't help but notice their chairs were nicer than mine. Except the one I'd looted from Summer, anyway. That one was sinfully comfortable, and I actually slept better in it than my own cot. I took the seat at the head of the table, and Grandmaster Talbot seated himself at my right. I slapped down a sheath of leather on the table and took out the parchments within, Aisha's beautiful lower mise in cursive filling it. "You've officially been granted the rank of commander in the 15th Legion, Grandmaster Talbot," I said. "You've got more 3 times the men under you a commander usually does, but you don't qualify for legate rank, much less general." "Because I am Callowan," he smiled thinly. "Because you never went through the war college," I corrected. "You don't know shit about Legion tactics. You'll still count it as a member of the general staff, though, so you'll be in the high-level briefings as the commander of our cavalry contingent." Aisha had bitterly complained about the bureaucratic nightmare that was getting a mere commander that kind of clearance, but she'd gotten it done anyway. I could have just waved around my seal and gotten it done on my personal authority as the squire, but I didn't want to go that far unless I was forced to. Juniper already gave me enough lectures about how far we'd strayed from traditional Legion structure, and it would look better to the rest of the generals out there if I at least pretended I cared about the proper way things were done. The noble read through the papers, then glanced up. "This states I have been given leave to organize the Order's command hierarchy as I wish," he said. The Empire doesn't have a precedent for a cavalry contingent this large, I said. Even the 13th Legion only has 1,000 riders. He nodded slowly. Knightly orders were limited to 1,000 full-fledged knights, under House Fairfax, Grandmaster Talbot said. One of the reasons there was such a wide variety. I was a little amused he was tiptoeing around the reason for that. Under the Alban dynasty, the orders had been much larger, but there'd been a bunch of small-scale conflicts between them and nobles, both sides arguing the other was overreaching their authority. Triumphant had raised the whole squabble to the ground, but when it had begun to pop up under Eleanor Fairfax's grandson, he'd stripped the orders of their fortress holdings and severely limited their size. A dozen of small orders was a lot less dangerous to the nobility than 3 or 4 large ones, and easier to fold under the command of the crown when invaders came knocking. Traditionally, it was the crown prince or princess who had held command, a tradition that ended when Juniper's mother had shattered the charges of the Shining Prince at the Fields of Stretches right before a goblin slit his throat. Banners of 1,000, Brandon finally said. Under my ultimate command. We still have many squires in our ranks, and a single battle was not enough to season them. Get it written properly, I ordered, and get the parchments to Staff Tribune Bishara before nightfall. She'll be expecting them. A very talented woman, Talbot said approvingly. There was a look in the man's eyes I wasn't unfamiliar with. Well, Aisha was exceedingly pretty. I doubted she'd be interested in a Calawan twice her age, but him looking wouldn't hurt anyone as long as he kept it mannerly. A detachment of 500 could be arranged to serve as your personal guard, he said, putting away the parchments. I already have a retinue, I said, raising an eyebrow. Red shields, golden noose on them. They're hard to miss. The Gallowborn, yes, he said. Criminals and priests. I've trained a lot of them myself, I said calmly. On foot, I'd put any of them against 3 of yours. I doubt there's any company on Calernia that's been through rougher fights. They're sharp men, I'm sure, the Grandmaster said. But a match for 500 Knights of Callow? I drummed my fingers against the table. The Gallowborn, I said, forcing the calm to stay even as the temperature in the pavilion descended sharply, are my retinue. They've been mine since I snatched them from the gallows, Talbot. They've bled for me. They've died for me. And they will remain at my side until they can no longer serve. I was uncomfortable with how possessive that had sounded, and the bearded man did not speak of the matter any further. Eager for a change of subject, I cleared my throat. You told Adjutant you needed to speak with me, I said. There was a reason it wasn't Hakram handing him the paperwork, and it wasn't because I'd been looking for a sword salute. Though I wasn't complaining I'd gotten one either. There are matters it has been brought to my attention you left unfinished, Your Grace, he said. I understand we are at war, but they still need to be dealt with in haste. I leaned against the back of my chair. I'm listening, I allowed. House Foundling, he said, and grimaced. Forgive me, but that is an orphan's name. It is not fit for the ruling dynasty of Callow. What a funny coincidence, I drawled. I am an orphan. You share that name with thousands of others, he said. Your Grace, you must consider the difficulties this will cause. Taking a reigning name is in order. I drummed my fingers against the table again. A sliver of my opinion of this whole bullshit must have shown on my face, because the knight had to repress a flinch. As of last night, I am the Vice Queen of Callow by official sanction of Her Dread Majesty Militia, first of her name, I said. Not Queen, though. My successor to the title will be chosen by the Tower when I see fit to surrender that position. There's no need for a fancy dynastic name. Your Grace he began. The title will remain in Callowan hands, I interrupted flatly. Compromise was reached. Leave it at that. To be frank, Talbot, you're not really qualified to weigh in about the shit that goes on that high up. I've survived dealing with the High Lords by stabbing them repeatedly and publicly until they got cautious. They would swallow you whole and spit out your bones. He seemed a little offended by the brusqueness of that, but he'd have to make his peace with it. What I'd said was very much true. If I put this poor bastard in a room with Aquus Ahelian, she'd have him on permanent puppet strings before a quarter hour had passed. Your line will still rule Marchford in perpetuity, he said. The name matters, Your Grace. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. I became named as Catherine Foundling, I said flatly. I will die with that name as well. There must be records of your birth parents, he tried desperately. A Diarraith name will not be as well received, but it is still something. As far as I'm concerned, the closest thing I'll ever have to a father is down south killing fools, I replied coldly. And he doesn't have a last name. Born a farmer, you see. As for the people who birthed me, they are strangers. I owe them nothing and will take nothing from them. The man bit his tongue, but it was clear he wanted to argue. I am not a noble, Talbot, I said. I don't really like them, as a rule. No offense meant to you in particular. I've bled for every inch of power I have, and the notion of anybody just inheriting theirs has grown repulsive to me. There will be no restoration of highborn power in Callow. You will still reign, Your Grace, he said. You must realize that certain measures have to be taken to cement your legitimacy. I peered at him closely and read the deeper hesitation there. Oh gods, I said. You want me to get married? The Baron of Hedges has a son your age, he pressed on. All the branches of House Fairfax were exterminated after the conquest, but there are remains of other ancient lines. Duchess Keegan is the foremost remaining Callowan noble, and a direct marriage alliance with the House of Iarsmy through a cousin would yield great benefits. You can't be serious, I said, mildly horrified. I am given to understand you might prefer the company of women, he said delicately. There are certain miracles known to the House of Light that could make such an arrangement feasible. I go both ways, I replied faintly. But that's not the issue here. I'm not looking for anyone, Talbot. I have heard that you keep company with a Dunny. Yes, he hinted. You would not be the first ruler of Callow to keep a paramour, if you'll forgive my crassness. Merciless gods. I was 18, so I supposed in the eyes of the remaining nobles I was fair game in the marriage alliance market. Callowans got married a lot later than Preside, since unlike the Wastelanders, we didn't actually breed bloodlines, but nobles did tend to be ahead of the curve in that regard. That's not happening, I said flatly. And this conversation is over. I wasn't getting saddled with a lordling or a child anytime soon, no matter what people might want. I honestly wasn't sure I wanted to ever have kids, and even if I did make that decision down the line, it wouldn't be to pat some fucking aristocrats on the back. There were a lot of things I was willing to bargain with, but who shared my bed wasn't one of them. Brandon Talbot's lips thinned, but he did not argue. I'll get heraldry done, I sighed, throwing him a bone as I rose to my feet. Get the paperwork to Aisha, Grandmaster. We'll speak again at the staff meeting. I could not get out of that pavilion quickly enough. I'd chosen to hold this meeting under the stars, since I felt most comfortable at night these days. The bonfire crackled, flames high and occasionally licking at the roots of the tall oak that oversaw our little quiet corner of creation. Masigo had slapped down some complicated-looking wards the moment he'd arrived, not even bothering to vocalize an incantation. His new name came with some perks apparently. I took a moment to let this all settle in. It was the first time all 5 of us were in the same place, in creation at least. Archer was seated on a wide branch above us, because she never wasted an occasion to literally look down on everyone else, and with a knife in hand, she was carving what looked like a sphere out of dark wood. Her ochre skin looked ever darker at night, and though she'd left her long coat and silver mail behind in favor of a woolen brown tunic and trousers, she'd kept the dark green scarf that she usually covered her lower face with around her neck. I had a much better look at the curves on her, without the armor on, and she winked when she saw me looking. I turned away. Because it was in Archer's nature to be a bloody pest at all times, she made a point out of dropping the wood shavings on Masego's head until he got tired of asking her to stop and put up a translucent pane of sorcery over his head. Hierophant himself looked strange, familiar yet different. He wore a black cloth blindfold over his glass eyes, but sometimes bits of red and yellow light could be glimpsed through it. His hair was still long and braided, but the shining trinkets he'd once worn in them had been replaced by dull bars of iron carved with runes. His usually colorful robes had been traded a black tunic that made him look like a chubby crow when he was sitting, but actually lent him something of a presence when he was on his feet. The Legion issue boots were an amusing last touch to the ensemble, worn down as they were. His fingers kept twitching, as if to reach out for something no one else could see. Hakram sat at his side. His heavy plate made something else entirely by the ravages of the battles we'd been through. The goblin steel had been darkened by summer flame, twisted by heat not of creation, and though it still fit with padding under the metal, the appearance reminded me of the steps leading to the tower. The obsidian that had been warped by sorcery, shaped into silhouettes of weeping men and women one must tread on to rise. Adjutant had gone through the crucible of fire and become stronger for it. His name pulsed steady to my senses, firm yet oddly serene. His hand of bones was eerily still, reeking of dark sorcery anchored into his very name. His eyes were dark and still as pawns, the fangs glinting in firelight still bloody from his supper. Thief sat across the fire from me. I'd never been in her presence long enough to notice before, but she didn't hold herself like a commoner. I'd had etiquette lessons at the orphanage, and I recognized the same marks on her, in the way she kept her wrists straight and her back as if leaning against a high chair. Her leathers were loose, but I could tell we shared a body shape. She was taller than me, since it was basically divine mandate that everyone but goblins be, but not by as much as the other. Dark hair and blue-gray eyes that were always moving, always looking for movement. Pale fingers were toying with a carving knife that was clearly sapper issue. She has wandering hands, this one, and a habit of picking up knickknacks. Must have been part of her name, because it seemed too compulsive for a mere habit. 5 named were sitting around the fire. That was, I knew, no small thing. Even more now that Ranger had tossed us a name, turning the curse of the Queen of Summer into something more. The woe, she'd called us. It had felt like a pivot then, and still did now. The beginning of something larger. What it would be, I was almost scared to find out. Hakram tossed up a wineskin at Archer, which was enough to distract her from pissing off Masigo for a bit. I took that as my cue to begin. So, on our first outing together, we robbed Summer of what appears to be its literal son, before capturing a princess of the blood. I said, I'm not one for omens, but it strikes me as a good note to begin on. Lies and violence. Archer cheered, dropping the wineskin on Masego's shield. The Sonic mage snatched it, taking a gulp and coughing when it went down the wrong pipe. Apparently a fresh name didn't mean he could handle drink any better. Good to know. I felt Thief glance at me, raising any eyebrow at what Archer had said. Archer is a horrid wench, and whatever she says about mottos is not to be trusted, I stated. Well, it's still better than sullen, the named in question mused. There was a heartbeat of silence. I expected something more professional, the Thief finally said. I raised an eyebrow. Did the lone swordsman run that kind of crew? I asked, genuinely curious. No, the heroine conceded. But your band was a step ahead of us the whole time. I always thought it would be rather businesslike, on your side. You thought? We were a step ahead. Masigo croaked, wiping his mouth. Hakram snorted. We strolled from one disaster to another, trying to keep the fires from spreading, the orc said, sounding amused. Mostly fires not of our making, I'll add. Haven't been in this outfit for long, Archer said. But it hasn't struck me as overburdened with plans. That's going a little far, I intervened, mildly offended. We got into Skade by writing on a scrap of parchment that we could, Catherine, she pointed out. Don't get me wrong, I'm on board with our whole, that's stupid enough, they'll never see it coming way of going at it. But masterful schemers we are not. You had us dead to rights at Summerhome, Thief frowned. We only understood what was happening after the city was on fire, Masigo said. And we got blamed for that. After, Hakram added. Everything in Lys unfolded according to your plan. Thief tried. Arguably. Though she did get killed, Adjutant said. Archer's eyes swerved to me. Wait, you died? Have you been undead this whole time? She asked. You don't look it. Resurrected, I replied. She looked even more dubious. You're a villain, Cat, she said. That's not exactly in your wheelhouse. Yeah, the Hashmallam weren't real pleased about it either, I grunted. They threw a fucking fit. Is that how that happened? Thief frowned. I did wonder. You talked a choir into breathing second life into you. Talked is a strong word, I mused. We, VE, settled on bullied. Hierophant contributed helpfully. You bullied, the Thief said slowly, the entire choir of contrition, into resurrecting a villain actively trying to oppose them. Not even the Lady of the Lake fucks around with angels, Archer said approvingly. That's actually impressive. Don't bring Ranger into this, I grunted. She came a heartbeat away from slicing my throat open the only time we met. Oh, she's always like that, the other woman dismissed. Don't take it personally. She once threw Tinkles out a window for hitting on a traitor girl instead of practicing his stances. I'm glad he was sloppy then, I admitted. Hunter was hard enough to put down as he was. Thief blinked, then looked up at the woman on the branch. I forgot, she said. You are an apprentice of the Ranger as well. You must have known him well. He was only around for a few years before joining up with your little rebellion. Archer shrugged. Of the lady's 5 pupils, he was always the odd one out. Not surprised he ran off, though it was still monumentally stupid. He was, Thief began, looking for a diplomatic word, different. Half-naked, I said. Half-naked is the term you're looking for. I never minded the sights, Catherine, Archer grinned. The man had a body worth a stare. The bells, though, and the tattoos? Gods, it was like he was trying to ruin his looks. The tattoos weren't a refuge tradition? Thief asked, looking surprised. Is that what he said? Archer snorted. No, they aren't. Masigo cleared his throat politely. This conversation is both baffling and horribly tedious to me, he informed us. I believe you were addressing us, Catherine, right? I said, and immediately delegated. Hakram. The tall orc straightened, putting aside the wineskin he'd been hogging this whole time. Thief had thought a bit when we talked, but her guard went right back up when she turned to him. There was story there, I thought. Adjutant must have had one of his little talks with her at some point. I trusted him, so I wouldn't meddle, but I'd have some questions to ask my second. We currently have 2 threats that must be dealt with, Hakram graveled. The first is Summer Court and its queen. The second is Acus Ahelion, lately the Diabolist. The villain that let the devils loose on Lys, Thief said, eyes gone cold. That's the one, I said. And believe me, devils are some of the milder stuff she's thrown at us in the past. You've gone to the city yourself, I hear. You saw what she's up to. Some sort of ritual, the skinny Calawan said. It involves DRA that are part of the Watch, and that's about all I know. I glanced at Masigo, who somehow picked up on it. That was going to keep being creepy for a while. While I've not conducted such experiments myself, I've read the notes my father has on the Watch, the mage said. They are connected to a deity of unknown nature, and gain their supernatural abilities by binding themselves to it through rituals they call oaths. Our best guess at the moment is that the Diabolist is trying to get at the deity through them, I said. Considering the massive size of the array she created in the city, Masigo said, she will need at least a lesser god to empower it. The scale of the effect might be comparable to that of the creation of the Kingdom of the Dead. Lys is also currently flying, Hakram said, which will make it difficult to assault. That aside, the city's current location is a mystery. I met Thief's eyes. I'll have my people look into it, she said. I nodded. Much as I hate giving Acua a reprieve, she's not the most pressing threat at the moment, I said. Summer's out for blood, and its queen will be crossing into creation about a month from now. What we can do about her is not inspiring. Masigo, the dark-skinned mage smiled thinly. Given at least 3 days of preparation, I can buy us a quarter bell before she breaks through my wards and massacres every single one of us, he said. That's reassuring, Thief said cuttingly. Not great, I'll admit, but we still have 2 cards in hand, I said. First we have the Princess of High Noon, which she, really, needs if she doesn't want to get knifed by winter after we're all dead. And we have the sun, courtesy of your kleptomania. Thief looked faintly amused, but did not reply. So I smiled. We've got the whole night, and wine I really doubt was legally acquired. Let's see if we can think of something to avoid dying horrible, horrible deaths. The floor's open, my friends.